Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Dark Knight Batman? Part 1. It will contain 4 episodes. If you want to see another episodes, please do 100 likes on this video. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Cold was the night. Death laid its gripping hands on the inhabitants of the Godric's hollow house. It was midnight of the 31st of October, barely passing to November 1st, when an ank of pure light appears on the middle of the air. From it, a golden figure descends to the street. The figure known to the world as Dr. Fate, sporting his golden helmet and armor, sees the damaged house and analyses the situation. Not mere meters away from Dr. Fate, some sparks and confetti explode, and from the smoke appears a well-dressed man wearing a full tuxedo, a top hat, and sporting an elegant mustache. "Good evening, Mr. Zatara," the golden-armored man said to the newly arrived. "Good evening, Dr. Fate. Fancy to see you here," the tuxedoed man said with his Italian accent. "I felt a disturbance. Some powerful magic was performed here, and Nabu told me that the fate of the world depended on me being here," Dr. Fate said. "I felt the same, though I don't have a god telling me things through a magical helmet, but there was something. As you said, the world depends on being here," Giovanni Zatara said. "Shall we enter?" Dr. Fate asked, looking at the other man. "I think we should after you, Doctor." Giovanni gestured and both stepped inside the house. Immediately, they saw the body of a man in his 20s wearing glasses and barefooted lying on the staircase, his empty eyes looking at both magicians. "Do you feel it?" Dr. Fate asked the other man. "Yes, there's dark magic on this man's body," Giovanni answered. "The spell that killed him was a powerful curse named Avada Kedavra, a corruption of life and a crime against nature and all the living things," Dr. Fate said to his fellow magician. "Who could possibly have done so much damage?" Giovanni asked. "I believe the answer will be given to us if we continue our path," Dr. Fate said. The pair continued walking until they reached the nursery room. The hinges of the door were completely blown off and the door was blown to smithereens. There were 4 people inside from what the pair could see. A dark-robed man lying on the floor, a baby crying in his crib, a red-haired woman being hugged tightly by a black-dressed man who was crying at the top of his lungs. Both men knew that sentiment, the feeling of losing a loved one and trying desperately to hold on as much as they can to them. They let the man shed his tears for his loved one. Giovanni went to the crib and gently placed the baby in his arms. "It's okay, little buddy. No one is going to hurt you," Giovanni said, cradling the baby in his arms. He used to do it when his daughter was a baby. The little boy calmed in the magician's arms. "Who are you?" The man who was crying had stopped and asked them as he threatened them with a black pine wand. "We are friends. We want to protect this child," Dr. Fate intervened, placing himself in front of the man. "I doubt it," the black-dressed man said before uttering some words in Latin and shooting a spell towards the man. An ank shielded the men and the baby from the blast. "You fool. We're trying to protect this baby. He may be the only hope this world has for the dark times that loom over our heads," Dr. Fate said in an ominous voice. "That's the power of Nabu," the man exclaimed as he kneeled before the golden figure. "I'm so sorry I attacked you. I'm not on the right mind. I apologize," the man said. "It's all right, young man. I do not take offense since the spell you casted was meant for immobilize, not to hurt, maim, or kill, but still my colleague, and I need to take this boy away," Dr. Fate explained. "Why?" the black-dressed man asked. "It's imperative to take the boy as far away as we can. He is not safe here," Dr. Fate said. "But the Dark Lord has been defeated," the black-dressed man said. "He is not. Only his physical body was defeated, but I believe this is not the last time we'll hear about this so-called Dark Lord," Dr. Fate said. "Not counting the dark magic that lies within him," Giovanni added. Both men turned to see the magician. "Care to elaborate?" Dr. Fate asked. "As I held this baby, I can feel the stench of dark magic in him, specifically on his forehead. Giovanni said. A Horcrux, Dr. Fate pointed out. That's impossible, said the man in black. Improbable, yes, but not impossible. The young Potter has a Horcrux embedded in his body. I can feel it now, Dr. Fate said as he moved his hand hovering above the baby. Does it mean that we need to destroy him? The man asked. Fear was in his voice. No. The Horcrux must be destroyed, but the object, or in this particular case person, can be unharmed, Dr. Fate said. Will you help him? The man asked. Yes, but with one condition, Dr. Fate said. Anything, the man said. Do everything in your power to be a better man. I feel that the boy will need you when the time is right, Dr. Fate said. How did? The man asked. I saw your soul, Mr. Snape. I saw the darkness within you, but also I've seen love and light. You believe that hate was the only path for you, but you feel great love for this boy's mother. You need to focus on those hidden feelings inside of you and embrace them. Love is a more powerful magic than hate, Dr. Fate said before another golden ink appeared from out of nowhere and he and Giovanni disappear alongside the baby. I promise, Snape said to no one in particular. Almost immediately, in a place where time and space didn't hold power, laid floating the Tower of Fate. In its main chamber, a golden ink glowed, and from the light emerged Dr. Fate and Giovanni Zatara with baby Harry Potter. So you know the enchantment to destroy the Horcrux? Dr. Fate asked Giovanni. I know the way to separate the Horcrux and its host, but to destroy it. Not really. I hope you have a way to do so, Giovanni said seriously. Well, it's not easy, but not impossible. I've done a lot of research along the years, and apparently the Horcrux can be destroyed by basilisk venom or by hellfire. It just happens that we both know someone who produces the strongest of hellfire, Dr. Fate said as Giovanni nodded. But before we can call our mutual friend, I should remove this hideous thing from the boy, Giovanni said. Be my guest, Dr. Fate said as he conjurated a table. Giovanni placed the sleeping baby on the softened table. Then he placed his index finger on the child's scar. Wait, do you have a sphere in which we can place the Horcrux? Giovanni asked. Yes, this should work. He gave the magician a glass sphere he conjured from thin air. Perfect, he returned to place his index finger in Harry's scar. Then he said the following words, Zercoro Evail est like Idub, in his particular way of spellcasting. From Harry's scar, a black smoke rose and was absorbed by the glass sphere. The process lasted 5 minutes. Why did it take so long? Dr. Fate asked with curiosity. Because I wanted to be as painless as possible. The baby has been through enough already. In this way, the baby let the Horcrux out like if it was just air, Giovanni said. Good plan, Dr. Fate remarked. He looked at the glass sphere he had on his hands. Now let's call our friend, shall we? He added. Giovanni nodded at his suggestion. Dr. Fate created another golden ink, and from it emerged a man wearing formal clothes as well as a white streak on his dark hair. Jason Blood, welcome to the Tower of Fate, Dr. Fate said. Good day, Dr. Fate, Mr. Zatara, baby. The newly arrived said as he saw the people in front of him. To what do I owe this pleasure? He asked. Do you know what a Horcrux is? Giovanni asked. Of course, Merlin warned me about them. They're a hideous form of dark magic. Not even Morgane Le Fay would dare to use them. Though she is immortal, so I see no point of her using that. Why the question? Jason asked. Do you know how can a Horcrux be destroyed? Dr. Fate asked. With basilisk venom or with hellfire? He said then he came to the realization of why he was in the tower. This isn't a social visit, then Jason said. We took this baby from a house in England. His parents were killed by a dark wizard. Said wizard made a Horcrux and attached it to this baby. Giovanni removed the Horcrux, and now we need to destroy it. Dr. Fate clarified the situation to Jason Blood. We need your best friend, Giovanni said. Fine, I'll help, Jason said. He stretched his arms and then clapped his hands together. Gone the form of man. Rise the demon. Etrigan, he said, and fire began to erupt from his feet until it covered him completely. From the blazing fire erupted the yellow-skinned demon. I heard your call, I responded. Help you I shall, the demon said in rhyme. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Etrigan, Dr. Fate said. The demon huffed at the golden armored man and went to the glass sphere. He looked at the dark smoke on it and then burned it with fire from his mouth, leaving nothing, not even ashes. Done, the deed is gone. Gone, O Etrigan. Rise once more the form of man. The demon said, and just like the first time fire involved it, and Jason appeared when the fire settled down. I hope that worked, Jason said, adjusting his jacket. The three men turned around to see where the sphere used to be, and Dr. Fate hovered his hand over said place. The dark magic has been destroyed. Thank you, Mr. Blood, Dr. Fate said. It was a pleasure. Etrigan and I exist to destroy evil. Speaking of which, the Dark Wizard, the bastard who killed this boy's parents, has been killed. Jason asked. His physical form, yes, but I believe that if he made this Horcrux, then he must have done others. Dr. Fate said. We need to destroy them, Jason said with sincerity. That indeed needs to be done, but first we need to know what to do with the baby, Giovanni said as they looked at the sleeping baby. We need to find him a family, Dr. Fate said. Neither Giovanni, nor Jason, nor him were the best parent material, especially since Fate and Giovanni were widowers and Jason had personality issues. What about the Kents? Dr. Fate said they adopted Superman. They could be great parents. Though I wouldn't be against that. They had trouble adjusting to Kal-El's powers, Giovanni said. True, Dr. Fate said. What about Wonder Woman? Jason asked. Her island doesn't allow men. The kid would be treated badly, or... That's where Giovanni stopped. What about you, Giovanni? You could be a great father, Dr. Fate said. Though I love Zatanna with all my heart, and have no doubt he would be safe with us. I'm an average father as it is. Since I'm currently on a tour all over the world, I wouldn't have time to raise another kid, Giovanni said. The three men pondered for a few seconds. Then Dr. Fate spoke with an ominous voice as the gold helmet glowed intensely. The boy will be safer with the Knight of Gotham. Isn't that crazy? Taking the boy to the bat. Jason said, losing his composure. Look, Nabu, I get your reasoning, and I know the man, but do you really believe you would be safer with him? He's not a magician, nor does he have powers, Giovanni said. The ominous voice resounded once again. The boy will live a full life if he is placed with the knight. No evil shall find him if he lives with him, the voice said. All right, we get it, Jason said. How do we get to Gotham? Almost immediately, a golden ink appeared, and the blinding light took them to a darkened cave. No offense to Nabu, but he should have warned us about it before transporting us to the Batcave, Jason said. Nabu most of the times believes that the now is the only time that matters. Dr. Fate spoke with his regular voice. Figures, Jason replied. The three men barely moved a feet when the alarms rang. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The computer voice said. Oic Neelis. Giovanni pointed his wand to the computer, and the alarm stopped ringing. But the baby woke up, and Giovanni began to rock the baby, calming him down. What are you three doing in here? A deep voice came from the staircase. Then from the shadows emerged the Dark Knight, the caped crusader, the Batman. I thought I wasn't a magical being to be a part of your magical club, Batman said. This, Mr. Wayne, is not a social visit, but it is of the most importance our presence here, Dr. Fate said. Batman grunted. He didn't like being called by his real name when he wore the cowl, but given that he had no choice, he removed his armored cowl and showed them his real face and voice without the modulator. You want me to adopt the baby, Bruce deduced, taking a quick glance at the three men and the baby. That is what Naba wishes. Naba says that the boy will be safer with you, Dr. Fate spoke. Why? What's the story behind this, child? Bruce asked. His parents were murdered in front of him by a hooded figure. Ring a bell? Dr. Fate said, which made Bruce reminiscence about his tragic night all those years ago in the alley. Damn it, fine, I'll adopt the baby. What is his name? Bruce asked the man. His name is Harry James Potter. I believe that when the time is right, some people from a wizarding school will look for him. You should accompany him on his journey. It will be beneficial for both of you, Dr. Fate says. Wait, Magic. I don't have powers. Shouldn't he be better with either of you? Bruce asked. Although we are magical, we don't have the capabilities of raising a child. You, on the other hand, were the chosen one from Naba's perspective. Dr. Fate said, Don't worry, Bruce. We won't let you completely alone on this. When the baby shows his first sign of magic, we will come back. Don't worry, son, Giovanni said to the man, placing his hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Giovanni, Bruce said. I'll also be giving to you the proper documentation so that you can have a smoother adoption of little Harry. With all intents and purposes, he will be your son, Dr. Fate said. You can do that? Bruce asked him. Yes, you underestimate my abilities, Bruce. But you must know that the baby's birthday is July 31st. I know we are far from that date, but it's important, Dr. Fate said. I'll keep that in mind, Bruce said. The three men nodded before being transported by Fate's golden ink. Bruce looked at the baby on his arms. The baby looked at him with the biggest set of green eyes he had seen. So you're Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, kid. I'll be your father, but you can call me Dad, Bruce said to the boy who giggled. Come. Let's get you something to eat, he said, and began to walk upstairs. The Batcave, after all, wasn't the ideal place to have a baby. Bruce showed the baby the library as they stepped out from the clock. The baby saw the many books and statues the library guarded and was amazed by it. "Bruce, what's that in your arms?" asked Dick Grayson, Bruce's eldest son, a young, well-built boy with jet black hair and blue eyes. He was on one of the couches reading a book about the Olympics. "Dick, I thought you'd be at school," Bruce asked. I just came back and you haven't answered my question," Dick replied. "This is Harry. He's going to be your brother," Bruce said as he showed Harry to Dick. "Really, Bruce? Another?" Dick said to his father, who rolled his eyes. "He needs my help, and I will help him and love him as much as I love every one of you." Bruce said, "I hate when you make those arguments," Dick said, turning down to see his new brother. "So what's his story? Mob? Drug lords? Deranged psychopaths? Dark wizards?" Bruce responded. "You never make it boring, do you?" Dick commented, "Come, let's eat. Are Jason and the others around? I wish I don't have to repeat the story too much." Bruce said, "I don't know, I mean Jason could be around, but we never know. Tim and Steph left together after school. Cass is upstairs. She has this project she wanted to get started with," Dick said. "Well, I guess we should inform them at dinner," Bruce said as they walked towards the kitchen where Alfred Pennyworth, resident butler/cook/mechanic/grandfather figure, was completely unamused about the baby in his master's arms. "You know, Master Bruce, when I said that you should carry adoption papers in your utility belt, I was joking," he dryly replied, earning the famous back glare. "I'm not easily intimidated about your looks, Master Bruce. I'm not one of the crooks you arrest." In the middle of the road, two figures had a verbal match. "You betrayed them," one of the figures said. "What would you have done?" The other one replied, "I would have died before betraying my friends." The figure shouted, "Yes, but you weren't there." The other one replied. Both figures were attracting the attention of several onlookers. As more and more people gathered around, one of the figures took his wand out and cast an immobilizing spell at the other figure, then pointed at the ground, casting a spell. Then he pointed at himself, transforming himself into a rat. He tried to escape to the sewer, only it stopped mid-run, and the spell he casted on the floor vanished with a puff. The rat screeched and thrashed, and every person watching the spectacle fell unconscious. Then the other figure began moving once again. "What the hell?" the man said. "Mr. Black, we need to talk." The ominous voice of Dr. Fate spoke, and Sirius Black saw a man in a tuxedo levitating the rat with a different kind of wand he had never seen, and from the sewer a yellow demon crawled out. "The explosive spell has been taken care of," the demon spoke, making Sirius completely shocked, and before he knew it, he passed out. Sirius Trial. Chapter Summary. Dr. Fate, Giovanni Zatara, and Jason Blood attend the trial of Sirius Black. Chapter Notes. So I managed to get some time to write this chapter. I plan to post a chapter every week, but I don't know what day I would do it. Also, this chapter is mainly focused on Sirius and Fate's perspective. Next chapter will be on Bruce's perspective with a new baby. Also, even though I picture Ben Affleck as the Batman on my story, events and characters are taken from all the established media. I don't own DC Comics characters, nor the ones written by J.K. Rowling. See the end of the chapter for more notes. In the middle of the road, two figures had a verbal match. "You betrayed them," one of the figures said. "I wasn't involved. What would you have done?" The other one replied, "I would have died before betraying my friends." The figure shouted, "Yes, but you weren't there." The other one replied. Both figures were attracting the attention of several onlookers. As more and more people gathered around, one of the figures took his wand out and cast an immobilizing spell at the other figure, then pointed at the ground, casting a spell. Then he pointed at himself, transforming himself into a rat. He tried to escape to the sewer, only it stopped mid-run, and the spell he casted on the floor vanished with a puff. The rat screeched and trashed, and every person watching the spectacle fall unconscious. Then the other figure began moving once again. "What the hell?" the man said. "Mr. Black, we need to talk." The ominous voice of Dr. Fate spoke, and Sirius Black saw a man in a tuxedo levitating the rat with a different kind of wand he had never seen, and from the sewer a yellow demon crawled out. "The explosive spell has been taken care of," the demon spoke, making Sirius completely shocked, and before he knew it, he passed out. 3 hours earlier, Dr. Fate, Jason Blood, and Giovanni Zatara arrived at the Tower of Fate after leaving baby Harry with Bruce Wayne. Giovanni walked with unease. "I know we already give him the boy, but are you truly sure that he is the best option for parenting the baby?" Giovanni expressed his concerns. He knew his former apprentice, but he had many things on his plate already. being the CEO of a multi-billion company, being Batman, and being parent of 5 other children. Was Nabu in his right mind sending the boy to him? Giovanni, I understand your concerns. Believe me, I was as shocked as you were when Nabu told us to give the boy to Wayne. But in all my years being bonded with the helmet, Nabu has never been wrong when it makes a decision, Dr. Fate said. Still, it wouldn't be a bad decision to find the child's extended family. People who knew his parents so that they can be an integral part of the boy's life. That way we want to leave the entire work to Batman, spoke up Jason. It wouldn't be a bad idea. Now how do we find that family? Giovanni said to the other man. Dr. Fate said nothing and went to a crystal ball in the middle of a table. He repeated a chanting no one could hear, and even if they were able to hear it, they wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Then he stepped away from the table and the crystal ball and turned to see the other 2 men. I have found the closest living relatives he has, his aunt on his mother's side, his godmother and godfather. They're 3 families, so I believe we could split up and find them to explain the situation, Dr. Fate suggested. Both men nodded and went their separate ways. Dr. Fate looked at the manor. It looked destroyed, like if a full-blown battle had taken place there. He was able to feel the dark magic in there. I have a bad feeling about this, Dr. Fate spoke to himself before transporting inside the manor. He saw 3 dark wizards torturing 2 others with what he could see was the Cruciatus curse. Fate didn't hesitate and summoned lightning to his hands and blasted the dark wizards, making them fly through the air and fell unconscious on the other side of the hall opposite from where they were torturing the 2 magicals who laid tired on the floor. You're all right, Dr. Fate said gently to the people whose minds and bodies weren't responding. I was too late. I'm sorry, he apologized. Then the doors blasted open and 2 men and 1 woman wearing red robes entered the living room. Step away from the Longbottom, the woman yelled at Dr. Fate. I mean, you no harm. I came to help, but I was too late. Those 3 persons over there were torturing the Longbottoms, Dr. Fate explained. The woman sent her 2 guards to check on the unconscious people. Madam Bones, those are Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix and Rodolphius Lestrange. One of the men in red robes said to the woman standing in front of Fate. Who are you? She asked as she tried to look at him directly into the holes of his helmet only to met pure white light. I am Dr. Fate, Avatar of the Lord of Order Nabu. My mission is to help magical beings and bring balance to the world. I came here to ask for Mrs. Alice Longbottom for help, but when I arrived, I found these individuals torturing the couple using the Cruciatus curse. Dr. Fate responded honestly. I've read in past records on the ministry about encounters with avatars of Nabu. I never expected a full encounter one myself. Amelia Bones, senior Auror of the DMLE, she said, extending her hand to the DR. Dr. Fate, in my tower, I've read of the encounters your ministry had with our organization, and given you have the situation under control, I'll take that as my cue to leave, madam, he said, nodding at her. Wait, I'll need your testimony for this case, she said, stopping him. Don't worry, madam. Our paths will meet once again, he said, and a golden ink glowed behind him, and he disappeared in the bright light. At the same moment, Giovanni arrived at Privet Drive in London, his confetti falling on the small stone base sidewalk to the door. He adjusted his bow tie and rang the bell. After a few moments, a tall, thin woman opened the door. She had a distasteful smirk on her face. Good evening, ma'am. Sorry for being so late, but I have bad news, he said, taking his top hat from his head and presenting her with flowers. The woman didn't say anything. I'm sorry to inform you that your sister passed away. To that the woman arched her eyebrow. But luckily your nephew is alive. So we were hoping that you... He was interrupted by the woman. I don't want anything to do with that freak, she said with hate in her voice and closed the door, hitting him in the face. Giovanni rubbed his nose, which had received the impact, and left in smoke and confetti. Exactly at the same time, in another part of England, Etrigan had taken place of the body of Jason Blood. He was using his enhanced senses to locate the man named Sirius Black. It wasn't an easy task, but he finally managed to get his magical signature and follow it. He found the man walking towards another man. The other man saw Sirius and began to run away. The chase was short, but Etrigan decided to hide on the sewer, just so that he wasn't spotted and he could gather more evidence. He telepathically sent a message to Fate alongside his location and hoped for the best. The spat was growing, with both men trading insults and accusations. Then Etrigan saw a red light passing through the street floor onto where he was standing below. Obviously an explosive spell. He would have let it explode since Etrigan loved seeing fire and explosions. But then he realized that there was a gas pipe nearby and decided to act, grabbing the spell with his hands and swallowing it. He felt the explosion, It was small, most likely to be a distraction. Fire extinguished by fire. What an irony. For a demon born of hellfire, he said to himself. Then he heard other voices he recognized and climbed up from the sewer. He saw Dr. Fate and Giovanni as well as Sirius, who upon seeing him he fainted. Pitiful man, I see, for a demon he saw. And fainted he be. Etrigan rhymed. Thank you for your assistance, Etrigan. I believe that if you hadn't have stopped that spell, many of these people would have died. Dr. Fate said. Etrigan simply nodded. Then 4 red-wearing people appeared on the street. 2 men and 2 women being led by a 5th one. A dark-skinned man who was looking at the entire situation speechless. Who are you? If we can know, Dr. Fate spoke. The man was clearly surprised as he laid eyes on Etrigan, who huffed at the new arrival. I'm Kingsley Shacklebolt, head Auror on this investigation. I'm here to arrest Sirius Black and take him immediately to Azkaban, the man said. I'm Dr. Fate, pleased to meet you even though these aren't the best circumstances. Why are you arresting Mr. Black? Dr. Fate asked as he saw Kingsley Shacklebolt immobilizing Sirius with a spell. I don't know, Dr. Fate. Orders from upstairs, he said, simply shrugging his shoulders. Dr. Fate could feel the uneasiness of the man. I've read about you, Dr. Fate. The Justice League is no different from the work the Aurors do. The arrest order says that Sirius is a Death Eater. I know him personally. James Potter, Frank Longbottom, and I served together. So please believe me when I say that I don't believe whatever it is that they're charging Sirius with. Kingsley said almost as a whisper. Well, I can't stop you for doing your job, Mr. Shacklebolt, but if you're taking Mr. Black with you, Dr. Fate nodded at Giovanni. Then you should take the other man. He was arguing with Giovanni, gave Kingsley the rat on a cage. Just don't take them to Azkaban. Take them to a holding cell, and let's wait for a trial. That way we'll prove Sirius' innocence. Who's this? Kingsley asked, looking at the rat in front of him. This is Peter Pettigrew. And before you arrived, he threw an explosive spell onto the floor. If it wasn't for my associate, the demon, all these people would be dead. Dr. Fate explained. I see. Thank you very much for your help, Dr. Fate. And to you, misters, you have done Wizarding Britain a favor by avoiding an incident involving muggles. Now I'll make sure he is placed in custody on one of the DMLE holding cells. I'll reach out to you for when the trial is made. Shacklebolt said, which earned him a nod from the DR. The Aurors took the cage and the shackled Sirius and disappeared. So what now? Do we leave Sirius to his fate? We just have stopped a massacre from happening, Jason said, having reverted back at his regular form. No, this is a ministry affair, yes, but when the time is right and the trial begins, you'll be of great help, Jason, Dr. Fate said. The days passed, and the 3 men were becoming weary. Though they didn't know the way of the Wizard Britain, they knew that they were stalling Sirius' trial. Jason and Giovanni spent too much time on the Tower of Fate, uneasiness growing further. Then one day on March, enough was enough for Jason. Oh, by Merlin's beard. This is enough, Jason exclaimed, standing from his chair. What the hell are those inbred bastards are waiting for? Sirius should have been free months ago, he said, exasperated. Mr. Blood, please. We need to remain patient, Dr. Fate tried to calm him down. Don't try to calm me down, Kent. I'm an immortal being, and even I think that those bigots are stalling Sirius' trial. We need to go directly to them and demand a trial, Jason said. Jason, I don't think that's a good idea. We might be magical, but we can't demand a trial. They have their own society, separated from others, Zatara said. Actually, remember when I told you that I was waiting for the right moment and that Jason would be of help? Dr. Fate said, looking at his associates, who nodded. This is the moment. Jason, if I'm correct, you served King Arthur on Camelot. Am I right? Yes. I was Sir Jason Blood of Norwich, Merlin, and he chose me. Why? Jason said. You perhaps have more political power than Giovanni and I combined. Dr. Fate said. The trio arrive almost immediately on the center of the Ministry of Magic in London. Many people wearing robes were impressed at the sudden appearance of the 3 strange men. Almost immediately, they were surrounded by red-robed Aurors. A voice broke down from the masses. Stand down. This people are not our enemies, said Amelia Bones as she made her way through the Aurors who obeyed their superior. Dr. Fate, what do I owe this visit? She asked the golden-armored man. I came to investigate a crime committed to one of your own, Dr. Fate said, which made Amelia being shocked. What do you mean? Who has been killed? She asked. Nothing like that, but I need to summon for a hearing on the case of Mr. Sirius Black, Dr. Fate said, looking at the chief Auror in front of him. She saw directly into his eyes and decided to talk. I'll see what I can do, but but I don't know if that can be achieved. You're not a member of the Ministry or the Wisingamot, she said in a sad tone. Dr. Fate could feel the affection she had towards Sirius. He is not a member, but I am, Jason interrupted, showing her the platinum ring on his finger. I'll make the necessary parchments, she said. Not an hour had passed when Kingsley appeared to show them the way to the Wisingamot trial room. Follow me, gentlemen. Kingsley said, is it true that the power of Nabu allows you to speak through minds? Kingsley asked, which earned a small nod from Dr. Fate. Good, because I have bad news to tell you that I hope you can apply on the trial, Kingsley told telepathically at Dr. Fate, who was at the same time sharing with Jason and Giovanni. When I brought Sirius and Pettigrew, I was forbidden to place them on a holding cell. Sirius was transferred immediately to Azkaban. As for Pettigrew, he was placed under house arrest on Malfoy Manor. The last bit of information wasn't given to me, but I had to read it on a secured archive. I don't know what is happening, Kingsley said. The four men continue walking, but Jason was furious. He had always fought for justice, and this was a corrupted version of it. They entered the room, preceded by many wizards and witches on the same plum-colored robe, although some woman was wearing it with a hideous pink scarf underneath her robe. The trio saw two Aurors bring Sirius shackled to a podium. He looked tired, malnourished, and dehydrated. My God, what have they done to him? Giovanni said, if that's what happened to him in only 5 months on Azkaban, then I don't want to know what would have happened if he had stayed far longer. Jason said with rage. The trio saw an older man walk to the podium. He was wearing a bowler hat and placed some reading glasses on his eyes. Criminal hearing. January 1st, onto offenses made by Sirius Orion Black. Interrogators Cornelius Oswald Fudge, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The man began say, but was taken aback when Jason stood from his chair. Witness for the defense. Sir Jason Blood of Norwich, Prime Order of Merlin. Jason said, walking to the center of the room and presenting the Merlin ring he was entrusted upon by his former mentor. Knight of Camelot, Keeper of the Gates of Avalon, and main knight of the great King Arthur of Pendragon, Jason said. They could hear gasps and whispers between the members of the Wisingamot. Why are you putting Sirius Black on trial? He hasn't done anything, Jason said, indignant and completely impatient, not waiting for the man with the bowler hat to give reading of the crimes committed by Sirius. He has violated the trust of James and Lily Potter, which resulted on their deaths, as well as endangering the life of baby Harry Potter, who to this day is still missing. Cornelius Fudge said, who said those lies? Sirius asked. Even though of his state, he was indignant of the charges placed on him. Well, let it be said in record that under Veritaserum, the cousin of Mr. Black said that he was a Death Eater and wanted to kill the Potters, Fudge said. Ah yes, because those claims come from the clearly undisturbed mind of Bellatrix Lestrange. She says that Sirius is a Death Eater. But if it was under Veritaserum, I'm sure we could see on the act that she was forced to cooperate. Or we could talk with the Master Potioner. And are we completely sure that Mrs. Lestrange was under Veritaserum? I can tell that perhaps some other form of mental manipulation could have been used. But beside that, why has it took 5 months to give Sirius a proper trial? Or do you place people in Azkaban without 1 inch, Jason asked. One of the many things his immortality gave him was plenty of time to learn many things, such as different laws. Mr. Blood, Cornelius began. Sir Blood. Jason interrupted. Sir Blood, I assure you that Mr. Black was going to be given a fair trial. You didn't need to push for one. Your presence isn't required. Besides, we needed to place him in a cell, and Azkaban was the best place for it. Cornelius said, oh yes, because when you arrest someone who may or may not have committed a crime, you place him in the maximum security prison you have. What's worse is that you send one of your lords into Azkaban, Jason said, which made some of the Wisingamot talk between themselves. Cornelius grew obviously more and more nervous. But someone on the room remained calm. A gray, bearded wizard with an unperturbed look. The man quietly walked to the center of the room and began speaking. I can assure you that there's no other person who could have possibly betrayed the Potters. I was so shocked that Sirius would go so far to do that to their friends, the man said. You did not. You suggested no. You even demanded that James and Lily went into hiding with a secret keeper to know their hiding place. I was there when you told them that. You even suggested that I would be the secret keeper. Obviously, you knew that I would be the prime suspect. I convinced James and Lily to change and give the responsibility to someone else. Sirius spoke, which made the wizard to ignore him. So you must be the great mastermind Albus Dumbledore, the one who defeated Grindelwald, the so-called bringer of light Jason said with a mocking tone which wasn't very subtle. Yes, I am he. And I had never heard about you, Mr. Blood, Dumbledore said, looking down at the man. Sir Blood, don't forget that, Jason said with a smug smile. And you shouldn't heard about me, but I try to step in when I see an injustice. Anyhow, Mr. Black's offense and betrayal of the Potter leave for some dark wizard to snatch baby Harry, who knows where the poor boy must be, or even if he is alive, Dumbledore said. I can assure you the baby is fine. Even as we speak, the boy is in safe hands of a lovely family, Jason said. If that's the case, then you should give him back to me. I'm his guardian after all, and I must place him with his closest relatives, Dumbledore said, which made Sirius and Jason let out a puff of air. James and Lily never placed you as Harry's guardian. They named me and Alice. Also, Lily hated her sister, and her sister hated her. She would have treated Harry with disdain. If not, she would summon him to torture. So no, you won't take Harry away for him to stay with that awful woman, Sirius yelled at. Dumbledore was getting flustered. He decided to use his legitimacy on the man called Jason. He could easily get the information of Harry's whereabouts. He needed the perfect opportunity to get the other man to look at him directly into his eyes. But when it finally happened, and he entered the mind of the man, he was presented face to face with a yellow-skinned, fire-breathing demon, making him stumble back, falling on his arse. Did you like what you saw? Jason smirked as he felt when the older man, only in appearance, tried to probe his head. Gentlemen, if what the defendant has said is true, then his only crime is the one for endangering the statute of secrecy, which will place Mr. Black in Azkaban for 6 to 12 months. Fudge finally spoke. He didn't know what to think or say at the struggle between the men in front of him. With 6 months in Azkaban, they would be able to control the fate of Air Black and of the Chosen One. You obviously need to go out more, Mr. Fudge, Jason mockingly said. You should be more respectful, Mr. Blood. After all, you're a guest in this ministry. The woman with the pink scarf spoke. And all of you should remember that I'm Sir Blood. And don't let the accent fool you, because I was there when this ministry was formed. And if you allow me to continue, I need to remind you that you live on a bubble. If you would learn from other countries, or even if you see the Muggle world as you call it, you'll see that magic is no longer a secret. In every part of the world, there's more than simply magic. We have men and women who fly all over the world, speedsters, submarine creatures, even extraterrestrials. And guess what? Nobody cares. All those people are trying to make the world a better place using their abilities. So if you don't let Sirius go for a crime he didn't commit, you'll let Sirius go, because the statute of secrecy is no longer that big of a deal. Jason said. Fudge was fuming. His precious statute, what had divided them from the horrible and archaic Muggle world, wasn't important. But he would have to find a way to arrest Sirius and let the plan for the greater good keep its course. But right now, he couldn't figure something. After deliberating, he made a motion. All those in favor of letting Mr. Black free, raise your wand. The members voted. All those opposed, other members voted. Then by a number of 38 to 7, Mr. Black, you may go, he said, and the shackles disappeared. Sirius celebrated and hugged Blood. Sirius, can we talk? Albus asked the newly freed man. No, Sirius said, walking away the man and exiting the room. Sirius, please, Albus said once again. No, Albus, Sirius said, trying to avoid the gaze of the old wizard. He knew that if he made contact, the man was going to read his mind. So Sirius kept walking away from him and towards his new friend. All right, now that that's out of the way, can you take me to my godson? I'm sure you'll be happy to see me, Sirius said. Though I'm sure you'll be delighted, I need to speak to you first, Mr. Black. But not here. There's too much unwanted attention, Dr. Fate said, and a golden ink surrounded the group, transporting them into the Tower of Fate. Sirius looked confused. Moments ago, he was in the ministry. Now he was in some weird tower in the middle of space. This wasn't sight apparition or a portkey or a flu that he was used to. For one, he didn't feel nauseous, and for another, this one was instant. He had many questions, but decided to set them aside to let the helmet man speak. Why did you bring me here? Wherever this is, Sirius said to the men in front of him. First of all, Mr. Black, do you know what would have happened if my associates and I hadn't have interfered? Dr. Fate said. I would have caught that rat and killed him, Sirius said with a serious tone of voice. No, Mr. Black, this would have happened. Dr. Fate pointed his gloved hand to a mirror that showed Pettigrew escaping, the street exploding. Sirius left as a murderer of innocent muggles and being condemned for life in Azkaban. Dr. Fate, Jason Blood, and Giovanni Zatara saw the shocked expression of the man in front of them. If Sirius felt weak before he completely paled at the vision in the mirror, Blood and Zatara being shocked as well, since this was the first time They had seen the future that was avoided. What is this? An illusion. Sirius asked with a broken voice. No, Mr. Black, this was what happened to you on another timeline. If your foolish actions had taken its course, you in jail and Harry with his dreadful relatives, Dr. Fate told bluntly, I would have failed them, James and Lily. I would have failed Harry, Sirius broke down crying. Giovanni, giving the man a tissue. No, you haven't failed them. You can still be there for Harry. That's the reason we brought you here, Dr. Fate spoke, making the younger man look up. You need to understand two things. One, that your impulsiveness would have made Harry's life a hell. And two, that even though you're his magical guardian, we have placed Harry with a family that will take care and protect him, Dr. Fate said. You what? Sirius yelled, enraged. You took him to a stranger. Why did you not go to the Longbottoms? Surely they would have made a better choice for parenting. Sirius angrily demanded answers. I'm sorry, Mr. Black, but Alice and Frank Longbottom were attacked and crucioed in their house. The people responsible were arrested, but the damage was done. Even with my magic, the restoration of their minds will take some time, and little Harry needed a family after he lost his. Besides, he will need to have a magical guardian overseeing his growth. Dr. Fate informed Sirius, who calmed himself somewhat. So are you telling me that I must share custody of my godson with a complete stranger? Sirius asked, trying not to yell. For Harry's sake, yes, Dr. Fate informed the man. So, who is this person? Is she hot? Sirius asked. No, although he is considered handsome by many magazines and other people. The name of Harry's legal father is Bruce Wayne. Before you yell, I have to tell you that Nabu was the one who chose him, not us. The god knows something he doesn't want to share with us, Dr. Fate said. So at least tell me, is he a good father? Sirius asked. Yes, he's a good person too. So you can help raise Harry in the way you intended to for when James and Lily were alive. If it serves of some sort of consolation, I know Bruce for a long time. He is an orphan as well like Harry, so he will be able to understand what he is going through, Giovanni said. Also, between the time you were arrested and your trial, we were studying the way your society works. I happened to get very good relations with the goblins, and just giving some ancient weapon to one of the goblins gave me a very useful information, Jason said. Your heir Black, Sirius. What? Sirius asked. He was surprised. How? Sirius asked again. The goblin, who will remain anonymous, said to me that in the original will of your grandfather you were placed as heir Black. When your mother cast you out, it was only in word. Your grandfather never came to make it official, so the will never changed, and you remained the legal heir. You need to go to Gringotts and made sure the information I was given is true, Jason said. And what do I do with that? Sirius asked. He was getting tired of being everyone's go-to guy. Well, for one, you could get closer to your living relatives. I'd say Andromeda, and perhaps Narcissa, who is suffering in her marriage, especially since that no good of a husband brought home to live that rat Pettigrew. I'd say that if you reclaim your title, then you could get revenge on Malfoy, Pettigrew, and those people in the ministry that wanted you arrested and away from your godson, Dr. Fate said. I like that idea, especially if I can be permitted to skin alive those bastards. A Black is true for his family, and Sissy and Andy are my cousins. I'll do it, but with one condition, Sirius said, smirking. Whatever you want, Sirius, Jason said. I want to see my godson first, Sirius said. Chapter and notes. Once again, I thank my beta reader Kahakakij on checking this chapter and making the necessary corrections. Harry Wayne. Chapter summary. After Sirius' trial, he goes to visit Wayne Manor. Meanwhile, Bruce deals with being a father. Chapter notes. Another chapter edited by the great Kahakakij. I'm deeply thankful for doing this. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry Wayne. I like that idea, especially if I can be permitted to skin alive those bastards. A Black always steps up forward for their family, and Sissy and Andy are my cousins. I'll do it, but with one condition, Sirius said, smirking. Whatever you want, Sirius, Jason said. I want to see my godson first, Sirius said. Sure, just change your clothes, Dr. Fate said. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? Sirius said. I'm just joking. If you could tell me where the bathroom is and a shower, I'd really appreciate it. Sirius added with a grin. Here's Sirius. Giovanni gave Sirius the change of clothes. The man looked at the clothes with distrust. Is something wrong? Giovanni asked. No, it's just the clothes, Sirius said. What about it? Giovanni asked. Well, it's just that they're too muggle. Don't you think? Sirius said, looking at the weird blue pants in front of him. That's the point of the clothes. It's denim. Muggles use it all the time. You won't stand out. You'll be a regular person visiting his godson, Giovanni said. Very well. Let me go change, Sirius said as he took the clothes and went to the bathroom. He thought to himself that he would be fulfilling the promise he made to his friends when he found out they were going to be parents. He would protect Harry at all costs. 5 months earlier, the time for dinner came sooner than what Bruce hoped. He, Dick, and baby Harry went to the grocery store to buy the baby some diapers as well as a change of clothes, because apparently being the avatar of a god doesn't give you the wisdom to include a clean change of clothes for the baby you just left. The trip was the usual. He drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, since it was the best kind of vehicle for when you had a big family. Dick was holding little Harry in his arms and making funny faces at the baby. Once inside the store, Bruce put Harry in the baby seat of the shopping cart, and he began the walk through the many aisles of the grocery store. He sent his 17-year-old son to grab food while he checked the baby section. Many customers on the store were impressed that billionaire Bruce Wayne was doing a menial task, and more impressed of him with a baby. He could see from his peripheral vision that some of the other customers were taking pictures of him. He definitely would need an explanation for the kid. Although some good things came from the shopping, one being that his newly adopted son would have enough clothes and diapers, and the second was that he managed to get some excuses for Bruce Wayne's life. If people assumed he has a baby in the house, then he could easily escape from meetings or events when he needed to assume his Batman responsibilities. Bruce and Dick were installing the new baby car seat on the back seat of the Rolls when he saw through the reflection of the window 2 people coming towards him. They were a menace, but a necessary menace. Summer Gleason, WGOB, Mr. Wayne, can you tell us the story of the baby? The redhead reporter asked. Obviously, they were live, given that the news van wasn't that far and the cameraman was recording everything. Good day, Miss Gleason. Nice to see you, Bruce said, making his signature smile. In the back of the Rolls, Dick was finishing with putting the rest of the groceries away in the trunk. Mr. Wayne, can you please answer my question? Are you a father after all these years of adopting children? Or is the baby from your eldest son, Richard Grayson? Miss Gleason asked and added to her initial question. Of course he's my son, Miss Gleason. Dick is too young to make me a grandfather. He laughed, which made Dick roll his eyes. I'd introduce you my son, but he is too young, and I'd rather not make an announcement about him, Bruce replied. It would be easier to present Harry as his and not as an adopted son. Can you at least tell us the name of the mother? Because we don't see her anywhere, the reporter inquired. I wish I knew. He was left on the entrance of the manor with a note saying that he was mine, Bruce said, making his most saddened expression. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Wayne. Can you tell us the name of the baby? The reporter said with sympathy in her voice. His name is Harry, and now we need to go home. Good day to you, Bruce said, entering his car and driving away. In that spot of the parking lot, Summer Gleason looked directly at the camera. Well, there you have it, people of Gotham. Bruce Wayne, Gotham's most eligible bachelor, has a new heir to his kingdom. Harry Wayne will without a doubt become a name we will all hear about in the following years, the reporter said, closing her report. Well, there you have it, people of Gotham. Bruce Wayne, Gotham's most eligible bachelor, has a new heir to his kingdom. Harry Wayne will without a doubt become a name we will all hear about in the following years, the reporter said, closing her report. As the reporter on the television said that a television set was shut off. Most eligible bachelor, my ass. Well, Brucey boy, perhaps I should meet your new heir, the mysterious voice said. As the Wayne family drove to the manor, Bruce's cell phone was swarmed with messages, even some calls, all of those he ignored until Dick's own cell phone began ringing, and the 17-year-old teenager rolled his eyes and answered the most recent call. Yes, Corey, I just found out about the baby as well. No, it's not Barbara's, and mine, and Bruce isn't covering for me. Sorry, I have another call. Call you later, Dick said as he clicked on the cell phone to answer the next gossiping call. Hello, Babs. No, I just found out about the baby as well. No, it's not Corey's and mine. It's the truth. Bruce isn't covering for me. I'm being honest. Wait, there's another call. Yes, I'll call you later. Dick was sending death glares at Bruce, who was far too amused with the situation. Baby Harry, in the meantime, was completely awestruck at the stuffed bear he currently had on his tiny hands. Hello? Hi, Commissioner Gordon. No, Bruce is driving. Yes, it's a new baby. No, it's not Barb's and mine. Seriously. Yes, I'll tell him. Bye. Dick hung up his phone and turned to Bruce. Jim Gordon says that you mustn't forget to attend the police ball this Saturday, Dick said. Yes. I remember. I need you to be on patrol that night if there's a crime in sight, Bruce said. I know, Jason, and I will be on standby, Dick said. Then he thought to speak again. So are you really going to adopt him? Dick asked. I just want to be sure you know what you'll be dealing with. I do. I want to protect this baby, and I'll raise him as a Wayne, Bruce said with seriousness in his voice. All right, your funeral. I mean your choice, Dick said, joking. The rest of the ride was almost silent, with Dick receiving calls from his friends Victor Stone, Roy Harper, Donna Troy, and Wally West, all of them asking him if he had gotten Corey or Babs pregnant without nobody knowing. Finally, they got to the manor, and Dick took most of the groceries out, with Bruce picking up baby Harry with his left arm and the diaper bags with his right hand. "Welcome home, Master Bruce, Master Dick, and Master Harry," Alfred said as he opened the door for the trio. "I hope your trip to the grocery store went well. By this point, you must know the paparazzi saw us and began an interview," Bruce said, to which the butler just nodded as the newly arrived butler took the groceries to the kitchen. "And tell me, Master Wayne, are the bad adoption papers finally ready?" Alfred teased sarcastically. "No, I'll pose him as my son. It would be more believable. Besides, I already gave my story to the news," Bruce said as he prepared a bottle of milk for Harry. "Well, I'll wish you the best of luck, Master Wayne, but I won't change diapers. I already went through that during your early years. I won't do it again," Alfred warned, making Dick chuckle. Bruce gave the pair a bat glare and took Harry alongside the bottle to feed him in the library. It was 5 o'clock and Bruce had fallen asleep with baby Harry in his arms. He rarely took a nap in the afternoon, but the baby made him tired. Once he fully opened his eyes, he was aware that he wasn't alone in the library. Instead, his other children were smiling broadly at the sight in front of them. The 15-year-old Jason Todd, who looked rather contemplative, 9-year-old Tim Drake, who was filming the scene with his cell phone and laughing alongside his partner in crime, 8-year-old Stephanie Brown, and 13-year-old Cassandra Kane, who had a smug smile on her face. Apparently, during his slumber, baby Harry had thrown up on Bruce's expensive clothes. "Are you done?" Bruce asked his children. "Oh man, this is going to Twitter right now," Tim said. "I'd suggest you don't," Jason interfered. "Why not?" "It will obviously help the status of the story," he gave Stephanie said. "Besides, with a picture like that and a tagline that says Bruce Wayne defeated by a baby, it would strongly show that you're taking your work as a father very seriously," Cassandra said. "So are you telling me I'm not doing a good job raising all of you?" Bruce asked them as he adjusted himself without awakening Harry. "Not saying that. Only that we were older when you took us under your wing. A baby is a lot different," Tim said. "Is dinner ready?" Bruce asked, ignoring Tim's teasing. "Yes. Alfred sent Steph, but we all wanted to meet our new brother," Cassandra said. "Let's go," Bruce said, taking Harry with him. The group arrived at the dinner table and went to eat Alfred's delicious food. They all began to retell their days. Then Tim said, "Look, I got a notification. The photo went viral," the kid said, smiling as he showed his cell phone to everyone. "Well, I hope that will placate Corey and Babs enough. I just spent an hour talking with each of them about how he wasn't mine," Dick said, annoyed. "I don't know, Dick. The kid looks like you," Jason teased his older brother, making the other siblings laugh. "I'll get you for that, Todd." Dick spat the last word, but not with hate, but with a joking tone. The first night Bruce and Dick went on patrol with baby Harry in the manor was the most difficult, since Bruce had to interrupt his Batman duties to return to the manor when Harry woke up in the middle of the night. Bruce arrived as soon as possible to the manor and entered his room where Harry's crib was placed. Without having time to take the Batman suit completely, he found Alfred rocking the baby in his arms. But as soon as Harry saw the dark figure on the door, he cried once again. "Harry, I'm sorry. It's me, it's okay," Bruce said as he took his cowl off and grabbed the baby in his arms again. "Thank you, Alfred." "It's okay, Harry," Bruce said as he rocked the baby to sleep. Everyone of the Wayne family was ecstatic at the new brother they had gained, Cassandra and Tim being the ones who were looking at the little baby with astonishment and fascination. The family soon were happy of the little bundle of joy. Tim's Twitter account blew up with thousands of followers as he always posted a picture of big and mighty Bruce Wayne changing diapers, getting peed on by the small boy, or trying to feed the boy who didn't want to be fed. News continued to try to cover Bruce Wayne's paternity skills, with paparazzi following everywhere, and with many of his past lovers or even unknown women claiming to be Harry's mother, telling the papers and news stations how they met Bruce and why they had left Harry at his doorstep. With each passing mother wannabe, the news began ignoring those sad cries for attention from desperate socialites or random women from Gotham City. Bruce's friends were more accepting of the fact that they'll never know who Harry's mother is, but they all agreed that the baby had the most beautiful green eyes they had ever seen. Lucius Fox, senior member of the board of Wayne Enterprises and chief of Applied Sciences Department, was very enthusiastic of meeting young Harry, remembering when his own son Luke was a baby. "So the new heir of the Wayne family," Lucius said. "Yes, but I came here for a different reason," Bruce told his friend. "I was wondering what it would be this time," Lucius said, amused. "Well, you see, there's something weird around Harry, like some sort of energy. It comes and goes, and sometimes it interrupts the appliances in the house. Nothing to worry about, but I want to know more about it," Bruce said. "Well, I don't see anything weird about Harry. But I can make a small test, Lucius said, giving Harry back to Bruce, and then taking a small scanner and checking on Harry's body from head to toe. The machine flickered a moment during the scan, but then it worked fine. Well, that's interesting, Lucius said, leaving the machine. What does Harry have? Bruce asked. Well, this device is a simple X-ray/metal detector we've been developing for airport security. It flickered a moment when I move it closer to Harry, but then it worked fine, so my hypothesis, and it's just that for the moment, it's that Harry simply has too much energy that makes it like a portable EMP, but it's nothing to worry about. I would suggest you to talk to his mother and find out more about this, Lucius commented. Very well. Thank you, Lucius, Bruce said. Not a problem, Mr. Wayne, Lucius said, waving goodbye to father and son. So you're telling me that my son won't be able to live in the modern world because of his magic? Bruce asked Jason Blood as they walked through the manor. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that when magic is around, technology stutters. If Harry doesn't perform magic, there won't be a problem, Jason said. It's ridiculous. If fate, Giovanni, and you placed him here, then there must be a way for technology and magic to coexist. Sooner or later, he'll grow up, and if he begins training with magic, he won't be able to live as a regular boy, Bruce said. He knew that technology became more and more advanced and indispensable to the world. He didn't want it to handicap his son's interaction with the world due to his magic. It's not going to be like that. We haven't been able to see how a magical child develops being raised in the non-magical world. Yes, the appliances flicker from time to time, but they keep working. Maybe everything will be all right, Jason said, calming his friend's worries. All right. Thanks for the visit, Bruce said before entering the manor. One day, the manor's door was knocked. Alfred opened to find the Kents standing outside. Good evening, Alfred. How have you been? The bulky man in front of the butler said, his thick glasses falling over his nose. Good evening, Mr. Kent, Mrs. Lois, and baby John. Nice to see you here, Alfred said, letting the family inside the manor. How are things going? Lois asked. Very well, Mrs. Lois. Master Bruce has taken to being a father to a toddler rather well. Alfred said. Yes, I've seen him doze off in some meetings, Clark chuckled. That does not surprise me. He dozes off in many of the Wayne Enterprises meetings as well, Alfred said smugly. Alfred, that's not a nice comment, Bruce said while walking down the stairs with Harry in his arms, who was pulling his father's hair, making everyone smirk at seeing the Dark Knight and the CEO of Wayne Enterprises. I'm too old for me to care about what you'll do to me if I make a few quips, Master Wayne. Now I'll go to the kitchen if you need me, Alfred said, smirking, leaving shortly after. Nice to see you, Clark, Lois, baby Johnny said, greeting his guests. So, tell me, Mr. Wayne, who the baby mama is? Lois asked in her reporter tone. I won't answer that, Lois, Bruce said. Worth a shot, but off the record? She asked. Not a chance, Bruce replied. The evening went on with Lois constantly asking Bruce about the mother, and with Dick showing Clark his acrobatic moves, the teenager always wanting to impress the Man of Steel. What made the evening remarkable was that the babies Harry and John played along rather well with a little red ball, tossing it from side to side while giggling. Bruce awoke from a nightmare. He felt sweaty and tired. He jumped out of bed and saw baby Harry sleeping in his crib. He checked the window and he thought he saw a figure looming in the woods beyond the manor's fence. His imagination must have been playing tricks on him. Or was it? Meanwhile, in the Tower of Fate, almost an hour later, and Sirius Black had finally come out from the bathroom. His long and messy beard was shaved, leaving only a very distinguishable mustache. The crazy locks he had for hair were now trimmed down and looking like a proper gentleman. He still looked a little famished, but Dr. Fate quickly gave him a revitalizing potion mixed with some mana that made his exhaustion go away in a matter of seconds. You truly have no idea what it means to me that you're doing all of this to help me, Sirius said in almost tears. My friend, it's our job to rectify injustices, Dr. Fate said. Yes, but if it weren't for you, I would be in prison, and the man who betrayed my friends would be long gone, and my godson would be in some horrendous place. Sirius said, you don't have to worry about a future that will never happen. Focus on the present that still can be mended, Dr. Fate calmed the man. Thank you, really, Sirius said. So, how are we going to arrive to this Wayne Manor, he added. We'll take my car. It will be better if they see us arrive the regular way, Jason said to the others. Very well. But isn't he going to be too remarkable for a regular visit? Sirius asked, gesturing to Dr. Fate. For that there's no problem, Dr. Fate said as he placed his hands on the side of his helmet. A blinding light shined in the room. And from it the imposing godlike being wearing a golden armor turned to a 70-year-old man walking with a cane. Dr. Fate, what happened to you? Sirius asked the former doctor. I just took the helmet off. It gets tedious from time to wear it at all times, the elderly man said. So how should I call you? Sirius asked. Just call me Kent. That's my name, Kent Nelson, Kent said to Sirius. Now we just have to deal with the paparazzi, Kent said. Papa what? Sirius asked, confused. Paparazzi are photographers. Reporters always looking for their next scoop, Kent said. Yeah, I dealt with reporters like that, Sirius said, to which Kent nodded. Let's go. The four of them were transported onto the road leading to Wayne Manor, with a 4-door Imperial in black color parked in front of them. This is your car? Sirius asked. Nice, isn't it? Jason said smugly. You have no idea, Sirius said, as they all entered the car, and Jason drove up the road to the manor. They immediately saw the multitude of people gathering around the fence to even try to see Wayne's baby. Jason honked at the paparazzi, who began flashing their cameras at the group, and all of them ignored them. Jason pressed the button on the gate. Who is it? A voice came from the strange apparatus that Sirius had never seen. It's me, Jason Blood. I have someone here who wants to meet Harry, Jason said to the voice. Very well. I'll let you in. But before I must tell all the reporters and paparazzi that if anyone tries to enter the manor grounds following your car, you'll be arrested for trespassing. Need I remind you of what happened to Mr. Jones? The voice said, and all the reporters stood aside, and the vehicle entered without being followed. Good morning, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Blood, Mr. Zatara. You must be Mr. Black. I'm Alfred Pennyworth, butler and gatekeeper of this magnificent house. The gray-haired man greeted everyone from the manor entrance as he led them to the main hall. So this is where my godson has been living these past months? Sirius asked as looked in awe at the enormous manor. From the outside to the inside, it looked like to when the Black Manor was in its heyday. The mansion is big enough and the fence is electrified as well as containing motion detectors in the perimeter 42,500 square feet. We have 11 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, a library and a pool. I must assure you, Mr. Black, that your godson is very safe in this house. Alfred assured. Sirius whistled, impressed. Very safe indeed, he commented. I'll bring everyone a cup of tea. I won't be long, Alfred said before leaving the main hall. Mr. Black, I presume. A voice echoed from the distance. Everyone turned around to see a 6 square feet tall man with a very muscular appearance walking down the stairs holding a baby monitor in his left hand. Mr. Wayne, nice to finally meet you, Sirius said as he shook the other man's hand. The muggle was indeed strong given his handshake, and he displayed an aura of intimidation. If it weren't for his magical powers, he would be intimidated, but he wasn't. Instead, he felt grateful to the man. He had been taking care of his godson for 5 months. 5 months in which he should have been there for Harry. I must say your house is impressive. Thank you. It has been in my family for generations, Bruce explained. I don't want to seem rude, but can you show me where my godson is? I really need to see him, Sirius implored. Of course. Fate says that you're trustworthy and that you want the best for Harry. So follow me, Bruce said to Sirius. We'll wait here. I believe that's something the two of you must do on your own, Nelson said as he sat on one of the couches and waited for Alfred to bring the tea. The two men walked in uncomfortable silence, neither knowing what to talk to the other, while Sirius was impressed with the portraits, sculptures, but most importantly with the illumination in the halls. It wasn't like in the Black Manor where everything was lit by candlelight. Every room and place was very well lit and not at all menacing for a child. Finally, they arrived at one of the rooms. Bruce opened, and it was a very large room with a crib placed at the side of the main bed. Sirius rushed to baby Harry's side, only to find him sleeping peacefully. He has grown so much, Sirius shed a tear. Yes, in 5 months he has been getting fed rather well. He plays a lot with my other children. He walks almost running behind them, and although he doesn't have a full word vocabulary, he says things like dada, mon, what, and pafoot. That last one I really don't know what it means, Bruce said to Sirius, who was already sobbing. Padfoot, he said between sobs. It means Padfoot. It means me, Sirius said. I'll leave you alone for a moment, Bruce said, stepping outside of his room. While waiting on the hall, he took out his cell phone and watched the live feed of the camera in his room. Sirius saw the man leave, and he finally collapsed on his repressed feelings. I'm sorry I left you, pup. I wasn't there, Sirius said, cleaning his tears. I really hope you can forgive me. I never wanted this to happen. I should have seen for the best for you instead of what was easier for me. I was blinded by rage that I never ensure if you were well. I'm sorry, Harry. I failed everyone, Sirius said, continue sobbing. I don't think you have failed, Bruce said, beginning to enter the bedroom with 2 teacups. He gave one to the other man. I didn't want to enter so soon, but I think this will help. I feel like a failure, Sirius said. Why? Bruce asked as he sat on a chair. Because when his parents were killed, I went to search for the one who sold them out to the killer. I was enraged and I was arrested. Apparently, people already knew that I would do that and wanted to take the boy to a place where he would be treated badly. And I would have remained in prison for the rest of my life. Sirius lamented his actions and the vision of the possible future fate showed him. I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Black, Bruce said. I didn't trust myself when fate gave me Harry to my care. For one, I was out of my field and expertise. The boy is magic, and I'm a regular man. Then I was told of the fate of his parents, and I knew that I should protect him. You see, I'm an orphan as well. When I was 8, my parents were killed by a mugger in front of me. Sirius looked shocked as Mr. Wayne told him that. He wasn't fond of his parents and didn't cry when news arrived that his mother died, but for a small boy to witness his parents murdered must have been terrible. I believed that it was the end of the world. My parents were everything I ever loved, but then I began to heal in the way of meeting people who both knew my parents and wanted the best for me. People like Lucius Fox, James Gordon, Leslie Tompkins, and Alfred always looked out for my best interests. I don't want to take away your power as godfather. You're the person who knows more about Harry's parents than I will ever know, but I do want to tell you that for Harry the best place would be to hear. Sirius looked shocked, but before he got angry, Bruce calmed him down and proceeded. I want to fully adopt Harry, just like the media thinks I'm his biological father. When he is of an older age, we can tell him the full story, but in the meantime, he can be Harry Wayne, and you can still be his godfather. That's not a lie. And if you need a place to live, Alfred already told you that there's enough bedrooms to spare, Bruce said to the man in front of him. Sirius looked around the room and saw Harry for a few moments. I'd be happy to be Harry's godfather, but at the first show of magic, I'll begin to train him to become a wizard, Sirius said with Bruce nodding in acceptance. I can accept that, Bruce said as he offered his hand to shake. Very well, Sirius shook it. Chapter and notes. I didn't want to end it there, but I have something big for the next chapter, so I hope you had enjoyed this chapter, and every comment is appreciated. Keeping Up with the Waynes Part 1. Chapter Summary. Sirius gets to meet the rest of the Wayne family, as well as meeting the playboy Bruce Wayne. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Keeping Up with the Waynes. Sirius and Bruce went downstairs to meet with Nelson, Blood, and Zatara. The 3 men turned to see the other 2. I assume you've reached an agreement about little Harry's life? Nelson asked. Yes. I will be officially become Harry Wayne's birth father, Bruce said, and I'll remain as his godfather. I will live here from time to time so that I can be involved with Harry's development as well as going back to my old country to deal with other matters, Sirius said. Then I believe this will help you with the charade, Giovanni said as he enchanted a piece of paper that appeared in the air. The paper floated down to Bruce's legs. Once he picked it up, he saw with detail. A birth certificate, Bruce said. Unseen by everyone, magic surrounded the certificate as well as the father and the son, turning one of Harry's green eyes into a blue shade, more similar to her new father's shade. Yes, this names you as birth father, as well as placing Silver St. Cloud Wayne as mother of your child, Giovanni said. Who's her? Sirius asked. An old flame of Mr. Wayne. She passed away a few weeks ago. It could help to differentiate this Harry from his British heritage, Nelson said. But how can I be his godfather then? Everyone in the Wizarding Britain knows I'm Harry Potter's godfather. Sirius asked. Yes, but it's not entirely unheard of that a person can be godfather for 2 children. The fact that both are named Harry is merely a coincidence, Jason said. Sirius thought about it and nodded. Very well then. The 5 men sat in silence before Nelson spoke again. We'll leave for now. Just before we leave, Sirius, please don't forget about the business in Gringotts, he said to the man. I won't, but first I'd like to rest a little if that's all right with you. Sirius said to Bruce. Sure. I'll tell Alfred to prepare a room for you, Bruce said. Thank you, Sirius said. He thought that this guy was weird. He gave a smile and moved with confidence, but at the same time, he could give a dark aura, like if the tragedy he told him was something that shook him deep inside his core, and I didn't want anyone else to see beyond his nice facade. And that's our cue to leave. We'll be in contact, Mr. Wayne, Mr. Black, Nelson said before he, Jason, and Giovanni stood up and left the manor. The bedroom the butler had made ready was very big, bigger than his own room where he grew up. He felt like as if he had traveled back in time to when he was a teenager and the Potters had opened their house to him when he had been cast out from his own family. Once again, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He remembered seeing the entrance to the house in Godric's Hollow, seeing the destruction Voldemort laid in his path, seeing James, the man that had become his brother, dead body at the staircase, seeing Lily's lifeless body, and Harry nowhere to be found. Hagrid, who arrived not long after him, who was just as clueless of Harry's whereabouts. That night was the first time Sirius saw red. He couldn't think of anything else, but to kill the bastard that betrayed his brother. He wouldn't rest until he had that rat in his hands and crushed his insignificant neck with his bare hands. But then came the trap. If it weren't for his rage, he would have predicted that the rat was much smarter than he looks, and a tragedy was almost added to the one that happened to the Potters. Luckily for him, his newfound friends had not only avoided a grim fate for him, but also managed to capture the rat. Sirius laid on the bed and thought of that feeling. His hatred for Pettigrew will help him achieve his retribution. First of all, he needed some rest and food. The butler had promised to call him when dinner were ready, so he just waited, thinking on his revenge and the way the justice would finally be brought to the Potters. Alfred Pennyworth was the trusty butler of the Wayne family for over 4 decades. He served with honor in Her Majesty's Royal Army and had learned many skills through his training. He had seen everything until his young master Wayne decided to dress as a bat and fight against crime. From then on, his life became so bizarre and fantastic. He had met extraterrestrials, bird people, undead people, and even the most wonderful woman he had ever met. That's why he wasn't impressed when he saw that the large black dog sleeping in Mr. Black's bed was in fact Mr. Black, who quickly transformed once he was awakened. "Is everything in order, Mr. Black?" Alfred asked the man. "Sorry to startle you," Sirius apologizes. "Trust me, I've seen enough in this city to be unimpressed by a simple transmutation." Alfred snickered. All right, still I'm sorry, I just fell asleep, and sometimes I revert to my animagus form during my dreams," Sirius explained. "That's quite all right, Mr. Black. I just came to inform you that dinner would be ready, and if you wish to accompany us to the table," Alfred said. "Oh yes, please. I'm famished," Sirius said. "Very well. Follow me," Alfred said, and Sirius went behind him. The dining room was a very impressive place. It wasn't as big as the Great Hall in Hogwarts, but it was as big as the 4 common rooms of each Hogwarts house combined. When Alfred and him arrived, he saw that Bruce was in a chair at the end of the table. Obviously that seat. Since he's the patriarch of the family, he would have the place of honor, Sirius thought, remembering his classes on etiquette his mother forced him to take. Sirius' eyes caught the chair next to Bruce, a baby chair with a very happy and very covered in spaghetti Harry. He smiled at that sight. Bruce stood from his chair and spoke. "Mr. Black, nice to see you. Please join us for dinner," Bruce said, which made Sirius finally acknowledge that there were other people sitting in the other sits of the table. "Hello. I'm Sirius Black," Sirius introduced himself. Then the oldest of the children spoke. "Hi, Sirius, I'm Dick," the teenager said with a smug expression. Sirius obviously took notice of his obvious misuse of his name. "That's horrible. What kind of parent names their children after a penis?" Sirius joked, which made the teenager to laugh. "I like this guy," Dick said, grinning. "It's Richard. The name just stuck around from my childhood years." "Children can be so cruel," Sirius joked again. "I'm Tim, computer genius and the best detective in the world," the youngest of the boys introduced himself. "Nice to meet you." "What's a computer?" Sirius asked with complete curiosity. "Are you kidding?" The kid said. "No, as I established earlier, I'm serious." "But really, what's a computer?" Sirius asked again. "I'll tell you later," the kid said. Then a short blonde girl approached him. "I'm Stephanie Brown. You can call me Steph, but never call me Steffi. I hate when these guys call me that," the girl said, pointing at her siblings. "It's all right, Stephanie. You remind me of my niece Nymphadora. She hates that they call her that way, so I'll respect it. Though if I stay here, I'm going to tease you at some point with that name." Sirius grinned, which made the girl pout. "Sirius, as I explained earlier, I told you that you can live here as long as you need it. You can bring some of your family here. The manor is big enough," Bruce commented, which Sirius nodded at. "I just need to clarify some business in my old country, but I'll take your word on that," Sirius commented. "What are your names?" "I haven't been introduced to you," Sirius said to the boy with an intense stare and the quiet Asian girl. "I'm Jason," the boy replied. "I'm Cass," the girl said. "Don't take it personal, Sirius. They often take some time to get used to other people, but they're really good children. Cass is in the gymnastic team in her school and Jason is in the debate team," Bruce commented. "Oh, nice to know that," Sirius said, although he didn't know what those teams meant, but debate sounding like politics, so he would take Bruce's words on it. Alfred came with a cart with several plates of food in it. The man proceeded to place the plates in front of everyone, except for little Harry, who was almost finished on his food, though most of said food was already on his hair, face, and chest. The dinner was very good. The butler may have not been magical, but the food tasted way more special than whatever creature made in the manor. that got Sirius remembering his childhood and his upbringing, and seeing the kids and Bruce made him want to help his family. He needed to claim his place as Lord Black as fate has said and bring Andy and Sissy back to the family. When everyone was finished, Bruce took Harry in his arms and proceeded to bathe the boy. Sirius saw the boy Tim take out a flat rectangular object that flashed at the father and son. "What was that?" Sirius asked, shocked. He only had seen the reporter's cameras flash like that. Now this small device flashed exactly like those cameras. "Oh, it's my cell phone. I ran a page of Bruce's musings as a father. I place it on Twitter and see the comments roll," Tim explained. Sirius did not understand anything the boy said, but when the boy showed the glowing screen of the cell phone, he saw the photo. It wasn't moving, but some hearts and words began appearing beneath it. "I don't know what is happening," Sirius said. The photo is becoming trending. See, these are the likes, the people who saw the photo and like it. And these are the comments. Many are from moms who send thirsty tweets at Bruce, many of which shouldn't be seen by my young and impressive mind," Tim declared, showing Sirius his cell phone once again, and he began reading things like, "Bruce, you should meet me. I'll make more babies with you. The most handsome single dad. Bruce, I'll give you an army of baby yous," and a comment from A at the Vicevale that said, "That could have been ours." Sirius arrived at Bruce's bedroom and saw the man drying Harry with a towel. "Sorry to interrupt. Can I see my godson?" Sirius asked. "Of course. You can even change him if you can," Bruce smirked. "I've done it before. I can do it." "No," Sirius said, picking Harry from Bruce's arms and grabbing the pants and long-sleeved shirt Bruce had placed in the bed. "Hi, pup," Sirius smiled at the boy, who giggled. "Puff-up," the boy exclaimed, which made Sirius tear-eye. He began playing with his godson and hugging him tight. He knew he'd be able to protect the boy this time. It didn't take long before the boy fell asleep in his arms. He waited for a moment before placing him into his crib. "Here, you earned this," Bruce said, giving Sirius a beer. "Thanks, mate," Sirius said, which Bruce turned to show him the chairs in the balcony of his bedroom. Both men sat in each chair and made a toast. For Harry, they said. Unbeknownst to Sirius, Bruce's beer wasn't alcoholic. "So tell me, Mr. Black," Bruce began before Sirius interrupted. "Please call me Sirius. Mr. Black makes me feel old," he said. "All right, Sirius. What can you tell me about Harry's parents?" Bruce asked. Sirius grimaced. He was still having a hard time accepting they were gone. And even in his months in Azkaban, the looming presence of the Dementors made him relive the way he found their corpses and the fear he had when he didn't see Harry in the house. "I love them as I never loved no one before. They became my family, my brother and my sister. I knew them since childhood and were the best people I knew." She was smarter than anyone. He was a mischievous son of a bitch, but the most courageous. "I'll miss them forever," Sirius said, to which Bruce nodded. "Do you think Harry will have their traits?" Bruce asked. "Well, that will depend on his upbringing, but I believe that he will in time," Sirius said, taking another sip from his beer. "What business do you have?" Bruce asked. "I have to claim the lordship of the Black House. You'll see in the wizarding world there are ancient houses. I'm the last living heir of the Black House, since my oldest cousin was cast out of the family. If I claim the title, I'll be able to reinstate her, and I can dissolve my other cousin's marriage to an awful man," Sirius explained. "Sounds like a plan. When do you plan to do it?" Bruce asked. "Well, I want to enjoy my freedom for at least a week before going to Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, to claim the title. I'm sure Andromeda is doing fine, and the rat won't leave the manor since he is safer there. That poor fat bastard will get what's coming to him." Sirius grinned maliciously. It was clear to Bruce that the man next to him was full of vengeance and hatred. He should definitely have to both help him and be careful with him. "So, changing a topic, any girl on your life?" Bruce asked. He knew his tactic very well. He could tell how a person was by asking about their love life. If the person was bad, they would gloat about themselves and make their partner seem lesser. If a person was good, they would speak wonders of their partner. "Well, in my school years, I was quite the ladies' man, even since first year, but none too formal. Then after I graduated, I was awestruck by a senior auror in my academy. Her name was Amelia. She's fantastic and just a little older than I am. We became an item after some time, but then I was jailed and I couldn't be with her. I haven't contacted her," Sirius said, looking at the almost empty bottle in his hands. "Yeah," Bruce said. "What?" Sirius asked him. "You haven't contacted her yet. When you go to your bank, go and meet her. I'm sure she misses you," Bruce said, which made Sirius smile. "Yes, I'll probably do that. And you? Tell me, Mr. Father of the Year, any girl or girls?" Sirius asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Bruce responded. Come on, I saw a magazine in the bathroom naming your mini conquests, so spill the beans, Sirius pressured. Well, yes, I've got a long list of dates with models or ballerinas, but none too concrete. Nice women, but I don't feel a connection with them, Bruce said. So, you felt a connection. Come on, who's the one who captured your heart? Sirius asked as if they were longtime friends. Honestly, I've felt the connection 4 times, Bruce said honestly. He didn't want to explain too much, but still was going to give some answers to his guest. He sighed before answering. Well, there was one when I was younger and I travel around the world. She and I made a connection almost instantly, but her father's politics weren't of my liking and we had to part ways. Then when I returned to the city, I met this other woman with whom I share a lot of things. I was going to propose, but she left the city without telling me. The other one is a socialite same as me, and we have an ongoing relationship, but nothing too serious. And the last one is an art restorer working in Paris, so I can't see her too much, Bruce admitted. He didn't know why he revealed that much of his personal life to this man he only met today, but there they were drinking as if they were old acquaintances reuniting again. After a long time talking and drinking, Bruce saw his watch. Oh, look at the time, I have to go. Everything all right? Sirius asked. Yes, I just have to be someplace else, he answered. Well, Mr. Wayne really is a playboy. Sirius said. A hot date? Something like that, Bruce said. Blonde? Brunette? Cyrus asked his new friend. One Italian, one Russian. Bruce smugly answered. Lucky guy, leave some for me next time, Sirius said as he directed to his room. Bruce waited for a few moments before taking the baby monitor and leaving his room towards the library where the entrance Batcave was. Batman donned his cowl was a statement that his Bruce persona was left behind and his true persona had surfaced. He needed to protect his city from all of the lowlifes and crooks. He drove the Batmobile and left for the city protection. After all, the Maroni family and the Popov family were going to war tonight, and he needed to stop them before they took casualties on innocent people. A week later, Sirius left the manor for London. That past week had been the best. He felt healthier thanks to Alfred's food and Bruce's training. He had spent time with his godson, and he was looking forward to seeing him once again once his business with the goblins was taken care of. He walked through the main street in Diagon Alley, and he ignored the whispers and murmurs from bystanders as he made his way to the bank. He didn't care about what people think of him as long as his godson view him as a good man was all that mattered. He walked through those enormous gates and stepped into the marble-floored building. He saw many of the goblins counting the many galleons in front of them. Sirius walked onto the head goblin, an elderly goblin with sharp teeth. Good morning, Master Rekik. May your vaults flow with money, Sirius said as he bowed in front of the goblin. Good morning, Mr. Black. May your sword found the blood of your enemies, the goblin responded. Sirius smirked at that. He came to seek blood of his enemies, but it wouldn't be accomplished by wielding a sword, instead a quill. I came here to see the will of my grandfather Arcturus Black III, Sirius said to the goblin. Very well, Mr. Black. Then follow my underling to one of the side rooms, the goblin said as another goblin showed him the way. Sirius walked through a wood door and sat as the goblin went to retrieve the will of his grandfather. If what the others had said was true, then he would be Lord Black from then on. He still had his doubts on those men and in Bruce, but they took him out of jail and Bruce was raising Harry, so he should be at least grateful of them. When the goblin returned, he extended the parchment and Sirius began reading. He quickly read the most important part in which his grandfather did truly never cast him out of the family, indeed becoming the heir of the Black House. Sirius smirked at that. I've read what I need. Can you please call your superior? I really want to claim my lordship, Sirius said as he smiled smugly. Vengeance was at hand. Chapter and notes. So, I wanted to keep adding things to this chapter, but it was getting too long and tedious. So I decided to post the first part and the second part will be placed further in the week. Also in my country is not uncommon for a person to be the godfather/godmother of several children. Hope you've liked the chapter. As always, comments and suggestions are appreciated. Keeping up with the Waynes Part 2. Chapter Summary. We see an ordinary day in the lives of the Wayne family. Chapter Notes. This is another chapter edited by the great Kahakikij, who has been my beta reader this past weeks. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The night after his fight with the Russian and Italian mob was tiresome. Even though he had managed to defeat the 30 goons in the yacht, he felt bruised. Being Batman wasn't easy 10 years ago, and it wasn't getting any easier now. Even if he sometimes had Dick and Barbara's help. Alfred always told him he was getting too old to die a young man. He thought it was funny as caretaker musings, but after that night, he just wanted to come home and rest. He shed his bat suit and left it in the cave and went to sleep, but as soon as his head reached the softness of the pillow, Harry woke up and began crying for attention. Bruce grumbled and held the baby in his arms, beginning to gently rock him. His muscles were burning, his back was hurting, and he was probably bruised from everywhere, but seeing the little boy falling asleep in his arms was worth it. When Harry finally managed to fall asleep, he placed him in his bed and laid next to his infant son and slept peacefully. Dick brushed his teeth and combed his hair. In actuality, he just stylized it to be as disheveled as he wanted. He hated the good boy look Bruce and Alfred gave him when he was younger. He looked like a dork. Now he thought he looked like a cool dude. "You look like a dork." The voice of his younger sister Cass came from the frame of the door. "Shut it, Chun-Li. I'm cool," Corey says as Dick defended himself. "Of course she thinks it's cool. She's an alien. She doesn't know human customs." She smirked at the annoyed face her older brother made. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" Dick asked her. "No, I live here, so I only have my older brothers to bother," she answered before hurrying out of the room and hiding in the bathroom. "Brat!" Dick yelled at her as she ran. Then after a few moments of silence, he heard Cass' voice yelling in response, "Dick," which he hated since she used his name as an insult. Tim and Steph were reading in Tim's room. They had been ready for school ages ago, and now they were waiting for their siblings. The duo often read the same book almost at the same time, so that they could prove who was the best reader between them. They often heard the yelling matches between Cass and Dick. It was amusing most of the times, but sometimes it was just plain ridiculous. "Sometimes I wonder who is more of a kid, Dick or Cass," Steph asked him without looking away from her book. "Dick should be the most mature since he is the oldest. Instead, he keeps looking for trouble," Tim responded to her. "That's true, but he still behaves like a 5-year-old most of the time," Steph replied. Jason was getting sick of their shenanigans. He had returned from his morning run when he heard the discussion between them. When would his older brother grow up? He couldn't wait to leave high school behind and go to university and leave this madhouse. Maybe be a lone hero instead of being in the shadow of Batman. After breakfast, Bruce loaded the van with the kids and proceeded to take them to their respective schools, Gotham Junior High and Gotham High. Dick almost ran away from his family. It was too often that the radio station in the car was being replaced with selected child music for the youngest of the Waynes. So as soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, he saw his friend standing in the school entrance. There was his orange-skinned, red-haired girlfriend, Corey Anders. His sometimes other girlfriend, other times best female friend, the redhead Barbara Gordon. Another redhead being his other best friend, Kate Kane. The fourth redhead in his group. "I should really start looking for more diverse company," Dick thought to himself as he looked at Carrie Kelly, his nerdy but good-intended friend, and his best male friend, the school's quarterback, Victor Stone. "Victory Stone!" Dick yelled at his friend. Dickus Grayson, the tall African-American, responded, making the girls laugh, and Dick to flip him off before laughing as well. "How you doing, ladies?" Dick asked his lady friends in a fake accent which made them roll their eyes. "Grow up, Grayson," Kate responded. "What's wrong with that catchphrase?" He asked in the defensive. "It's so retro. It doesn't suit you," Carrie added. "Babs, Corey, do you think that?" Dick asked the girls who hadn't spoken against him, only to see them nodding, which made the young Grayson stare in shock. "Anyway, we shouldn't be wasting time. We got class to go to," Barbara said, changing topics. "I hope you've done your homework," she said. "Who do you take us for?" "We always do our homework," Kate responded, almost offended. "Just checking," Barbara responded. "You can check me out anytime, Babs," Kate responded, smirking. "I wouldn't mind seeing that," Victor interjected. "You perv," Kate smirked as she smacked him in the arm, making the big guy laugh. Class continued as always, without much trouble. Victor went to his football practice as Carrie and Dick went to their art class, Barbara to her computer club, and Kate and Corey to cheerleader practice. All in all, a very common day for the eldest of the Wayne kids. Jason hated school. He didn't enjoy being the younger and non-popular brother of the charismatic top student Dick Grayson. He only felt alive whenever he used the suit, but being in a mundane school with teenagers who didn't know the terrible things that could happen to a person was awful. Teens who didn't understand the real struggles a person could face. He wanted to be left alone and leave this place. The Wayne Trio, as the other kids on the junior high called them, arrived at school and strutted merrily to the classrooms. They liked the school well enough. And yes, they thought that they were too smart to be there, but they found it interesting as a way to understand different niches of the human society. After all, they wanted to be the best versions of themselves, not only being the children of a billionaire CEO. All of them had some area of expertise, after all. Cass was the captain of the martial arts team. Steph, the debate team captain, and Tim was well versed in chemistry. After dropping off all of his children at their schools, Bruce drove the car to the daycare in which he would leave Harry. Every day for the past month, he felt anxious to be separated from his son. He felt weird about it, but the kid was still a baby, something he didn't go through with the others since they were older than little Harry. The daycare was a block away from Wayne Enterprises, and Bruce was ready to pounce at the first sign of trouble. He parked the rolls and took Harry from the baby seat, as well as his diaper bag and toy bag. Long ago, the paparazzi had taken pictures of him taking Harry to said daycare, so he wasn't surprised when they stopped pestering him during this time. He entered the small building and was received by one of the attendees. "Good morning, Mr. Wayne." The young woman called Brenda said to the tall man. "Hello, Harry, how you been?" She asked the baby, who giggled and tried to reach for his caretaker. The 20-year-old woman giggled, as well as she took the baby from his father's arms. "Come here, you big guy. Are you picking him up at 6? She asked. "Yes, miss." "Brenda, but I'll be close if anything happens," Bruce said. "You don't have to worry that much, Mr. Wayne. We'll take good care of little Harry," Brenda said. "Thanks, miss." Brenda. "Goodbye, Harry. I'll see you soon." "Give me 5-inch," Bruce said to his toddler, and the kid bumped his small hand into his father's. Bruce smiled at him and left as the small child waved him goodbye. Bruce Wayne walked through the reception area of the Wayne Enterprises building. As a CEO, he often had plenty of meetings with other directives and associates. Today wasn't a different day than any other day. He had left Harry in the daycare and the other kids at their schools. His meeting today was with two of the worst men. He had the displeasure to meet Max Schreck from Schreck Industries and another Max, Maxwell Zeus, who shared nothing with the Greek god except for the over-the-top ego. They wanted to increase the rate in the chemical plants Wayne Enterprises had. They were in for a disappointment. Bruce was defending his position rather well when his assistant Julia interrupted the meeting. "Sorry, Mr. Wayne, but you have a call on line 2, Julia said, which Bruce nodded at her. "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me," Bruce said as he walked to the door in which his assistant had left. He was relieved that the meeting was interrupted, or else he would end up punching one of the men. "This is Wayne. Who am I speaking with?" Bruce asked as he grabbed the phone. "Mr. Wayne?" "Hello, I'm Ted Tonks, Sirius Black's cousin-in-law. I'm here with him, and he wishes to speak with you," the man said, and Bruce was able to hear how they passed the phone to one another. "Bruce? Hey man, look, I'm going to stay here in England for a little longer. I have this family situation, and I need to support my cousin, if that's okay with you," Sirius said. It was obvious that he was uncomfortable with that situation, whatever it may be. "Of course, Sirius. I'll take care of Harry, and you can come back when your family is better," Bruce said, trying to relax his newest friend. "Thanks, Bruce. Please tell Harry that I will be there as soon as I can. I hope I can have everything here in order by Harry's birthday. Tell him that Padfoot will get him many gifts," Sirius said, which made Bruce chuckle. "That's not necessary, but I will tell him. Goodbye, Sirius. See you later," Bruce said, hanging up the phone. With that taken care of, Bruce returned to business mode and went to the other room. Round 2 was on. Chapter and notes. Alright, hope you have enjoyed this chapter. I have a little trouble writing something for Tim, Steph, and Cass, so I'm sorry if I didn't focus too much on them in this chapter. I promise I'll try to write something more for them. Also, as I was writing this FIC, I realized how much redheads are in Dick's life. The guy has a type. As well, I didn't know with whom to pair him with, so I'll try to define that later if this will be Dick/Corey, Dick/Barbara, or Dick/Corey/Barbara. I'm open to suggestions. Jason feeling anger at his schoolmates and the whole school experience is in direct contrast to what's coming. So I'm sorry, Jason fans, if you have an objection to it. I want to say that there's a reason. Just bear with me a little longer. Also, this is obviously before Victor Stone had his accident that transformed him into cyborg. Don't worry, his superhero persona will make an appearance, perhaps with a magical upgrade. The scenes of the Wayne children are to show the houses in which every member could be and what impression it would leave in baby Harry as he grows up in that family. The daycare scene was inspired by the times I took my niece to her daycare. It's painful to leave a baby to the care of someone else. And the final scene is directly connected to what's happening in the next chapter. Lord Black. Chapter summary. What happened at the other side of the world once Sirius took his lordship. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Sirius walked out of Gringotts feeling like a new man. Yes, he was still somewhat weak after his time in Azkaban, but he felt like he could take down a dragon with a single blow after his business with the goblins were over. The lordship claim was perfect. Since he was the eldest and living male black heir, he was undisputedly able to claim said title. It was a good thing that his grandfather bigotry didn't allow a woman to inherit the lordship, or else it would be Narcissa the Lord, and obviously Lucius would have snatched it from her hands, and he and his little club of jerk worshippers would have unlimited funds. He wanted to explore all of the vaults belonging to Black House, but he didn't have much time. Speaking of which, he was late for a meeting. He walked towards the leaky cauldron where once inside, he immediately spotted his best friend and brother from another mother, Remus Lupin. "Moony," Sirius said as he approached the man, Padfoot. The man responded while hugging his friend. "It's so nice to see you, Remus," Sirius said honestly. After all, he knew the man almost all of his life and trusted him. Still, he had to be weary with what to tell his friend. After all, they were in a crowded place. "It is nice, Sirius, but first I must apologize." Remus said. "Why?" Sirius asked. "Because when they died I wasn't in the country, and then they told me you were in jail, and I thought that you did betrayed them. I feel ashamed because when they told me that I really thought that James never told me who was going to be their secret keeper," Remus said. Sirius could easily tell his friend was honest about what he felt those months ago. Sirius was angry those times in prison. And he still felt anger, but not towards Remus. After all, he was misinformed. "First, it wasn't your fault. There's some complot against me and Harry's life. But thanks to some unlikely friends, I was cleared of the charges. But now I want revenge," Sirius said. "Harry is fine?" Remus asked. "Yes, he is bigger and growing fine," Sirius explained. "I can't tell you who is taking care of him, but he is in safe hands." "All right, I'll trust your judgment," Remus said as he sipped from his chocolate cup. "So what did you want to tell me?" "In your mirror call you said that it was important," Remus asked after a brief moment of silence. "I just became the Lord Black," Sirius said while showing the ring in his finger. "Well, congratulations. Now what are you going to do with that power?" Remus asked. "Revenge," Sirius said. "Damn it, woman. You're a mess." Lucius Malfoy, the most dark and evil jerk that ever existed, shouted once again at his wife, who resigned just looked down. The man treated her as if she was a house elf, not caring at all about her well-being. He often yelled at her, berate her, or even hit her. Even her child's conception was due to him forcing himself on her, so that he could have an heir. Narcissa's spirit was almost broken after the 5 years of marriage with Lucius. The blonde woman retreated to her son's room and picked up the little baby. She often did that to calm herself and to avoid being seen crying. She hated that the grotesque Peter Pettigrew was now living with them. She wanted to kill them all. Then she heard some different shouting coming from the entrance room. "What are you doing here, Sirius? You should be in prison." Lucius spat. "Ah yes, didn't you were blackmailing and bribing people to keep me imprisoned? Well, I guess you weren't there last week." Sirius smiled smugly. "What business do you have here, Black?" Lucius said, returning to his stoic persona. "I wanted to see my cousin and her child. Now, be kind and bring my cousin here," Sirius said. Lucius nodded. "Dobby," he yelled, and in an instant a small and fragile house elf appeared. "Bring Narcissa here." The elf nodded and disappeared. Narcissa and baby Draco appeared almost immediately after. Sirius was furious. Narcissa had always been full of life and strong-willed, and now she was standing in front of him cowering and with bruises in her face and some sort of malnourishment. "What has he done to you, sissy?" Sirius asked his cousin as he looked her up. She seemed skinnier than he had ever seen her. "What have you done to her?" Sirius said with anger in his voice. "I've done nothing she didn't deserve. She's nothing to me," Lucius said. "She's your wife." Sirius raised his voice. "Siri, it's okay. I can handle it," Narcissa said with tears in her eyes and a pleading look in them. "No, you don't have to," Sirius said while embracing Narcissa with one arm and looking directly at Sirius. "I demand that you bring the criminal Peter Pettigrew front and center," Sirius said. "Why do you want to see my guest?" "You can't demand anything in this house," Lucius said, smirking. "I can demand whatever the hell I want because since this morning I'm Lord Black. Now bring me that son of a bitch here," Sirius said. Lucius was wide open at that statement, but had no say in that matter and demanded Dobby to once again bring a person to the room. The fat and grotesque man appeared in front of everyone. He shrunk down once he saw Sirius. He knew his time had come. "Sissy, did this man ever did anything to you or your child?" Sirius asked her cousin, who too ashamed to speak, only whispered in Sirius' ear what Pettigrew had done, which enraged Sirius even more. "I see," Sirius said. "Malfoy, are you aware of the debt your family owes to mine?" Sirius said to the blonde man. "I don't owe anyone anything," Lucius said, standing up. "You might be as ignorant as I've ever thought you were, but still your great-great-great-grandfather asked for a large sum of money that was never paid," So if my estimations are correct, as the current Lord Black, I can ask for anything I want as a compensation, Sirius said. You can't ask anything. You are going to be evacuated from my manor, Lucius said, then turned to Narcissa. And you better behave and not reveal anything, he said with fury in his eyes. Actually, I can. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, demand the Malfoy debt to be collected by taking possession of every material thing in this manor alongside the contents of the Malfoy vault and every house ELF they might posses. Sirius raised his voice as he made his demands. Lucius was shocked. You can't do that, Lucius said. I just did now. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, I nullify the marriage between Narcissa Black and Lucius Malfoy, as well as casting out Lucius Malfoy from any galleon and title he may possess, just as previously stated when the debt was collected, Sirius said, which shocked everyone and made Lucius feel how his pockets began to empty. I'm not done. There's still one debt I'm going to collect right now. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, proceed to punish Peter Pettigrew for betrayal of Lord James Potter and his wife, abuse of power, attempted murder of Muggle civilians, attempted murder of my person, physical abuse of Narcissa Black, mental abuse of Narcissa Black, and the rape of Narcissa Black. With all these charges I presented, I will claim your head. I have spoken, Sirius said, and with that a sword appeared in Sirius' hand. Peter tried to run, but the fat man wasn't holding his wand, which made easier for Sirius to cast the Petrificus Totalis and stop the fleeing man. That's preposterous. You can't kill him. He is my guest, Lucius said. You haven't been paying attention, Blondie. This isn't your house, this isn't your guest, and this definitely isn't your wife and child. So leave this place or you'll meet my sword. And with that, Sirius swiftly decapitated the grotesque man, while seeing the blonde man, who was shocked once the head of the man rolled over to his feet. In his face a look of pure terror as blood poured from its decapitated neck. I can't believe this. I will speak with the Wisengamot about this, Lucius threatened. Try it, but your title is mostly worthless now. They won't listen to whatever rambling you might want to say, Sirius said smugly. Fuming, Lucius left the premises. Hey sissy, are you all right? Sirius asked his cousin, who seemed to be on the verge of tears. Is it really over? She asked. Her broken voice made Sirius want to kill Lucius for doing this to her. She was a beautiful woman in the inside and on the outside. He had a bad feeling when she began dating and subsequently married the Git, but now he managed to help her. After all, a Black always stepped forward for the family. Yes, you won't have to see him again. And you can live in this house or wherever you want with Draco and not be bothered ever again, Sirius said while hugging his cousin. Please just don't leave me. And I don't want to live in this house. It's awful, Narcissa said. Very well, Dobby, was it? Sirius asked the house elf that now belonged to him. Yes, I am, the small creature said. I just inherited a house in Grimmauld Place. I want you and all the house elves living here to move to that house. There should be another elf living there, but ignore him. I'm the Lord Black. I have the final word to what's going to happen. Now I want you and the others to clean the entire house. I want everything to be impeccable. Can you do that? Sirius asked. Yes, sir. Thank you, master, the small elf said. But before, can you please prepare us a meal and a warm bath? I believe my cousin would like that, Sirius asked. The elf nodded and disappeared. After a few hours, Narcissa felt relieved. The bath and a proper meal was something she needed. She definitely was having troubles, but she needed to be there for her son. Perhaps go to a healer to check if there's something wrong with her body after years of abuses from Lucius. Are you okay, sissy? Sirius asked her. Yeah, just spacing out. And you? Narcissa asked him. I'm doing fine. Trust me, it was satisfactory to take away everything from that guy, Sirius said. Yes, it was. If I were feeling a little better, I would celebrate. Narcissa said. Well, we can perhaps celebrate with fireworks, Sirius said. What are you planning? Narcissa asked her cousin. Well, how about we can make a bonfire, Sirius said. Narcissa took a moment before realizing what her cousin was planning. She decided to take his offer and went to the library and save as much interesting books she could find. Her son, after all, needed education. She packed her clothes and some jewelry she liked, then she held Draco on her arms and stepped out of the house alongside Sirius. Please, sissy, do the honors, Sirius said as he took baby Draken on his hands. Even if he hated what the prick did to his cousin, Sirius had to admit to himself that the baby in his arms was cute. Maybe he and Harry could be raised like cousins, and they could be friends while growing up. Gladly, Narcissa looked once again at the house. She felt rage. She felt hatred. She hated this place. She hated the man she had married, and she hated everything this house represented. She could only think of a spell that would show how she felt. Friend fire, she said, holding her wand with both of her hands and letting the jet of fire burst from the tip, roaring savagely as a fire serpent approached the house. Baby Draco was amazed at the fire animal that had been casted. The house's windows shattered and exploded. The columns began cracking and falling. The wood ornaments became ashes, and the paintings of the Malfoy family screamed in terror as they were being burned down to a crisp. The serpent destroyed everything in its wake. It could feel the hatred the caster had for that family and that particular house. Then, when the house had been nothing more than a pile of smoking ashes, the serpent felt that her life was over, and it vanished just as Narcissa stopped casting the fire curse. She felt exhausted, but at the same time, she just had regained her freedom. She exhaled, and a smile finally spread in her face. "Thank you, Ciri. I really needed that," Narcissa said. She now was wondering how they would travel to the Grimmauld Place house, since the elves would be busy. "I know what you're thinking. Don't worry about it. I have it covered," Sirius said. Then, as if on cue, a muggle car appeared down the road that led to the manor. Narcissa looked confused. From the car stepped down 3 people she never thought she would see again. "Hello, Sissy." "Hello, Ciri," a woman's voice said to Narcissa and Sirius. Narcissa's smile grew once again as she saw her sister Andromeda and her husband Ted and 9-year-old daughter Nymphadora. "Andy!" Narcissa exclaimed as she rushed to her older sister, who received her with a tight hug. "It's okay, Sissy. We're all here for your son and you. Nothing is going to hurt you," the slightly older woman said to her sister, who was whimpering in her embrace. She let her cry everything she was holding. She understood what Sirius let her do, though she thought it was a tad bit excessive but understandable. After several minutes, Narcissa was able to calm herself. Her eyes were puffy and her cheeks were red, but she felt a little better. "Thank you, Andy. Thank you all," Narcissa said as she looked at her family. She went to Sirius, who let her hold her son in her arms once again. The blonde baby giggled at her mother and tried to reach her nose. "Sissy, I know everything isn't the way you want it to be, but rest reassured that you can stay with us as long as you need to. I can talk with a friend in St. Mungo's. She's a wonderful mind healer. If that's what you want," Andromeda offered. She didn't know what Narcissa was going through, but it must have been pretty for her to be reduced to tears for so long. "I'd like that, but Sirius is going to repair the Grimmauld Place house. So Draco, and I will be staying there for some time. Then we'll see what we'll do," Narcissa said. "That sounds good, but still, anything you need, just call us, and we'll be there," Andromeda said. The women nodded, and they climbed aboard the Tonks car that will take them to their new home. "Ted, do you have a way to contact Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises in Gotham City, USA? And if yes, can you please contact him? It's important that I talk to him," Sirius said to his cousin-in-law as he drove to the house. "Yes, it shouldn't be too difficult if it's in a yellow page," Ted replied. Lucius Malfoy always thought he was 3 steps before everyone else, and that his power and wealth made him be the puppet master of everything that happened in the Wizarding Britain, but due to the events of that afternoon, he was shocked to hear that every word Sirius Black said was true. He had gone to Gringotts hoping to be able to withdraw some galleons and rent an apartment or a chalet, but the goblins informed him that Black indeed had claimed his vault, negating any service he could request. Then he went to Theodore Knott's manor looking for shelter, only to be met with the door closing in front of his face. He went to the Goyles, Crabs, Parkinson's, Flint, and Bulstrode, only to be met in the same way. This was getting ridiculous. He was Malfoy, he was feared, but now all of his so-called friends closed the doors and negated even the slightest of courtesies. He devised that he would need to be ready. He once again went to Diagon Alley, but instead of robbing or forcing his way into Gringotts, he walked to the side alley. Nocturne Alley, he went to his fellow Death Eater store, Borgin and Burke's, and decided to retrieve his safe box. He looked at the metal box with the name Jason Isaacs, obviously a fake muggle name that wasn't listed in his possession so that no one could trace it back to him. But even if they did search here, no one would find what he took from that box. Still, he would need to lay low until the time was right for his master's return. Chapter and notes. So what did you think of the chapter? I thought that killing Pettigrew was over the top, but there's a reason for it. I wanted Pettigrew gone, so that Voldemort's minions have to devise a new plan. I wasn't sure of writing Wormtail that much despicable, but it would make Sirius' hatred for the man much more intense, and a reason of why he would cast out and leave Malfoy penniless. Also, the previous chapter takes place at the same time, except the opening, which takes place directly after the 4th chapter. Yes, Sirius left Harry, But he will come back, and Narcissa needs him as well. Open locket. Chapter summary. The Black arrive at Grimmauld Place, where a certain object is discovered. Chapter notes. First of all, I'm not very good at making rhymes, so bear with me if Etrigan's rhymes aren't that great. Secondly, I really want to get to the Hogwarts years, but there are many things that need to happen before we can get to those chapters. I think that another 3 or 4 before we can get to the Platform 9 March 4th. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Ted took the trio to the house in 12 Grimmauld Place. The Tonks thought that said house was big enough, so they could crash there for the night and rest. After all, Narcissa needed it, and Andromeda wanted to help as much as she could to her sister. Ted, can you help me make a call? Sirius asked before they entered the house. Yes, Sirius, said Ted as they went to one of the red telephone booths that was on the corner of the street. Who are we calling? He asked, watching Sirius. I don't know how to contact him, but I need you to find Bruce Wayne, CEO of Wayne Enterprises in Gotham City, United States. Sirius said, reciting from memory. And you have no phone number? Ted asked him again. No, Sirius replied. Well, it's not hard, but not impossible. This could take a few minutes. Hang on, Ted said as he began making calls. After Sirius hanged up the phone, he felt relief. He didn't want it to just disappear from the Waynes' lives. They had Harry under their care, and it would have been rude to just not inform them about it. As he and Ted approached the house, they began hearing a commotion. Even with the added spells, and notice me not spells, it was obvious there was trouble inside. The duo rushed, and as they entered, they saw the house elf Dobby fighting with someone Sirius thought it was long dead over some trinket. Creature, you're alive, Sirius asked, more surprised than anything. Creature doesn't speak to you, blood traitor, bringing cast-outs, metamorphy, muggles, and weird elves. The elderly and bitter house elf said. Now listen to me. I am your master now. Dobby and the other elves are here to make this place presentable. Do you hear me? Sirius said, straight-faced and intensely at the crooked-nosed elf. The elf looked confused and angry. Now why Dobby and you were fighting? Sirius asked. Dobby felt dark magic, Sirius, sir. The younger elf Dobby said with shame. Where? Sirius gently asked. In the locket Dobby tried to take from Creature, sir, Dobby responded. It's Master Regulus' locket. Creature protects it, Creature promised. The elf said, what did you promise? Sirius asked. He was intrigued. Regulus always tried to be the perfect son to their mother, and Sirius still mourned the death of his brother not so long ago, which to him at least remains a mystery. The elf remained silent. What did you promise, Creature? I'm your lord and new master. I need to know, Sirius said once again. Master Regulus felt his life was ending. Master Regulus entrusted Creature to destroy the locket. Creature tried everything, but the locket did not destroy. Creature failed. At this, the elder elf began crying. Sirius would have never done what he did next. It's all right, Creature, he said as he hugged the elf, who was as shocked as everyone else. You didn't fail my brother. If dark magic resides here, I have friends who can deal with it. Sirius said, is that right, Master Sirius? Creature asked as his behavior shifted for a more lighter mood. Yes, Creature, I'll call them in the morning. In the meantime, don't lose sight of this locket, all right? Sirius said to the elf. Yes, Master Sirius, the elf responded. And Dobby, well done on realizing there was something off with that locket. Can you show our guests their rooms? Sirius asked. Yes, Master Sirius, Dobby said as he disappeared in a clank. Late in the night, Sirius was walking through the house and reached out to the room in which Narcissa and Draco were staying. He stood in the door frame and saw that his cousin and nephew were sleeping in the bed, Narcissa's arms closing her son's body. She had suffered a lot, and he wanted to help her any way he could. His hatred was still there, but he had made actions tonight that would ensure those he hated would be punished. He had taken care of Wormtail. He had taken care of Malfoy. That blonde imbecile would never receive support from his Death Eater pals without any funding. Now he needed to take care of Crouch, Fudge, and Dumbledore, the latter being someone he thought he could trust, so his refusal to give him a trial and sending him to Azkaban right away surprised him and angered. The next morning, the Tonks and the Black family were sitting having breakfast when Dobby entered the dining room. Lord Black, Dobby comes with word. Your guest has arrived. Do you want Dobby to bring them tea? Dobby said. Thank you, Dobby. Yes, that would be nice, Sirius said. Sirius and his family finished their breakfast and went to the living room to receive the recently arrived. Narcissa and the others weren't as impressed with a man in a suit with a stripe of white in his dark hair, an Italian man wearing a tuxedo, but the third man truly impressed them, a golden armored man with an equally bright and golden helmet. Kent, Jason, Giovanni, nice to see you three, Sirius said to the men in front of him. He owed them his freedom, but he thought and knew that they had made quick friendship. Good to see you, Sirius. Your elf told us you wanted to examine a dark magic on an object. Let me guess, a Horcrux? Dr. Fate spoke. Yes, I believe so, because it also led to my brother's demise, so I want to be sure, Sirius confessed. All right, bring it here, Dr. Fate said. Creature. Sirius spoke, and the elf appeared with a crack. You called Master Sirius? The elf asked. Yes. Do you have the locket? Sirius asked him. Creature has it. Creature returns shortly, the elf said, and in 2 cracks the elf returned, showing a locket in his tiny hands. Master Sirius will keep his promise? Yes, creature. You haven't failed my brother, Sirius said, which brought the elf to tears once again. Sirius gently patted the elf and took the locket from his hands to give it to Dr. Fate, who made it float. Then after a few seconds, the locket flowed down. The locket truly is a Horcrux, and it does contain a piece of Voldemort's soul. As Dr. Fate said, the others winced as they heard the name. We can repeat the process like we did to Harry. What do you say, creature? Do you want the locket completely destroyed, or do you want to keep it? Sirius asked the elf, but noticed that Andy and sissy-mouthed Harry, to which he responded with a wink. The locket was Master Regulus. Creature wants to keep it, the elf responded. Very well, separate the Horcrux from the locket, Sirius said to the trio, who nodded. Dr. Fate created a shield between the 3 of them and the living room. He looked at the locket and hissed at it. The locket opened, but before it attacked any of the 3 men inside the shield, Giovanni said. Zerkoro, Evail Tekal. Giovanni enchanted his wand, and the dark ash smoke completely separated from the locket onto a crystal ball. Giovanni then nodded at the other man, and Jason muttered, Gone! Gone the form of man. Rise the demon. Etrigan, Jason said, clapping his hands together, and before everyone present the man in the suit was surrounded by flames, and in the same instant a yellowish demon appeared. So you summon me once again to clean evil forces here. The hellfire awaits thee, Etrigan said as he fire-breathed the crystal ball, destroying it completely once again, leaving nothing. Done, the did is gone. Gone, O Etrigan. Rise once more the form of man. The demon was surrounded by fire once again, and it emerged the man in a suit known as Jason Blood. I suppose that's everything, Jason said. Yes, but I believe that this isn't the last Horcrux from Voldemort, Dr. Fate said. Sirius, if I'm correct, your cousin was very close to that Stronzo of Voldemort, wasn't she? Giovanni asked. Yes, Giovanni, why? Sirius asked. Could she be keeping a Horcrux? Giovanni asked. It's a possibility, Sirius thought. I'd have to speak with Gringotts about it. I'm sorry, but who are you? How do you know Harry? Where is he? Andromeda stood forward. Sirius looked at the trio and saw the 3 men nodding at him. Sirius sighed and began to retelling the story of the night the Potters were killed, his imprisonment, and when he met the 3 wizards in front of the family. He then came to the most important moment in the history. He stopped and looked for the right words to say. All right, look, what I'm going to tell you is of extreme and complete secrecy. I'm going to ask you to vow to never, ever reveal what I'm about to tell you. Not to anyone outside this circle, and least Dumbledore and the Ministry. They want something from the kid, and I can't point it out exactly what. So vow it, Sirius said, which made his family nod, and they vowed with their wands. Except Nymphadora, who wasn't present on the adults' meeting. She was sent upstairs to babysitting Draco. Harry Potter is alive. He is hidden with an ally of ours. He isn't even in Wizarding Britain, nor in Europe at all, Sirius revealed. Who's this ally then? A powerful wizard in Africa? Australia? Oh, someplace in America? Andromeda spoke. She was the oldest of the Black family, and she had appreciated what the Potter had done for her younger cousin, so she wanted to protect their infant son. America, more exactly United States, Sirius said, which amazed everyone. You're going to let Harry being in Ilvermorny? Narcissa asked. I don't know, I'm not his father, Sirius responded, but his parents went to Hogwarts, Andromeda said. I know that, Andy, but Harry is safe there. He is hidden with a new identity, and the family that took him in is all right, Sirius said. Only all right? Harry should be in Wizarding Britain with a proper pure-blood family, Narcissa opposed. Oh, by Merlin, I sounded like my ex-husband. She regretted her choice of words. It's the best way, ma'am. I assure you that Naba said he would be fine there, Dr. Fate interrupted. Who's that guy, and what is he talking to? Narcissa asked. Yeah, I think you didn't introduce us, Siri, Andromeda said, annoyed. Right, well, these guys are magicians, superheroes in the most practical way, Sirius said. My name is Dr. Fate. I'm the avatar host of the god entity known as Nabu. I protect the planet from magical or demonic threats, Dr. Fate explained. If that's true, then why didn't you help us with Hugh Must Not Be Mentioned? Or why are you in company of a demon? Andromeda asked, pointing her finger at the golden armored man. Because as you and Britain were dealing with Voldemort, I was in another dimension, dealing with a dark wizard named Mordru. I was able to vanish him to said dimension. When I returned here, I felt the presence of Voldemort. I transported there, but I was late. James and Lily Potter had dealt with him at the cost of their lives, Dr. Fate explained. How convenient, Ted snickered. If you don't believe us, ask your friend Severus Snape. Dr. Fate responded, looking at Narcissa. Snivelius? What does he has to do with everything? He's the one who found the Potters. Giovanni said, what? Why? How? Sirius asked. He wanted to protect them, Dr. Fate said. How possibly he could do that? And how could he know they were in danger? Sirius demanded the answers. Clearly your hate for the man is speaking, but please let me explain. He was a double spy for Dumbledore and Voldemort. Dr. Fate began but rolled his eyes when he saw the shiver in everyone's bodies when he said the name of the Dark Wizard. He was there in Dumbledore's office when James, Lily, Frank, and Alice Longbottom heard the prophecy from Sybil Trelawney. He had to tell Voldemort, not knowing the Dark Wizard would took the words as true and would set for killing the Potters and the Longbottom. Dr. Fate said, looking at Sirius, who looked confused. I can't tell you what to think or feel, Lord Black, but you can begin with talking. I saw his soul that night, and I believe that the love he feels for Lily can become a great weapon against Voldemort and his allies, Dr. Fate explained. Sirius didn't know what to think, but Narcissa placed her hand on his shoulder and gave him a small smile, which made him nod in resolution. Thank you, Fate, Sirius said, then Giovanni stepped to the front. My name is Giovanni Zatara. I'm a magician who sometimes helps the Justice League. Unlike Fate, I don't protect the whole world, but I did felt a disturbance Halloween night, and that's where I found Dr. Fate as well. Giovanni explained, which seemed to be accepted by the Black family. And I am Jason Blood, Jason said, but before he continued, he was interrupted. I knew I'd seen you before. You were the wizard claiming to be the original Merlin order who attended Sirius' trial, Narcissa said. Yes, ma'am. I'm an immortal cursed to share the body of a demon. Jason said, so you and that demon are the same person? Andromeda asked. Yes and no. We share the same body, but at the same time we have completely different personalities. Etrigan lives to punish evil just like I did in the Dark Ages. That's the only thing we can agree on, Jason explained. But how can you dominate him? Narcissa asked, truly impressed at the presence of a human who controlled a demon. I don't control him. I invoke him in battle. He craves for it for slaying his enemies. I just channel those feelings in the right moment, Jason explained. Impressive, Narcissa said, looking at the man in a suit. Yes, impressive indeed. Now, do you need anything else? Sirius asked. No. That would be all. We'll keep in touch, Lord Black. Use this, Dr. Fate said as he materialized an ink necklace. It will serve as a medium to speak directly to the Tower of Fate in case of an emergency, Dr. Fate explained. The three wizards nodded in farewell and disappeared the living room in a pure white lighted ink. Sirius pinched the bridge of his nose. He was getting tired of being involved in all of these situations. Wayne Manor, Gotham City. Harry, come back here. The voice was heard all over the manor. Billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne wasn't one to lose his marbles, but the naked, wet, and giggling toddler running around the manor was driving him crazy. He should have closed the door during the boy's bath, but it was a mistake he would never repeat, but first he should catch the little boy. Luckily, the boy didn't ran for too long and was catched by a damped billionaire of a father. Gotcha, kiddo, he said to the boy as he began making sounds on his belly, making the boy's giggle to turn into full laughter. He was going towards the bathroom once again when a Silhoud appeared behind him. Did I came at a wrong moment? A female voice was heard. Bruce and Harry turned around to see the woman in front of them. Chapter and notes. So, who the woman who arrived is? Stay tuned to find out. An unexpected visit. Chapter summary. The mysterious woman makes an appearance as well as the Blacks visits Gotham. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Wayne Manor, Gotham City. Harry, come back here. The voice was heard all over the manor. Billionaire playboy Bruce Wayne wasn't one to lose his marbles, but the naked, wet, and giggling toddler running around the manor was driving him crazy. He should have closed the door during the boy's bath, But it was a mistake he would never repeat, but first he should catch the little boy. Luckily, the boy didn't ran for too long and was catched by a damped billionaire of a father. "Gotcha, kiddo," he said to the boy as he began making sounds on his belly, making the boy's giggle to turn into full laughter. He was going towards the bathroom once again when a silhouette appeared behind him. Did I came at a wrong moment? A female voice was heard. Bruce and Harry turned around to see the woman in front of them. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" Bruce asked the 60-year-old woman standing in front of him, wearing an emerald green dress, a pair of circle-shaped glasses, and her gray hair tied on a bun behind her head. She seemed nice but stoic at the same time, so his instincts told him there wasn't immediate danger to him, or more importantly to the naked toddler trying to wriggle his way out of his grip. "My name is Minerva McGonagall. I am the Transfiguration class professor in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My reason to be here is that I was named in James and Lily Potter as Harry's magical guardian, as well as one of the many foster parents in case of the worst happened to his parents," she said while looking at the man and toddler in front of him. She could feel that the man was weary, and he was in his right. After all, she just came to his house without announcing. "How did you know that Harry was here?" Bruce asked. "An old pupil of mine, Sirius Black, talked to me and informed me of Harry's whereabouts. If I may be honest, Mr. Wayne, I'm sure Mr. Black has informed only a select group of people with this information," Minerva said. "Well, I really want to discuss what you have to say, but first I need to put some clothes on Harry. So if you excuse me, please wait here in the living room. I'm sure Alfred will not take long with tea. He always readies a teapot when a guest arrives." Bruce smirked at the woman in the emerald dress. Less than 10 minutes and a tantrum on Harry's part regarding the clothes his father wanted him, to where the duo arrived once again to the living room, and he was unsurprised to see Alfred telling something on Mrs. McGonagall's ear that made the woman blush. "I see you found something in common, you two." Bruce smirked at the duo, who break away, regaining their composure, as if they were two hormone-driven teenagers caught by a parental figure. "If you'll excuse me, Master Wayne, I have silverware to polish." Alfred snickered, and as he walked away, Bruce winked at him and made his butler blush once again. Bruce held a laughter as he sat down in front of Mrs. McGonagall and sat Harry next to him. "So, Mrs. McGonagall, what did you want to talk about? I mean, if you travel from Britain to USA, there must be something important to discuss. But first I wanted to ask you, how many people know Harry is here?" He asked her, sounding serious, but not quite threatening. "Rest assured, Mr. Wayne Sirius informed me. His cousins Narcissa and Andromeda and his brother Remus. When he talked to me, he made me do a vow to not reveal Harry's location to anyone," the elder woman said, smiling. "Why? Not that I doubt that you can keep a secret, but why go to lengths to know the location of Harry?" Bruce asked. "Because even though the killer of Harry's parents is dead, many, myself included, believe that he is not entirely dead. After all, the magical world is different from the Muggle world. Who knows what gimmick he must not be named made to avoid death," the woman said to him. "Well, then I'm thankful to Sirius to make you vow to that. The man who killed Harry's parents. Sirius told me he was some sort of cult leader. Does his minions think Harry died as well?" Bruce asked her. "Well, I don't know about that, but I was very convinced that he was dead. I was sad because James and Lily were the brightest and best students I had. During the war with the followers, he must not be, and I was on a secret order with Harry's parents to stop them. I got to know my former students in a new light. I was there when they informed their pregnancy, and I was there a few days after Harry's birth. If your friends Dr. Fate and Giovanni Zatara had arrived sooner than Hagrid, the man who Headmaster Dumbledore had sent, I would have tried to protect Harry at all costs," Minerva said. "Well, I'm glad that your man got late, because honestly I never had the opportunity to take care of a baby. My other children, all of them were older when I adopted them, but with Harry is a new experience, if I must say," Bruce said, smiling at the toddler who was biting a toy. "That I can see," Minerva replied. "Mr. Wayne, as Harry's magical guardian, and as one of the many people invested in his security, do you think that I could make a magical checkup?" she asked. "A what?" Bruce asked in return, with a confused expression. "A magical checkup is a simple charm that will allow us to see if Harry's health is good and if his magical core is growing as expected. I mean, I'm not Madame Pomfrey, but it's an easy spell," Minerva said before taking her wand out and pointing it towards Harry. She noticed how Bruce's body shifted to protect his adopted son. "Don't worry, Mr. Wayne." She then casted the spell and began analyzing the boy's body. After a few seconds, the woman stopped and said, "Well, Mr. Wayne, Harry is in perfect health. I'm sure that he will grow up to be a healthy young lad. His magical core is one of the strongest I've seen, so no doubt he will be a powerful wizard someday," she said, smiling excitedly. "So, what does this mean to Harry now?" Bruce said. After Fate and Giovanni left Harry with him, he had wondered who could possibly try to harm this boy for the magical guardian of Earth to interfere. So many times he thought about Harry's future. "Well, I could keep coming here from time to time, with the excuse that I'm on a vacation, and see Harry's progress as well as instruct him in spellcasting. I don't doubt his serious abilities to teach the boy, but he is a prankster and often sees things as a joke. Though amusing a kid needs discipline," Minerva said. "In that we can agree." "Very well, Mrs. McGonagall. I'll accept your help raising Harry magically. By the way, is Harry going to attend Hogwarts?" Bruce asked her. "Only if that's what he wants. I'm sure that when the time comes, many schools will be interested in the magical son of a billionaire," Minerva said with a smirk. "Yeah, it could happen. Sirius told me that you sent letters. Are those letters going to be addressed to Harry Wayne or Harry Potter?" He inquired. "Well, since I'm the deputy headmistress, I can make a letter to Wayne and to Potter, just so that if someone asks me, I can simply say that the second letter is in case Harry Potter is alive." She winked at him. "Very clever, Mrs. McGonagall. By the way, in a few months is going to be Harry's birthday, so I'd be happy if you and everyone else that know Harry's true identity to attend his birthday party," Bruce said with a genuine smile. The woman in front of him reminded him of Dr. Leslie Tompkins, who helped Alfred to raise him into the man he was today. "I'd be honored to attend the party, Mr. Wayne." She smiled as well. "And I'm sure Alfred will be glad that you come more often." He smirked that made the older woman blush. The old man still has his charm, Bruce thought to himself. Grimmauld Place, London. It wasn't an easy task, but after 3 months Narcissa was able to control her night terrors thanks to her mind healer she was seeing every 3 days. It wasn't a pleasant task, but finally Narcissa Black felt like the woman she was 5 years ago. She was, after all, the best duelist in her year. According to Professor Flitwick, she was a mother. She was a cunning woman true to her Slytherin upbringing, and most importantly, she was a Black. She had seen her son grow up and her cousin get himself healthier, thanks to Andy and her lectures about improving his health, as well as he tried to get back with Amelia, his former girlfriend. Even though they haven't made an official commitment, she could see that they had repaired their relationship and began in a clean slate. The house elves in Grimmauld Place had been nice to them, so she in turn was nice as well. She always loathed how Lucius treated them, but since the bastard was out of the picture, she was free to ditch his speeches and ideologies. So with the permission of the Lord Black, she managed to change the elves' rags into more proper dress robes. She hated that Lucius never gave them nothing but used pillowcases, so she did that change to them. At first, they didn't want the clothes, but after days of insistence, they accepted. Then one day of July, Sirius approached her and told her it was time for them to go to America. "Are we finally going to meet Harry?" she asked him. "Yes, I had informed Bruce, the muggle that I talked to you about. He's going to make a huge party for Harry. But he told me that to keep appearances that we as a family, Remus and McGonagall, should drive to Muggle London's airport where a private jet, whatever that is, should take us to his personal airport," Sirius said with a grin. "Wasn't easier to take the Flynn network from the Ministry to the Makusa. It should take us less time," Narcissa said. "I know, but come on, sissy, it's going to be a new experience. Be bold as a Gryffindor," he said. "I was a Slytherin," she replied, "but very well. I won't mind travel as a Muggle. Are you going to take Amelia to this adventure, Siri?" She teased his cousin, who didn't reply, but still smiled at that. Days later, the group consisting of Sirius Black, Amelia and Susan Bones, Narcissa and Draco Black, Ted, Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks, Remus Lupin, and Minerva McGonagall arrived at Heathrow Airport, wearing the most Muggle clothes they could find as well as some suitcases and trunks. Sirius walked to one of the tellers and asked something nobody was able to hear. "We have to wait here for a representative of Wayne Enterprises to arrive," Sirius said once he joined the group. Not a minute later, a woman in a red executive outfit arrived. "Hi, I'm Carla Adams. I'm the Wayne Enterprise liaison in London. You must be the Blacks," the woman said as she shook Sirius' hand. "If you follow me, I'll take you to the jet Mr. Wayne left for you." The group followed Carla into a private chamber and then to a private airfield. Neither of them had ever seen a Muggle airplane so close, less to be inside of one, but they were impressed with the luxurious plane in front of them. The plane was pearl white, with a W printed on the door and on the tail. "Please leave your belongings here. They can load it into the jet," Carla said, pointing at the airport loaders. "Thank you," Narcissa said as she left her trunk with them. Then everyone began taking their seats, If the exterior was impressive, the interior was more impressive and lavish. The seats were of fine leather with wood carvings in it, at least according to what Carla had told them. First time flying? Carla asked the group. Yes, we don't take vacations that often. Remus was the one who responded. It's all right, I like new experiences, Sirius said as he grabbed Amelia's hand, and with his other one gently pinched little Susan's cheek, only for Amelia to hit his hand for disturbing her niece's peaceful sleep. I'll tell the pilots that you're all set up, and if you are hungry or thirsty, don't doubt to ask me, or any of the flight attendants, Carla said with a smile. The group braced to their sit as they felt it began moving. It was a little harsher than a car, but it wasn't worse. Then they felt the plane began to elevate, way different than a broom, and they became nervous. Then after what felt like hours but actually was just 10 minutes, everyone relaxed as the plane had taken the necessary height. The only instance where panic was felt once again was when the pilots warned about turbulence, and the group felt the shakes of the plane. After 8+ hours of flight, they finally landed on Gotham International Airport. Carla was the first to climb down the plane, where she went to a very long and big white car. She said it was a personnel van and that they would be comfy inside. I know it's smaller than the private jet, but this is the best way to travel to the city. I'm sure it's comfy. Also, it has bulletproof windows. The tires have an auto-inflate mechanism, and it can resist a grenade or rocket launcher, Carla said happily, which made everyone question her sanity. The driver told them, or better said, warned them about where to and where not to go in Gotham City, making emphasis in not exploring the city when the sun sets. Why is that? Sirius asked. It's when the creatures prey on the weak, the driver said. Creatures? Remus asked. Maybe Gotham was infested with werewolves, and in America, a werewolf could smell him and endanger everyone. Yes, the freaks, the clowns, and the monsters. Gotham is known for their villains, but also for its vigilantes, the driver continued. Vigilantes? Amelia was the next one to ask. I'm not surprised you have never heard of Batman and the Bat Family. After all, Mayor Dent and Commissioner Gordon try really hard to keep the Bat's mythos as a fairy tale. But I've seen the Bat, and it's a sight to be seen. I don't trust the man, but he more often than not he tries to make this city a better place. The van finally arrived at Wayne Manor, and they were impressed because it looked like any other Lord Manor. Perhaps this Wayne is a lost lord, Narcissa thought to herself. The van pulled in the entrance, and a gray-haired man and a younger man holding a toddler everyone recognized as Harry went to greet them. Thanks, Chuck, for bringing my guest to the manor, Bruce said to the driver after putting the suitcases and trunks in the entrance, and after Bruce gave him a handshake and slipped something in his hand. You're welcome, Mr. Wayne. You're very generous, the man said before climbing up to the van. Enjoy your stay, people, the man said before driving away. Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Wayne. This is one of my children, Harry Wayne. And this is my butler, Alfred Pennyworth, Bruce said, extending his hand to shake every man in front of him and kiss the lady's knuckles. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wayne, Narcissa said. Yeah, man, but the flight was too much. I should talk to you about connecting your fireplace to the Flynn network, Sirius said. That better on another occasion. First, let me show you your guest rooms. You must be tired after all, he said with a smirk. After refreshing and eating, the party began. Many of Bruce's friends arrived, friends who had children around Harry's age and older ones. It was a simple party. Sirius and Amelia engaged in a pleasant talk with the Kents, the Allen, and the Coweys as they babysit Harry, Draco, Susan, the Dent twins, Arthur Jr., John, Francine, Dawn, and Dawn. Remus was talking with the father of Francine, a scientist named Kirk Langstrom. Narcissa got to meet the people who was taking care of Harry, and Bruce, to his amusement, saw how Alfred kept talking with Minerva McGonagall. Nymphadora was on a very interesting talk with Tim, Steph, and Cass about books they had read and pranks they had made. Dick, Jason, Kara, Connor, and Donna were trying to sneak around and get some booze now that everyone was distracted, only to be catched by Bruce and Diana. Mayor Dent had to spend much of his time on the phone. When everyone saw that the kids began nodding off, the party stopped. Sirius insisted in taking little Harry to his bedroom, and every guest began leaving with the Blacks and Tonks retiring for the day. After making sure everyone else was asleep, a single figure went to the library, placed the hour on the clock at 11:14, and stepped through a secret tunnel. The following years were easier. Harry grew close to his siblings as well as to his British cousins. He was a force to be reckoned with, always questioning things, always exploring the many rooms of the manor as well as every square feet of the Wayne estate. By Harry's fourth birthday, Sirius informed that Dr. Fate had managed completely cure the mind of Alice and Frank Longbottom. So Sirius, being the responsible godfather, he has told them under vow that Harry was alive, so the Longbottom joined at the celebration. 3 things amazed everyone during Harry's kindergarten years. 1. Alfred Pennyworth married Minerva McGonagall. No shock in there. The pair, every time they saw each other for birthday parties or Christmases, they flirted, and once Dick had the misfortune to find the elderly couple in a broom closet. What they were doing, Dick didn't want to tell, but it wasn't a surprise when he asked for a room in the university instead of living in the manor. 2. Sirius and Amelia finally married, with both of them making in their wills, in case the worst happened, that Draco Black and Susan Bones were the heir to their respective houses. Sirius wanted to leave his lordship to Harry, but he felt that the boy had enough with one lordship, and Draco was becoming a very clever and inventive boy. 3. The arrival of Selena Kyle with a 1-year-old baby girl named Helena Kyle Wayne. At least Harry is going to have a little sister, Sirius said, which earned him a punch in the shoulder. The following 2 years were fine. Selena had said that she didn't want to marry Bruce, but she wasn't going to forbid him to know he had a daughter with her. Bruce was without words that time, and thanks to the experience of toddler Harry, he managed to adjust to Helena's energy. "You really have a problem, Bruce," Selena said once she found Bruce taking a nap with Harry and Helena in each arm. "I can't believe Helena is the second child you conceive without being married," she accused him. "I wasn't fortunate that I could live with Harry's mother. She passed, and I asked you to marry me, so you're not the one to talk," Bruce said in a hushed tone. "Well, it's because I hate this," she said, pointing at him. "Yes, we have fun on the rooftops, but that's what led us to conceive her. But as a couple, we don't work. We are always at each other's throats that we can't agree on anything besides that kids needs love," she said. "Yes, and I know the only thing I can offer you is a place to live since Harry loves his little sister," Bruce said. "I just want you to promise something, Bruce." Selena said yes. He responded, "Don't have more children. It's awful seeing that you have to split yourself to know everything about every of your children," she said. "I promise," he said with a smirk. "If I weren't a billionaire, I wouldn't know how to maintain and support all of my children." Meanwhile, in Nanda Parbat, the palace was in flames. All of her warriors were dead, killed in an ambush by an honorless man. Her father, the most strong warrior in the planet, was killed before he had the chance to defend himself. She was alone, she was hurt, and for the first time ever she felt fear. She needed to protect her son. She had no choice but to leave her home and find the only person who could protect them. Chapter and notes. So, McGonagall doing the checkup spell, I wrote it, because in my original draft it was Dr. Leslie Tompkins that arrived at Wayne Manor to check on Harry's health. I thought that since she was a respected witch, and that she knew that Bruce Wayne had dealt with magic before, then the Ministry wouldn't be trying to arrest her for breaking the statute of secrecy. Also, I thought that since Dumbledore was on serious trial, he wouldn't be trusting him, but McGonagall has always been an ally, so Sirius trusted her with the information. Langstrom is necessary for something coming in the future of the FIC. The fact that Dent is mayor and has twins I took from Flashpoint, in which it's mentioned that he had twins that the Joker kidnapped. I prefer to place him as mayor instead of judge or district attorney since it holds way more weight. I hope you enjoy Alfred/Minerva's ship, because as I wrote this chapter 1, remember that Alfred has a way with the ladies, even though they almost never place him with anyone. It's well known that he and Tompkins had a fling. Yes, I'm charging Bruce with children, but damn, the guy has too much in the comics, and I haven't brought Duke or Jaro into the picture. Also, I didn't want to gloss over many of the formative years in Harry's life, but if I don't, this FIC will get too long, so I needed to make some time leaps. Pequeña bolita de odio. Chapter summary. Talia arrives at Wayne Manor. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Minerva McGonagall Pennyworth had returned from her honeymoon in Muggle, Hawaii. She had never been there, nor she had ever left the cold weather of her Scottish nation, but was so glad to visit the tropical scenery, especially since her 73-year-old husband looked so well in a bathing suit. She mustered herself as she began to remember her wedding day 4 years ago. She had been going to the Wayne Manor almost every month, in part to be witness of young Harry's upbringing, but in part to talk to the charming British butler that served in the manor. And even though she hadn't had a relationship in years, she found that the attention the man gave her was very welcomed. They became an item when Alfie, as she called him, asked her on a date. He kissed her hand, pulled her chair back so she could sit. They talked. They drank a delicious wine. They danced, and at the end of the night, he kissed her. and she felt a teenager once again. Their dates continued until during Christmas he kneeled in front of her and asked for her hand in marriage. She was silent for a few seconds, but it wasn't in a negative way. She felt very strongly for that gentle man that she kissed him and told him yes. They got married early in July, so she could take a month off for her honeymoon without leaving her work on the side. Alfie and her went to Hawaii and were pampered by the full service the hotel had. Not only were the beaches beautiful, but the weather had been the nicest she had experienced. The meals also were delicious, and even though it was a Muggle hotel, it had been the best food she had eaten, especially since she was in the company of her charming husband. Still, the honeymoon couldn't last forever, and they had to return to their jobs. She was currently sitting in her office filling many letters to the wizard children in Britain, Ireland, and Scotland. She was almost finished already reaching the W when she saw two names, Fred Weasley and George Weasley. She exhaled when she remembered that both of her lions, Charlie and Bill, had warned her that this year their twin brothers were turning 11, and it was a probability for them to attend Hogwarts. She still continued to write the letters and pull them in the to-be-sent pile. Tomorrow, many children would discover they had been accepted in Hogwarts. There was a knock in the door, and Minerva allowed the person to enter. Then from the doorframe appeared a blonde figure dressed in a black dress that showed her curves, but it was modest enough for a school ground. "Mrs. Black, nice to see you," Minerva said to the blonde woman in front of her. "Nice to see you too, Minerva. I see that you have finished the letters," Narcissa said, looking at the big pile. "Yes, I just did," Minerva returned the smile. "Draco is waiting his letter," Narcissa said with a smug smile. "Tell him that it will arrive in 5 years, but definitely will arrive. What can I do for a member of the board?" Minerva asked, still with her smile never falling from her face. Although Narcissa wasn't in the house of Gryffindor, Minerva had been fond of the woman in her school years because she was dedicated, studious, and a genius. She felt disappointment when she married one of the worst kids in school, Lucius Malfoy, but now that she had divorced that bigot git, she had once again the fierceness of a true Slytherin. While the Board of Governors want to make change in the classes, mainly Professor Binns, since many of my co-members of the board have taken classes with the ghost, or more better said, have slept through his classes, Narcissa said, and saw that Minerva wanted to ask something. "I came here to ask you if you want another professor sacked before the meeting tomorrow." Minerva thought for a second. She immediately thought of 3. Professor Severus Snape, who was a grouchy man, but he wasn't as bad as before. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who was the Muggle studies, but whose stuttering was insufferable according to many students. And now she knew that many of his concepts and theories about Muggle devices were wrong. She couldn't truly demand for him to be sacked of his position. But the third option was a professor that never seemed to teach well, that many students took the class because it was easy, and that worst of all kept telling the students that they were going to suffer a terrible death. I think that the board should revise Professor Sybil Trelawney. She has been making prophecies about the students' deaths which completely damps the mood and spirits of many students as well as send many of them to cry, Minerva said to Narcissa. "Very well, I'll tell the board. By the way, when you go to the Waynes, can you give this to young Harry? I saw it on the store the other day, and I thought he would like it," Narcissa said, giving Minerva a package box. "Gladly." Minerva would be offended to be treated like a messenger owl, but she would flew to the Wayne Manor that weekend, so she didn't have any trouble with carrying the package. Jason scowled, looking at the way his father and siblings played. They were playing football like fools. Instead of training, they decided to have a family fun Friday. Even the almost 4-year-old Helena was running with the pigskin, giggling as she was chased by her father and siblings. During the years in this manor, Jason had seen how Bruce Wayne truly was. He had adopted Dick, and a little late he had adopted him, which he was grateful. But then the other children began to appear, and he felt shunned aside. Things had gotten calm and peaceful, but then a magic baby was brought to the manor, and everything began to twist in a negative way. Bruce had to take care of the baby, and many of his siblings began to pay even more attention to the kid. And unlike him, the baby had many people loving him and coming to his birthday parties and giving him gifts. He even saw how one of those people using a stick made the baby's eyes to change of color. Now with the baby sporting heterochromia with one blue eye and one green eye now, he would definitely receive more attention. Then arrived the other baby, Helena, who was daughter of a villain. How could Bruce step as low as to sire a baby with a villain? He definitely couldn't wait to return to college and leave the manor. Alfred was working on the kitchen, waiting patiently for his wife to arrive at the manor. He couldn't believe his luck when he had met the wonderful witch deputy headmistress from a magical school, but who was beautiful beyond any doubt. He was interrupted from his thoughts when the doorbell rang. He wondered who was at the door, since Minerva often arrived from the chimney. He dried his hands and proceeded to go to the door. As he opened the Wayne Manor door and saw someone he was never expecting to see again, Talia al Ghul. The brunette had been a very recurrent guest on Master Wayne's storytellings. What most shocked the butler wasn't the tattered clothes she had, but the fact that she wasn't alone. She was with a 6-year-old boy whose appearance was identical to Master Wayne, except for the slightly darker tone of skin. Alfred, I presume? Talia said with a very exotic accent, which he couldn't comment since he and his wife had an accent as well. Yes, you must be Mississippi al Ghul. I think you want to speak with Master Wayne. Am I correct? Alfred asked. Yes, if you would be as kind to tell him we're here. Talia said as she and her son began following the butler. Over the past few weeks, she had been thought to be more humble. When she had lived in the Nanda Parbat Palace, she had servants, but when the traitorous Wilson had attacked and killed his father, she had ran through the country, taking whatever menial job she could get, so to avoid appeal for alms. They finally got to the backyard. Not before she exchanged glares with a 20-something man who was definitely scowling at the events unfolding in the spacious backyard. Talia had met Batman, the true face of her beloved, the man who defied the head of the demon, the man who, according to his father, was the most fiercest and cunning man to ever existed. But now in front of her she could see Bruce Wayne, the man who was playing football with his children and a woman who could easily be his wife. The man who was laughing watching his youngest son carrying his youngest daughter in his arms as they ran and made a twirl in celebration. Talia wanted to cry. Her beloved had moved on. Perhaps this was a mistake and Damien and her would be better without them in their lives. Then his blue eyes looked directly into hers. He told something to his eldest and walked to where she was standing. Talia, he said, confused at her appearance. Hello, my beloved, she said, giving a weak smile. She wanted to meld in his arms, but her pride was stronger. After all, one of the reasons of the drift between them was the view they had on the world and its inhabitants. What happened to you? Are you all right? He didn't need it to be the world's greatest detective to see in her persona the trouble she had been in. Her beloved took her and their son to a couch in the living room where Alfred gave them tea. Talia sat on a love seat with Damien, while Bruce was on a sofa in front of them. My father was killed by a man named Slade Wilson. She began telling the coup that cost the life of her father. He arrived with an army and took us by surprise during training. The man was a member until he bitterly resigned. Why? Bruce asked. Because he thought that when my father died, he would replace him as the new head of the demon. But Damien was born, so he became heir living Slade to the side. He tried to kill him. An almost defenseless child, but I was able to injure him and escape through a tunnel he didn't know. Father wasn't so lucky. Talia reminisced of the battle and of the man and women who had trained with her in the League of Shadows to protect mankind's future, all dead because of the ambition of one man. I'm sorry for your loss, he said. Then he glanced at Damien and then at her again. Is the child mine? He finally asked her. Yes, his name is Damien Ibn al-Sufash Wayne Ghul. Talia said, how did you? His face is very similar as mine, as well as his complexion. The fact that when you were in trouble, you came all over the other side of the world to look for my help, and the fact that you're not the only one who has brought me a child to the manor. So don't worry. You'll be safe here. Both of you. Her beloved wasn't surprised at all of the situation they were currently in, but she appreciated his help. She continued to talk about the hardships she had to endure to get to Gotham City. Without the League of Shadows and with the palace being taken by Wilson's army, she had no resources and had to resort to work. All right, I'll show you your rooms where you'll be able to clean and change of clothes. If you don't have any, I'll ask for Harry and Selena to borrow you some clothes so you can dress until we can go shop for anything else. Bruce said, taking them upstairs to one of the longest hallways she had seen. Your room will be this one, while Damien can use the one in front of you. If you need anything, my room is at the end of the hall. I'll come back in a moment, saying that he left them to their bedrooms. Thank you, beloved, Talia said to him. Thank you, father. Damien, on the other hand, almost muttered the last line. He was a good boy, and his training had begun since he was 4, but he was still a child. Perhaps without father's interference, he can enjoy his childhood. Talia hoped for that, but the boy was the heir of the demon, so she knew he had a destiny to fulfill. Mother, are you sure we made the right choice by coming here? Damien asked her, interrupting her train of thought. Yes, my son. Your father is one of the only people who have bested your grandfather in combat. And what's more surprising, he was the only one who won again in a rematch. So if anyone can help us, it's him. Talia calmed her son's worries. But what I've seen so far hasn't impressed me. He was playing a silly game with some kids, and his face isn't as fierce as I was hoping, Damien snickered. My son, you need to respect your father. I don't know about the children, but when he dons his cape persona, he brings fear to the hearts of anyone. Talia replied at his son's comment. Now go take a bath. I'll do the same, and we'll meet your father later. We need to get too many explanations. Of course, mother, Damien said and went to his room. He saw some clothes laying on the bed neatly folded. It was a denim short and a shirt with the logo of some kind of music band. Can we come in? A voice came from behind. Damien wanted to brandish his sword, but he remembered that he lost it during the escape from the palace. He saw a boy of his age with a blue and green eye holding the hand of a smaller child, a girl, the kids he saw playing with his father. Remembering his manners after scanning the kids in front of them, he nodded in affirmation. Hi, we were introduced before. I'm Harry, and this is my sister Helena. We're the youngest of the Wayne family. Harry smiled at the other boy. So your father's other children, I guess that makes us siblings. I'm Damien, he said while still scanning the other children. The girl rushed to him and hugged him with intensity. Another brother, she said, smiling while hugging the tense Damien. What's the matter with her? Damien asked. She likes hugs. You better get used to. Harry said. I don't hug, Damien replied. Too bad. You better place your arms around her, or else she'll cry, and nobody wants that, Harry said with a smirk on his face. Damien pondered his options and placed his arms around the little girl's back. I'm happy, but I'm hungry. Let's eat, she ordered, which made Harry roll his eyes in amusement at his little sister's antics. Come, Nina. Come, Damien. I'm sure Grandma Minnie brought her Scottish bread with her, Harry said, guiding the group to the kitchen. Even though Damien was a natural leader, according to his mother, he was hungry, so he followed the other boy to the kitchen. Who is Grandma Minnie? He asked. His grandfather always reminded him that he needed to question everything to learn more of how things and people worked. She's Grandpa Alfred's wife. She's a teacher in a school in Scotland, so she comes from time to time. Perhaps she even brought Sirius in his pack. Harry mused at his inner joke, which Damien didn't understand but nodded along. They finally reached the kitchen with Helena swinging from her brother's arms and giggling. They heard two voices which Helena and Harry quickly recognized. Grandma Minnie, both kids said as they rushed to hug the older woman. Damien quickly scanned the woman from head to toe and noticed that she had dust on her shoulders, just a faint trace of it, like if she had been dusted off. Hello, children. How have you been behaving? She asked them as she gave them a gentle pat on their hair. We're doing fine. I'll be entering elementary in September, and Nina will begin her kindergarten classes soon as well, Harry explained. And we have a new brother, Helena said, excited. Really? Minerva said, looking at Damien in the door frame. Then she looked at her husband, and I thought that Sirius was the one who needed to be neutered. She laughed at her joke, as well as her husband. Hello, young man. I'm Minerva. If you're Bruce's son and Harry and Helena's brother, you can call me Grandma Minnie, she said with a smile. I'm Damien. Nice to meet you, he said. Even though he wanted to snicker or ignore the elder woman, he was still a 6-year-old boy, and she looked nice enough, like those elder members of the league that took care of him when his mother was training or in a mission. Come, I brought some treats for everyone, she said. Minerva had remembered how everyone, including Bruce, had loved the Hogsmeade candies. She wasn't going to bring jelly beans or chocolate frogs because of the statute of secrecy, but she brought lemon drops, hard candies, and regular chocolate ones. She was happy how the kids, including the newest one, ate with gusto. In other place of the manor. So you're the other woman in Bruce's life? A voice came from the doorframe. Talia had stepped out of the shower and was wearing a bathrobe. She had seen the clothes that awaited in her bedroom, but she wasn't expecting the arrival of the blonde woman. The name is Talia, and don't worry, I don't want to steal your husband, she said with a hint of sadness. Then the other woman began chuckling. I'm sorry, but who said I was his wife? The blonde woman asked. Well, I saw you playing in the backyard, and I just deduced that you were. She said, oh, my darling, that's not happening. Yes, I have a daughter with him, and yes, the fex is fantastic, but I don't want to marry him. If I do that, it would place a target on my daughter's back, since many dangerous people in this city would mark me as a traitor. As a mother, you must understand the lengths one would go to protect her children. Let's pray you can remain under the radar, so that the dangerous life we've experienced don't come to hurt our kids. The blonde woman said with a serious tone, I want to keep my son alive and safe, but he has begun a training, and I'm sure he'll try to complete it and to follow his father or his grandfather's path. I pray for that day to be long in the future, so that he reaches adulthood and can truly enjoy life. Talia confessed, I'm sorry, but I didn't heard your name. I'm Selena Kyle. And I guess we'll be seeing each other for a long time, she said as she walked the hallway. So now you have another children? Seriously, Bruce, what's your ducking problem? Jason yelled at his father in angry. I didn't know of Damien's existence until this afternoon, and I would really appreciate if you calm yourself. Yes, Talia and Damien came here seeking shelter, just like Selena and Helena did a few years ago. So now you need to deal with it. I don't like that attitude, Bruce said to his second son. Ever since Helena had come to the house, he had been grouchy and angry for some reason. Look, Bruce, I'm not taking any side, but Jason does have a point. This is getting out of hand. I mean, I love Harry and Helena, but perhaps you should try to control your little dark knight. Dick joked, trying to calm the situation a little, only to receive a back glare for his efforts. Bruce, Jason was wrong to lose his composure, but I believe that he is worried. He thinks that you can cast him aside because neither of us is biological linked to you, Cass said. Since she had almost reached her adulthood, she had become more mature and didn't provoke fights or pranks with Dick, but still was very insightful in the human psyche, especially the ones from her siblings. Do you really think I would do that? That I would leave you on the streets? I adopted every single one of you because you needed family. Dick, I was there on the Haley Circus. I saw a frightened boy whose world had been destroyed by a mobster. Jason, your life wasn't better. Your mother abandoned you, and you had to live on the streets. I saw potential in you, so I'm disappointed that you think that I would leave you back on the place I found you, Tim. You had no one after your father died, Cass and Steph. You two are the daughters of supervillains. Do you seriously think I would be petty enough to leave you on your own? You're my children just like I'm your father. And together we're a family. We face every challenge together just like we always do. Now I don't know how many surprise children will come through that door, but we'll make sure that they feel safe and that they feel loved, Bruce said with a firm conviction. Who thought you that? Uncle Clark? Tim asked with a smirk which made Ever laugh in relaxation. Spinner's End. Severus Snape massaged his temple. He was tired and hadn't been able to reach his proposed goal. I can't do it, Snape said, collapsing in the couch he had on his potion lab in the basement of his house. Yes, you can. We have faith in you, Mr. Snape. Dr. Fate's voice resounded. But it's almost impossible to make what you're asking. Snape replied at the golden armored man. It's not that impossible, but perhaps you need some help. I made some research as I was working with the Longbottom. There are 2 Potion Master witches not far from here. You could visit them and ask for their help, Dr. Fate said. Who? I'm the only Potion Master registered, Snape replied. They're not registered but are very good in potions, Dr. Fate said as he placed a piece of paper in his lab table. Then he conjured a light ink and vanished. This must be a joke, Snape said to no one as he read the names in the paper. Chapter and notes. Alfie in 1966 movie was starred by Michael Caine in the main role. So I give it a nudge to it as he was one of the actors to portray the character in the Dark Knight trilogy. Also, the name of this chapter is for the way in Latin America, mainly Mexico, we referred to Damian Wayne. And his name Ibn al-Sufash is the name the son of Bruce Wayne and Talia al Ghul in the Kingdom Come universe. Also, who were the 2 potioners that Dr. Fate gave to Severus and what task had asked for him. Snape snarled at the names in the paper. He then decided that if that was the sacrifice he needed to make, so that he walked the steps towards the house main door and knocked on it. He waited a second, and the door was finally opened by a grouchy-looking house elf. Yes, the elf asked. Is Andromeda Tonks in here? Snape asked the house elf. Mistress Tonks is not here. Creature can leave a message, Creature said. Well, when she comes, tell her to flummy, Severus Snape. Snape said before leaving. He didn't want it to be in the grim old place where it was possible that the imbecile of Black could be around. He operated away to his next location, Ottery St. Catchpole. He knew where he was, standing in the middle of a grass field looking directly into a tower structure. He sighed and walked to the door. He was about to knock when the door was opened by a blonde woman whose hair length fall right into her feet. Pandora Lovegood, good morning, Snape said to the woman in front of him. Severus Snape, it's a surprise to see you here, Pandora said with a dreamy smile. Can I come in? I need to discuss something of importance, he said, half annoyed at the woman's quirkiness. Of course, where are my manners? She said, inviting the man to enter. They had only seen each other a couple of times during their school year, with Professor Slughorn praising their work all the time, so she kind of sensed to which way the visit would go. I'll cut straight to the point, and I'll tell you my motives of why I'm here, Snape said as he kept standing in the living room/kitchen the family had in their house. Not so long ago, I met a powerful avatar of a god who tasked me with something unique and special. He trusted my abilities in potions and the goodness of my heart, Snape said, mocking the tone he did at the end. Although it was true that he did regretted his past actions, he didn't consider himself a good guy. Just a triple agent working for several strategists. What is the task? Pandora asked. I need to make a potion to track Voldemort's Horcrux, he said, making the woman wide-eyed. And why haven't you been able to achieve your goal? She asked. I was given the task 2 years ago. The person who tasked me found 2 and suspects there's more, but we don't know much of them except how they can be created and how can they be destroyed. Will you help me? Snape asked. He really didn't want to accept help, but he was growing tired of not getting a properly working potion. Why didn't you go to Dumbledore? He could help, Pandora said. I normally would have consulted, but my acquaintance told me to keep it as secret as it could. He doesn't trust Dumbledore for some reason, Snape said. He was also getting tired of everyone using him as a pawn. Then why help your acquaintance? Pandora asked. Because even if he doesn't trust Dumbledore, I think his way of doing things is better than Dumbledore's. In the Order, we always play on the defensive, and if it weren't for Lily's sacrifice, we could have lost the war. But my acquaintance wants to destroy the dark objects, so we can be on an equal field when Voldemort returns, Snape explained. Well, that sounds reasonable. I'll talk with Xenophilus about that. But if I'm going to work with you, I need you to tolerate my little Luna. Can you do that? She asked as she looked him in the eyes. He almost wanted to retort, but contained. Sure, I will tolerate your daughter rummaging through my cabinets, Snape said before bidding farewell and leaving the Lovegood household. Sirius arrived at his house in Grimmauld Place. He had taken Susan, Draco, and his twin sons Regulus and James to a trip through Muggle London to prepare for the little boy's birthday party. Ever since he had married Amelia, he had devoted to her and to their family. He often visited Harry in Gotham, but never leaving the comfort of his house. And when the twins were born, he wanted a shout of happiness. Amelia would arrive until nighttime, and Narcissa was with the governor's board. They entered the house and were greeted by Dobby and Creature. The latter had come to an understanding of the current Lord Black, and since they took the Horcrux from the locket, the house elf wasn't pleasant, but wasn't as grouchy as before. Hello, Dobby, Susan said as she hugged the house elf. We brought many things for Reggie and Jimmy's birthday. Can you help decorate? Susan asked. Dobby will help Lady Susie, the elf said, picking the bag from her hands. In just a couple of hours, the Grimmauld Place house was fully decorated. Sirius had placed on their bed the 3-year-old and waited for the guests to arrive. The chimney activated, and from it came Remus, who would never miss his godson's birthday. A few minutes later, Narcissa arrived looking tired but still hugging her son tightly. How did you behave? She asked, looking at him sternly. I behaved great, Draco said with a smile. Of course you did, sweetie, Narcissa said, hugging him once again. Then the woman he wanted to see arrived from the same chimney, displaying her 8 months' belly. Sirius rushed and helped her walk away while kissing her hand. Seriously, Sirius, I'm pregnant, not made of glass, she said with an annoying huff. I know, but you're carrying another set of twins according to the Muggle doctor. I just want to keep you safe, Sirius said, looking worried. I know, darling. Now let me see Susie and the birthday boys, she said, pushing her husband to receive her adopted niece and following to see the boys, who slept peacefully. Meanwhile, a van moved through the streets of London. The driver was a tired-looking dad. Next to him was a pile of presents. In the row behind him were 3 children, and in the back row was an elderly couple holding hands and 2 mothers looking at the children in front of them. You'll meet my cousins Damien. Isn't that exciting? Harry said happily. Thrilling, Damien said with a huff. He didn't want to go to a stupid party in another country, but it could help him discover the mystery that was the kid Harry. He felt there was something off about him. Oh yes, Reggie and Jimmy birthday, Helena said, excited. The 3-year-old had met the boys a couple of times and had become quick friends, always playing some cute children games. In the backside of the van, Talia and Selena talked between each other. So what's so special about coming to London only for a children's party? Talia asked. One of the twins is Bruce's godson, and it's nice for Selena to meet children her age. Don't worry. Harry's cousins and friends are around Damien's age as well, so he won't have a problem, Selena said. Well, that would be nice. Damien hasn't had a lot of interactions with children his age. Everyone in the palace were always older than him, Talia said, regretting being convinced by her father to train Damien so young. Well, don't worry. If I've learned anything from seeing Helena's interactions with her siblings, is that they will stay by her side, and I'm sure they'll eventually warm up to Damien, Selena said, calming the other mother. Thanks, Selena, Talia said with sincerity. We arrived 12 Grimmauld Place, Bruce said as he parked the van in front of the house with a yell of excitement from Helena and Harry. It looks rather small if you ask me, Talia said. Never judge a book by its cover, dear, Minerva said with a wink. The family stepped out of the van and walked to the front door. Before they went to London, Bruce was able to explain to Talia what the Black were like. She took it rather well considering that her father was an immortal man who bathed in magical waters. The door opened, letting the family see the house elf. Good evening, creature. We're here for the party of the twins of House Black, Bruce said in the protocol manner Sirius taught him. Behind the family, Damien was impressed at the house elf aspect. In the palace, the servants used uniforms, and here creature was wearing an impeccable black tuxedo with a badge with the letter B engraved on it. Creature will guide you to Lord Black, the elf said, beginning to walk to the living room. Alfred's wife wasn't joking. It is bigger on the inside. Talia mustered herself as they walked through the aisle. She had grabbed Damien's hand while Bruce and Harry were in the front. Then Selena carrying Helena, and in the back Alfred and Minerva, who were constantly giggling to each other. Harry, Draco, and Susan said at the same time, running towards their cousin and hugging him. Draco, Susan, it's so nice to see you again, Harry said with a big smile on his face. Where's Neville? He asked. He is sick. His mom told Aunt Narcissa that he had dragon pox, Susan explained. Oh, that's too bad. Is anyone else coming? Harry asked. Even though his travels to London were sporadic, he had managed to make friends with his cousin's friends, particularly Neville, Daphne and her little sister Astoria, Pansy, Hannah, some twins named Padma and Parvati, and a year younger girl named Luna. Daphne and her sister are late, but Mum said they will arrive soon, Draco said. That reminds me, I want you to meet my brother, Harry said, excited as he grabbed his cousin's hands and took them to where the adults were and where a culture-shocked Damien was observing the portraits hung in the walls. Damien, Harry said, taking the boy out of his inspection. These are my cousins Draco and Susan. Guys, this is my brother Damien. Harry introduced them as if he had met Damien all of his life, which in part the kid wished it was true. Ever since he met his brother a couple of weeks ago, he had made quick friends with his newfound brother, sharing interesting books and playing with training swords, which Damien said it was, so that they could later forge their own swords, which Harry thought it was the most cool thing that could happen. Hey, mate, Draco said, extending his hand for a handshake, which Damien shook after a moment of hesitation. Hi, Damien said. Then he saw Susan, who for some reason was holding her hands close to her chest. He wondered if his permanent scowl, who according to his mother it was inherited from his father, was the reason that the girl was cautious. Nice to meet you too, he added. On the other side of the house, Sirius teased Bruce. Another kid, Bruce? Seriously? Sirius said with a smug smile. I was as surprised as you are, but Damien has shown manners, and he is the same age as Harry. It's going to be good for the two of them to have a brother their age. Dick and the others always have seen Harry as the baby, Bruce admitted. Yeah, how are you dealing with Dick being away from home? Remus was the one who asked, trying to divert the teasing to some other topic. It's been hard. He went to Jump City University alongside some of his friends, and he is living with them on a building Wayne Enterprises owns, but still it's not the same as having him in the manor, Bruce admitted. Dick had chosen that particular since that was a crime-full city, and they could use a hand. He stopped being Robin 2 years ago and became Nightwing, with Victor and Corey helping him in said city. Neither Bruce nor Dick had expected for Victor to have a terrible accident that fused him with a mother box, but he was using his newfound abilities as Cyborg for good, and Corey had adopted the moniker Starfire to keep her identity a secret. I'm not surprised. I guess that's what our parents must have felt when we went to Hogwarts, Remus said. Yeah, I guess so. Although when I was placed in Gryffindor, my mother thought the separation was the best, Sirius commented dryly. Speaking of which, are you going to enroll Harry into Hogwarts? He asked. It's a possibility. Minerva has told me that she already has both of his letters, the one for Harry Wayne and the one for Harry Potter, Bruce said. The party continued with Harry, his brother, his cousins, and their friends were running up and down in the Black Manor. Draco thought them a game named Exploding Snap for Little Children Edition, which made small explosions to the giggling kids. Helena, meanwhile, played with the ball with Reggie and Jimmy, and then they read her animals book. Talia got to meet Narcissa and Amelia, sharing first-time mother's experiences and advices. The party was a success according to Sirius, and the twins were happy with the many gifts they received from their godfathers. A few days later, Talia, Damien, and Harry waited in the front door for Bruce to bring the car. The boys wore their matching school uniforms, a navy blue jacket with gray pants and white shirt. Are you worried about your first day of school? Talia said as she straightened Damien's jacket and combed his hair. She almost instinctively did the same to Harry, which seemed bummed out that she didn't do the same with him. Mother, I'll be fine. And yes, I promise I won't kill anyone the first day. Damien said, that's my boy. She said. Talia was indeed worried of his son's reaction to the school experience, but she had seen him having fun with other kids, so she wasn't completely worried. Bruce arrived with the Rolls-Royce, and both 6-year-old climbed aboard with Talia, sitting in the co-pilot seat. The school wasn't that far, but the road leave them plenty of time to have a quiz. What sickness was Mr. Freeze trying to cure? Bruce asked Harry. McGregor's disease. He did found the cure, and he was able to cure his wife. Harry replied his question. Correct, Damien. How tall is the tallest mountain in Nanda Parbat? Talia asked her son. Tirikmir, with a height of 7,708 meters or 25,289 feet. I claimed it on my 5th birthday with my arm broken. Damien replied, which gained him a whistle from Harry. I have the coolest brother, Harry said with a grin. Dad, can we climb that mountain? He added. Maybe someday, Harry, Bruce said to his son. The family finally arrived at Gotham Elementary School, and the parents said goodbye to their children. Talia felt a pull in her heart as she watched her son part ways with her in the entrance of the school, waving goodbye at both of his parents. Ever since he was born, they had done everything together, from his classes to his meals and his trainings. Now, watching him go, she knew her son was slowly drifting apart to begin making his small steps to become the man he was destined to be. Both boys were doing fine in the elementary school. They didn't have many friends, but they didn't have bullies either. Apparently, after some older student tried to take Harry's lunch. Money, he knew that nobody messed with a Wayne since Damien broke his nose and 3 fingers. That earned the scowling Wayne a week off suspension. Harry was happy that his brother had defended him and proposed to begin training so that in the case the older boy's henchmen tried to intimidate, he would be ready to kick some ass. Months went by, and the kids became both feared and respected. Apparently, they were a force to be reckoned with when it came to bullying, because they imparted justice on those who took advantage on the younger years or in those who looked weak. The bullies, for some reason, tried to pick on a pale-skinned, raven-haired girl who was a year older than the Wayne duo. They stopped the bullies who were trying to hit her with rocks and calling her a witch. Damien was tending to the girl's bleeding forehead when he asked her, "Are you all right?" Damien asked, his usual scowl looking directly into the girl's wound. "I'm fine, thanks." The girl responded with a shy, almost muttered expression. "What's your name? Do you want us to talk to your parents?" Harry asked as he kept guard in case the bullies tried to make a return. "I'm Rachel, and I only have my mother, but she's working. I'm fine, really," she said, still in her dry, shy tone. "Would you mind if we keep you company?" Damien asked. "I wouldn't mind, but I would appreciate if I wasn't left alone either," Rachel said, earning a nod from both kids who sit in the floor, as well leaving her in the middle. "Why did they call you a witch?" Harry asked. "I'm a metahuman. I can perceive auras. And one time I said to one of those boys that his aura was dark brown. They did not like that," Rachel said, half truthfully, Damien noted. But he wasn't going to push the girl to spill her secrets. "You can see auras? That's cool," Harry said, excited. "Of course you think that's cool. You're magical after all," Damien said in an annoying tone, then realizing he spilled the beans of his brother's secret. "You're magical?" Rachel asked incredulously. "Yes, I am. I can make sparks so far. I've been practicing with a magician called Dr. Fate to go beyond my potential, but so far that's all I can do," Harry explained, showing the sparks trick that Dr. Fate showed him so that he could invoke lightning. Harry began to retell the first time he made accidental magic. He was 5 years old, and he was throwing a tantrum after Jason had taken his stuffed dog that Sirius had gifted him. In his rage, he made 3 flower vases to explode. Then he cried because he had broken said vases. "It wasn't my finest moment. I've grown past that," Harry said with a smirk. "Cool," Rachel said, smiling for the first time. "So, what can you tell us about our auras?" Damien asked. "Damien, don't ask her that. She probably doesn't want to do that like a show woman," Harry opposed, but Rachel intervened. "Actually, I don't mind," she said. She closed her eyes and traced her hand towards Damien. "Your aura is gray. You're a skeptic, but you also have tints of red and blue, which means strength, passion, and loyalty. I can see you're a good person, Damien." She gave a hint of a smile at him. Then Rachel turned to Harry and did the same movements as before. "Wow, your aura is very bright and colorful. It has every color I've seen, even black. You've seen someone die, right?" she asked, but Harry was confused. He didn't remember watching someone die, so he did not understood what she meant by that, but he let it pass. "It was dead in the night. The Wayne Manor fell into a quiet and peaceful slumber. Everyone was already sound asleep, except for one 7-year-old boy who tossed and turned in his bed. Ever since his meeting with Rachel, he had thought of those words. He had seen someone die? It was something he couldn't imagine. He tried to sleep, but instead of pleasant dreams, he had a nightmare. In that nightmare, he was in a nursery room, and a red-haired woman tried to calm him down. Her eyes were like his eye, and her voice was soothing, telling him how much she loved her. Then the door of the room was blasted open by a dark figure. The woman stood tall and proud and yelled at the figure. "No, not Harry." The woman's voice yelled in anguish and desperation. "Move, woman, or die." The hissing voice of the dark figure yelled. "Not my Harry," the woman said in clear desperation and with a broken voice that meant she was in tears. "I won't repeat myself. Move, woman, or die." The menacingly voice hissed once again. "No," the woman said. "You asked for it." The dark figure shot a green energy to the woman, who fell to the ground after yelling one last time before collapsing. Then the dark figure approached Harry and looked him straight in the eyes before pointing his wand to Harry and saying Avada Kedavra. The same green flash appeared, and Harry felt so frightened he almost peed himself. He quickly jumped out of bed and went to his father's room. The bed was completely empty, and Harry wanted comfort. He sniffed and began walking down the aisle once again. Then he stopped at one door and knocked. He waited a few seconds, and he heard the crunching of the bed springs, and the door was opened. A bathrobe wearing and half asleep Selena opened the door. "Harry, are you all right?" she asked, looking at the sniffing boy in front of her. "Did you have a nightmare?" she asked, to which the boy nodded between sobs. "Do you want to sleep with me?" she said in her motherly tone, to which the boy nodded. "Come, sweetie. I won't let those awful nightmares hurt you," she said as she took the boy to bed and hugged him while also tucking both of them and kissing his head. "Everything is going to be all right," she reassured the boy, who began nodding and falling peacefully asleep in her arms. In the Gotham City Police Department's rooftop, James Gordon awaited next to the bat signal. He knew that the bat would arrive soon, often trying to scare him, but he wasn't going to this time. There were most pressing matters. "Good evening, Commissioner." The gruff voice of the bat sounded on the rooftop. The commissioner looked at the Caped Crusader and decided to light a cigarette. "I thought you quit those things," Batman said to the man. "I did, but this is just to calm the nerves. A few hours ago, there was a break-in on Ace Chemicals. The man behind the attack left his calling card." Gordon gave Batman 2 plastic bags, one with the picture of a deceased Axe Chemicals worker with a deathly grin in his face, and in the other plastic bag a Joker poker card. "I'll look into it," Batman said before gliding off from the rooftop. Dumbledore paced on his office. Harry Potter's 7th birthday had come and go, and he was nowhere to be found. Not even his most trusted confidants could give him some insight in the boy's whereabouts. He could use legitimacy, but he wasn't going to go that path. Not with his allies, at least. Especially since Minerva had married, he didn't want to dig into her thoughts. He would have to resort into another trustful ally, his old friend Alastair Moody. Chapter and notes. So I wanted to add the Joker sooner, but I felt like it needed some time for him to show up. I don't plan on going full Dumbledore bashing, but he isn't painted in the best light, at least in Harry's younger years. The fact that Victor is fused with a mother box is going to play a big part in the future. Any other doubt or comment, please leave it under it, and I'll read it. Thank you. Children of the Bat. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next couple of years passed so quickly. Tim, Steph, and Cass began their high school education, and Harry, Damien, and Rachel were doing fine in the elementary. And Helena began kindergarten school, always telling her mother, Dad, and Aunt Talia how much fun she had on her classes. She was very artistic and often came to Manor with several colorful paintings of her very extensive family. Harry continued his magical classes with his professors Uncle Nelson, Uncle Giovanni, and Uncle Jason, who teach him magic in a very different way than what Sirius, Grandma Minnie, or anyone from his British side of the family had ever seen. Harry respected Uncle Nelson, but his classes were more often than not focused on theory and warnings about the improper use of magic. On the other hand, Harry enjoyed Uncle Giovanni's class way more since he taught Harry the showman's way. And in Uncle Jason's part, Harry enjoyed being told the many adventures of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, and was taught in the way of the old code. Harry always began his classes with Uncle Jason reciting, "A knight is sworn to valor. His heart knows only virtue. His blade defends the helpless. His might upholds the weak. His word speaks only truth. His wrath undoes the wicked." Harry said while kneeling, He hoped that one day Uncle Jason would give him a claymore sword like the one Etrigan uses. Even Damien sometimes would join the class with Uncle Jason since both kids wanted to be knights. By age 7, Harry could summon lightning, fire, and eyes from his hands, just like Uncle Nelson's alter ego Dr. Fate. With Uncle Giovanni, he could make things disappear, and his fencing skills were greatly improved once Uncle Etrigan began sharing classes with Uncle Jason. One evening, the family was having a pleasant evening, having dinner when the bell rang. Alfred went to answer the calling. He found a trench coat wearing figure and a fedora hat. It was a woman who spoke. "Good evening. May I request a meeting with Mr. Wayne and Mississippi Kyle?" The woman gently spoke. "Is there a trouble, miss?" Alfred asked. "No, there's no trouble, but it's a matter of importance regarding their daughter Helena Kyle Wayne." The woman spoke gently. She had gray hair and a few wrinkles on her face, but still retaining her youthful features. Alfred excused himself after letting the woman in the living and went to fetch Bruce, Selena, and the little Helena. The trio introduced themselves to the woman. "Nice to meet you. My name is Margaret Scamander from the Makusa, and I need to apologize for the late hour. I just finished some paperwork." She began explaining. Just as she looked the expecting faces of the parents, she continued, "The reason of my visit is that this morning your daughter Helena made accidental magic," Margaret said to the couple, who looked impressed. "She's magical?" Selena asked. "Yes, Miss Kyle." In a small fit of rage, she knocked some books. "The teachers thought it was simply a coincidence, so we didn't need to interfere, but I need to inform you about the world you just have entered." Margaret was about to begin to explain when Bruce stopped her. "We actually already have knowledge of the magical world, but knowing Helena is a magical as well is a very interesting and welcome surprise," Bruce said. "Yes, I mean I knew our daughter was special, but this make her extra special," Selena said proudly. "I'm glad you're seeing this as a blessing. Sometimes parents just don't understand this world and they treat their children as a decease. Now, I would like to give you this pamphlet that has all the information of Wizarding America alongside the many embassies if you ever travel anywhere in the world," Margaret explained. Then she went on talking with the Nomad parents about what to expect on Helena's future education. "Well, actually, we have friends in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, so it could be possible that Helena goes there," Selena said, since she already met Minerva and that Harry in the future would attend there as well, so she knew that Helena would be safe and with people she knew. "Well, it's a possibility, but if you want something closer, you can check out Ilvermorny. It's located in Massachusetts, not far from here," Margaret said to a nodding couple. "Well, we could check it out just to know our options," Bruce said. "But Helena is only 5, so let's not rush her," Selena said, to which Bruce smirked. During their upbringing in Wayne Manor, both Harry and Damien were thought of cleaning habits. There were many people living in the manor and only one Alfred, so everyone took turns cleaning some rooms, tending the plants, washing dishes, doing laundry, or washing the windows and vehicles. Harry loved dusting off the library since he was able to read. That was his favorite room in the whole manor. He had read many of the books of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and Jules Verne, which were his favorites, but he read anything that he could get his hands on. Damien, on the other hand, loved doing kitchen chores. He learned from Alfred many different dishes. He especially loved doing waffles from scratch whenever Rachel visited, since it was obvious that the girl loved those battered delights. Tim, Stephanie, and Cass were more often than not to be in charge of taking care of the plants. They spent so much time closed in their bedrooms studying that the only times they took direct sunlight was when they cut the grass or water the plants. Jason was always grumpy whenever he was tasked with any chore. He said that he needed to train but still did the chore. Bruce and Selena never complained about doing the chores, but Talia in the beginning had trouble since she always had servants, so she wasn't used to do the laundry or sweeping the floors, but then she appreciated the menial task, especially when she put Sir Elton John's music. One day, Harry, Damien, and Helena were riding their bicycles in the woods near Wayne State when Harry suddenly stopped and climbed down the bike. "What is it?" Damien asked, but Harry was spaced out, like if he was hearing something. Harry only placed his finger in his mouth and began walking to the bushes. Harry kept walking in the bushes. The voice he was hearing became clearer. "Mommy." "Where are you, Mommy?" "I'm scared," the voice called. Finally, Harry saw a copper-colored snake in the middle of a small cave of dirt. "Are you okay, little guy?" Harry asked the little snake, which turned to see him. "I can't find my mommy." The snake replied to Harry, which surprisingly he understood. "Do you want to come with me? I promise I won't hurt you," Harry asked the small creature. The snake looked at him for a moment and then nodded. "Come here then," Harry said, extending his arm to grab her gently. "My name is Harry. Do you have a name?" Harry asked. My mommy called me Copper, the snake said. That's a wonderful name, Harry said. Then he arrived at where Helena and Damien were waiting. What's that? Helena asked. This is my new friend Copper, Harry said, showing the small snake to his siblings. Cool, Helena said, but Damien only rolled his eyes. How did you know her name? Damien asked. She told me. How do you know it's a female? Harry asked. The head is bigger in males, Damien said, but did you said you spoke with her? Damien asked. Yes, I think this is a magical snake, Harry said, but we haven't heard anything. I think you should talk with Sirius about this. Damien said. That's right, I should ask him. Do you think Dad would allow me to keep her? Harry asked. He let me have a pony, Helena said with pride, making her brothers chuckle at their father's promise. On the other hand, the supervillain, as the news named it, the Joker had been at large, doing many jokes that more often than not had deadly consequences. The Joker mixed Detective Ethan Bennett with Joker's putty, which made him a clay-type monstrosity. He had corrupted novice psychiatrist Arlene Quinzel, turning her into her psychic Harley Quinn. Tried to contaminate every fish in Gotham City to have a grin like him. But the most infamous thing the Joker ever did was to attack Commissioner Gordon's daughter in her apartment and shooting her in the abdomen, sending her straight to the hospital. Every member of the family went to the Gotham General Hospital to check on Barbara's status. They found James and his ex-wife Barbara sitting in the waiting room. James' knee was moving up and down, and he grabbed his head. Jim, how is she? Bruce asked the commissioner. I don't know. She's in surgery we can't see, the man said, shedding tears in desperation. Bruce quickly hugged the man. Ever since his parents were killed, he looked up at the commissioner. When Barbara was born on his teen years, he was happy that the man and his wife had found a bundle of joy in their lives. He had gotten to know Barbara as she grew up and treated her like family as well, so he understood the worry they had tonight. Excuse me for a moment, Bruce said once Jim sat again. Bruce took his cell phone and made a call. Andromeda, sorry to bother you at this hour, but can you come as quickly as possible to Gotham General Hospital? I'm afraid that we need your experience as a healer, Bruce said. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Rachel kneeled in the middle of a pentagram. She had been dealing with many nightmares for years about a fiery place and a demon who called himself her dad, so she needed answers. Damien and Harry, her only friends, wouldn't understand that part of her life, since they had a wonderful family and her mother refused to give her answers about her biological father. She began doing a chanting and a special spell that could make her connect to her father. What she didn't know was that it wasn't a communication spell. It was a summoning spell. When the pentagram activated, an enormous reddish hand appeared and quickly grabbed her, dragging her into the unknown. Dick and Jason finally arrived at the hospital, and Dick rushed at Jim and Barbara, hugging them. I'm sorry, I should have been there with her, Dick said, regretting that a mission with the Titans kept him from being with Babs that night. It's not your fault, dear, Barbara said, trying to calm him down when she too was feeling like the world was ending. Jason, on the other hand, was fuming. Bruce, and he had been busy stopping the clown's schemes. Bruce noticed his son's angry glare just as the boy began to walk to the exit. Jason, listen to me, Bruce said. Why? Joker just shot Barbara, and you want to wait instead of putting that bastard 6 feet underground? Or are you waiting for that bastard to target Harry, Damien, or Helena next? Jason asked. No, we need to wait to comfort our friends in this time of need. How do you think Barbara is feeling? How Jim is feeling, or Dick? Do you really think that going into the unknown full of rage is going to end up in a positive note? Think Jason. This outburst is exactly what he wants. He wants us on edge. He wants us sloppy. Bruce said, but Jason didn't heard and left the hospital. Bruce wanted to follow him, but he remembered how devastated Jim and Barbara were and couldn't left the man that showed him that the world hadn't ended when his parents were killed. He prayed that whatever thing Jason did tonight wouldn't kill him. Andromeda arrived via flu at the Makusa embassy. There she made a side apparition to the hospital. She immediately saw Bruce sitting with an older couple who were grieving. Bruce, I came as soon as I could. What happened? She asked Bruce. A friend of the family was shot. She's in recovery now, but the doctors say that it's possibly that she doesn't walk again, Bruce explained. Well, I was prepared to make a magical surgery, but luckily I can help with the recovery, Andromeda said while smiling. What's the name of the patient? She asked him. Barbara Gordon, Bruce said. She nodded and then went to the desk nurse. Good evening. My name is Andromeda Tonks, head of doctors in St. Thomas Hospital in London. I came to check on one patient, Gordon Barbara. She said, The nurse checked on her computer and then proceeded to take her into a room. Andromeda had worked on St. Mungo's/St. Thomas Hospital for more than 15 years, and she had to agree that the Muggles had some advantages. Their aisles and rooms looked polished and spruce. She arrived at the room where a redhead girl rested. Andromeda took the clipboard at the end of the bed and began reading. She nodded and then saw the catheter connected to her arm. She took a potion from her bag and poured 5 drops of the emerald liquid in the plastic bag. She then went to the waiting room once again. "So, what did you see?" Bruce asked. "She'll be fine. She's a strong girl." The surgeon's note said that the bullet impacted in her intestine and spine. "She'll be in recovery for 2 months, but I gave her a dose of a potion I often use in the hospital. It reconnects the severed nerves. I placed half the regular dose, just so that her recovery can be explained as sheer will instead of magical," Andromeda explained. "Thank you, Andromeda," Bruce said. "Bruce, how many times do I have to tell you? We're practically family. Call me Andy." She smirked at him and left them in the hospital. In the middle of the night, a red and black figure landed in the top of an abandoned warehouse. "Clown!" Jason screamed at the top of his lungs as he entered the warehouse. He was seeing red. He wanted to bash the clown's ugly face to wipe that smug smile. "Hello, puke boy." A menacingly voice rang through the warehouse. This was it. Jason was face to face with the sick clown that shot Batgirl, and only one of them would leave that warehouse. Chapter and notes. The oath Harry says is from one of my favorite fantasy movies, Dragonheart, with Dennis Quaid reciting said oath. Also, just like the 1980s poll, which should be Jason's fate? Should he live or die? Also, where did Rachel was dragged to? The goddess. Batman climbed down the abandoned warehouse rooftop in which Jason's tracker placed him in. The Dark Knight walked through the dusty floor and found a bloodied corpse laying there, and next to it was a kneeling person completely covered in dried blood. "Jason," Batman said as he approached the scene. His voice was full of regret and sorrow as he said the name of his son. "I had to do it," Jason said, breaking the silence that surrounded the warehouse. "Why?" Batman asked, receiving the response of the young man almost immediately. "Because I've lost too much to let someone like him to take it away from me. When I lived in the streets, I was lost. Kids my age didn't last long enough to make a friendship with them. Pets were most of the same, and the vagabonds almost always wanted something from me in return for company, or if they were actually nice enough, they died due to some illness. Everything and everyone I had contact with, I lost it. I couldn't bear it. Then I saw the Batmobile, and I thought I could sell parts of it. Then you saw something in me and brought me into the manor. From having nothing, I was given a roof, a meal, a father, a brother, a family. Being in the hospital tonight was too much for me. The Joker was everything that took everyone from me. I had to stop him before he attacked someone else." Jason began sobbing as he said that. Then he felt 2 strong arms grabbing him and hug him as tight as he had never been hugged. "I'm sorry you thought that you could lose everything. I should have worked harder to stop him," Batman said as he hugged his son. "It's not all right. When I killed him with my bare hands, I had an epiphany. I realized that your morals don't mean anything if we can't protect the people close to us. You think you're better than him for your no-killing rule, but how many people has suffered because you didn't do the right choice and end the criminal? I don't want to continue being Robin. I don't want to do anything to do with this life if I can't protect people the only way that matter," Jason said, looking at the Joker's corpse. "I feel broken. I don't know who I am, and I won't know under your wing. What do you need?" Batman asked him. He knew how troubled Jason is. He tried his best to give him love and support, so he will support him in his new path as a lone man. "I don't know. Time perhaps. I'll leave the manor and will found myself," Jason said, looking at his father in the eyes. Batman nodded at his son. Words couldn't change his mind, so it was for the best to left things unsaid. Jason left the manor next day after saying goodbye to his siblings and family. He grabbed his motorcycle and his red helmet and left to discover his place in the world. Damien was saddened by his brother leaving, and Helena and Harry hugged Jason for 20 minutes, not wanting for her older brother to leave. The following months, Barbara began to make her recovery. In the 3rd month, she was standing on her own, and by the 5th, she could be as flexible and agile as she was before the injury. She wanted to make her superhero life once again, but decided to step down and gave her mantle to Stephanie, who took it gladly. Days later, after Jason left, Dr. Fate was with Harry in the Tower of Fate for their regular classes. Fate was very interested in Harry's snake friend Copper. "So, you tell me she talks to you?" Dr. Fate asked. "Yes, no one else can speak with her, only I," Harry said with the honesty of a child. "Interesting, you speak parcel tongue," Dr. Fate said. "Parcel what?" Harry asked, completely confused at the use of the unknown word. Parseltongue, the language of the snakes. It's a very rare gift, but a gift nonetheless. One of the most known users was Hogwarts founder Salazar Slytherin. But other than him, not much is known. It was said that there was a community of Parseltongue speakers in India, but I don't know if the rumors are true, Dr. Fate said. Is this a bad thing? According to Sirius, the Voldemort guy also spoke with snakes. Harry said, worried that if he had something related to the Dark Wizard, he could follow that dark path. Harry, as I said, it's a gift. What you do with your gift is something that it's entirely up to you. Don't let a bad reputation to determine what you think, Dr. Fate said, which made the boy smile brightly. Damien was sad and angry about Rachel's disappearance a few weeks ago. Deciding that he had waited enough, he stole Dick's old Robin uniform and went to patrol the city, hoping to find his friend. Night and night again passed, and there was not a clue about Rachel. Not even her mother could tell where her daughter was. Reaching nowhere, he asked Dr. Fate to track his friend. The golden-armored doctor accepted his petition and proceeded to make a tracking ritual. The doctor chanted something into a glass sphere with his eyes shining in a pure white light. The ritual ended and Dr. Fate slumped his shoulders. He sighed and proceeded to take his helmet off, returning to his form of the elderly Kent Nelson. He grabbed his cane and walked to Damien. I'm sorry, young Damien, but your friend is nowhere to be found. Kent said, is she dead? The boy asked. No, she's in a different realm, Kent explained. But you can fetch her? You vanished Votan a few years back to a different dimension. Isn't that the same? Damien said. His expression showed great fear and worry. Although travel through dimensions is something I can do, I cannot enter different realms that have a god protecting it, Kent said. Why? You're the avatar of the god Nabu. Can't you overrule another god's will? Damien said with anger. No, Trigon's realm is completely opposed to Nabu's. If I were to enter said realm, I would be trapped there alongside your friend. Kent said, I'm sorry, he added saddened. Do you think she can leave that place? Damien asked. He was often stoic and headstrong, but for the first time he looked vulnerable. I believe that if her spirit is strong enough, she'll find a way, Kent said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Thank you for trying, Mr. Nelson, a very disappointed Damien said. Damien spent 2 weeks alone in his room as he tried to find Rachel at all costs. He even contacted someone who should never be contacted. He escaped the manor once again in the stolen Robin costume and went to the selected rooftop for his meeting. He waited and waited and waited, and finally, after 2 hours, the scent of cheap cigarettes flared up Damien's nostrils. Took you long enough, Damien said to the newly arrived. Chill out, you spoiled brat, the man said with a thick British accent. I told you I'd be here, didn't I? The man said, but not late. If it wasn't because I'm desperate, I wouldn't have been here waiting in the cold. Damien spat in angry. Calm your knickers, kid. I'm here to save your gal, the man said. Now do you want a cigarette? The man asked, pulling the package. I'm 10 years old, Constantine. I don't smoke, Damien said, angry at the man's antics. I started when I was your age, mate, the blonde man responded. Can you find her and bring her here? Dr. Fate said she was on Trigon's realm. Whatever that means, Damien said. Ah, that four-eyed bastard. I can't enter their kiddo, Constantine said as he lighted up another cigarette using his silver lighter. What? Damien looked murderous. You made me wait for 2 hours only to say that you can't save her? I can't take her out. It's like trying to take someone out of the purgatory without Lucy's permission. But I can deliver a message just so she knows that she's not alone. It sounds like a cliche, but love is a powerful thing. The blonde man smugly smiled at the boy wonder. Then send her this message, Damien said after letting out a sigh. Alastair Moody wasn't an Auror for hire, but given that his retirement was closing and he thought that accepting Dumbledore's task of searching for the missing Harry Potter was a good way of distracting himself. After all, if he was honest with himself, he was miserable on the Auror's office where he saw the youngest Aurors get all the interesting cases. It had been years since Albus had tasked him with finding the boy who lived, but no one in the Wizarding Britain had seen the boy. It was weird, but perhaps he was looking at the wrong tree after all, who would gain in keeping the most famous boy in complete silence. He decided to think outside the box and decided to go muggle. It wasn't long until he found Lily Potter's sister living in Little Winging, Surrey. He decided to use a notice me not charm on himself, so to avoid any suspicion. Inside the house was a slim and harpy-looking woman doing house chores with a disgust expression on her face. Watching the Muggle television was a very obese kid eating different sorts of snacks and beverages. As Moody waited, he thought that Harry could be in a room upstairs, Clearly the house was big enough to house 2 kids. He climbed aboard his broom and floated to the upper level. He saw an empty room with a single bed, a guest room obviously. A room with 2 separate beds and pictures of the harpy woman and an obese man. And in the other 2 rooms were 2 heavily television-inspired bedrooms with pictures of the fat kid. Moody didn't understand it. If Harry wasn't with his relatives magical or muggle, then where the hell was he? The trio of potioners worked hard to discover the location of the Horcrux. Ever since they began working together, they had finally managed to create a potion that could pinpoint Voldemort's Horcrux. They had found a ring in a rundown house. It was the trio, Snape, Pandora, and Andromeda, as well as Dr. Fate and Etrigan the Demon. Dr. Fate stepped inside the rundown house and began to magically sense for traps. He deactivated and destroyed every trap and led the group to a room in which he magically levitated floorboards and took a lead box. He opened and saw a silver ring with a dark stone in it. On the center of the stone was a symbol made of a triangle, a circle, and a straight line. He felt a pulse of trying to put the ring on his finger, but luckily Nabu interrupted the compulsion spell and avoided a tragedy. The god then destroyed every curse on the ring, but still felt the dark magic of Voldemort's soul. Dr. Fate was about to pass the ring to Etrigan when Pandora interrupted. "Wait, the symbol," she said. "You know it?" Dr. Fate asked. "Yes, my husband and I are strong believers of the Deathly Hallows, and I believe the stone in this ring is one of them," Pandora explained. "If this is something that belongs to Death, then I need to consult with her." Dr. Fate spoke, but it wasn't his regular voice, no. It was Naba's voice speaking through the golden helmet. After a few seconds, the group was transported into an abyss where they saw a strong, beautiful 50-foot blue-skinned woman talking to a pale, white man with a red stuntman outfit. "Naba told me about the ring you found," the woman said, turning to the group. Her voice was silky and sweet. "My name is Rama Kushna, goddess of karma, balance, and death in this universe, if you be so kind," she said, extending her enormous hands towards the group. Dr. Fate placed the ring into the palm of her hand, and she directed the minuscule ring near her face. "Yes, this is part of one of my hollows. I gave it to Cadmus Peveril, the second of the Peveril brothers. Although I can feel that dark magic has tainted my gift," she replied. Even though she felt angry, her voice was still sweet. "Yes, a dark wizard made a forbidden ritual to place a part of his soul in the ring. We were going to destroy it when Nabu spoke to you," Dr. Fate said. "Well, I can't let you destroy one of my gifts, but I can simply separate the evil soul within and give it to you to destroy," Ramakushna said. "We would truly appreciate it," Dr. Fate said. "Very well," she said, and after making a small wave of hands, they received a frozen wraith with a snake face. Etrigan didn't hesitate and destroyed the wraith with his hellfire. "If your business here are over, please retire," the goddess said. "Actually, the brother of a pupil of mine wants to bring to the Earth realm a friend of his who is trapped in Trigon's realm. Can you help?" Dr. Fate asked. "I cannot do that, but I can send good karma towards her. She'll soon face a battle, and she will win. Then she'll be free," Ramakushna said before making her eyes glow, and the group found themselves once again in the rundown house. "Well, at least she was a beautiful and helpful goddess," Pandora said with a dreamy smile. After their encounter with the goddess, Andromeda arrived a few hours later to the Grimmauld Place house. She could hear children laughter as she stepped through the door and saw Draco, Susan, Helena, and Damien running from Harry, Reggie, and Jimmy, who carried water guns. "Dora, did you give them those?" Andromeda asked her daughter, who watched the whole ordeal. "Of course not, Mom. Mr. Wayne brought those as a gift as he left his kids." Dora said he didn't stay. She asked. "No, he said that he had business in Wayne Enterprises subsidiary here in London." She explained. "Besides, Uncle Sirius wanted to see his godson," she explained. "Also, everything was waterproof enchanted before they began to play," Sirius added as he walked downstairs. "Good evening, Siri," she nodded at her cousin. "Good evening to you too, Andy. Did you help Snivelius on his task?" Sirius asked as Andromeda arrived at the Grimmauld Place house. She hated how immature her cousin could be. Even when he married Amelia, he still behaved like a child, which made her mad. "When are you going to stop giving him silly names? You're both adults, so you should behave as your age," Andromeda said, giving her cousin a glare. "Yes, Severus is a little difficult to be around with, but he was a smart potion master that knew what ingredients could help them on their mission." I know, I need to be a proper lord, but it's so easy to fall back to old customs," Sirius replied. Andromeda ignored him and proceed to go to her room, where her husband Ted was waiting in a chair reading. "Everything all right, dear?" Ted asked, looking up from his book. "Yes, I just had an exhausting day," she replied before collapsing in the bed, completely exhausted. Hours later, the entire Black family, plus the Tonks and the Wayne guests, sat on the table to eat the dinner the house elves did with a little help from Alfred Pennyworth. Narcissa felt an enormous joy watching her friends and family sit around eating and making small talk. She wished that everything could stay that way. She enjoyed watching her son play around with his cousins and friends, and loved how he had developed a passion for Quidditch. She once thought of having another child, but she discarded the idea when Draco was born and Lucius showed his true colors. She was taken out of her train of thought when Minerva stood up. "Attention everyone, I really should be speaking about this in privately, but I thought it was the right moment. As you know, I'm in charge of giving the Muggle-born kids a tour around Diagon Alley and King's Cross Station. Well, in 2 weeks, I'll be taking a small group with me, so I wanted for Susan, Draco, and Harry to come with the group to show them the wonders of the Wizarding Britain. Can you do it for me?" she asked. "Of course, Minerva," Amelia responded, giving her consent. "Yes, but I wish to accompany Draco," Narcissa said. "Me too," Bruce said, referring to Harry. "Thank you." Minerva sat down once again next to her husband, who kissed her knuckles. The next morning, Harry walked down the stairs and saw Susan sitting in a couch reading a book. "What are you reading, Susie Q?" Harry asked. "I'm reading Harry Potter Against the Harpies of Evil," she said, showing the cover of her book. "And what's that about?" "I've heard about those, but I've never read them," he said. "It's about a boy with green eyes and glasses who defeated a dark wizard when he was 15 months old. It's based on The Boy Who Lived. According to the author Loy Hart, the boy is the most powerful wizard who ever lived," Susan said with a smile. "Sounds impressive," Harry responded. "It totally is. You know, Harry, you remind me of him. Expect that your hair is not shaggy. You don't wear glasses and your eyes are not entirely green. But you're awesome nonetheless," Susan added. "Maybe I should make that my Halloween costume," Harry joked, making Susan laugh. Rachel was lonely. She often looked at her kingdom and wishfully hoped for a way out. The only thing keeping her sane in this nightmare-induced reality was that she constantly received Damien's messages. She felt happy whenever a dark butterfly and recited a sonnet or Damien's encouraging words. She wanted to see her friends again. She was reading through an enchantments book that told her how she could imprison her father long enough for her to escape, but the problem was that she needed more magic than what she had at her disposal. But for some reason, she thought that her luck was about to change. A tour guide. Chapter summary. Harry gets to meet a new friend, a bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Sirius woke up in the dead of the night and walked to the kitchen, took one of the water pitchers the house elves left for him, and began drinking from one of the glasses next to it. After many scorns and lectures from Amelia about the disgusting act of drinking directly from the pitcher, he got used to grab a glass. After finishing his fresh water, he went to the roof to look at the night sky before going back to bed. He was enjoying the night breeze when he heard a light swoosh and a small thud on the same rooftop. "Rough night," Sirius said to the dark figure that appeared behind him. "Actually, it wasn't that bad. A couple small-time crooks, although I did found Cheetah's hideout and information I will pass to Wonder Woman." The deep voice spoke to Sirius, then the dark figure man stood next to Sirius. "Well, I did told you that London isn't that exciting in terms of supervillains," Sirius said. "I just need to keep the knights in check, even if it's not my city," the dark figure said. "You could take a night off, or let someone else take the mantle," Sirius said, moving his eyebrows up and down. "I've told you countless times the mantle is mine. I definitely won't let you borrow it," the Batman said. "Come on, at least let me borrow it. I would look awesome in it. Or at least let me just to use it with Amelia," Sirius said mischievously. "I won't let you have sex with this suit," Batman said in a stern voice. "Come on, Batsy. I'm pretty sure that's how Damien and Helena were conceived," Sirius replied, which made the Dark Knight blush. "I won't comment on that," Batman said. "Relax, dude, I'm joking. Although I wasn't entirely joking about you letting me borrow the suit. Amelia is getting tired of the same fantasies, especially the Animagus one," Sirius confessed. "Too much information, Black. I hope you're joking," Batman said. Maybe not. Not even the greatest detective can tell if I'm joking or not," Sirius said. "So, are you looking forward for the tour tomorrow?" Sirius said, shifting the topic of the conversation. "Honestly, I'm a little worried, especially since he'll get a heavy weight over his shoulder. I don't know if we should keep with this plan," Batman said as he removed his cowl and showed his face to his friend. "Easy, Batsy, easy. I know you're afraid for the boy, but Harry is a strong kid. He is too much like both his fathers and his mothers. He'll manage and he loves you. He won't forget that," Sirius said, smiling and placing a hand on his friend. Bruce smiled back and began remembering the night Sirius found out of his secret persona. Flashback. It was a few years ago. Sirius and the gang once again was visiting Wayne Manor. It was 4 in the morning, and the most immature of the marauders was in the kitchen drinking a glass of microwaved milk. He hoped that the jet lag would subside soon. He was about to go to his bed alongside his beautiful and sleeping wife when he heard a rustling. He stood on the kitchen frame and turned the light off, seeing a person moving in the shadows. He cursed he hadn't grabbed his wand when he left the bedroom. The person, which by the silhouette in the darkness could be described as woman, was walking up the stairs. He remained in the kitchen door frame looking for a better angle to attack. He remembered that one of the knight armors had a sword, if only he could reach it. Then as quickly as the woman climbed upstairs, she came back with Alfred on tow. The gentle butler ran past him, not notice him, and went to the library. Sirius grew curious and followed them. He saw Alfred and the woman, who was wearing a very fexy cat-like costume, change the hour in the bigwood clock to 11:14. Sirius wondered why that hour, but his thoughts were cut short when the clock moved to the side and Alfred and the cat woman walked inside the tunnel that appeared. "All these years coming to this house, and I never thought of looking for a secret passage." Sirius cursed at himself for his forgetfulness. Sirius followed the dark tunnel to an impressive cave full of gadgetry, vehicles, and computers. But what was more important was that there were a large number of bat-shaped symbols in the walls and computers. Sirius was amazed by all of this, but then he heard a pained scream. Sirius turned around and saw a dark gray bat costume-dressed man lying on his back on a medical table with Alfred trying to stitch him over his injuries while the orange googles black. Cat-dressed woman was holding his legs. The man was also wearing a black bat-shaped cowl, and his bare chest showed many blood-stained injuries and scratches and a severely hurt and bloody arm. "Master Wayne, you need to control yourself if you want us to help you." "Miss Ka, what happened?" Alfred asked. "We were ambushed, Scarecrow and Killer Croc. Croc took advantage of the fear toxin and attacked him. Bruce had to battle both physically and mentally," the Catwoman said. "Bruce?" Sirius asked, stepping to the light. Alfred and the Catwoman turned around to see him, shock and surprise on their faces. "Sirius," the Catwoman said. "Mr. Black," Alfred said. "What the hell is going on here? Where are we? Why did you call that man Bruce? Is Bruce Wayne the Batman?" Sirius began his inquiry. "Sirius," the Catwoman said, removing her cowl, showing her face, and proving to Sirius it was Selina Kyle underneath. "Bruce is Batman, and you're on the Batcave. I could give you more answers, but right now he is in immense pain and he is drugged on a fear toxin. So either you help or you don't," Selina said, facing once again to Bruce, who was still tossing and thrashing on the table. Sirius ran upstairs, leaving the sword he carried behind. He transformed into his animagus form to be faster. He arrived at his bedroom and took some vials of potion. Amelia never woke up from her sleep. "That woman sleeps like the dead," Sirius thought to himself as his dog form ran once again through the manor. He arrived and returned to his human form. "I've brought these. I hope it can help him." Sirius showed a dark stone-like ball. "Put this into his mouth. It tastes awful, but it will cure him from the poison. I hope," Sirius added in the end. Alfred nodded and pushed the ball into Bruce's mouth. They waited a few tense moments, and finally Bruce stopped thrashing. Alfred, Selina, and Sirius let out a relief sigh. Alfred was about to cure his injuries when Sirius stopped him. "Let me handle this as well," Sirius said, taking a vial and dropping crystal-clear drops on Bruce's injuries that begun to heal. In less than 5 minutes, there were no trace nor scar to Knight's injuries, only the dried stains of blood in the dark gray bat suit. Bruce's breathing rhythm began to stabilize, and after a few seconds, he opened his eyes. He tried to stand up, only for Alfred, Selina, and Sirius to stop him. "Easy, Master Bruce. You just recovered from serious injuries," Alfred said. "What happened?" Bruce asked with difficulty. "Killer Croc mauled your arm and deeply scratched your chest," Selina said. "Then why am I uninjured?" Bruce asked as he sat straight. "That's because I put some essence of Didney on your injuries," Sirius said, making Bruce finally taking notice that he was standing there in the cave. "Sirius, why are you here?" Bruce asked, looking at his butler and partner in crime. "Well, your kitten friend showed me the way. I must say, Bruce, I'm pretty impressed with this cave," Sirius commented. So, after years telling me that Batman was a freak who shouldn't be trusted, it turns out that you were said Batman. Were those lies? Sirius asked, shifting his tone from silliness to serious. Bruce let out a sigh before beginning to speak. You know that my parents were killed in front of me. I didn't know it yet, but that day I became Batman. I swore that day that I wouldn't let any other kid live the nightmare I just suffered. So I studied, I trained, and I transformed into this. As Batman, I fight the criminals that terrorize my city. As Bruce Wayne, I help the people in need to avoid that the need becomes greed. Bruce said to Sirius, standing tall in front of the wizard. Sirius smirked, seeing the man's determination on his eyes. Very well, just wanted to make sure you were the freak you say you are. Sirius began laughing. So, can I ride any of your vehicles? I promise I'll be careful, Sirius said, smiling broadly. After that night, Sirius began assisting in some degree the Bat Crusade. More often than not, Bruce's injuries would be too severe or too inexplicable for the personnel in Gotham General Hospital, so Sirius with his potions or spells could help make the recovery much faster. Sirius also make arrangements onto Bruce, Selina, and the Robin and Batgirl suits, with a special crafted Notice Me Not charm that could be turned on and off, even if the user wasn't magical. He wasn't surprised that Dick, Jason, Tim, Barbara, Stephanie, and Cassandra were in this crusade as well. Flashback ends. The next morning, all of the children, Harry, Helena, Damien, Draco, Susan, Reggie, Jimmy, and Amelia, and Sirius' 3-year-old triplets Alnatak, Alnalam, and Mintaka were eating their breakfast alongside their parents and uncles. The kids were having a pleasant and excited conversation about today's tour. Harry, Susan, and Draco jumped inside the enchanted Rolls-Royce so that everyone had more than enough space, and they wouldn't be cramped together. Narcissa, Sirius, and Bruce were representing the chaperone adults. When everyone was settled and Bruce drove towards the Leaky Cauldron on Charing Cross Road, they finally arrived and sat on a table inside the bar. They were waiting for Grandma Minnie and the other students to arrive, so they decided to order a couple of sandwiches just to pass the time. For Bruce, Harry, and company, it was the first time they tasted pumpkin juice, which it was delicious and fresh, though Bruce had to admit he enjoyed drinking this over the fire whiskey Sirius brought 2 years ago. The minutes passed, and the family continued waiting. Copper, Harry's snake, slithered through the table playing with her master's cousins and siblings and getting fed from almost everyone on the table. The Leaky Cauldron's door opened, and from it stepped Grandma Minnie, followed by 3 parents with respect of their children. There was a dark-skinned woman with a similar toned boy following, a well-dressed man guiding his equally dressed boy with very stylized hair like a proper gentleman, and finally a woman with perfect teeth walking alongside her bushy-haired daughter. "On my family, it's nice to see you all here," Grandma Minnie said as she guided the group to the table in which the Wayne and the Black were sat on. "We wouldn't miss it for anything in the world," Bruce said. "And this is the Leaky Cauldron. You can always get a nice meal or a room to rest. And the most important aspect is the entrance to the Diagon Alley, in which you'll get every school supply your children will need," Grandma Minnie said to the people in front of her. The family stood up and began introducing themselves. Narcissa and Draco approached the woman and her son. Sirius and Susan introduced themselves like proper lords to the well-dressed man and his son, and Bruce and Harry shook hands with the woman and her daughter. "Hi, my name is Bruce Wayne, and this is my son Harry," Bruce said, giving the woman his charming smile, but the woman was shocked instantly. "Wait, Bruce Wayne?" The woman asked. "Yes," Bruce responded. "The Bruce Wayne?" She asked again. "Yes," he answered back again. "The Bruce Wayne, CEO of Wayne Enterprises?" She asked. "As far as I know, yes." "Why?" Bruce asked. "Your company is in conjunction with our small dental clinic. You put us on the map," the woman said proudly and happy, giving the man a big smile. "I'm sorry. Where are my manners? My name is Dr. Emma Granger from the Granger and Granger Dental Clinic, and this is my daughter Hermione," she said, placing her hands on her bushy-haired daughter, who gave the father and son duo a big smile, showing the braces on her teeth. "You have a beautiful daughter, ma'am," Bruce said. "Thank you. She's our pride and joy," Emma commented. "I must say that I'm still shocked that a man of your social status could bring his son to a wizard school in Britain," Emma added. "Status has nothing to do with trying to receive a proper education. I always believe that knowledge should be shared and always strive for and apply it in favor of mankind," Bruce said, which made the mother and daughter smile. "You're so wise, Mr. Wayne. It's not something you'll see in the magazines on the clinic," Emma commented. Well, those magazines always focus on my playboy persona instead of my altruistic work, Bruce commented. I totally get it, Emma said. But returning to your question, I was shocked when Harry made his first accidental magic. He blew the microwave up because it burned his fingertip, Bruce joked, which made Harry blush in embarrassment. With our Hermione was something like that. She wanted a book out of her reach, and she got it while sending a small explosion to the bookshelf. She got scared and ran to my arms. Emma finished laughing, embarrassing her daughter in the process. So did Minerva McGonagall appeared on the door? Or how did you find out that Harry was magical? Well, actually, I known Minerva and Harry's godfather Sirius before Harry had his accidental magic. She's married to my butler, and Sirius is a good friend, Bruce explained. While the adults were talking and embarrassing their children, Harry approached the shy-looking girl. Hi, I'm Harry. I like your hair. Harry commented to the girl, which made her blush. Dad always says that when meeting new people is a good trait to tell them a compliment. Harry offered a sympathetic smile to the girl. I'm Hermione. I like your eyes. Heterochromia, right? She asked. Yes. Dad says I got one of his and one of Mom's, Harry added. You seem nice. Would you like to be my friend? He asked, taking the girl by surprise. My friend? Why? She said, grabbing a lock of her hair and curl it around her finger. Well, I'm a good judge of character, and you seem friendly though a little shy. I also noticed that you like to read and you play the piano, Harry commented, which earned him a surprised look from Hermione. How did you know that? She asked. Well, the fact that your satchel has a book peeking from the side your hand shows small scars made with paper, which tells me that you're an avid reader, and more often than not you turn the page to quickly, aside from that your hands are neatly cared and your fingers spread out like if you were trying to reach from a B to another B, Harry said to an astonished girl. Sorry, sometimes I do that. I've read too many Sherlock Holmes adventures, Harry joked. You like Sherlock Holmes? She asked. Yes. Actually, I enjoy any detective story, crime, fantasy, or science fiction. What are your favorite stories? Harry asked the girl in front of him. Well, I do enjoy Sherlock as well, but I'm more into Agatha Christie novels. I like fantasy as well, which is a good thing since I'm literally going to live in a fantasy world. Hermione smiled at him. As the group advanced, Harry and Hermione made quick talk about their lives and their hobbies. Harry learned that she didn't have any friends nor siblings, which made Harry sad, but he hugged her, making her blush and reaffirming that he was her friend now. Hermione, on the other hand, learned that the boy was well-mannered and had knowledge of many things, but wasn't the gloating or vain type one would expect from the son of a multi-billionaire. They kept talking about the different stores Grandma Minnie showed. Hermione, just like Harry, was seeing for the first time the stores of the Diagon Alley. After the tour, the parents stopped at Ollivander's, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasion, or Flourish, and Blots to inform themselves about the prices and products the children would need. Bruce, seeing his son had made quick friends with the Granger girl, decided to not split them up and began shopping alongside Dr. Granger. Emma, as she told him to call her. It was almost sunset and the tour was almost over. Harry gave Hermione his cell phone number so they could keep in touch, although he was reminded by his father that they would only be in England for one more week, which meant that when they returned to Gotham, they would be on a different time zone. I guess I'll see you later, Harry, Hermione said, blushing. Yes, until later, though we can make a Skype call or see each other before I go, Harry offered. I'd like that, she said almost in a whisper. Both kids waved each other goodbye with a smile on their faces. The Black and the Wayne regroup on the leaky cauldron once again, but this time Bruce and Harry stay behind, Bruce giving Sirius the keys to the car and Sirius giving Bruce a golden key. Come, Harry, we've got business to attend, Bruce said to his confused son. Bruce was dead silent as they walked through the alley. Dad, why are we going to the bank? Harry asked. His eyes showed his worry. Bruce looked at him, knelt to be level-eyed to his son, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, because we need to tell you something about your heritage, your true heritage. Harry looked at his father, but nodded. Their moment was interrupted by two people approached. Good evening, Harry, the elderly man said. Good evening, Uncle Nelson. Good evening, Uncle Ted, Harry said to the elderly man and to the slightly older man. What are you doing here? Harry asked. Why don't we enter the bank, son? It will be better and we will have more privacy. Uncle Nelson said he wasn't using his Dr. Fate persona since it would be too flashy for this kind of meeting in the middle of a crowded place. The group approached to one of the tellers and Ted Tonks approached the goblin. Good evening, Teller Fire and Blaze. May your sword bathe on the blood of your enemies, Ted said, confusing Harry. We need to see the Potter account manager, Ted said after exchanging pleasantries with the teller. Very well, Grip Hook, the teller said, and another goblin came as quick as his short legs allowed him. "Take this gentleman into the Potter account office," Fire and Blaze said, dismissing the group and taking his attention to the next person in line. They walked and Harry began analyzing the marble building, the intricate ornaments, the carvings on the desk, and the mountains of gold. The goblins kept counting galleon by galleon. After a few moments, they arrived at the Potter account manager's office. In it, there was an elderly goblin, which name plates said Frank Bolt. "Mr. Tonks, may your vaults flow with riches," Frank Bolt spoke. "Frank Bolt, may your decisions bring the most of the treasures," the blonde-bellied man said to the goblin. "I see that you finally brought Air Potter to see me," Frank Bolt said, which made Harry wide-eyed and surprised. "What?" Harry said. Chapter and notes. "Okay, so I wanted to give Hermione braces since that way she could feel a little surprised that Harry wanted to be her friend that quickly, especially since this version of Harry Potter is the cool kid. Also, I wanted to show that Sirius knows about Bruce/Batman, but I didn't know where to incorporate it into the story. So flashback time, haha. I really hope you enjoyed this chapter, since I have been having trouble trying to make this one, and its follow-up. Air Potter. Chapter summary. Harry deals with the revelation of being a Potter and not a Wayne. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. "I see that you finally brought Air Potter to see me," Frank Bolt said, which made Harry wide-eyed and surprised. "What?" Harry said. In his shock, he looked at the goblin. He looked at his teacher. He looked at his uncle/accountant. And most importantly, he looked with a heartbroken stare at his father, who looked devastated. "Well, I can't be completely sure. Not until I make a full heredity checkup. But Mr. Potter." Frank Bolt was interrupted by Harry. "It's Wayne. My name is Harry Wayne. I don't know what people have told you, but I'm not Harry Potter. I didn't defeat a Dark Lord. I'm just a boy who has magic." Harry exploded and ran out of the office with Bruce following behind him. He saw his son enter a random room, which luckily for both of them was empty. Harry was hyperventilating. He was shocked and he began to weep. For the first time in his life, he felt like everything in his life was a complete lie. Harry saw his apparently adopted father walk slowly towards him. "Were you going to tell me? Or did you just want to keep me in the dark?" Harry said with enough poison in his voice to see that he heard his adopted father as he said the words. "Harry, I'm sorry about not telling you the secret of your birth, your real parents, and the fact that you weren't my biological son. I'm not asking you to forgive me this quickly. After all, I've lied to you for 10 years. But I have to tell you, truthfully, that we're here because you need special protection. You'll go to a school away from me and everyone that cares and loves you. A school that you need to attend to destroy the evil wizard that killed your real parents." Bruce explained as he sat next to his son. "You're telling me that the evil guy on those Harry Potter books is real?" Harry asked, his tears still flowing on his cheeks. "Sadly, yes. I've told you the story of Joe Chill, the man who killed my parents, how he was killed on a mafia move, how I was both relieved but angry that they took me the opportunity to get revenge, but then I got a clarity. Primarily when Jason killed Joker. He thought to himself before continuing, I was able to think that maybe if someone is pure evil, evil beyond any kind of redemption, that we need to think of the needs of the many people that could be spared from getting injured, tortured, or killed by that kind of evil people," Bruce said. "You're telling me that I should look for vengeance to that man?" Harry asked. "No, never vengeance, justice. I don't know about the wizarding world you belong, Harry, but I know that if someone like him exists, then there must be a higher power that can punish him accordingly," Bruce said. "But why bring me here? Why reveal that I'm a Potter and not a Wayne?" Harry asked, his tears slowly stopping. "Because with the ritual that we're going to embark on, you will be able to be protected, according to what Mr. Nelson said. Deep within you, there's a shield, a ward, that prevents the dark, evil wizard from touching you. A ward placed by your mother, Lily. She made sure that whatever the dark, evil wizard tried to do to you would be reflected towards him." Bruce explained. He sighed as he tried to find the words to say to Harry. "The goblins can make you immune to some potions. Mind control and mind wipes, but only if you take your place as heir of the Potter house." Bruce continued explaining, just as Kent Nelson explained before. "But why me? Why all of this? I don't want the fame of Harry Potter. Can I keep being a Wayne? Can I still pretend to be your son?" Harry asked his father. The tall man looked at him and knelt to look at Harry eye to eye. "We will do whatever you want to do. If you want your Harry Potter statues a secret, then we will do it. I'm sure that the goblins have a way of hiding it without you having to sacrifice your persona. Besides, you've been Harry Wayne all of your life. Your actions time and time again have proven that," Bruce said. Then he smiled as he remembered something. "You know, your Uncle Clark once asked Mr. Kent that same question once he found out he was adopted. You know what Mr. Kent said to him? Bruce asked the boy, who shook his head in negative response. Mr. Kent said, "You're my son," Bruce said, smiling at the boy and hugging him tightly. Both father and son began tearing up in each other's arms. "Thank you, Dad," Harry said in his father's arms. Their tearful moment was cut short when Ted entered the room in which they were having their conversation. How you're feeling, Harry?" Ted asked. "A little better, Uncle Ted. Does Aunt Andromeda, Dora, and the others know? Do they know that I'm Harry Potter?" Harry asked. "No, only the people in Frank Bolt's office. Grandma Minnie, your Uncle Sirius, your Professor Zatara and Blood are aware. Did you want me to tell everyone else?" Ted asked. "No, I've decided that I'll attend Hogwarts being Harry Wayne," Harry said as he stood up as tall as his 61. 7 inches allowed him. "Does this mean you won't do the ritual?" Ted asked. "I didn't said that. I'll need every weapon in my arsenal if I'm going to stop Voldemort. That means that I'll do the ritual of Harry Potter, but I'll keep it a secret. Can that be done?" Harry asked. "I'll let Frank Bolt explain that," Ted said as the trio began walking to Frank Bolt's office again. The goblin was on his chair, in a better mood that someone should have been after being yelled at. Harry looked at the floor when Uncle Nelson began speaking. "Harry, I'm sorry. We should have been more." He was interrupted by Harry's palm held high. "It's all right, Uncle Nelson. I already talked with my father, who explained everything to me. I think I'm the one owing an apology." He turned to the goblin. "I'm sorry, Mr. Frank Bolt. It was a shock and a surprise being in your office hearing that my life had many secrets. But if the offer still stands, I'd like to be the Harry Potter," Harry said. The goblin simply looked at the boy and grinned. "It's all right, Mr. Wayne. No harm done. After all, I've already talked with Mr. Nelson. Everything is forgiven," Frank Bolt said. Bruce and Harry looked at the 80-year-old man, who gave them a wink. "Mr. Frank Bolt, if I undergo into this ritual, can I hide the fact that I'm a Potter?" Harry asked. "Mr. Wayne, the ritual is nothing uncommon. I'll just need a drop of your blood to verify your heritage. Then I will let you read your parents' wills. Check their possessions if you want. And I will give you an air ring which prevents spells like Legimancy and Imperio, and it will inform you if your beverage or food have been tampered with potions, whether it be toxic, pranking, or love potions that could possibly affect you," Frank Bolt said. "Wait, you have love potions?" Harry asked. "Yes, wizards and witches use them many times. It's not illegal according to the Ministry law. But in Gringotts, a separate and neutral nation, we condemn the use of said potions due to the fact that it could be used to steal from vaults or lordships," Frank Bolt said. "They're illegal in the whole American continent," Harry said, surprised. After all, he had read a lot of laws, and as he traveled around the world to the different Wayne enterprises, he learned many things. Harry was amused, as well as he remembered one time in Wizarding Mexico that he learned about a practice called a mar that could be served just like a love potion. Harry was taken out of his thoughts just as Frank Bolt spoke to him. "Time is money, Mr. Wayne. Shall we proceed?" The goblin asked. "Yes, please," Harry said. "Very well," Frank Bolt said, taking a gem-encrusted dagger that made Harry gulp. "It will be a simple cut, Mr. Wayne. There's nothing to be worried about." Frank Bolt calmed the boy as he took the boy's thumb, placed the dagger on it, and made a small cut, letting a few drops of blood to fall into the parchment placed on the desk. Then Frank Bolt placed the gem-encrusted pommel on the boy's thumb, and the cut vanished. "Neat," Harry said. In front of them, the parchment began revealing some letters and names. Harry James Potter, alias Harry Wayne. Birth parents: James and Lily Potter. Adopted parents: Bruce Wayne, Selena Kyle, Talia Al Ghul. Godparents: Sirius Black and Alice Longbottom. Magical guardian: Minerva McGonagall. Siblings: Richard Grayson, Jason Todd, Cassandra Cain, Timothy Drake, Stephanie Brown, Damian Wayne Al Ghul, and Helena Kyle. God brother: Neville Longbottom. Status: Harry Potter, pending to claim. Harry looked amazed at what the parchment said. He then looked at Frank Bolt and asked, "How can this parchment know all of this about me?" Anyone's blood saves the history of our life. A magical blood also saves the magical traces of the people that interact with us. In this case, even though your adopted father is not married with either women, you see them as your mother figures, and you've developed a strong attachment towards everyone you consider direct family, Frank Bolt explained. Another goblin entered the office, giving Frank Bolt a set of rings. "Thank you, Grip Hook. Now, Mr. Wayne, it's time for you to choose a ring. Each of these ones are from the Potter heirs, so it's up to you to choose a design you like. Many of them choose bronze or gold, but if I may make a suggestion, you should choose a silver ring. It will help you face against werewolves," Frank Bolt said, which earned a nod from Harry, and the boy chose a simple silver ring with the Potter crest engraved on it. Harry suddenly felt a rush on his magic and extremely powerful. Excellent, Frank Bolt said. If you wish to hide the ring, you just need to command it to become invisible. It will respond and follow your order, Harry Potter, Frank Bolt said. Harry nodded, and instantly the ring disappeared from sight, but he could still feel the weight on his hand. Thank you for helping, Mr. Frank Bolt, but please call me Harry, Harry said. Of course, Harry. Griphook, please take him and his father into their vault. I will bring the wills and accountant in the meantime, Frank Bolt said, handing the key to Harry. The cart ride to the vault was amazing. It was like being in the Six Flags Superman, Krypton coaster roller coaster all over again. It was made more exciting when they went through a waterfall, getting soaked, although they were immediately dried. The goblin stopped the cart in a vault numbered 687. Harry and his father stepped out of the vehicle, and the goblin went to the vault door. Key, please, the goblin asked, and Harry gave it. He then placed the key in the keyhole, and the vault door opened, revealing a mountain of golden galleons to Harry's astonishment. My parents were loaded, Harry thought to himself, and then groaned at his statement. Grayson is a bad influence, he thought, cursing at his elder brother, who more often than not made jokes. How much can he take? Bruce asked the goblin. Since it's his trust vault, he can grab 1,000 galleons at the time, the goblin said at the adult. This is just the trust vault? Bruce asked, and the goblin nodded. Impressive. Is there a bag or something? Because he won't be able to carry that much gold, Bruce said to the goblin. Ever since this trust vault has been made, the Potters left a satchel that has charms to make the contents weightless and endless, the goblin said, pointing at a small leather slashful satchel hanging on the side. Thanks, mister, Harry said to the goblin. Then he looked at his father. How much do you think I should take? I think that you should take 1,000 galleons for your expenses in the castle. I will pay for your school supplies either way, Bruce said to Harry. Thanks, Dad, Harry said, smiling to him. After feeling the satchel, Harry, Bruce, and Griphook took the cart once again to the main floor of the bank. The father-son duo re-entered Frank Bolt's office for the third time on the day. Harry, I hope everything was fine on your vault visit, Frank Bolt asked. Yes, although something that said Mr. Griphook got me thinking. If that's just my trust vault, then how much money is there on my vaults? Harry asked. The next half an hour was about reading paper after paper full of numbers, properties, vaults, and stocks that the Potter family had. Harry thought the Waynes could swim in money, but if the Wayne family had a lake of money, the Potter family had an ocean. Wow, simply wow, Harry said, completely astounded. Yes, indeed, Harry, Bruce said, looking quite impressed. Now, let me give you the will of James and Lily Potter, Frank Bolt said, unfolding the parchment. The will was clear and to the point. In the case of their passing, Sirius or Alice would be his guardians, but the fact that he went to the Wayne was confusing but welcoming. He wouldn't have traded for anything in the world. Besides, he could still visit Uncle Sirius, and he had spent weeks with the Longbottom, so he got good things on his life despite his parents' tragedy. One thing that confused him was that in the will it explicitly said he should never go with the Dursleys, whoever the hell they are. But if the will stated it, then he knew they weren't nice people. After the will was read, Frank Bolt brought the Potter's security deposit, a large wood and iron chest with the Potter crest on it. This was left by your parents 2 days before they went into hiding. Since this is yours, you can take the chest with you, or simply take a few things on it, Frank Bolt explained. Thank you. Harry opened the chest and saw a purple diary with a moving drawing of a Lilium Candlum, also known as Lily, as well as a miniature silver claymore sword, which, even though it was beautiful, it wasn't very useful. That is until he took it from the chest that it grew considerably larger. If he hadn't had training with Etrigan, then it would have been too heavy for his 10, almost 11-year-old body to lift it. He put the sword down and checked the other treasures on the chest. He saw potions, books, a prank book, and a note directed to him. He tucked it on his pocket, deciding to read it once he was alone. He placed the sword and the diary on the chest and closed it. Can I make it smaller? Harry asked. Yes, just like with your ring, you have to command it. Place your hand on the Potter crest and give the order, Frank Bolt explained. Harry did as he had been told, and the chest grew smaller, ending with a 5-inch version of the original size. Can I help you with anything else? Frank Bolt asked. Yes, when I placed the ring on my finger, I felt a boost on my magic. Can I place the same boost on someone else? Harry asked. Well, the Potter family is one of the noble and most ancient families in Wizarding Britain. I'm sure that your family magic is amongst the most powerful that exist, Frank Bolt explained. So it is possible that I can place the magical boost and protection into my other family? Harry asked him. Only if the person is magical could said person feel the boost, but the protection can be applied to anyone. What would you like? He asked the boy. Well, a few years ago, a friend went missing. She was magical like me, and my brother investigated, and nothing could bring her from the place she was being held. So I'd like to place the magic boost on my friend Rachel Roth and a protection on my family in the Wayne Manor, my family on the Black Manor in the Longbottom Manor, my brother Dick and his on and off girlfriends Barbara Gordon and Coriander, and my teachers Kent Nelson, Jason Blood, Giovanni, and Zatara. Harry said. Very well, Mr. Potter. Frank Bolt said just as Harry began writing a list of all the people he wanted to protect. When he finished, both of his wrists were cramped. Luckily, he was ambidextrous, or else his hands would hurt a lot more. Once they were about to leave the office, Uncle Nelson approached the boy. Harry, once again, I apologize for the shock of this evening. And I apologize for taking you to another home against your parents' wishes. It was a mistake on my part, he apologized. Uncle Nelson, honestly, I'm glad I was taken to another home. I got a big family, met interesting people, and if you hadn't intervened, who knows how my life would have been, he said to the elderly man who smiled at him. Thank you for accepting my apologize. Now I must task you with a very important mission. Inside Hogwarts lies a dark object called a Horcrux, and we cannot find it for some reason. Uncle Nelson said, which intrigued Harry. In a fiery dimension, demons tormented living creatures. The monsters that appeared in nightmares call that place their home. Sat on a rock throne contemplating his kingdom of evil and despair was a horned red demon. His long white hair fell on his shoulders, and his 4 orange eyes denoted the malice in his soul. At his feet was a small 12-year-old child, his daughter, a half-human that could be the key to his freedom, the key to make the human kingdom fall to his knees. The girl had been depressed since she had arrived, but the demon didn't care for her. She was a disposable tool. She would never escape until she agreed to free him. If she wanted to go home, then she would need to open the portal and let him bring the destruction into the human world. The girl was stubborn and did not budge, but she will break sooner or later. But then a powerful wave swept through the fiery place, shaking the palace, the bridges, and the ground itself. The demon saw as his daughter stood up, her eyes completely white, reciting a chant time and time again. A glowing and blinding aura was emanating from her. Despite the blinding light, he managed to see a P crest on her clothes. The demon felt fear, and in less than a second, he was trapped in a jewel forever. Chapter and notes. The Joe Chill murder was taken from my favorite Nolan Batman films, Batman Begins. In the moment between father and son, I took inspiration between Jonathan and Clark on Man of Steel. Air Wayne. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Hampstead suburbs. Dan Granger arrived at his house at 6:30 p.m. His clinic wasn't far from his house, but just when he had called the day off, a patient arrived with a broken tooth. Since the young man had been in pain, he treated his tooth with swiftness and efficiency. Luckily, his assistant hadn't gone home, so she informed his wife and daughter that he would get late. Now he was finally getting home, and more importantly, he was going to spend the rest of the day with his family. He entered his house and was met with a yell from the kitchen. Dan, I'm glad you're home. Dinner is almost ready. His wife's voice rang, and he saw his 11-year-old daughter ran towards him, leaping into his arms. Hello, gorgeous, Dan said to his daughter while kissing her cheek in an affectionate way. Hi, Daddy, she replied. How was your day? Did the magical world convince you with that tour? Dan asked his daughter, who a few days ago was completely excited to go to the magical tour around the Diagonal Alley. It was fantastic, and guess what? She said enthusiastically. What, honey? He asked. I made a friend. She said, really? That's fantastic. Dan said, yes, his name is Harry, and he likes to read just as much as I, she said. I'm glad, honey. You'll tell me all about it during dinner, all right, sweetie? Let Daddy wash himself first, Dan said as he gently put his daughter on the ground, and he went upstairs for a quick shower. At dinner time, the conversation was pleasant as Hermione talked about the things she and her new friend Harry had done, seen, and talked. And he has heterochromia. One of his eyes is blue and the other is green. Isn't that amazing? Oh, and he is also ambidextrous. Hermione was completely excited of having a friend that she had barely eaten from her food. Looks like he is a wonderful young man, Dan said as he took a small bite from his food. He should be given who his father is. Emma replied smugly. Who? Do we know him? Dan asked his wife. Oh yeah, we do know him. Emma responded with a glint in her eye. All right, who is it? Dan asked her. He wasn't a fan of riddles, so he wasn't going to try to solve. or guess who the father of Hermione's friend was. Bruce. Wayne. She said, completely smug, and the shocked face of her husband sent her laughing out loud. You're telling me that the CEO of Wayne Enterprises is a wizard? Dan asked. He still was surprised by the revelation. No, he is a muggle like us, but his son is magical like Hermione, Emma responded. I'm impressed. I'd like to meet him. I'm sure he has interesting stories like us, Dan added. The rest of the supper was like any other. As the finished, Hermione went upstairs and sent a text to her friend Harry Wayne. On his room at Grimmauld Place, Harry watched the Potter ring appear and disappear on his hand. He wanted to keep practicing the properties of the ring. That he took his chemistry set, and with a few vials he placed some chemicals that could be potentially dangerous or sickening, as well as some completely safe to drink. He wasn't going to drink them, but he wanted to see if the ring worked properly. He smiled as he began looking at the ring changing colors. He quickly wrote his findings. At least he would be safe if someone wanted to poison him. He would need to make further investigations when he goes to Hogwarts. The sickening chemicals turned the ring's crest orange while the safe ones turned green, which warned him about the presence of it. Copper, Harry said, looking at the cotton-mouthed snake sleeping on her terrarium. Yes, master? Copper asked. Can I take some drops of your venom? Harry asked. Of course, say. Just be careful not to consume it. She responded. She knew her human was unstoppable when he got hooked on an idea or an experiment, so she went along. Harry gently grabbed her head, placed the fangs on the milking vial, and gently placed the top of her head, letting some small streams of the venom to be expelled from her glands. Thank you, Copper. Go back to sleep, Harry said, returning his snake to her terrarium. Don't mind if I do, Copper responded before coiling and closing her eyes. Harry placed the vial in his desk. He labeled it with tape and black marker and put the ring close to it and saw that the crest turned completely black. Okay, now I know more color identifications, Harry said to himself. He took the chemistry set to its case and he laid on the bed. He took the note his biological mother had left him. He felt nervous. He felt a lot of affection for Selena and Talia, but this letter was something real from the woman who gave birth to him. He took some air and decided to begin reading the letter. He broke the wax seal and unfolded it. My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then it means that we fell during the war against the evil Wizard Voldemort. I wish I could be there to see you take your first steps. As I write this letter, the most you can do is stand up on your two stubby feet. I want to tell you that I've loved you since the day you were born. When I held you on my arms, I felt like you were the most wonderful thing on this world. I wanted to protect you from any harm. That's why we made our old head of house your magical guardian and two of our best friends, Sirius Black and Alicia Longbottom, your godparents. They will take care of you if worse come to pass. I really hope that you have a wonderful life, full of love, adventure, and knowledge. If you end up living with your godfather, Sirius, don't let his immaturity be your downfall. It's okay to make pranks and relax, but it's better if it's compensated by study and hard work. If you end up with your godmother, Alicia showed her that I loved her like a true sister, and I hope that you and her baby boy Neville become fast friends. I wish I could let you know more or write you more, but this is too much for me. I left you my diary. It looks small, but it contains every passage of my years at Hogwarts, as well as some experimental rune sequences that I designed so that I could have working electricity on the magical world. I will always love you, my dear Harry Potter. With the love of 1,000 lives. Your mother, Lily. P.S. Hey, Harry, it's me, your father. Don't underestimate the power of a smile. You could be a true ladies' man if you put your mind into it, ha ha ha. Harry was crying as he read the letter, but he was glad his biological father ended the letter with a joke to ease the tension. Harry wondered if his biological parents would get along with his adopted ones. He was taken out of his thoughts when his cell phone buzzed. It was a text. It came from Hermione. Hi, I'm Hermione Granger, the girl from today's tour guide through Diagon Alley. Am I interrupting? Is this too soon? Were you asleep? The message said. Harry smirked as he saw the message full of questions. He already analyzed her behavior and knew she hadn't had a friend, like ever. So he decided he would help her on her way to make friends. Hi, Hermione. No, you're not interrupting. No, it's not too soon. And no, I wasn't asleep. How are you? He asked her. I'm fine. Just finished having supper. Harry could feel that she was shy once again. The kids began having a conversation over the books they had been reading, as well as making a date for a trip to Diagon Alley before he went back to America. Jump City. Nightwing and Starfire patrolled the streets of their city. In theory, it was a very quiet night until the thief Mumbo Jumbo, who kept sending elephants, banana peels and doves from his top hat towards the duo of superheroes. How deep is that freaking top hat? Nightwing asked. I don't know, let's catch him and ask him. Starfire responded as she sent her laser beams to the flock of doves flying towards them that exploded in a pink puff. As Mumbo continued his escape, he clashed with a dark purple force field that knocked him unconscious. As the force field began to dissipate, Nightwing and Starfire saw a very tired-looking girl collapse on the floor of the rooftop. Rachel, Nightwing said. Nightwing, do you know her? Starfire asked him as she placed metahuman suppressing handcuffs on Mumbo's wrists. Yes, she's a friend of my brother's, Nightwing answered. Let's take her to the tower. I'm sure Cyborg would make an analysis on her state, Starfire suggested as she put Mumbo over her shoulder. Sure, let's take David Copperfield to his cell first, Nightwing added. On the Titan's tower, Nightwing had taken his mask off, showing his Dick Grayson's features to everyone present. In the Titan's tower, there was no such thing as a secret identity, mainly because Cyborg no longer needed one and Aqualad didn't have one. So they decided that they wouldn't use it inside. Dick gently placed the girl's body on the table so that Cyborg could do a proper scan and MRI. After a few moments with Cyborg using his scans, he turned to look at his friend. What is it, Vic? Dick asked him. Even though since his accident, he hated to be reminded of his former self, he let his closer friends call him that way. Well, she seems pretty fine, but the scans show that she has been through a lot of stress. Her mind needs to heal for a couple of days. Does she have a family? Cyborg asked him. She has a mother. I think my brothers Damien or Harry could know how to contact her. Dick said, contact her. She needs to know her daughter is fine. Cyborg said, and Dick saluted him. We'll do it, Chief. Dick smirked and left. It hadn't passed more than 5 minutes since he hanged up with Damien, who, according to what their father told him, he was supposedly on London with Mr. Black and his family, that the boy appeared alongside a raven-haired woman and a house elf. Thank you, Dobby Grayson. Where's Rachel? Damien asked his brother. Dick knew that if the boy used his last name, then it would mean that the situation was severe. The woman who must have been Rachel's mother come to him. Please, where's my daughter? If I'm not needed by Damien, then Dobby will retire, Dobby shyly said. Yes, thank you once again for bringing us Mr. Dobby. Damien thanked the small house elf. The trio went to the medical bay, where Cyborg was looking at the machines, overlooking Rachel's current state. Rachel, my baby, Rachel's mother, Arella said as she went to hug her unconscious daughter. How is her state, Stone? Damien asked Cyborg. She's fine, but she was under a lot of stress. Do you know what might have left her in such state? Cyborg asked the boy. She was abducted by her father, a demon called Trigon, who took her to his fiery realm. She has been there for 4 years, Damien said somberly. I get it now. Very well, now that she's in the world of the living, she will be fine in a couple of days. You can stay here as long as you need, Dick offered. Thank you, young man, Arella said. Yes, thank you, Dick, Damien responded as he took a sit next to Rachel. Harry was informed about the reappearance of Rachel, and although he wanted to see her, he felt relief that at least Damien was with her, keeping her company. He, in the meantime, continued to get to know his newest British friends, Hermione, Justin, who had been paired up with Susan during the tour, and Dean, who had been paired up with Draco. The 6 of them, alongside a responsible parent, accompanied them to the Diagon Alley once again for their shopping spree. The fortunate ones this time were Sirius, Selena, Talia, and Dan Granger, with Bruce, Narcissa, and Amelia being busy with their works. Harry was having a pleasant conversation with Dean about superheroes when Harry said, You know, my dad makes Batman's technology. Harry said. Dean was shocked. Really? Yes, at first Dad's shareholders weren't on board with the idea of funding a vigilante, but they warmed at the idea when they saw the crime beginning to decrease. If we can all go to the Wayne Enterprises, we could get a tour as well, he said with a smile. Sure, that would be wicked, Dean said. And do you know any superheroes? Hermione asked. Well, not per se, but I've seen Nightwing, Aquaman, Hawkgirl, and even Wonder Woman visit from time to time the labs when I happen to visit. Harry said he was about to continue when his eyes looked at a beautiful snowy owl relaxing on a rack. If you'll excuse me, Uncle Sirius, can we bot her? Harry asked, pointing at the direction of the owl. Well, your father told me that he was going to get you a book for your birthday, but I guess an owl will be useful during your school year. So yeah, why not? Sirius said. Oh, that's right. I didn't realize I was a few days away from turning 11. Harry said, turning to his companions. Hey, I'm making a birthday party on my house next Saturday. If you want to go, I'll send you the invitations, Harry said, which the other kids looked pleased to hear. Shall we, young man? Sirius asked his godson. Just as they were entering the Ollery, Harry, saw a towering man wait on the counter as the saleswoman took the same snowy owl he had fell in love with and placed her on a cage. Harry grew disheartened, seeing that someone else was about to buy such a fine animal. "Hagrid, is that you?" Sirius said to the towering man, whose bushy beard and hair made almost impossible to see his face features. "Sirius? What you doing here?" The man said, hugging Harry's godfather. Sirius looked small compared to the man. "Well, my nephew and I came to buy him an owl for his school year." Sirius said, "I didn't know ye had a nephew," Hagrid said. "Well, he isn't technically my nephew. He is the son of a squib cousin I have on the United States, but he is magical, so he is getting into Hogwarts," Sirius explained. "Nice to meet ye, young fella. I'm Rubius Hagrid, gamekeeper and keeper of the keys and grounds of Hogwarts," Hagrid said, extending his hand to shake. Harry Wayne. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Hagrid," Harry said, shaking the hand of the gigantic man. Even though he felt a little discouraged that the man had beat him to buy the owl, he wasn't going to be rude about it, nor make a scene like a spoiled brat. "I see you interested on Hedwig," Hagrid said. "Yes, Mr. Hagrid, I saw it on the window shop and I wanted to buy it, but you beat me to it fair and square," Harry explained. He really didn't want to make the giant man to feel bad and give it to him, so he was just answering with honestly. "I'm sorry, son, I didn't know." Hagrid began apologizing. "Don't need to apologize, sir. It's okay," Harry said. "Well, actually, I haven't paid for her, so you could still take her home, if that's what you want," Hagrid offered. "But what about you? Won't you need an owl?" Harry asked. "No, son. This was going to be a gift for a person, but I don't believe said person will need it. If you excuse me," Hagrid said, leaving the store, and a very intrigued Harry behind. Harry was about to pay when Sirius put the galleons on the counter. "Don't worry, your father gave me this to spend on your gift," he said with a wink, making Harry smile. The rest of the day went smoothly with Harry showing off his new owl to his friends, eating ice cream on one of the stores, and most importantly, secretly testing the veracity and functionality of the Potter ring. Obviously, nobody would try to poison a Muggleborn like him, but he wasn't going to take chances. As Harry arrived at Grimmauld Place, he introduced Hedwig to his other animal familiar, Copper. Apparently, the two of them went along just fine, and Copper promised to not poison the bird if she didn't try to peck his eyeballs out. 2 days later, Rachel finally began to show signs of strength, and one morning in front of her mother and friend, who was a boy, Damien, she began to stir awake. Her mother and Damien took one of her hands. "Hi, Rachel. How are you feeling?" Damien asked the girl as she was opening her eyes for the first time. He quickly noted that her eyes had changed. The last time he saw her, she had dark brown eyes. Now she had dark purple ones, and her hair had a slight purple hue in it. "Damien, Mom, where am I?" Rachel asked. "You're in the Titan's Tower on Jump City," Damien answered. "Jump City?" And with that, she fell asleep once again. It took 2 more days for Rachel to be fully rested, and most importantly, out of the medical bay. Her magical abilities seemed to have improved, and her health was better than ever, so she, her mother, and Damien went to London to celebrate with the family Harry's birthday. Harry and Damien noted that Hermione and Rachel made quick friendship over a book Hermione was reading. Helena, the twins, and the triplets made chaos for wherever they passed. Like a hurricane, Tonks, Tim, Steph, and Cass shared many knowing looks and laughed like hiding a secret. Draco was seen playing with Dean, Justin, Neville, and Susan. Meanwhile, inside the house, Bruce talked with Grandma Minnie on the kitchen counter. "Is it possible to do it?" Bruce asked her. "I don't know. I mean, the letters were sent and the inscriptions were made. Besides, what does her mother thinks?" she responded. "The school year hasn't started yet. You could still do it, you know, and she thinks she will be safer there," he told her. "Do you know if they can pay for it?" Grandma Minnie asked as she drank from her cup of tea her wonderful husband had made for her. She didn't want it to sound greedy. After all, she wanted what's best for the children. "I would pay for everything she needs," Bruce responded. Grandma Minnie let out a sigh and looked at her son-in-law straight into the eyes. "Very well, Cookie," she exclaimed, and in front of them a well-dressed house elf appeared. "You called, Professor?" The house elf asked. "Yes, please add this name to the first year's sorting scroll," she said, handing the house elf a small parchment. "Yes, Professor." And with a small bow, the house elf disappeared. "When I get to my office, I'll deal with the paperwork. Is that all?" she asked with a stern look. "That's all. Thank you, Grandma Minnie," Bruce said as he kissed her in the cheek and went to the backyard. He saw his children and friends had already joined the other kids playing around. "Rachel, can you come here for a second?" he asked the raven-haired girl. "Yes, Mr. Wayne?" she asked, looking up to him. She was nervous. Congratulations, you'll go to Hogwarts. He told her the good news. Chapter and notes. I wanted to bring Hagrid into the story earlier, but didn't got the opportunity. Until now. If you have watched the 2003 Teen Titans show, you'll remember a villain called Mumbo Jumbo, who was a light blue-skinned wizard. I thought it was appropriate to put him in the story, haha. I hope you had enjoyed the chapter, because now it's Hogwarts time. Welcome to Hogwarts PT1. Chapter Summary. Harry and company finally arrive at Hogwarts. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Congratulations, you'll go to Hogwarts, had been the words Mr. Wayne had spoken to her that day. She was confused. She had been prisoner for a demon warlord, and now she was being offered education. She hoped that the school was good. It would be a change of air after 4 years of hell. Rachel's mother knocked on her door. Hey dear, how are you? Every night after she woke, she asked her the same question. Rachel was glad that at least one of her parents cared for her. I'm fine, Mom. Just thinking, are you sure this school is the best place to be? You don't think Trigon will find me there? Rachel asked. Well, according to Mr. Wayne's friend, Sirius Black, the school is one of the safest places in the world. Still, I want you to know that I will try to be there as soon as you need me. Arella, Rachel's mom, reassured her daughter. I know, Mom. Rachel embraced her mom. By the way, Dr. Fate left this on the doorstep. It's a gift for you. Arella said, pulling a small gift-wrapped box from her sleeping robe's pocket. What is it? Rachel asked. I don't know, open it, Arella said. As Rachel opened the gift box, she saw a beautiful silver ankh necklace, Nabo's symbol of power, as well as a note that read, Mississippi Roth, this necklace will protect you from evil, this as well as teleportation properties. Use it when the moment is right. Dr. Fate. Apparently Dr. Fate wants me to be protected on my school year, Rachel said. That's a good thing, dear. One is never too cautious. Just promise me you won't try to communicate with your father again. I lost you once. I don't want to suffer for that once. Again, Arella said. Don't worry, Mom. I don't want to see that bastard ever again. Rachel said, embracing her mother once again. The following months after Harry's 11th birthday went fly pretty smoothly. After returning to America, Harry, Damien, Rachel, Helena, and their parents went to Little Salem to buy Harry and Rachel's wands, given that in Diagon Alley, they didn't found one that matched their magical core. We'll stay here in the meantime. Talia said, we don't want to overcrowd the store. Yes. You forgo to your shopping. We'll buy the kids some ice cream. Selena added, taking her daughter's hand while Bruce nodded at them as they entered the store. The Beauvais wand shop was styled in the 1920s fashion, and unlike the Ollivanders in Diagon Alley, this shop was neatly organized and clean. Their floors looked polished, and the tiles had a uniquely pattern that moved when you stepped on it. The store owner, a 50-something woman with gray hair mixed with her natural auburn hair, came to the front desk and greeted her customers. Welcome to Beauvais Wand Shop. My name is Pauline Beauvais. What can I do for you today? Hi, I'm Arella Roth. This is my daughter Rachel, and we wanted to buy a wand. Arella introduced herself first. And I'm Bruce Wayne, and my son Harry needs one as well. Bruce added. Oh, very well. I really like when kids test for their first one. You know, kids, the wand chooses its user, not the other way around. If you're worthy of a certain wand, then she will latch onto you. Now who wants to go first? Pauline asked. I want, Rachel said, stepping forward. But then Bruce said, just a question before they begin. They already do what it is called wandless magic. Is there going to be a problem, or are the wand going to reject them? Bruce asked, concerned. It's just that the school explicitly says that they needed wands. And for some reason, the wands and Ollivanders rejected them, Arella added. There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Wayne and Mrs. Roth. The wands probably weren't matched for them. But thank you for telling me that the kids are so proficient in magic. That will save us time checking the beginners' wands, and we can go directly to the big ones. Pauline laughed as she went to the back of the store and brought out a medium-sized box with a dozen or maybe more of different wand boxes. These are the wands that are designed for users whose magical core is greater than the regular wands. So far, the store has sell only 2 of these type of wands, one to the wizard Giovanni Zatara and his daughter magician Zatanna Zatara. Pauline explained, surprising Bruce, who would have never guessed that their show wands were from this store. Now, Miss Roth, if you're so kind, Pauline gently said to the girl who approached the counter, just pick this one, and you must feel a warm feeling surrounding you. Pauline explained the procedure, and although it was the same one Ollivander told them, she still appreciated the explanation. Sorry, but I don't feel anything, Rachel said. It's all right, dear, we'll find out something, Pauline said, giving Rachel the next box for testing. NOP, Rachel said, returning the wand to its box. Next one it is, Pauline said, giving her the next one. Yes, this one, it feels right somehow. Rachel explained. Let me see, dear. Interesting. The woman said it's walnut, not the most common type of wood, but not the most uncommon. 9 inches, sturdy but flexible. The woman continued the analysis of the wand, unicorn hair, and raven feather as its core. This means that your power resides from your emotions, and that even though you're cast out or even marginalized as the ravens, you're truly unique, and the bonds you form highlight the goodness within. Pauline said to the girl who smiled and sighed, glanced at the boy who was sitting outside the store eating an ice cream cone. Well done, Rachel, Harry said to his friend. Thanks, Harry, she said to him as she went to show her wand to her mother. Now it's your turn, young man, Pauline said to the short-haired boy who approached the counter. They repeated the process, just like Rachel, but the wands never connected. It wasn't until the 13th time that a wand connected to the boy. This one chose me, Harry said to Pauline, who nodded at the boy and took the wand to check on it. Let me see, dear. All of these wands are interesting indeed. Yours, young man, is a hornbeam wood, 8.5 inches, Thestral's heartstring, and bat fangs on its core. Pauline said, What does it mean? Harry asked. Thestrals are a magical creature that can only be perceived by those who have seen death. You young man have been in contact with it. Why is that? Pauline asked. My mom died during childbirth. Harry gently replied with the story he had been told since he was a child. I'm sorry, dear, but in the good side, the bat core also means that you have a strong sense of community and family. Besides, according to my study, some wizards believe they represent life. So you have a death and life core in your wand, young man. I'm sure you'll do great things, Pauline commented to a happy Harry. In the end, Bruce paid for the wands, and Harry and Rachel showed their new tools to Helena, Damien, and the others. The rest of time passed by with Harry calling or receiving calls and video calls from Hermione. He also continued his training with Dr. Fate, the Zatara duo, and Etrigan, as well as a training with some experimental magic like the ones in his mom's diary. He felt like he was pretty advanced for a first year, but he hoped to have fun and make friends in Hogwarts, as well as get to know more of his heritage and about the dark wizard who killed his biological parents. The week before the school year began, Harry's family and Rachel and her mother went to England to prepare for last-minute shopping or things that could be missing from their school supplies. Something that Harry enjoyed on his trips to Diagon Alley was that apparently no one in the magical world had heard about billionaire Bruce Wayne, which made it easier for him, since many times he had been embarrassed at his father's antics or paparazzi tried to take a picture of the family. Still, Harry loved watching his family interact with the magical world, a world he now knew that he belonged from the start. He saw how Helena was fascinated with the idea of attending Hogwarts with him in a couple of years. He saw how Damien and Rachel walked together to the different shops and bookstores, how his mom Selena and Talia dragged his father to any of the clothes shops or jewelry shops. The only thing Harry was weirded about was of a weird-looking blonde vagabond who looked so miserable, and no offense to the man, but he looked pathetic. Harry thought life hadn't been kind to the man. So he took a galleon and gave it to the man, who simply snatched it away from Harry's hand, not even thanking him for the alms. That was rude, Harry thought to himself as he joined the rest of his family. Days passed, and it was finally September 1st. Once again, all the magical children, as well as the Nomage Damien and their parents, climbed aboard the enchanted Rolls-Royce van, with their final destination being King's Cross train station. Just arriving, the stampede of children exited the vehicle, beginning to run around. All the adults had trouble stopping the hurricane that was Helena and Sirius and Amelia's twins and triplets. Once the kids calmed down, they approached the column that marked the entrance to platform 9 3/4, following the instructions. Grandma, Minnie, and the other adults, the children, passed through the enchanted column to get to their desired platform. Just as Harry and Helena passed, they saw a scarlet engine steamed locomotive with a Hogwarts crest on the front. Wow, every kid from the Black, Bones, and Wayne family said as they saw the magnificent train. Even Bruce, Talia, and Selena, who stepped from the portal thanks to the help of Sirius, Narcissa, and Amelia, were shocked at the sight. The younger kids began commenting on how they wanted to attend Hogwarts already, so that they could ride that train. The parents began pushing the trolleys as the kids walked alongside the wagons. That looks yummy, Harry heard Copper speak to him from his terrarium. The cottonmouth snake was looking at a brown toad. No, that's Trevor. That's a friend's familiar. You can't eat him, Harry responded to the snake. Bummer, Copper responded, making Harry chuckle from his familiar's antics. But thanks to this, Harry was able to safely levitate the toad to his hand. He began looking at the faces of every kid until he found his friend. Hey, Neville, Harry yelled at the other boy, who waved him back. Sir Harry, Neville bowed overly dramatically as he approached the boy. Lord Longbottom. Harry bowed back in the same dramatic way. I believe this is yours, Harry said, giving the toad back to his friend. Draco, Susan, and everyone else came to the meeting. Lord Black, Lady Bones, nice to see you, Neville said, bowing as well. Lord Longbottom. Both kids bowed at him. Ready for a new crusade? Draco asked. Of course. Can't wait to deal with dragons and rescue damsels in distress, Neville said, looking at Susan. If I remember correctly, the only damsel in distress is Draco, Susan replied, showing her tongue at her cousin, making the others laugh. By the way, Neville, this is my friend Rachel. You met her on my birthday party. She'll be attending Hogwarts as well. Harry reintroduced the girl to his friend. Nice to meet you, Rachel, once again. I'm Neville. The boy said, kids, are you ready? Said Neville's mom, Alice. Yes, Mom, Neville quickly said. I'm just waiting for my friend Hermione to arrive, Harry said, and as if on cue, Hermione stepped through the portal to platform 9 3/4. Harry ran as fast as he could to the other girl, leaving his cousins and friends behind to greet his friend. Hermione! He yelled at her, which put a smile on her face as she embraced the boy running to her. Harry! She exclaimed as well in happiness, hugging tightly as they reached each other. They split up when Hermione felt copper slither around her shoulder, letting the girl shriek in surprise. Sorry about that, Harry said, taking the snake from her shoulder. That wasn't very nice, Harry hissed at his familiar. I was making an introduction, the snake replied. She says she's sorry. She was just introducing herself, Harry explained. All right, it's just it took me by surprise, that's all, Hermione said. Yeah, right, but if it were the owl, she should be petting it, Copper hissed, showing her tongue to the girl and making Harry chuckle. So, where are your parents? Harry asked her, changing the topic of conversation. They were supposed to pass behind me, but I don't see them, Hermione said, worried. Don't worry about it, muggles can't pass through, Narcissa said, walking behind the kids. Let me help them, she offered. How are you feeling? Ready to start classes? Harry asked her. Of course I'm ready. It's a school. Can't wait for more knowledge, Hermione said, making Harry chuckle. As they talked about their hopes about the school, they saw Hermione's parents walk throughout the portal with Narcissa behind them, holding their shoulders. Oh wow, that's a beautiful train, Emma said, impressed at the machinery. Mommy, Daddy, you made it, Hermione said, excited. Yes, dear, your friend's aunt was nice enough to let us pass, Emma said. Nice to see you again, Doctor and Dr. Granger, Harry said to Hermione's parents. Nice to see you too, Harry, Emma said, but her husband was still shocked at the train. It took a small nudge from his wife to take his attention from the locomotive. Sorry, it's just a beautiful piece of machinery. You know I'm a big fan of scale models, and this one is simply breathtaking, Dan commented. Yes, it reminds me of a GWR Olton Hall 5972, don't you think? Bruce said to the doctor, who went wide out at the sight of the billionaire. Mr. Wayne, he said with a shaky voice. Dr. Granger, nice to meet you. Your daughter is a brilliant girl, and I'm happy she has made friends with my son. Bruce shook the other man's hand. Thank you, sir. We're very proud of you. I mean her, he said, embarrassing himself, making everyone laugh. Well, I think the kids should enter their cabin. We don't want them missing their ride, right? Bruce said to the other parents. The doctors took Hermione to the cabin, in which were already Draco, Susan, Rachel, and Neville. Bruce took Harry to the side and asked him, So, do you have everything with you? Bruce asked his son. Yes, Dad. The belt is safely kept within my clothes. Harry pulled a little his sweater, showing the bronze-painted Kevlar-made utility belt with the initials HW on the buckle. And do you have everything? Bruce asked. Yes, Harry replied. Grappling gun? C. Smoke pellets. Duh. Lock pick. Ja. Magnifying glass? We. Night vision goggles? Nah. Bat shark repellent? On. Detective's kit? Hi, Bat Boomerang. Ida. Duct tape? Sure da. That's my boy, Bruce said, hugging his son. Did you seriously give your son all of that on his fanny pack? Sirius asked. Of course. He is a Wayne. He needs to have everything I would give to Batman. I gave one to all of my children, and it's not a fanny pack, Sirius, Bruce replied. Thanks, Dad. Although I'm more of a Superman and Green Lantern fan, Harry replied. Act the betrayal. How can my son be so cruel? Bruce mocked, being hurt by his son's words. I'm proud of you, Harry. Go and live your adventure, Bruce said. Thanks, Dad, Harry replied. Have fun in school. By the way, have this, Sirius said, giving him a plain, white parchment. What's this? Harry asked. It's a special parchment. I'm sure you'll find out what it does, Sirius said, winking at his godson. Thank you, Uncle Sirius, Harry hugged him. Harry, make sure Draco doesn't get into too much trouble. Narcissa added, I won't let him have all the fun, Aunt Narcissa, Harry said, smiling. Please write or call whenever you have the opportunity, Selena said, stroking his hair. And please it well, Talia added, patting him on the shoulder. I will, mommies, thank you, Harry said, hugging them close to him. He was going to miss being in home. Harry was ready to board the train when he felt a strong grip on his waist. He looked down and saw his younger sister, Helena, hugging him tightly. Please don't go, Helena said, whimpering. I wish I could stay, Helena, but I need to go. I'll promise you that I'll come back, and I'll call you every night, all right? Harry said, trying to comfort his 9-year-old sister. It won't be the same, she replied. How about you can play with my video games while I'm not in the house? Just promise that you'll play with Damien as well, Harry said, winking at his brother. All right. The girl let him go, still whimpering. Damien walked closer to his brother and said, take care of her, while stretching his hand to shake. I will, Damien. Harry nodded, shaking his brother's hand. He let go and climbed aboard the train, looking for his friends' compartments who were already chatting. Harry waved goodbye to his family as he saw a numerous family of redheads pass through the portal. The ride on train wasn't that bad. He got to enjoy his time with his cousins and friends. He ate some new snacks he had never tasted, and overall a pretty average ride. Although the view of the mountains and open fields were breathtaking, that he found himself taking pictures at everything. After a few hours, the train finally managed to arrive to Hogsmeade Station, where they climbed down the train at the instructions of the prefects. Every kid, minus Harry, were taken aback at the sight of Hagrid yelling, "First years, over here, leave your belongin' inside," the man said. "Good evening, Mr. Hagrid," Harry said to the man. "Harry, nice to see ye. I see you brought friends," Hagrid said. "Yes, these are my cousins Draco and Susan, and my friends Rachel, Hermione, and Neville," Harry said. "Well, nice to meet ye kids. Now climb aboard the boats, only 4 per boat," Hagrid instructed. At that, the group of children split up, with Harry, Hermione, Rachel, and Neville on one boat, and Draco, Susan, and a pair of Indian twins on another. Harry could see that every children was astonished by the marvelous view of the castle, and he managed to spot something moving on the lake, but he took too long to take his night vision goggles to check what that was. He would visit the lake on another occasion. When they finally docked, the children walked through a long set of stairs. "Good thing I'm in good shape, or else I'll be fainting," Harry thought to himself as he saw many children panting. Harry saw that in the entrance to the biggest doors he had ever seen was standing Grandma Minnie, Correction Professor McGonagall Pennyworth, wearing an emerald dress robe with a pointy black hat and holding a roll of parchment on her hands. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting." She finished her long speech. I wonder how many times has she repeated that same speech? Harry mused to himself. After a few moments, the doors opened and the children stepped through to the Great Hall. Every single one of them were speechless and completely stunned at seeing the magnificence of the place. The ceiling looked like something of a fantasy book. Every children was amazed at the night sky. Harry saw the 4 long tables as well as a 5th one that had what he deducted were his professors. He saw the headmaster on a golden throne, Mr. Hagrid next to him, a guy in a turban, a small stature professor, a man dressed entirely in black, and surprisingly Uncle Remus. It's a spell made to show it as the night sky. I know it because I read it on the history of Hogwarts. Harry heard Hermione talk on her usual, know-it-all accent. He likes it about her, but most of all he knows that she speaks on that way when she's nervous on a new situation. So Harry simply grabbed her hand and gently spoke on her ear. "Everything will be fine, Mione. There's nothing to worry about, but I do want to know more of that little trivia of the castle." That seemed to calm her down, and she gave him a smile. The pair didn't let go each other for the rest of the walk, nor when they reached the end of the hall. There in front of the staff table was Professor McGonagall alongside a tall stool, and in her hands was a roll of parchment. and a very old wizard's hat. Now we begin the sorting ceremony. When I say your name, please step forward and I'll place the sorting hat on your head. When the hat reaches its verdict, you'll go and sit with your housemates. The professor said. Then she looked at her parchment and read out loud Abondned. The blonde girl stepped forward and sat on the stool. The professor placed the sorting hat, and before long the hat yelled, "Better be." Hufflepuff! A cheer came from the Hufflepuff table, and the girl went to sit there. Black, Draco, she said, and the blonde boy sat on the stool. Harry gave his cousin a reassuring nod, and the hat was placed on his head. "Better be?" Hufflepuff! The hat yelled out, and Harry, Hermione, Neville, Rachel, and the rest of the Hufflepuff house cheered. Draco went to his new house, and Harry saw how his robes changed of color, and the crest of the badger appeared on his outer robes. Bones, Susan. It was the dark redhead's turn to sit on the stool, and just like before, the hat yelled, "Better be." Gryffindor. The lion's house cheered, and once again Harry saw how Susan's robes changed. The ceremony continued, and Harry saw his new classmates go to their respective houses, including Justin, one of the boys on the tour. Then the professor said, "Granger, Hermione." The bushy-haired girl was almost frozen, and Harry tugged her hand for her to react. He whispered in her ear, "You can do this," to which she nodded and began walking. The professor repeated the action of placing the sorting hat, and after a brief moment the hat yelled, "Better be." Ravenclaw! Harry and the rest of their friends applauded, as well as the Ravenclaw table. "Longbottom, Neville," Professor McGonagall said, and Neville walked towards the stool but stumbled, and as he was falling he managed to save his fall by placing his hands on the floor and making a somersault to the cheer and amusement of everyone. "Thank you, Mr. Longbottom, for that display of acrobatic abilities," Professor McGonagall said, amused, placing the hat on his head. After a few seconds of ohs and ahs, the hat finally yelled, "Better be." Gryffindor. Harry clapped and cheered, just as Neville went to sit next to Susan, who hugged him. The ceremony continued, and after sorting the Patil twins came a name no one expected to be in. "Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall said, confused, looking at everyone, and most importantly making a brief eye contact with Harry, who almost stepped forward but held himself in place. The murmurs of the children and professors could be heard, but no one knew if the boy who lived and was missing for years was actually attending Hogwarts. Could a goblin tip someone that I was Potter? Nah, that's impossible. Frank Bolt said it was top secret. Harry thought to himself. Well enough, it's obvious Mr. Potter is not here, since we never got his confirmation letter. Let's continue, Professor McGonagall said, trying to remain calm. Roth, Rachel. It was time for the girl with the purple eyes to be sorted. Harry noticed her nervousness and said to her in a whisper, "Everything is going to be fine. If you have any doubts, then you can ask the hat to place you on Ravenclaw. You'll be surrounded by books and friends," he reassured his friend. She nodded and went to sit on the stool. Rachel could be seen very concerned, and most shocking, the hat seemed to be confused as well. After a longer moment, the hat said, "Better be." Ravenclaw. Harry cheered and Hermione hugged their friend. After all, the girls share their love for books, so they would be a great addition to the House of the Smart. Many more students got their house sorted. In the end, only a dark-skinned boy who introduced as Blaze, a red-haired boy who introduced himself as Ron, and him were the only ones left. Wayne, Harry. The professor called, and Harry turned to see the other boys. "Good luck, guys," Harry said. He walked to the stool and sat just like everyone else. He felt the sorting hat began speaking to him once it was placed on his head. "Ah, so Harry Potter came to Hogwarts, only with a different name." The hat said, "Please don't reveal my secret, I beg of you," Harry implored. "Don't worry, child. Anything I learn stays with me." The hat said, "Now let's see what's on this young mind. Interesting, you have a very strong loyalty towards your family and friends, especially to your father and sister. That's a Hufflepuff quality. You have a brilliant mind, always hoping of gaining more and more knowledge. You could easily fit into Ravenclaw, but I also see that you have a strong sense of family. Your bonds to your father and your relatives makes you step forward in every situation. I feel that blazing courage that would make you a strong Gryffindor. Your birth parents would be proud. They were lions as well, but they don't define what you are. But your cunning speaks to me of the great tactician you're Mr. Wayne, and how you could be a strong Slytherin. Decisions. I'll guess that I have to say." The hat's voice rang inside Harry's mind. To be continued, chapter and notes. So Harry finally made it to Hogwarts. What surprises await for the kid? In which house is he going to get sorted? Also, it's obvious that Batman, the most paranoid man alive, in the comics, would send his son with a utility belt. What did you thought of the dual core of Harry and Rachel's wands? I took inspiration from the wonderful FIC. It's not just a stick, a wand crafter story by Finkel. Welcome to Hogwarts PT2. Chapter Summary. Short chapter. Deals with Harry sorting into his new house. Which one is it? Read it and find out. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Ever since the first years arrived at the Great Hall, Albus began to wonder if Harry Potter was amongst said first years. During the summer holidays between the school years, Albus had sent an owl with the acceptance letter of young Harry Potter. But no response came back, and the owl wasn't able to deliver the letter. He didn't like that. Harry Potter had vanished 10 years ago, and if he didn't knew where the boy was, then it meant that someone unscrupulous had it, perhaps twisting him to become the newest Dark Lord instead of the bringer of light the child was destined to be. But when his name came on the scroll, the kid was nowhere to be seen. The child never appeared, nor did he sat on the stool waiting to be sorted into Gryffindor just like his parents. The only Harry to be on this year's sorting was a Muggle-born American kid named Harry Wayne, who, according to Minerva the child, was quite talented. Said kid was currently being judged by the Sorting Hat. The Hat is taking its sweet time with the Wayne boy. Must be the kid's accent. Americans butch the language. Dumbledore thought to himself, watching the Wayne boy, sat having a mental conversation with the Sorting Hat. Then, after a moments of deliberation, the Sorting Hat managed to get a verdict. Better be Slytherin. The Hat yelled, and the Slytherin table cheered, as well as a bushy-haired girl and a raven-haired girl on the Ravenclaw table. On the other tables, a blonde boy in Hufflepuff and a dark-haired and red-haired girl in Gryffindor cheered as well. As Harry reached into the Slytherin table, he saw Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Millicent Bulstrode, who were in some of Neville's birthday parties. Good, at least I won't be completely alone in this house. Harry, though, as he greeted the other girls, as well as getting an acquaintance to Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Hi, I'm Harry Wayne. Harry introduced himself to the only member of his house that was left, a pretty raven-haired girl sit 2 seats from him, Pansy Parkinson. She responded, stretching her hand to be kissed, which Harry did kiss, surprising the girl. The sorting ceremony ended with the red-haired boy named Ron ending in Gryffindor and the dark-skinned boy named Blaze ending in Slytherin as well. Harry was expecting the food to be delivered, but instead the headmaster stood up from his golden throne. He was an elderly man dressed in shiny grayish-blue robes and a long beard and glasses, as well as a pointy hat of the same color as the robes. The image reminded Harry of how Merlin the Wizard looked in Disney's The Sword in the Stone. Greetings, young students, and welcome to another wonderful year here in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I wanted to wait for you to be placed on your houses before I gave some announcements. 1. For all first years, I must tell you that the Forbidden Forest is strictly forbidden. 2. Mr. Filch told me to remind you that the 3rd floor corridor on the right is as well forbidden for every student unless they want to experience a terrible and painful death. Now, let the feast begin. The headmaster spoke, and food appeared on every table. Harry remembered feasts that his father had taken him, but none of those caterings compared to the plenty of food that was served in front of him. So Wayne, that's a last name I've never heard. And you knew about the social etiquette and greetings? Are you from a wizarding family in the United States? You showed proper manners for an American, Pansy asked. No, I'm a first generation, as the Macusaurus like to call. Harry responded as he took a small bite of the chicken he had grabbed. First generation? Vincent asked. Yes. It means that I'm the first of my family to be a wizard. Harry responded as he continued to eat from his plate. Wow. That means you're the first Muggle-born to enter Slytherin house, Blaze said, impressed. Is something wrong with that? Harry asked. Not really. It was just unlikely, especially since most older years will try to prove that purebloods are superior to Muggle-borns, Daphne said. Oh well. As long as you don't hold that prejudice against me, we can still be friends, Harry said, smiling at his classmates. And to answer the rest of your question, I'm not as you, but my father is a rich man who always taught us about the proper table manners and how to introduce ourselves, he added. Rich? How rich? Pansy asked, only to be admonished by Daphne with a steel-cold stare. Well, I don't mind to answer that. After all, Forbes magazine did a net worth estimation about Wayne Enterprises. If I'm correct, the total worth was $2 billion, Harry answered. Seeing the kids being completely clueless, Harry said, okay, that would mean, wait a second, let me do the conversion. That would mean that my dad's net worth is 8 billion galleons, give or take, Harry said, making Vincent spill the pumpkin juice he was drinking. Are you for real? Pansy asked. Yes, I've met Mr. Wayne. He is a businessman and what Muggles call CEO of the enterprises Harry talked about. Millicent said, informing the others. What type of business does your father do to have such fortune? Gregory asked. Honestly, this boy could easily buy each and every lordship of the Wizarding Britain without a sweat. Well, Dad, and the enterprise deal with hospitals, medicines, laboratories, technology, ecology, and superhero equipment, Harry informed them. Super what? Pansy asked. Superhero equipment. Dad makes the technology of the Batman Incorporated brand, which have many superheroes donning the Bat logo, as well as the Watchtower and Hall of Justice of the Justice League. Harry explained, but each kid looked completely puzzled. Harry rolled his eyes and searched on his utility belt for his cell phone. He unlocked it, much to the piqued interest of every first year and some second years. After a quick search, Harry found the video he was looking. Here you go. Harry showed his fellow Slytherins a video of Wonder Woman, Batman, Martian Manhunter, Superman, Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Flash battling against one of the many Luthor's giant robots. The kids looked impressed at the images they were seeing of this colorful characters flying without a broom, making green magic without a wand, and shoot fire from their eyes. I have too many questions, but first, what the bloody hell is that thing? Pansy said, completely shocked. This? Oh, is my cell phone. I know that many people think that Muggle technology doesn't work on magical places, but my uncle and my dad found a rune inscription that isolates the device and repels magic, allowing the device to work properly instead of exploding. Harry explained, showing the bottom of the cell phone where tiny runes could be spotted. The other kids were about to continue their inquiry when they heard a girly scream coming from the Gryffindor table. Ron got scared after seeing a ghost. Even though Harry was surprised at the sudden manifestation of the ghosts of Hogwarts, he wasn't entirely horrified since it met and had been mentored by an actual demon. So a ghost of a regular man wasn't so terrifying. After their laughs at Ron's outburst, the Slytherin kids continued to interrogate Harry about the characters on the cell phone screen. While they're pretty regular people, Wonder Woman is the princess of the Amazons, a warrior race of strong and immortal women. She regularly visits my father on Wayne Enterprises. Superman and Martian Manhunter are the last members of their alien races. Superman comes from a distant planet named Krypton, like the element in the periodic table, and Martian Manhunter comes from Mars. When we get to astronomy class, I'll show you the planet. Hawkgirl is a reincarnated person of an ancient Thanagarian warrior who posed as an Egyptian god centuries ago. Green Lantern is a space aura, basically. Flash is a speedster, a person who can move at the speed of light, and Batman is a regular man with technology. Harry explained and defined every member of the Justice League that appeared on the video. As he had finished, he drank a cup of water and grabbed a small piece of lettuce from his plate. Wow, really? Extraterrestrials? Pansy was still shocked. Gods? Blaze added. Space auras. Vincent said, Yeep. That pretty much sums everything up, Harry said as he resumed his dinner. Behind him, two figures appeared. One was a tall teenager with perfectly combed hair, while the other had an intense and hateful stare, as well as the ugliest set of teeth Harry had seen. He thought the Simpsons joke was an exaggeration, but this kid was proving them right. You're not a pure blood. Who are you, kid? The ugly teeth teen said, almost in a growl. Hi, I'm Harry Wayne, nice to meet you. Harry said, extending his hand to shake, only to be swatted away by the teen. As Harry was facing the teen, he didn't notice that Pansy, Blaze, Vincent, and Gregory glared at the teen for his disrespectful gesture. You're a mudblood who shouldn't be here in this house. The great Salazar Slytherin hated mudbloods like you. Ask for a resort or your life will be hell. The teen said, trying to look menacingly. Harry let out a sigh and stood up. Even though he was 11, he was only a couple centimeters shorter than the teen in front of him. Canalizing his inner Batman, Harry looked directly into the teen's eyes and said with a deep and cold voice, I don't take threats kindly. So if you think I'll let you bully me into leaving, you're in for a treat, because I never back down and I don't give up. Let me and my friends eat in peace, and you won't have to spend the night in the infirmary, Harry said to the teen. The teen growled and was about to go for his wand when the other teen stopped him. Marcus! You're in front of the teacher's table. Think again before casting a curse, the teen said. Leave me, Higgs. The teen shook free. Consider yourself lucky, Wayne. Mudbloods aren't accepted in Slytherin. Watch your back, because next time you'll suffer, Marcus said before leaving for his seat. Ignore him, said another guy next to Marcus. Hi, Terrence Higgs, he said, extending his hand, which Harry shook. Do you play Quidditch, Wayne? Or any sport? Terrence seemed nice and kind of reminded him of his brother Dick. So Harry responded with a smirk. Yes, I played a little. My cousin is Draco Black, and my best friend is Neville Longbottom. We often hang around with Daphne Susan, Tracy, and Millie, and play some Quidditch, although I'm more fond of basketball to be honest, Harry responded. You should see Harry in a broom. Even if he is Muggle-born, he could easily be a professional player. Daphne interjected, making Harry blush. Then you should definitely try for a position in the Slytherin team. Terrence offered. I wouldn't miss that opportunity. Harry replied to the teen. Terrence nodded and went to sit with his fellow yearmates. Harry sat again with his newfound friends. Damn, Harry. That gave me chills, Pansy said, rubbing her arms. Why? It was a simply offer of playing with the team, Harry said nonchalantly. No dunderhead. Your argument with Marcus Flint. He is one of the fiercest Slytherins there is. Everyone in the school is afraid of him, Pansy explained. Don't know why. He didn't look that tough, Harry replied. You are one crazy American, Blaise joked, making everyone laugh. It was overall a pretty good welcoming to Hogwarts. The adventures was barely starting. Chapter and notes. The Justice League always have a big rooster of members. The video Harry showed them is based on the Justice League animated series episode, Legends.1. And the joke Harry remembered was from the Simpsons episode, Last Exit to Springfield, in which the dentist shows Ralph Wiggum the Book of British Smiles. The House of Snakes. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The rest of the dinner feast was excellent. Given that the feast worked like a buffet, Harry had managed to taste a bit of everything. He was cheating his diet, but he would compensate tomorrow. Tonight was a day of celebration. Besides, everything looked and tasted delicious. Harry noted that after the teenagers left, Daphne had gone quiet. And if someone asked her a question, she would respond with a yes, no, maybe, or perhaps. So using his detective skills, Harry deduced that it had something to do with the teens. Why so grim, Daphne? Harry asked, trying to light her mood. I'm fine. I'm not grim, she responded, but her actions and voice said otherwise. Are you sure? I noticed that you are not as involved in the conversation as we were before. Harry said, That's ridiculous, I'm still speaking. I'm doing it right now, Daphne replied. Yes, but even though I don't know you very well, I know that something is bothering you. Do you want to talk about? Harry asked, looking at her straight in the eyes. No, she responded. Did it have to be about one, or perhaps the two teens that came a few minutes ago? Harry asked. Maybe, she responded. If I had to guess, it would have to be about Mr. I need a dental plan because he was very rude, while Terrence was nicer, Harry said. He saw the blonde girl, stumped her shoulders, and let out a sigh. She approached Harry to almost whisper in his ear. It was obvious that she didn't want to be heard, and she was embarrassed about what she was going to say. It is, in certain degree, have to do with the rude teen. His name is Marcus Flint. He is a 5th year with a brother named Samuel in 3rd year. Today, as I was saying goodbye to my parents, the brothers came to us and they insinuated that I was going to be part of their family. That almost guarantees that their parents are planning a betrothal with either of them. She exhaled in disappointment. Honestly, I hope that's a lie because seeing their manners and attitude makes me nauseous, Daphne said with disappointment, sending an almost imperceptible nod to Harry towards the ugly teen and a boy who looked almost like him that was speaking with his mouth full of food. Harry was disgusted by this, but he was also worried about his somewhat friend. Well, they must be lying. Have a little faith, Daphne. I'm sure your father would never accept a betrothal with someone you don't tolerate. You'll see that you won't be part on the dental plan family. Harry joked, making Daphne look at him with uncertainty, but still he had managed to get a small smile from her lips. Thank you for your kind words, Harry, Daphne said as she resumed eating her dessert. I definitely have to introduce them to the Simpsons and movies, Harry thought to himself as the Simpsons joke didn't land it. The conversation topics that had taken place around the table was fantastic. Harry got to meet other perspectives of the wizarding world, and the Slytherin kids got to meet Muggle devices and pop culture. When the dinner feast had ended, a teen girl named Gemma Farley, who introduced herself as the Slytherin prefect, guided them to their dorm rooms. Harry managed to spot Hermione and Rachel, who were being guided to their respective dorm rooms as well. He waved them goodbye and smiled at them before parting ways when the girls walked upstairs while his group went downstairs. If he was honest with himself, he was a little nostalgic. He was going to spend his first night away from home. He always felt that way during the summer holidays in which his father sent him to a summer camp. But on those camps, he had Damien by his side. Now he was on a different school on the other side of the world, far away from his family and friends. Luckily for him, he hadn't had a nightmare since he had turned 9 years old, or else he would have woke up in the middle of the night searching for his mother Selena. They finally arrived at a stone wall. If he was honest, he would have never guessed that the entrance was this hidden. The stretched stone wall was no different from any other wall on this hall, but as he began analyzing the markings on the bricks, he saw a small Slytherin crest hidden in the lowest brick. Gemma approached the wall and said, "Pure blood." and suddenly the wall moved to the side, revealing the entrance of the common room. The Slytherin common room was a long, low underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling, from which round, greenish lamps were hanging on chains. A fire was crackling under an elaborately carved mantelpiece ahead of them, and several Slytherins were silhouetted around it in carved chairs. "Wow!" Harry, as well as the other first years, said in unison. "All right, girls, your dorm room is on the right corridor, boys on the left," Gemma began saying. "I must warn you boys that if you try to sneak your way into the girls' dorm room, you'll find out how a magical ward works," she added with a smirk. "You'll find out that all of your possessions as well as your familiars are already here. The common room is a place where all of the Slytherin years gather around, so please try to remain quiet, as at the end of the school year, the 5th and above years will be on exams." Gemma continued to explain. "If you had another question, you can ask me. Remember that the curfew is at 10, so all of you must be in the common room before that hour, or else you won't be allowed to enter and will be severely punished," Gemma said with a stern tone, earning the nods from the first years. "Good. Then proceed to your dorm rooms and have good night's rest." Gemma bid them good night, and Harry waved goodbye at his girlfriends as he entered his designated corridor. In the dorm room, Harry, Vincent, Gregory, and Blaise saw that there were already 4 beds with 4 tall bedposts, so that if they wanted privacy, they could close the curtains. Harry saw that in one of the bedposts, Hedwig was perched at the top with Copper slithering her way to the top at the side of their master. He also noticed that his black leather trunk was on that same bed. "I guess this one is mine," Harry thought as he approached the bed to greet his familiars. "Copper, Hedwig, nice to see you. Did you behave well?" Harry asked his familiars. "Yes, we did. Your owl was flying all over the room," Copper replied. "Nice to know that," Harry replied. Then he felt a poke in his shoulder. Harry turned and saw Blaise behind him with a surprised expression. "Harry, did you just hiss at your snake?" Blaise asked. "Yes, I talk to Copper all the time," Harry replied. "Really? So you're a Parseltongue user," Gregory said, joining Blaise and Vincent. "That's not weird to you, right?" Harry asked. "I don't mind, but this shows just how much you were meant to be in Slytherin," Vincent said. "You must be Salazar's descendant to have that ability," Blaise said. "Or I could have gained it from someplace else. I've read about Parseltongue. It's not a defining trait of the Slytherin," Harry replied. "Could be. Still, it would be wicked that you turned out to be a descendant from the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts," Gregory said, excited. "Honestly, it would be too cool," Harry replied with a grin. At the other side of the corridor, the Slytherin girls arrived at their new dorm rooms, and after claiming their bed and belongings, all of them began writing to their parents. Millicent was smiling as she wrote the letter to her parents. The plump girl wrote on the parchment with her favorite quill, as well as the special blue ink her father had gifted her before entering school. "Dearest father and mother, it's me, Millie. I write home to inform you that I've been sorted into Slytherin. Who would have thought, right? Haha, I thought for a second that I would end up in Hufflepuff. Anyway, I'm doing just fine. My yearmates seem nice enough. I'm with Daphne and Tracy. So far, nobody laughed at my weight, and luckily, I'm not the tallest in our year. That honor goes to the Muggle-born boy named Harry Wayne. Don't know if you remember him from the times you took me to the Longbottom Manor to play. Well, if you don't remember, then let me tell you that he is the sweetest, well-mannered, and most polite boy I've ever met. I know Mom said that I would find love in Hogwarts, just like you two found each other. Perhaps this boy could be my sweetheart? I don't know about that. Besides, what boy will want to date me? Anyway, I love you and can't wait to your reply. With love, Millie. P.S. Harry's father, an American Muggle named Bruce Wayne, is an entrepreneur and owner of many enterprises all around the world, just in case you would be interested in doing business with the man. Millie wrote on her letter to her parents. Tracy's letter to her parents said the following. Dear Mom and Dad, it's Tracy. Remember the Wayne kid that played alongside Neville as we grew up? Well, today on the sorting ceremony, he was sorted into Slytherin. Can you believe it? A Muggle born in Slytherin. I'm sure Salazar Slytherin would have fainted if he had found out. Anyway, I, as well as the rest of the Slytherin table, found out that the boy is loaded. And when I say loaded, I'm saying loaded. His father has billions of galleons worth of enterprises in the Muggle world. I recommend you start looking for a betrothal with the man, or another girl will snatch him from our hands. Love, Tracy. P.S. If you hadn't guessed, I ended up in Slytherin. Daphne, on the other hand, wrote with quickness and politeness to her parents. Not for anything, the girl was known as an ice princess by her peers. Respected mother, father, and Astoria, this is Daphne. I write to you to tell you that I arrived at Hogwarts well. Mother was right, the sight of the castle is breathtaking. I was sorted into Slytherin as it would have been expected. I began forming alliances with my year mates. So far, the other Slytherins look right enough. I'm with Vincent, Pansy, Gregory, the Zabini's boy Blaze, with Millie and Tracy, as well as the Muggle-born boy, Neville. Longbottom's friend, Harry Wayne. It's too early to call him my friend since we only see each other on Neville's birthdays, but the boy is charming and well-mannered, so that's a plus. I wouldn't have patience for someone who were rude or had bad manners, like Sam Flint's, for example. Also, I need to tell you that the boy's father, an American businessman named Bruce Wayne, has an enormous fortune to his name. It would be wise to invest on his business and perhaps pursue an alliance with him. I would even consider to accept a betrothal with the Muggle-born boy who has manners than with a pure blood who has none. With respect, Daphne Greengrass. P.S. I left a present for Story so that she doesn't miss me while I'm at Hogwarts. Pansy, on the other hand, wasn't looking for a big conversation, so she almost went straight to the point. Father, this is Pansy. I know you have been looking for a boy my age to make a betrothal contract. If you haven't found a willing participant or someone who has the right amount of money, I would suggest to investigate a muggle named Bruce Wayne. He has a son in my year, and get this, he is 61. 8 billion galleons to his name, as you don't realize just yet. That's the double of the amount the extinct Malfoy house. Not Goyle, Yaxley, Greengrass, Bulstrode, Crabbe, Zabini, Parkinson, Davis, and Flint have together. I know the boy's status goes against our traditions, but would it be the end of the world if we accept a Muggle-born into our ranks? Sincerely, your daughter Pansy. Once the 4 girls ended writing their letters, they secretly called for one of their house elves to deliver the letter to their parents as quickly as possible. Time was on the essence, they thought to themselves. Unbeknownst to the girls, at the same time, other girls began writing letters to their parents. Why? Because when Harry revealed how much money his father had, a Hufflepuff girl overheard their conversation and quickly talked about with her friends who talked to their friends who talked to their friends, and in the end, all of the Hogwarts girls from 1st to 8th year knew how much money Harry had. Harry just couldn't sleep. He didn't know if it was due to the jet lag, something he thought he had taken care of, or the fact that he was on an unknown place, or the fact that Vincent and Gregory snored as loud as a bulldozer. He looked at his watch and saw that it was past 1 a.m., He looked around and saw that Blaze as well was awake. Can't sleep? Harry asked the other boy. Yeah. Want to talk? Blaze asked about. Harry asked, I don't know, like, how did you find out about this school? Blaze asked, well, Professor McGonagall married my dad's butler, a man named Alfred Pennyworth. Harry explained, wicked. So why didn't you want a Gryffindor? Blaze asked, it was the Hat's decision, not mine. Do you think that other Slytherins will treat me as bad as Marcus Flint? Harry wondered. He always tried to make friends with everyone he met, but some people were bullies, and he didn't like bullies. I don't know. I can't assure you that everyone is going to treat you with respect. The wizarding community has a stick up their ass and are pretty bigoted. Just look at me. I come from a pure-blood family, and many people treat my family and me like shit. They think they're superior to us because we're black, Blaze said with bitterness. You're black? Harry asked, joking, making the other boy chuckle. Well, I don't care about status or skin color. If you're my friend, then I'll got your back. Harry said to the other boy, boy, you're a crazy muggle-born. I can see that you're going to shake things up, Blaze said before a yawn sent him to Morpheus' arms. Good night, Blaze. Harry quietly muttered to the other boy. Yes, he was going to shake things up, not only in Slytherin, but in the whole world. Harry woke up with the sound of the watch's alarm. He turned it off when he saw that it was 5:30 in the morning. He saw that Copper and Hedwig were still asleep, so he quickly changed into his tracksuit as well as a sports sweater and his utility belt and went to take his morning run. He passed the deserted halls and corridors of the enormous castle. He saw that even the caretaker, Mr. Filch, and his cat were asleep in a chair near the entrance. He opened the door just enough so he could pass. Then he inhaled deeply and began to make his morning stretches. Once he was warmed up, he began to run. He ran away from the entrance towards the boathouse from which he arrived yesterday. The walk downstairs was enough to send a lot of energy to his body, and the weather, while cold, he felt reinvigorated. Often in the Wayne Manor, Damien, Helena, Dad, Mom Selena, Mom Talia, and him went on a morning run to keep themselves in shape. He finally arrived at the edge of the lake. He was intrigued to the silhouette he saw last night. He took a break there to catch a break and take a sip of water. He was contemplating the scenery when a big gray dog came running to him. A Neapolitan Mastiff, if he was correct. Harry wasn't worried about the dog. After all, it didn't look menacing, but still he was ready in case he needed to run. The dog approached the boy, and after a small growl, the dog proceeded to lick the boy's face. "Thanks, buddy. I needed that," Harry said while petting the dog's head. While Harry was petting the dog, he saw a hulking figure approach them. It was someone he could easily identify. "Watcha doing there, Harry?" Hagrid asked Harry. "Not much, just on my morning run. And you?" Harry asked the gigantic man. "Just taking Fong for a stroll. He likes the morning breeze," Hagrid said. "So that's his name. Nice to meet you, Fong," Harry said, greeting the dog. "How's your owl treating ye?" Hagrid asked him. "She's doing great. I was worried about she and Copper not getting along, but they treat each other just as fine," Harry said. "Who's Copper?" Hagrid asked. "It's my pet snake, a cottonmouth snake. I found her 2 years ago on a bike track with my siblings," Harry explained. "Oh, that's fine, Harry. So you talk with your Copper?" Hagrid asked. "Yes, she likes to talk a lot," Harry said. "I'm a Parselmouth. I hope that's not a bad thing for her," Harry said. "No, though I had a bad experience a few years ago with one," Hagrid said. "Oh, that's too bad," Harry replied. "Don't worry. I learned not to trust as easily," Hagrid replied. "And the boy, what did he do to you?" Harry asked. "He told the director of my time that I add an acromantula." Hagrid began to sob. "Hagrid, it's okay, but I don't think you can have an acromantula as a pet," Harry said, beginning to comfort the large man. "I know, but I was angry because I got expelled FO that," Hagrid said between sobs. Harry took a tissue from his utility belt and offered to him. "Thanks, Harry," Hagrid said as he cleaned his tears. "It's okay," Harry said. He stayed with Hagrid for other 20 minutes or so, and when his alarm sounded, he had to return to the castle for breakfast and a shower. "Sorry, Hagrid. I have to return," Harry apologized. "It's okay, Harry. I like talking to ye," Hagrid replied. Harry ran once again to the castle. Though not as deserted as before, he could see that many students were already up and moving towards the Great Hall. Harry went to the dungeons towards the Slytherin common room. In it, he only saw Daphne and Tracy, who had a towel on their shoulders as well as soap and what seemed to be shampoo. "Hey girls, had a nice sleep?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry. And you?" Tracy said quickly. "I did sleep fine." Harry smiled at them. "Why are you up so early? And what are those clothes you're wearing?" Daphne asked. "This? Oh, this is my track suit. You like it?" He said, referring to his black nylon pants and shirt that to the pureblood girls looked too improper, but at the same time, let them see how well-toned his body was making them blush. "Why, yes, it's nice," Daphne stammered. "It looks nice on you," Tracy said in an almost whisper. "Hey, are you going to the showers?" "Because I was going to shower as well. If you wait me for a second, we can go together, and then we can go to eat some breakfast," Harry said. Sure," Daphne stammered again. "Cool. I'll be back," he said in his Terminator impersonation. Tracy quickly teased Daphne about her stammering and her blush, but at the same time, she didn't want to push her too far since she wanted Harry for herself. Speaking of which, the boy returned with a black and blue towel and a soap and a plastic bottle of shampoo with the Batman logo. "What is that?" Daphne asked as the trio walked to the shower. "This is my shampoo. In my country, there's a lot of shampoo bottles with superhero logos. I got this 5-bottle set which had the Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, Flash, and Martian Man on a logo. The Batman one is the one I already had started," Harry explained. "Oh, that's nice. Our shampoo is jasmine extract," Daphne explained, showing her glass bottle. "So that explains the scent if sniffed last night," Harry muttered, but still Daphne heard him and blush. "Mine is rose extract," Tracy interjected. "Yes, I sniffed that as well," Harry said. The trio reached the showers and parted ways. After 15 minutes, they walked out of the showers and walked once again to the common room. "Hey, Harry, you woke up early," Blaze said as he walked with a towel over his shoulder and his bathroom utensils. "Yeah, sorry, Blaze. I didn't want to bother you. I hope you're not upset," Harry said. "None taken. It was fine. See you on the Great Hall," Blaze said as he rushed to the showers. Harry once again parted ways from his two companions and went to dress up. He put his smoke gray pants, his white shirt, his emerald green and silver Slytherin tie in a double Windsor knot, his smoke gray vest, and the black robes, and tucked beneath all of that was his silver ankh he had received from Dr. Fate a few days ago. He went to the common room sofas to wait for Daphne and Tracy, and he saw Pansy and Millie walk from their bedrooms. "Good morning, girls. You look gorgeous," Harry complimented the half-asleep girls, and he earned a glare from Pansy. "Good morning, Harry. I see that you woke up early," Millie said in a shy tone. "Yes, I went to do a morning run. Did you sleep well?" Harry asked. "Yes, it was a pleasant night," Millie said. "And you, Pansy?" Harry asked the black-haired girl. "I slept well, thank you very much. Now we need a shower before we're going to eat breakfast. Will we see you there?" Pansy asked with a very keen interest. Yes, I'll go with Daphne and Tracy, though I want to see if my friends and cousins are there as well, he explained. Then he saw the other girls walked out fully dressed in their gray skirt uniforms. Shall we go? Daphne asked. Sure, ladies, if you excuse me, Harry said as he walked to the other girls, who quickly claimed one of his arms by linking their elbows together. Let's go, Tracy replied. The trio walked linked together to the Great Hall. Harry wanted to introduce his new friends to Draco, but his cousin wasn't on the Great Hall just yet, but a bushy-haired brunette with braces. A serious-looking raven-haired girl with purple eyes and a caramel-skinned girl were already sitting in their table. The trio were talking with two Asian-looking girls. He guided the two girls that were still clanged into his arms to the Ravenclaw table that had some students, but wasn't at its maximum capacity. Hello, Hermione. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Padma. Did you sleep well? Harry asked. Hermione's face illuminated as she saw him and went to hug him, which made Tracy and Daphne retreat in shock. That's a yes, I think, Harry said. Yes, my house is amazing. We have so much things about knowledge to talk about, but I think you'll be with your new friends, Hermione said, looking at the brunette and the blonde. Oh, where are my manners? Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis. Meet my very good friends Hermione Granger, Padma Patil, and Rachel Roth, Harry said, introducing the girls. And this are Sue Lee and Cho Chong. She's in second year. Hermione introduced their friends. If you excuse us, we have to eat breakfast, Daphne said. Nonsense. They can eat with us, Rachel interjected, motioning to the empty seats in the Ravenclaw table. What do you mean, Rachel? They can't sit with us. They're from another house, the girl that was introduced as Cho asked. I've read the book of Hogwarts rules in the Rule 289, Addendum C. Every student must sit on their respective house table during the beginning of the year feast and the end of the year feast. During common days, they can eat at whatever table they want, Rachel said, making everyone look at her in shock. Well, that settles it. If you accept us, we would be honored to eat with you, Harry said while looking at Daphne and Tracy, who looked confused. Sure, I don't mind, Daphne said after a moment of doubt. All right, Tracy added. The Slytherin trio sat in front of Cho, Sue, and Rachel with Hermione next to Harry, which annoyed Tracy, who had to sit next to Daphne instead of being next to Harry. The girls, except from Hermione and Rachel, took some pumpkin juice and bread with jam or fruit, while Harry asked for orange juice and fruit. Aren't you eating anything else? Sue asked. No. Yesterday I took advantage of the feast, so I need to compensate today, Harry said with a small laugh. Why? Sue asked. Harry has a strict diet which he follows step by step. I have to guess that he indulged himself during the feast, and now he doesn't want to gain pounds. Am I correct, Harry? Rachel said. Yes. Dad taught me to eat better, but still he says that only in feasts we're allowed to eat more, Harry replied. Are you close to your father? Daphne asked. Yes, he always looks for the best for my siblings and me, Harry responded. Do you have siblings? Male or female? Tracy asked, very interested. Well, I have 3 older brothers who are already on their 20s and are in a relationship. My 2 older sisters are in a very complicated relationship I don't want to mention. My brother Damien is my age, but I'm pretty sure he's already taken. Harry smiled smugly at Rachel, who blushed and looked at her orange juice. And my baby sister Helena, who is 9 years old. She's actually a witch, so she'll be joining us in 2 years, he said. So the only single member of the Wayne family is you? Tracy asked with a knowing look at Daphne. Pretty much yes, Harry revealed, not understanding the look the girls did. So, what classes do you have? Hermione asked. I don't know, we haven't gotten our schedule, Daphne responded. Neither do we, Sue responded. Don't worry, if something is to be expected, the classes will be the same as last year, Cho responded. You'll probably will be sharing potions, history of the magical and non-magical world, and flying lessons. Astronomy and data, which is shared by every house, Cho added. That's nice to know, Hermione said, though I'm nervous about flying. She muttered. Nervous about flying? Daphne asked. Yes, I have never flew before, except on airplane, but not on a broom, Hermione responded. Don't worry, Hermione, if I learn how to do it, you'll be able to do it as well, Harry reassured his friend. Thanks, Harry, Hermione smiled. The group continued their breakfast together, and were not bothered except for some Ravenclaws or Slytherin who looked at them with a weird stare, but didn't mention anything. Harry's side glanced and saw that the diminutive professor and the dark-robed professor he saw last night were walking towards them. Oh my, it's quite a surprise to see eagles and snakes sharing a meal together, the small professor said. It is, but with Governor's Board newest politics, I'm not surprised, the dark-robed professor responded. Good morning. Who are you? Harry asked. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Professor Phileas Flitwick, Charms Professor, and this is Professor Severus Snape, Potions Master. Professor Flitwick responded. Harry stood up and stretched his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Harry Wayne, he said, and both professors shook his hand. Here are your schedule, Mr. Wayne, Professor Snape said, giving Harry a parchment. Then he proceeded to give one to Daphne and Tracy. Let's hope that you remember next time that the Slytherins sit together on special occasions. Yes, Professor, but we were eating with some new friends, Harry said. Severus, we should see this as a cunning thing to do. Gain allies and friends from other houses helps improving one's strength, Professor Flitwick said. Very well, though I'm still surprised of having a muggle born in my ranks, Wayne. If you have trouble with any student, don't be afraid of asking for my intervention, Professor Snape said. Thank you, Professor, but I'm pretty sure I can watch my back by my own, Harry said. Besides, he won't be alone, Hermione said. Very well. Proceed with your breakfast, Professor Snape said to the students. The girls began comparing their schedule of classes. Just like Cho said, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw houses share some classes. Ravenclaw class schedule. Monday, Potions, 3 hours, shared with Slytherin. Mathematics, 3 hours, shared with Gryffindor. Tuesday, Charms, 3 hours, shared with Hufflepuff. History of Magical and Non-Magical World, 3 hours, shared with Slytherin. Wednesday, Transfiguration, 3 hours, shared with Hufflepuff. Latin and English, 3 hours, shared with Gryffindor. Thursday, Adapting to the Wizarding World, 3 hours, shared with Gryffindor. Adapting to the Muggle World, 3 hours, shared with Hufflepuff. Friday, Flying Lessons, 3 hours, all houses. Defense Against the Dark Arts, 3 hours, all houses. In the night, Astronomy, 3 hours, all houses. Looks like we'll get to know magical manners, Hermione said after she and the other Ravenclaw ended reading their parchment. And we'll learn about Muggle society, Daphne said after she finished reading her Slytherin parchment. That's a great way of learning of both worlds, don't you think? Harry said. If you say so, Daphne replied as she continued with her breakfast. Harry had finished eating when he saw a familiar scar-faced man sit on the teacher's table. He smiled and, after excused himself from his friends, went to say hello. Uncle Remus, Harry said. Here it's Professor Lupin, Mr. Wayne. Professor Lupin replied with a grin, but he still hugged his adopted nephew. You never told us you were working here, Harry said. I couldn't said, it's a secret, he replied. So, what classes are you teaching? Harry asked. History of Magical and Non-Magical World. I've been in that post for 6 years. You have to thank your Aunt Narcissa for that, Professor Lupin said. Why? Harry asked. She's in the governor's board. She has moved a lot of things that have been helping in the integration of wizards and witches into the regular world, Professor Lupin said. That's nice, Harry replied. Last night in Wayne Enterprises, London, UK, Bruce Wayne had been working late in his Wayne Enterprises office in his London subsidiary. A few hours ago, he had left his son Harry on the train station so he could get his magical education. Damien, Helena, Selena, and Talia had gone to the Grimmauld Place house to rest while he had been working in new projects and signing documents. He was about to call off for the night when many taps began to be heard on his window. He was confused. After all, he didn't expect to hear from Harry too soon. But neither of the owls that were perched on the window were his son's snowy white owl. He opened the window, and one by one the owls began to leave letters on his hands and flew away. Cynthia, Bruce called his assistant who was sleeping on her desk. Yes, Mr. Wayne? The 20-something blonde girl peeked her head through the door. Get me Sirius Black on the phone, please, Bruce said. Yes, Mr. Wayne, the girl said. At the same time, on Grimmauld Place, auburn-haired Amelia Bones Black walked downstairs towards the living room where her husband Sirius Blackbones read a book. She had a knowing grin on her face. The triplets finally went to sleep, Amelia said as she sat on her husband's lap. So that means we're alone, Sirius said as he grinned back to his wife and teased her while rubbing her tight with his hand. We have guests, Amelia said. They're probably asleep as well, Sirius replied. They could wake up any second, Amelia said. Then we better hurry, Sirius said as he kissed her neck. Let me put a contraceptive spell on me, so we don't have more children, Amelia said as she was taking her wand out. Nonsense, we already had twins and triplets. Let's try for quadruplets, Sirius grinned widely. No, bad dog. She scorned him, making him whimper. But then he began to waving seductively his eyebrows. Have I told you how hot you look with your new hair color? Not that I had something against your gray hair, but you look simply stunning as a brunette, Sirius said to his wife, trying to get into her good grace. Horny dog, she said to him, and as she was about to cast the spell, his cell phone rang, making him groan. Who could be at this hour? Amelia groaned as well. It wasn't common for them to have a minute of peace to themselves, and now that they were interrupted. I can think of one person who is completely awake, Sirius said as he picked up his cell phone and answered the call. Sirius Black here. Mr. Black, Mr. Wayne wishes to talk to you, Cynthia said on the other side of the call. Pass me to your boss then, Sirius said to the girl. After a few moments, Sirius and Amelia operated into Bruce's office, not impressing the CEO, who simply looked at them from his desk. What happened? Did you touch any letter? Amelia asked first as the couple approached the desk. I only took the envelopes after I checked them with the special monocle you gave me. I found no charms, curses, or potions in any envelope. Haven't opened them yet. That's why I wanted your opinion, Bruce said as he showed them the 4 envelopes laying on his desk. Well, let's take a look, shall we? Wingardium Leviosa, Sirius said, floating the 4 envelopes and taking each letter out. Let's start with the Bulstrode letter, Amelia said. Estimated Mr. Bruce Wayne. My name is Carmine Bulstrode. I have a daughter who is a year and housemaid of your son Harry. She informed me through a letter that you're a businessman, specialized on medicine and technology. I don't know much about that, but I would gladly make a partnership with you. If we could meet to get into a mutual benefit agreement, I'm sure we would get even more richer. Attentively, Carmine Bulstrode. P.S. My daughter seems to have a sort of crush in your boy. She developed it so fast that she asked me to consider a betrothal contract between ourselves so she can someday marry your son. Honestly, I hate that pure-blood bigots try to force their children into marriage at that age. But I still want what's best for my girl, and I hope that you don't reject her desires of someday marrying your son. Well, at least he was honest, Bruce said. Yes, I can tell you that even though most of the Bulstrode family has been in Slytherin, and some others in Ravenclaw, they're an honest family. And Carmine broke boundaries when he married his wife Olivia, a Muggle-born witch, so they're not as bigoted as other pure-blood families, Amelia explained. After all, thanks to her work in the DMLE, she personally knew the Bulstrode patriarch and matriarch. I still find it weird that he asked for a betrothal contract. Does those things still exist? Bruce asked. Yes, and in Wizarding Britain are more common. I was on a betrothal contract with a girl from the Yaxley family, until she passed due to a decease on our 3rd year, Sirius explained. I didn't know that, Amelia said. It must have slipped out of my mind to tell you. Sorry, honey, Sirius said. Well, so far the Bulstrode wants a business partnership, something I'm not opposed. But I'll have to postpone those talks about a betrothal, Bruce commented. Very well. The Greengrass letter next, Amelia said while she enchanted the letter to read it. To Bruce Wayne, CEO of Wayne Enterprises. Mr. Wayne, I am Cyrus Greengrass, and I'm writing this letter in behalf of my daughter Daphne. She's a studious and brilliant young woman who told me about your son. She told me that since you are an accomplished Muggle businessman, we could get into a sort of agreement regarding our children and the benefits it could represent being in an alliance together. With respect, Cyrus Greengrass. P.S. I honestly don't have too much knowledge in the Muggle world, but I want to tell you that my daughter told me how wealthy you are. I'm not saying this to try to get my family richer, but to warn you about others who would try to get their hands into your fortune. That being said, I'd prefer if your son marries my daughter. She told me about your well-mannered son. And if she doesn't marry him, the other option would be Sam Flint, an obnoxious brat who is too petulant for his own good and would treat my precious daughter like a rug to clean his shoes. If you accept at least the business partnership, I could get a leverage on Flint to avoid giving my daughter. He sounds desperate. Why? What's wrong with those Flint? Bruce said. The Flint is a dark family of bigoted little shits, Sirius said until he was smacked on the arm by his wife. Language, Amelia replied. Sorry, honey, they're bad. Many of them served under Moldy Shorts during the Wizarding War, and I'm pretty sure they indoctrinated their sons to follow on their steps. Greengrass is a neutral family if they are left to the Flint. Yaxley or not, they will perish, Sirius explained. Thank you for explaining, Sirius, Bruce said. It is what it is, Sirius added. Well, the next one, Davis, Sirius said, enchanting said letter. Let's see what they say. Mr. Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises. Don't know if you remember me. We met on the Young Heir Neville Longbottom a few years ago. I am Trudy Davis. I'm the matriarch of the Davis family in place of my husband, who is serving abroad alongside curse breakers on the regions of Egypt. My dear daughter Tracy wrote me about your family and more importantly about your son. I remember he was a fine young man. So if you wish, we could get together for a dinner or tea and we could discuss some arrangement between our children. Yours truly, Trudy Davis. Is it just me, or did she was flirting with you? Amelia said. She was flirting on a letter. It's part of the Wayne charm. Bruce said with a smug smile. Sorry, but the Black family is way more charming. Sirius said, trying to paint himself in better light, only for Amelia to do a shrug of her shoulders, making Sirius' face fell flat. Let's read the last one, Parkinson. Amelia said, ugh, burn that one, Sirius said. Why? Bruce asked. They're blood purists. They wouldn't let your kid being in a relationship with their daughter, no matter how loaded you're, Sirius said. Well, still I need to know if they're going to be a problem, Bruce said as he nodded to Amelia, who enchanted the letter so they could read it. Mr. Wayne, my daughter ordered me to contact you about a betrothal between your son and her. I must refuse. No daughter of mine will ever be married to a mudblood. Astris Parkinson. See, I told you, Sirius said. Well, his daughter will be disappointed. If she ordered her father to contact you, then she thought it would have been a great opportunity. I see that her father is too stubborn to see beyond the blood status, Amelia said. Well, I don't care about blood status because I'm not from that world. Still, I will try to establish business alliances with Bulstrode and Greengrass. I'm not signing any betrothal until Harry is at least 15 or so. I want him to have a normal childhood and live his life. I will have to meet Trudy to know what her intentions are. And Sirius, you can burn the Parkinson letter, Bruce said with a smirk, which Sirius returned with a gleefully smile, like a child on Christmas, as he cast a small incendio, which burned the letter to ashes. That felt good, Sirius said with a smirk on his face. Do I have to write them a letter as well? Can't I just email them or call them? Bruce asked. Amelia looked at him in amusement. Sorry, Bruce. They're too old-fashioned to have a phone, so I don't believe they'll have a computer either. Heck, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have a cell phone. She smiled at her friend. Very well. Let me begin, Bruce said as he took some white sheets from the printer on his other desk with the branded Wayne Enterprises logo on top of the sheet. He took his ballpoint pen and began to write in his most impeccable calligraphy the 3 letters for the 3 families. In less than 15 minutes, he had written 2 letters thanking the families, and 1 simple note agreeing on a tete-a-tete with a certain matriarch. Can you please send this with your owls? Bruce asked. Of course, Batsy. You know that mi casa es tu casa, Sirius said, smirking while Bruce rolled his eyes. Sirius is childish putting nicknames, and the fact that he works with the Batman doesn't mean he is a bat himself, Amelia reprimanded her husband. I believe this will be all for tonight. Shall we go to Grimmauld Place? Amelia asked. Sorry, I have to finish my work here. Thank you for coming, though. I really appreciated your assistance on the future love life of my son. Thank you, Sirius and Amelia. Bruce thanked his friends. As they operated away, he quickly locked his office and took his bat suit on ready to serve justice. Harry was having a great first day of school. After breakfast, he went to his first class, which was pretty much an introduction to potions. Professor Snape, though a little harsh, was a good teacher who knew a lot of things about plants, potions, and the way to make them. The potions class was between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, which was great news for Harry, since he could see Hermione and Rachel on said class. They were paired up, and although Harry wanted to pair with Hermione or Rachel, but he ended up pairing off with Padma, which was a great thing since she was an expert making potions. Ever since they were kids, she would make experiments that always fascinated him. Halo, Kia AAP partnership Karana Kahade Hain. Hello, do you want to partner up? Harry said to the girl in perfect Hindi, which surprised the girl. Kya aap Hindi bolte hai? Do you speak Hindi? She asked, amazed. Thoda a little, he said, winking, noticing the small blush that appeared on the girl's cheeks. You never told me, Padma said to him. I learned 2 summers ago and haven't got the opportunity to tell you, Harry said. He caught a small glimpse of a silver ink on Professor Snape's neck hidden between his robes. If he had seen correctly, then he had found an ally. But he would wait for a good opportunity to talk to the professor. The rest of the potion class was brewing simple potions. Padma had a great knowledge about the ingredients, while he had a great knowledge as well, but he didn't know how to brew them. It was a new experience for him. Professor Snape seemed to catch the advances of everyone and only sneered at those inexperienced in the art of brewing potions, which seemed to be the muggle-born kids. After potions, Harry went to have lunch accompanied by Millie. Daphne and Tracy decided to go to the library accompanied by Rachel and Hermione. Harry understood and waved goodbye at his friends. As he and Millie entered the Great Hall, he decided to share meals with his cousin Draco on the Hufflepuff table where he met his cousin's friends. A third year by the name Cedric Diggory and Hannah Abbott, who was another of Neville's friends, and Justin, who was a Muggle-born and one of the kids that was on the tour during the summer. He was once again at the receiving end of curious looks, but the Hufflepuffs didn't comment anything after seeing Cedric, who was a very popular student in the whole school, having a pleasant conversation with a Muggle-born Slytherin. "So, Harry, I saw you talking with Terrence Higgs the other night. Do you plan on playing Quidditch for Slytherin?" Cedric asked the boy. Harry mused on the idea that the boy in front of him, with a perfect chin and dark hair, could be a young version of his father. Maybe if Cedric decided to enter the Nomage world, he could be an actor and take the role of Bruce Wayne on a biopic. "Well, Terrence did offer me to go to the tryouts this weekend, but I don't know, the only times that I play Quidditch is when I was visiting Neville or Draco, and Susan, I never considered playing for the team." He replied with honesty. "Well, I'm a huge Quidditch fan, and I'm a seeker on the Hufflepuff team. You should go to the tryouts, and if you're not comfortable, then you can always decline," Cedric said. "Or you could try for the football team," Cedric said nonchalantly. "Do you have football?" "Great, I always wanted to be a quarterback," Harry said, excited, but he received confused looks from the other boys. "What?" "Harry, you're confusing the Wizards," Draco said to him with a grin on his face. "They're referring to what you would call soccer," Draco explained. "So it was only a small linguistic confusion. Either way, how can I enter that team?" Harry asked. One thing his father had told him was to try to enter one team so that his stamina and physical condition wouldn't falter. Just like with Quidditch, you go to the tryouts next weekend. There are 4 teams for each house, and they play for the Football Cup. Is pretty interesting and friendly instead of the more barbaric and dangerous Quidditch match. Still, the Gryffindor twins, Fred and George, place bets on every game in case someone gets injured or what house will win. I always bet on Hufflepuff, and they haven't failed me for 2 years in a row. Let's hope they win a third time," Cedric said wishfully. "We'll win when I become the captain of the team," Hannah said with confidence. "What makes you think you'll be the captain, Hannah?" Millicent asked, not with an offensive, intense, simple curiosity. She had spoken after swallowing the food she had on her mouth. Her parents thought her of never speak with her mouth full. "Because I'm the fastest witch in this school. I can score many goals before any opposing player can say go," Hannah said, her confidence shining through. "You aren't trying out for the Quidditch team?" Harry asked. "No, I don't like the game." To that statement, Cedric made a dramatic expression of hurt and took his hands into his heart in excruciating pain. "What a drama queen," Draco responded as Cedric laid on the table. Then the group saw 2 figures walk towards them. "We thought," one of the figures said. "We heard our names." While the other finished, Harry looked at them in confusion as he saw the red-haired twins in front of him. Fred George, meet Hannah Abbott, Draco Black, Millicent Bulstrode, and Harry Wayne. Cedric introduced them. "Kids, these are Fred and George Weasley. Don't ask me to tell you which one is which. They're the residing pranksters of Hogwarts." "Nice to meet you, Fred and George," Harry said. "Just because your first years, we'll introduce ourselves properly. I'm Fred. And I'm George. From now on, you'll never know which one is which." The twins spoke, finishing each other's sentences, which was going to give Harry a headache at some point, or a migraine. The twins remained with the group for a few minutes talking about the wonderful world of Quidditch and Hogwarts, how interesting the football matches were, and how many galleons they made with the bets they made on everything. They emphasized on that last word. "See you guys later." They said their goodbyes and rejoined their table. Harry kept wondering where Nymphy was. He hadn't seen his cousin all day and hoped to see her during lunch. Well, she must have been busy or in the library like his other friends. Then some 3 owls began to fly and delivering the corresponded package to Pansy Parkinson, the Flint brothers, and Faye Dunbar of Gryffindor. "Isn't the mail supposedly arrive only in the mornings?" Harry asked. "Some owls arrive from far away, so they don't always get in the morning or were sent with an urgent message," Millie explained to him, earning a nod of understanding from her American friend. What the Slytherin kids eating with the Hufflepuffs ignored was that a very angry-looking Marcus Flint was glaring at Harry at this very same moment. Harry and Millie stood up, excusing themselves to their Hufflepuff friends, saying that they would go to the classroom for their next class. They walked on a pleasant conversation, not noticing that 2 Slytherin brothers followed them, not too far behind. The thing with the Hogwarts castle was that there were many unused or deserted corridors. In one of those said corridors, Harry felt a shock on his back. As he fell face first into the hard stone floor, he saw the worried look of Millie, who had taken her hands to her mouth in shock, but then her shock turned into anger. She was about to draw her wand out when a stupefy spell stunned her square on the chest. and she fell as well. "Don't interfere, Cal," Sam Flint said to the unconscious plump girl. Harry saw red. He wanted to punish those bullies that attacked him on the back and insulted Millie. He was still on the floor and could feel blood coming from his broken nose. He was about to stand up when another stinging hex was sent towards him. "You don't belong here, Mudblood," Marcus said as he sent a series of stinging hexes to Harry, who squirmed every time the hex hit his body. "You think because you're rich on the world you can come here and take our women?" Sam was the one who spoke this time as his brother continued his onslaught of attacks. While Harry's body retorted, his mind was going somewhere else and remembering his father's words. Work through pain. He began to stand up despite the hexes impacting onto his body. Both brothers were shocked to see that this mudblood was still standing despite the many hexes they had sent. Marcus and Sam decided to join their hexes, sending a stronger stinging hex to the other boy, making him stumble back. Marcus wanted to make him feel pain and humiliation, but he knew better than to expose himself by casting a Cruciatus curse, so he had to work with that, and then say it was a prank. "You're in hell, and I am the devil," Sam said as he was about to cast another hex, only to fail to realize that Harry was back on his feet, and this time he struck with a solid punch on the nose, making them equal. The pureblood saw in anguish how his precious blood was pouring from his now broken nose. "You're not the devil, you're practice," Harry said to Sam. Marcus had only seen his brother getting hit and was about to cast another hex when he saw that from the mudblood kid that lightning began to form on Harry's fingertips. Marcus and Sam's faces went completely pale at the display of wandless magic that they almost peed their pants. Here were a couple of strong and pure-blood heirs to House Flint laying on the ground from the shock, and one with a profusely bleeding nose and a mudblood standing over him, doing wandless magic. Harry hated bullies, so ever since Dr. Fate, Etrigan, Sir Jason, Uncle Giovanni, his father, and his mothers had trained him, he had always advocated for standing up to those who used their power on those helpless. He needed to teach them some manners. "You don't know nothing of science, do you?" Harry asked the frightened boys. "Then let me teach you something," he said, and throw some lighting at them, impacting them and immobilized the pureblood bullies. "Right now you're feeling a jolt of 50,000 volts, the same voltage of a taser gun. Obviously you don't know what I'm talking about, but your muscles are on my complete control." Harry saw that the bullies were completely frightened. "Now, let me show you about thermodynamics," Harry said, and the lighting from his hands transformed into a blizzard, beginning to freeze the bullies. As with any other body of water, if you pass under the 0 degrees Celsius, you'll begin to freeze. If I let you become a popsicle, you'll suffer of nasty frostbites, and what's worse, you could die of hypothermia. So seeing that I'm more magnanimous than you, I'll let you melt," Harry said, and then his blizzard transformed into a dry heat wave like those of a hair dryer, melting away the ice in which the brothers had been encased on. "Now leave my friends and myself alone. Is that clear?" Harry said, making sparks emerging from his eyes. The bullies ran as fast as they could. It was a dumb thing to do, a display of magic, but Harry knew how to read bullies. And the kind of bullies the Flint brothers were too proud to tell exactly what happened. No way in hell would they tell their friends that a mudblood did wandless magic and beat a 5th and 3rd year all by himself. Harry went to Millie, who was still unconscious. He gently scooped her in his arms and decided to go to the infirmary. As he walked, he heard a familiar voice. "Harry, are you okay?" He turned around and saw his pink-haired cousin looking at him. Her uniform was disheveled just like her hair. He wanted to make a joke, but decided against it. Millie was more important right now. "Yeah, I'm fine, nothing to worry about," Harry said. "Just some brutes who try to bite more than they could chew. Can you please lead us to the infirmary?" "Sure, let's go," Nymphie said to her cousin. They fell into an awkward silence as Harry kept walking with Millie on his arms. Many students passed by and watched with curiosity as to why the Muggle-born Slytherin was bleeding from his nose and why a pure-blood girl was unconscious in his arms. Finally, they arrived at the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey quickly evaluated the situation. "It's only past midday on the first day of school, and already have patients," the gentle older woman said as she floated Millie's unconscious body into a bed, and Harry sat on the next one. To his friend, it wasn't his first time in a hospital wing, and it would be certainly not his last one. "While she appears to be stunned with a stupefy spell, nothing a revitalizing beverage can't cure. But you, Mr. Wayne, I need to fix your nose right away," she said to the boy. "How did you know my name?" Harry asked the doctor. "Simple. I'm Minerva's closest and oldest friend. She showed me pictures of last year's family vacations," she responded, drawing a smile from Harry's lips. "Now this is going to hurt, young man," she added as she drew her wand out and pointed at Harry's crooked nose. He gave her a shrug, and she said Episki. Harry felt a tug on his nose as the matron worked. Then she did a cleaning spell, vanishing any trace of blood on his clothes and face. She then proceeded to give Millie the energizing beverage, and the plump girl reacted once again. Harry! She yelled, remembering what happened before she was stunned unconscious. She looked everywhere and finally saw that the boy she saw fell into the ground was completely unharmed and was smiling next to her. She rushed off the bed and embraced the boy. Are you all right? I saw how you fell, and there was blood, she said, scared. No worries, I only fell on my nose and got broken. Madame Pomfrey cured me. It's all right, Millie, Harry said. No, it's not all right, those boys said and did horrible things. She said, not wanting to remember how she heard being called cow when she fell on her back. Sure, it's all right, Millie, Harry said, taking a tissue from his utility belt and giving it to the girl who was embracing him. They won't bother us again, he reassured her. After that first day, Harry had spent the rest of the week in Hogwarts' classes and was already getting used to the wizarding world. Just as he predicted, the Flint brothers never accused him of attacking them. Their blood purity was in jeopardy if they let it as public knowledge that a mudblood had beaten them. On the other hand, Blaze and the others were nice, but man, did Vincent Crabbe really snored. If it weren't because Sirius thought him the silencing charm, he would be moody for the lack of sleep. He chuckled as he remembered the days in which his brother Tim pulled out a night out completely devoted to his studies and never touch his bed to sleep. The bags under his eyes made him look like a raccoon. It was 3 a.m, as stated by his wrist watch that laid on his pillow, when the voice of Copper whispered into his ear. Harry, you must follow me. I found something very interesting. In the pitch-black darkness, the cotton-mouthed snake said. 5 more minutes, the grumbling student said to his familiar. This cannot wait, come. The snake said, which made Harry wake up and follow her. Hedwig. Harry gently poked his snowy owl, who slightly opened her bright yellow eyes. Do you want to come? He asked her only for the owl to close her eyes again and do her gentle snore. Lazy, Harry responded. He was sure that his familiar was just as adventurous as him, so he wasn't surprised that the snake had found something interesting during her travels on the castle. They went to the 2nd floor to a bathroom that was labeled out of order. Copper, you took me from bed to go to the bathroom? Harry asked his companion. No, there's something else say here, the snake said as she slithered into the bathroom. Well, I'm already up, Harry said to himself after making a small shrug as he followed the snake. The bathroom was impressive and looked pretty intact. He didn't know why it would be out of order. Harry saw his friend move between the pipes on the floor. Copper, come back here, Harry said, trying to make his snake return, but he heard the snake replied. Talk to the sink, the snake said, which made Harry curious. The sink was completely normal. There wasn't something amiss, different, or strange. Then he saw a snake on the faucet and understood what Copper said. He spoke in Parcel once again, this time asking the faucet to open. The entire marble fountain trembled and began to move. A top piece floated up, and another one moved to the side, showing a dark tunnel. It was pretty dark there. Lights, he hissed in Parcel to the tunnel, which illuminated, which made him smirk. Awesome. Then he slid down the tunnel. It was fun for the 11-year-old. He felt like Indiana Jones on the Temple of the Templars. Finally, you're here. Copper's voice was heard. Where are we? Harry asked. The Chamber of Secretsis. The founder of your house made this place to protect his Secretsis with a beast, but beast is not. Basilisk more likely, Copper informed her familiar. Basilisk? Aren't they dangerous? Harry asked. Yes, but this one wants to meet the boy who can speak with Snakus, Copper informed him. So doing this in the early hours of the morning is to avoid being seen, Harry deducted. Exactly, Copper agreed. Great, can't wait to meet this basilisk, Harry said with resolution. If he was in Slytherin and he spoke Parcel, then he could know more about his own heritage entering the chamber of Salazar Slytherin, the greatest of all founders according to his friends in the Emerald and Silver House. In front of them was a vault door with 5 snakes engraved in it. He hissed for it to open once again, and a 6th snake appeared and circled around the vault door to open it once it was done. Harry looked at Copper, who looked at him back and nodded. Harry took some air and stepped into the chamber. The interior was huge. Outside there were tunnels and rock formations, but inside the chamber it was made into some kind of black marble, onyx perhaps, floor. Several snake busts, and in the end of the chamber a stone faced in the wall with a water stream flowing from its mouth. Harry was marveled at the sight. It could be like an architecture in the streets of Gotham. Then an ominous voice sounded. Who duress to enter the secret chamber of Salazar Slytherin? The voice asked with an accent that made him realize that it was speaking Parcel. I am Harry Wayne. You've met my familiar copper, the cottonmouth snake, Harry hissed. SSSO this ISSS the boy USSSAID. The voice spoke once again. Yes, Basil. He is here to meet you, Copper responded. Very well, let me come to you. The voice resounded, but not angry, just in courtesy. The mouth of the fountain opened, and from it a 50 feet long snake appeared. Harry's eyes went wide at the figure that slithered towards him. He gulped but stood his ground. Hello, Harry Wayne. The basilisk said to the boy. Hello, what's your name? He asked. As your familiar said, my name is Basil. I've been the guardian of the chamber of the great Salazar Slytherin. Basil responded the boy's question. Incredible, so you've lived many years, Harry inquired. Yes, but mostly I've remained here. The only time I was let out was 50 years ago to kill Muggleborness. Basil explained, which made Harry wonder. Why? If you're a guard, it seems pointless to be let loose to kill someone, Harry asked. Because it was the heir of Slytherin the one to ask me to kill. He said that the Muggleborness were a threat to the castle. Basil said, That's ridiculous. I'm a Muggle-born, well, actually a half-blood, but we're not a threat to this castle. We came to learn. We came to be the best versions of ourselves, Harry said to the basilisk. He was angry for some bigoted idiot a student was killed using Basil. He felt infuriated about this. Impressive. If you're a half-blood born and you're here speaking to me, then you could be a descendant to my master. Come, Salazar's journal could help you, Basil said as he slithered towards a tunnel which Harry followed. The basilisk was a complicated fella, Harry thought to himself. The tunnel led to many other tunnels as well as many oak doors, one of which was pointed by Basil. In there you'll find Master SSS family tree. If you're a descendant or not, we will find out soon enough. Harry nodded and went inside the room. It was a simple personal office. Obviously, the founder of Slytherin House was a person who liked to be reserved and to be organized. He had a shelf with some personal books and journals, a large desk with portraits and a simple couch as well as a teapot and cup. He never had company down here, Harry remarked to himself. Harry looked over the shelf and saw the book he needed, Slytherin's Family Tree, read on a golden text in the cover of the book. Harry opened and saw it was written in Parcel, though it was like a regular text to him. He saw in the middle of the family tree the name Salazar Slytherin. He saw his father, his grandmother, and his son. Then he realized that only the people with Slytherin/Parseltongue heritage were displayed on the book. He began reading and following every branch of the tree, reading and learning about many people through the ages. He stopped when he saw the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle, a name that, if his calculations were correct, lived 50 years ago. If his suspicions were correct, he was the Parseltongue who sent Basil to kill a Hogwarts student. He decided to learn more about the man later as he continued the search of his name. He moved through branches until he saw a name he recognized, Lily Evans Potter, his mother's name. He then saw beneath her name was his own name, Harry Potter. Then the name changed to Harry Wayne, and then back again to Harry Potter. So he was a Slytherin descendant after all. Chapter and notes. First of all, I'm sorry if I didn't show much of the twins, but it is hard to write dialogue for them, haha. This chapter was one of the first ones I wrote. Well, at least the chamber scene, so I was very excited to finally get there. What new adventures will Harry get in Hogwarts? First week recap. Chapter notes. Just a small warning, there will be a minor Ron Weasley bashing in this chapter, so I apologize to his fans. I promise that he won't be a complete jerk. He is still a boy in the first year, but he'll learn. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry closed the Slytherin's Family Tree book and left it on the desk, just as it was before he opened. He sat on the old Slytherin's chair and began to process the new information he had acquired. He was a Slytherin descendant. His mother was a Slytherin descendant. He was already a heir Potter. If, according to the book, he was the last living descendant, then he would be heir Slytherin. He just earned a powerful, almost immortal ally. He had gotten unlimited access to the secrets of one of Hogwarts' founders. Harry decided to talk with Basil about his research. He walked through the empty, damp, and dark secret chamber with Copper not too far behind him. Basil, are you there, buddy? Harry said to the mouth of the Salazar Slytherin from which the basilisk had slithered out just earlier. I am here, young master. Basil responded as he slithered from the stone mouth. Great, so I was reading about the Slytherin family tree and only named a few people. It means those people are Parcel speakers, right? Harry wanted the answer of his deduction. That is correct, young master. Basil confirmed his suspicions. Excellent. Now as I read the tree, I came to the realization that I was the latest of the Slytherins. Does that mean I'm heir Slytherin? Harry asked. Not yet, young master. Basil replied. For you to claim the heirship, you'll need to be 1, a parcel speaker, and 2, being the last living heir. If there is another living heir, then you can't claim heirship, Basil explained. So, this Tom Riddle is alive, and he was the one who sent you against the Muggle-born student 50 years ago. Am I right? Harry said, deducing to where this conversation was heading to. Exactly, young master, Basil replied. Can I ask you something? Harry asked. Of course, say. Basil said, his bright yellow eyes shining and looking at the boy. How was Salazar Slytherin? Because my housemates say that he was a Muggle-hating pureblood that wanted to conquer the world with superior magic. And is it true that rooster cries affect you? Harry had read both the biography of Salazar Slytherin and the Monster Book of Monsters, but he wanted to know the true story. After all, he had seen what lies an author could publish about a person or creature. Salazar was a stoic man. He didn't hated Muggle-born wizards. He hated Muggles who were intolerant to magic. For 100 years ago, his brother and family, a wife and 3 children, were burned for practicing magic that turned Salazar into an enraged man. At that time, he had been planning with his magical friendes to open up a school for young wizards and witches, a way of protecting the future generations of the wizarding world. But his rage led him to bring me to the castle, a deadly guardian who could kill in one stare to any trespassing Muggles who tried to attack the students. As for your other question, no, roosters don't affect me. They annoy me. And Salazar wasn't a morning person. He often killed the roosters when he was on a bad day, much to the horror of Helga Hufflepuff. Basil told Harry the story, which made the boy smile. The founder of his house, apparently, had the best intentions after all. Harry asked Basil some other things before deciding to go back to his bed and get some sleep, promising to bring the basilisk a great banquet so that he didn't depend on a rat-based diet. As Harry laid himself to sleep, after all, he still had at most an hour for him to rest before his alarm sounded. He remembered the good things that happened this first week. First, his transfiguration classes with his Grandma Minnie. Sorry, Professor McGonagall Pennyworth. He always had to remind himself that when in classes she had a title. Anyways, just like she was a patient and nurturing grandmother, she was a patient though a bit stern teacher. In history with Uncle Remus, Professor Lupin was the class he had been expecting the most. He remembered all the stories Uncle Remus told and how he is able to make history come to life. Professor Lupin told every kid about the topics they would see this school years, starting from the Big Bang into the early years of the Homo sapiens. Harry liked to see the faces of his year mates who were fascinated by Professor Lupin's recreation of the Big Bang with simple enchantments. In Charms class with Professor Flitwick, Harry felt at home. Yes, he had never used a wand before, but the principles between the charms the professor said and the principles his teachers had thought him were basically the same, drawing magic from his insides into his hands. Only for the ones used in class were directed into the wand. Studying in the library with Hermione and Rachel was a blast. The 2 girls had quickly become friends over their love for books and thirst of getting more knowledge. Harry as well had quickly adapted to another country, and he incorporated morning exercises with his Order of the Bat. His cousins Susan and Draco and his friends Rachel and Neville went to the shores of the lake for their regular fencing and martial arts training. Susan thought that if they talked with the professors, they could make a class about this, to help kids stay in shape. The most disturbing class was Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Quirrell, which was a very strange man. Not only the use of a turban was offensive, if not insensitive for the cultural appropriation, but the man smelled too much like garlic, which made his eyes watery, and his stuttering was unnerving. There was something off about him. But being the great detective he was going to reveal that mystery. Flying lessons with Professor Hooch was a blast. Given the quantity of the students taking the same class at the same time, Harry had to give the brand new school broom to his cousin Susan, who had arrived a little late to the class. He simply shrugged and took one of the old brooms that were on the broom closet. This was both a fun and almost deadly mistake. As Professor Hooch was instructing them how to mount a broom, Harry felt that his broom was weird. Like if it was angry, he looked at Rachel, who apparently felt the same about his broom. When Harry placed himself over the broom, the old broom shot straight to the sky as fast as it could do. Then it began to shake violently like if he was riding a mechanical bull, deciding that it was enough and that he was high enough to break all of his bones. Harry jumped from the broom and activated his flight suit, which allowed him to safely glide to the ground. Professor Hooch was in awe. "Mr. Wayne, what was that?" She asked sternly. It was my flight suit. My dad makes this special fabric for Batman's cape, so he made the seamstress to incorporate it into my school robe, Harry said proudly. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about flying without my permission, she said. Well, that wasn't my fault, Professor. The broom was angry, and she simply took me sky high. He replied, It's true, Professor. I felt the broom's irritability. Rachel defended Harry. Very well. 2 points from Slytherin for flying without permission, but 7 points for Slytherin for his cunning use of Muggle materials, Professor Hooch said. During his week, he found a solitary space to practice his violin lessons. Remembering the movie Fiddler on the Roof, he used the grappling gun on his belt to climb onto the O'Leary's roof and play a little. The owls apparently liked the music, that many of them joined, gently hooting as he played his favorite melodies. Harry was having breakfast with his friends on Ravenclaw table, this time accompanied by Millie and Gregory. The kids ate a lot, but they weren't disgusting about it. Apparently, pureblood parents and rich parents thought their kids some table manners. The ravens and the snakes were having a pleasant conversation when the always dark robbed potions professor approached their table. Mr. Wayne, Professor Dumbledore asked to meet you in his office. The gruff voice of Professor Snape said, interrupting his breakfast. What's the matter? If I can ask, Harry responded. I have no idea, responded the professor. Snape and Harry walked towards a griffin statue, in which Professor Snape said with embarrassment on his voice. Lemon drops. The statue began to spin, revealing a set of stairs. Harry jumped into one of the steps, and he was magically lifted towards the entrance of the headmaster's office. He knocked on the door twice, and the door opened itself. Harry was astonished at seeing the headmaster's office. He could see tons of books, magical portraits of famous artists like Degas and Anguissa, but what amazed Harry even more was the phoenix perched up in a nest near one of the columns. Hey, buddy. Harry greeted the phoenix, who gently let himself be petted by the young boy. Harry was fascinated by the beautiful creature that he didn't acknowledge the purple-dressed man sitting behind a desk looking at him with a welcoming smile. I see you're interested in the phoenix, Mr. Wayne, the headmaster spoke. Yes, sir. Ever since I was a kid, I was interested in animals. My father gave me a wildlife encyclopedia, and my aunt gave me fantastic beasts and where to find them, Harry responded. That's great, Mr. Wayne. Please take a seat. Professor Dumbledore pointed at one of the 2 wood chairs in front of his magnificent desk. Harry followed and took the left chair. The headmaster sat on his wood throne in front of the boy. He grabbed some yellow hard candies and ate of them. Do you want some? They're lemon-flavored, the headmaster offered. Sure, Harry responded, and he took one. He ate it, and his face contorted at the intense taste of the lemon. Sorry, Mr. Wayne, they're an acquired taste. Professor Dumbledore chuckled at the boy's expression. Then I'm lucky to have brought my emergency chocolate with me, Harry said, taking a small chunk of white chocolate from one of the trimmings on his belt. Dumbledore saw with astonishment at the candy the boy just ate. What is that? The professor asked. This? Simple cookies and cream chocolate. Do you want some? I always carry plenty with me, Harry offered, which the headmaster accepted. Harry stood up and gave the elderly headmaster a piece of the chocolate bar. The headmaster tasted it, and his eyes went wide open. Mr. Wayne, this is the best chocolate I've had in years, he replied as he licked his fingertips. You can have more if you want. I don't mind to share. I carry it for emergencies, as I said. Harry shrugged. Can I ask, why am I here? Harry changed the subject of the conversation. Well, the portraits informed me that on your first day of school, you were in the middle of a commotion. Professor Dumbledore began explaining, and Harry was about to defend himself when the professor raised his hand in a calming way so that he could continue his explanation. Harry understood and closed his mouth. Apparently, 2 older students ambushed fellow Slytherin Millicent Bulstrode and you, and they proceeded to attack you with a series of stinging hexes. Now, I already gave a 3-week suspension to both brothers, and for Marcus, the eldest, he got taken away his position as Quidditch captain. This in the way of not encouraging acts of bullying towards any student, Professor Dumbledore explained, which made Harry amazed. So I'm not in trouble? Harry asked. No, my dear boy, why would you be? You defended your life and the life of your friend. That deserves an award. 5 points for Slytherin, the headmaster said with a smile. But I must say that the portraits told me that you did wandless magic. Can you explain how you've been able to do that? Well, I first did accidental magic when I was 5 years old. Thanks to my dad connections, I received classes from many magicians on the American continent. I learned many things, which I put in practice when those 2 attacked me, Harry said. I see. But if you already know that much at such a young age, why did you come to Hogwarts? Professor Dumbledore asked. Well, simple. I wanted to learn more, Harry said truthfully. Professor Dumbledore looked at the boy's eyes and saw no lie nor evil intent on his blue and green eyes. He gave the boy a smile and said, "Very well. You may return to your activities. Enjoy the weekend, Mr. Wayne." Professor Dumbledore dismissed the boy who left the office. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. And don't be afraid to ask if you want another chocolate." Harry said, "I'll take that into consideration, Mr. Wayne." Dumbledore replied as the boy left his office. The old headmaster began to massage his temples as he thought. Magicians from the American continent? Dumbledore thought to himself. It wasn't uncommon for magicians to give classes to young wizards, but he had never heard of anyone who had Harry Wayne as their student. No one in the ICW mentioned about a prodigy Muggleborn. Harry walked to the library and was instantly received by a strong hug from his bushy-haired friend Hermione. He managed to see that Daphne, Millie, Rachel, Vincent, Gregory, Pansy, Blaze, Draco, Susan, and the Patil twins sharing a large table in the library. "Are you okay? Why did the headmaster call you? Are you in trouble? Were you expelled?" she asked. "I'm fine. He told me that the Flint brothers were suspended. I'm not in trouble nor expelled." Harry responded to her questions. "Are you sure?" Hermione asked. "Yes, he was mainly curious about how I defended myself against the Flint brothers and how I managed to do wandless magic being a Muggleborn," Harry said. "That's all?" Millie asked. "Well, yeah, we also talked about chocolate and candies, but that was it. He also told me that the Flint brothers were suspended for 3 weeks and Marcus was removed from his captain position, so it won't be awkward when I try for the team." Harry chuckled at that. "That's great, Harry. So you'll try the team as well?" Vincent asked. The large boy had told Harry that his school grade had never been great, so that he would try to improve now that he was in Hogwarts, and he had made quick friends with the Ravenclaw Patil. "Yeah, I don't know what position I'll play, but we'll see later." Harry shrugged. As he went to sit down, he hadn't realized that Hermione was holding his hand. As Harry was in the conversation with the others, he failed to notice that Millie grew a little quiet. They remained on the library for another 20 minutes, and then Neville arrived looking down. "Hey, Nez, what happened?" Draco asked. "Nothing. I just lost 20 galleons." He said, "How?" Pansy asked. "Well, I played wizard's chess with Ron Weasley, and he is tough. I don't care about losing the money. It just took me by surprise." Neville said. "Is there a difference between magical chess and regular chess?" Harry asked. "No, why?" Neville said. "Then I'd like to play against that boy." Harry said smugly. "Are you sure?" Neville asked. "Yeah, you know me, Nevs, I like a good mental challenge," Harry replied. The entire group went to the gardens, in which they immediately saw a redhead boy sat on a bench and playing chess with the dark-skinned Muggleborn boy Dean Thomas. By the look of desperation Dean had, he was losing. They approached and heard when Ron said, as he threw his arms up in victory, checkmate. Pay up, Dean. Who's ready for some more?" Ron said to no one in particular. "I am." Harry stepped forward. Ron looked at the boy in disgust, mainly for the color of his tie and snake emblem on his chest. "The entry fee is 5 galleons, Ron said as he began to rearrange the pieces. "Of course." Harry took the 5 galleons from his utility belt and placed them on the bench. The match began, and both kids were pretty matched. Not one move was wasted, as each of them took one piece after the other. If Ron took a pawn, Harry took a pawn. If Ron took a rook, Harry took a rook. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor boys were pretty good on their strategies. Then, after intense moments in which Ron and Harry remained almost on par, the match finally ended with Ron winning. The redhead boy was looking smugly. "Don't cry, rich boy. I'm sure with a little practice on the snake pits you'll be able to beat me," the redhead boy said to the Slytherin boy as he counted the galleons. "I want a rematch," Harry declared. "Well, I won't say no to your 5 galleons," Ron replied. They rearranged the board, and once again Ron started. The redhead looked even more confident and arrogant than in the first game. Harry's expression denoted nothing. "King's pawn to e4. Harry replied. Ron still smiled as he said, "Bishop's pawn to f5. The boy replied, not noting that Harry's plan had taken action. "King's pawn to f5. Harry replied, and everyone saw how Harry's pawn destroyed Ron's. "Knight's pawn to g5. Ron replied, as his pawn destroyed Harry's. But in doing that maneuver, he left his king wide open for attack. It was too late when he realized of his mistake. "Queen to h5. Harry said, and everyone on the garden saw how the queen went at full speed to Ron's king and demolished checkmate. He said with confidence while Ron looked devastated. "Good game, Ron," he replied as he took the 5 galleons back. As Harry and his friends walked inside the castle, they heard Ron's mumbling, "Damn rich boy." All in all, it had been a good first week. Chapter end notes. Also, what is Dumbledore's plan? Is he good? Bad? Morally gray? You'll find out soon enough. Also, I don't know much about chess rules, but I found in Google how to beat your opponent in 3 moves, so I copied that. I wanted to add another scene, but decided against since I wanted to publish this chapter, and it wasn't full-formed, so I'll add it into the next chapter. As always, your comments are appreciated. Letters from home. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Sunday noon came, and Harry was excited. It was finally time for the Slytherin Quidditch tryouts. He dressed with his sport clothes and meet Vincent, Gregory, and Tracy on the Slytherin common room. All of them wearing the magical version of sports clothes, a loose wool shirt with some baggy wool pants. Tracy was the most shocked at the sight of Harry's revealing sports clothes, even though she had catched him wearing those pants and shirt every day as he returned from his morning run, and she always sported the same type of blush whenever she saw him. The group walked to the Quidditch field in which they saw the Gryffindor tryouts. Many boys and girls from different years flew around in a practice game. Captain Oliver Wood, a 5th year, observed everything from the middle of the ground as his broom made him stand in the air. Harry saw that Oliver began descending after he blew a whistle. All the brooms stopped at once, and all the students gathered around the team's captain. All right, listen up. I already made my call. Fred and George Weasley. You'll remain as beaters, with Faye Dunbar and Kenneth Towler being in the replacement team. Oliver began listing his picks, and Harry saw that Faye began jumping up and down in clear excitement. Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet, you'll remain as chasers, with Cormac McLaren and Neville Longbottom being in the replacement team. Harry let out an excited woo when he heard his best friend get a position in the team, making the Gryffindors look at him with surprise, but with Neville responding with a big smile and giving him a 2 thumbs up. And for Seeker Dean Thomas, you're on the team. Oliver closed his parchment before addressing everyone. Sorry for those who didn't make the cut. You can always try next year. Or if you want to be on the football team, the tryouts are next Sunday at 10. Now let's clear the field. It's time for the next house to have its tryouts, Oliver said as he turned around and greeted Terrence Higgs, who shook Oliver's hand in a friendly manner. The field is yours, Captain Higgs, Oliver said. Thank you, Captain Wood. Good luck on this year's Quidditch matches. Terrence said. We'll win this year, Oliver said. I doubt it. You lost your best Seeker 2 years ago, and you haven't gained another with half the ability Weasley had, Terrence said with a smug smile. We'll see about that. I have confidence on my choice, Oliver replied. Even though they were practically trying to provoke, the other Harry could see that there was a mutual respect and love for the game between the two captains. All right, listen up, Terrence said to all the Slytherin gather around. Marcus Flint isn't going to be this year's captain. That's going to be me. So his Fex's policy of only boys allowed is garbage. Anyone can try out for a place on the team, Terrence explained, which made Tracy grow with confidence. I've got this, Tracy said confidently to her friends. Besides Harry and company, there were at least 10 members of Slytherin waiting for the tryouts to begin. Though those were older than his friends, Harry still felt nervous about it. It had been months since he rode a broom, not counting the failed attempt on flying class. But still, he thought he could drive the school broom the best he could. He avoided the old models and chose a newer model. He didn't want it to have an accident during the tryout. The tryouts were quite simple. Terrence would make an obstacle course consisting of rings from which all they had to pass through. There were rings to high in the air and rings to close to the ground, rings that were to diagonally and rings to far between each other that it was almost impossible to make a hard turn in the air. Every student had to pass the course in the quickest time and without touching any ring. Harry and Tracy and 2 elder Slytherins were the fastest ones. The second test was about punching a quaffle with a club as far as they could hit it. Vincent, Gregory, and Harry, as well as 1 elder Slytherin, proved to be the strongest hitters. The final test was to follow the snitch. Everyone except 1 blue and green-eyed boy was the only one who could follow the snitch's movements. As Harry was following the snitch, he failed to notice that the new appointed captain was also following the movements of the snitch, but at the same time writing something on his parchment. As the 3 tests ended, Terrence gathered around all of the students. Just like the Gryffindor's captain, he began saying. Nodding Yaxley, you'll remain as beaters. Goyle and Crabbe, you'll be replacements. Harry's friends beamed at that and began cheering. Harry and Tracy were happy for them that they forgot to listen to the other announcements until Terrence said, Davis, you'll be keeper, which Tracy stared wide out and began to jump in true excitement, hugging Vincent, Gregory, and Harry in a tight grip. Wayne, you'll be replacement seeker. Congratulations to everyone who made it into the team. I'll tell you when the practice will begin next week. With their positions secured, the group of friends go to the Great Hall to celebrate on the Slytherin table alongside the rest of their year mates and their friends in other houses. That's so cool. Blaze said as they finished retelling their story. Yeah, I mean, Tracy, you're the first woman in the Slytherin team in 15 years. Hermione said, obviously she had read it on Hogwarts, a history. Really? That's even more awesome. Tracy replied excited. See, I told you that you could made it into the team, Neville said to his friend's side, hugging her. The rest of Sunday was held amongst some celebrations of the kids who managed to enter the team of their respective houses, with Draco being able to get keeper in the Hufflepuff team, and Cho getting the Seeker in the Ravenclaw team, with Harry and her making a friendly bet. Narcissa Black, president of the Board of Governors, was drinking her morning tea on the meeting room of the board. She was feeling fine, though. If she was honest with herself, she felt kind of lonely without her son around. But speaking of her son, she heard a gentle tap on the window, and she saw that Draco's owl, Barnaby, a brown and gray barn owl, was waiting for her to take the letter of its beak. She quickly took the envelope and gave the tired owl a piece of her breakfast, which made the owl fly away. She opened said envelope and began reading her son's neat writing. Dearest Mother, I have successfully finished the first week of school, and I can't express how much I love it here. Your diligent management of the Board of Governors has made my classmates, and I get a grip on the Muggle world, something I already had some knowledge of given the many trips to USA for Harry's birthdays. I'm on Hufflepuff, and I'm enjoying this house. I know Aunt Andromeda, and you were on Slytherin, so I hope I haven't disappointed you by being in another house. I'm doing wonderful friends here. I'm with Hannah Abbott, the Justin kid from our tour, and cousin Nymphy, so I'm really happy. By the way, I got in on the Quidditch team. I suppose you had something to do with the rules, because all the first years were able to get a chance on the tryouts. Classes are fantastic as well. Mathematics is a little hard, but I can manage, and Latin isn't that hard when my American cousin helps me with it. Uncle Remus is a great professor, as well as Grandma Minnie. I sent you a big hug, Mom, and tell the little cousins to not play on my room, or if they do that, at least clean after playing. Love you, Mom. Your son, Draco. Narcissa felt how tears were forming on her eyes. She missed her son, but she was so proud that he was doing just fine in school. Her years of hard work had been finally paying off. It had been hard to convince the other board members that the addition of Muggle subjects would benefit all of their children. It had been tedious, but she was glad she made that decision. On Monday, Harry was having breakfast alone after his morning run and his morning shower when a flock of owls began to arrive. He saw how his snowy white owl first reached the teacher's table and gave Professor McGonagall a letter, making the older woman blush and smile. Then said owl went to him and delivered another letter, as well as yesterday's copy of the Gotham Gazette and the Daily Planet. The letter coming from his father, thanks to Hedwig, who apparently was very excited to flew across the Atlantic Ocean towards Gotham City and back. Harry thanked the owl and gave her a piece of bacon he was eating. Harry opened the white envelope with the Wayne Enterprises logo on the bottom corner. He was surprised at seeing, Dear Harry, first of all, I'm sorry I took too long to write this letter. I had business to solve in both the UK, USA, and Japan subsidiaries that consumed my entire time. Also, Damien and Helena began their school years as well. Helena awaits for the day she can attend Hogwarts with you, and Damien sends greetings. I'm glad you ended up in the Slytherin house. According to your Aunt Narcissa, they're the most cunning of the 4 houses, which shows just how skilled you are, my young Sherlock. I hope you're still training and practicing. Your mother, Selena, tells me that she hopes you're eating well, while Talia asks you to have fun. Changing topics, I have to tell you that the night of your first day, I received 4 letters from 4 of your classmates. 2 of them wanted to make betrothal contract for their daughters. 2 girls named Daphne and Millicent. Don't worry, I explained them that you were too young to marry, but I will still be doing business with those families. Who knows, you could marry one of the girls in the future. One was actually rude, telling me that his daughter wouldn't marry a mudblood. And the last one was actually more interested in marrying you with her daughter, Tracy, instead of doing some business. Also, I've received 2 new letters, one from the patriarch of a set of twins, and one from a Chinese girl. So I suppose I will have to continue making excuses of how owls are arriving at Wayne Enterprises. I should have known of my son's charms. Anyway, I wanted for you to know about the letters, and what do you think about that before making any decision about your future? You're my son, and I want what's best for you. With love, your father, Bruce Wayne. Harry smiled as he read his father's letter. Then he took a glance at his friends in the Slytherin table and his friends in the Ravenclaw table. If the letters arrived the night of the welcoming feast, that means that Daphne, Millie, Pansy, and Tracy wrote to their parents to ask for a betrothal between them and me. I made a huge mistake of saying how much money Dad has, and what's worst is that they see me only as a walking bank account, Harry said to himself. But that means that that's the reason of why the Flint brothers attacked me. Their parents must have told them that Daphne had another betrothed, so they decide to intimidate me or worst, take me out of the equation. Harry pondered over his bowl of oatmeal with strawberries. Then he decided to open the Daily Planet newspaper first and read the front page article, Superman Defeats Brainiac. Metropolis Returned to Original Size by Lois Lane. As he began reading the article, which had a picture of Superman standing proudly over one of the destroyed Brainiac bots, picture taken obviously by Jimmy Olsen. The article talked about the machine's latest attempts in a bottle, one of the biggest cities on the planet before, destroying it. It was thanks to the effort of Superman alongside Supergirl and Superboy that they could stop the invading force. He then switched to read the front page of the Gotham Gazette that was Mr. Freeze Brings in the Cold, that talked about Mr. Freeze's new machine that tried to freeze the entirety of Gotham's potable water until he was stopped by Batman, Red Robin, and Batgirl. "What are you reading, Harry?" came the distinct voice of Millie, who was accompanied by Daphne. "The newspapers of my city and a newspaper in which one of my many aunts and uncles writes articles for." Harry showed the girls the unmoving picture of Superman and the one of the destroyed machine of Mr. Freeze. "How can you freeze something with a machinery like that?" Daphne asked. Even though they all had started their history lessons, they hadn't reached the Industrial Revolution, so the pureblood girls still thought that magic was the answer for many things. "Well, Mr. Freeze, whose real name is Victor Fries, is an accomplished scientist who, due to a freak accident, he became a metahuman that needs to live in the coldest temperatures to survive," Harry explained, but the girls looked at him confused. "A metahuman?" Daphne asked. "Yes, it means that someone got powers due to a scientific experiment or due to a freak accident," Harry answered. "That means there's more?" Millie asked as she took a small portion of fruit. "Yes, the majority of superheroes and supervillains are metahumans, except for some exceptions that are in other categories," Harry said. "Wow, so that Justice League you mentioned has metahumans as well as aliens, humans, gods, and monsters," Daphne said incredulously. "Of course, the League doesn't discriminate. As long as your heart is interested in protecting humankind, you'll get into its ranks. I'm hoping for one day to be a full magician and be a member," Harry said to the icy stare of Daphne. "I'm sorry, it's just that I have a hard time believing all of this," Daphne said. "Yeah, I couldn't believe it myself when you showed us that video," Millie said, her plate completely intact. "According to my dad, the world couldn't believe it either until Superman saved the world from General Zod," Harry explained. "Impressive," Daphne said. She, as the majority of the Wizarding Britain, was clueless of the many times the world has been in danger and how this superpowered beings has saved it from the brink of destruction. After breakfast, the trio walked towards their class when Harry got them into an empty hall. "Can I ask you two a question?" Harry asked as the girls looked at him confused. "What about it?" Daphne said with an icy stare. "Did you wrote your parents about marrying me for money?" Harry decided to be blunt and straight to the point. He needed to know if these girls were only friendly towards him because of pure Slytherin cunning, or because they really wanted to be friends with him. Both girls stood there speechless, neither of them willing to talk first. Millie was looking down at her shoes, the chubby girl playing with a lock of her hair as well, while Daphne couldn't take her eyes out of Harry's. The blonde girl was meeting his gaze in a challenging way. After a few quiet seconds, Daphne decided to speak first. "Well, I can say that the quantity of money your family has was a factor in me asking my parents to pursue a betrothal with your father, but it wasn't the only reason." She made a pause to exhale, her icy demeanor changing a little as her shoulders slumped, before she stood tall once again. "As I told you during the welcoming feast, I was frightened about being in a betrothal with Flint. They're rude, bigoted, and I'm sure my life would have been a living hell if I ended up married with that kid. So I pleaded my parents to search for your father not because of your money, but because you're a gentle boy who has manners and a sense of justice that no pureblood son has. If I end up married to you in the future, I'm pretty sure that we could at the minimum tolerate each other." Daphne explained, leaving the feelings part of her decision of writing to her parents aside. Harry looked at her directly into her eyes and saw that she was speaking truthfully. "All right, I accept it, Millie. Why did you write to your parents?" Harry asked. "Well, we have met before, and you're cute. And well, I know that you're well-mannered, so you would never mock me for my appearance, unlike the other pureblood boys I know who are often mean to me," Millie said, still looking at her shoes and playing with her hair. "Is that why you didn't eat anything at breakfast?" he said bluntly. What? "That's ridiculous. We just come from the Great Hall. You saw me there," Millie replied. Her nervous voice revealed her true emotions. "I saw you sit on the Slytherin table with a plate in front of you, but I never saw you eat anything, It also happened yesterday during breakfast, during lunch, and during dinner. So, can you tell me why aren't you eating? Harry asked. He saw the girl look at her feet while playing with a braid of her hair. It's just you got into the end of the team. You'll be surrounded by pretty athletic girls, she said, looking at the blue and green eyes of the boy in front of her. I wanted to be pretty, she said almost in a whisper. Both Harry and Daphne looked at her with confusion, but then Harry approached the girl and kissed her on the cheek. You're very pretty, Millie. You don't have to starve yourself to be pretty, he said to her, smiling. But all of the girls around you, they're skinny or athletic. I'm neither one of those things, she said, almost on the verge of tears. She closed her eyes, but then felt two strong arms hug her while at the same time a hand patted her gently on her hair. Millie, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. But if you were dissatisfied with your body weight, why didn't you ask me instead of doing a hunger strike? Harry joked to ease the tensions on the girl. What do you mean? She asked. There are many ways to lose weight instead of starving. I can make you a diet to lose weight if that's what you want, and you can join me during my morning exercises. How's that? He said. Millie's face illuminated by the offering of the other boy, and she hugged him as well. Daphne was looking at the scene with an awkward look, but then one of Harry's arms grabbed her and pulled her into the hug. Thank you for being honest with me, and for being my friend, Harry said to the Slytherin girls. I can't accept a betrothal just yet, but we can make that decision when we're older. Right now we're children. We should simply enjoy our childhood and our lives, Harry said. The trio resumed their walk to their potions class, where they were greeted by their friends in Ravenclaw. Harry had talked with 2 girls who sent a letter. He still had to talk with the other girls as well. Chapter and notes. Why is Harry subscribed into the Daily Planet? Well, because he admires his Aunt Lois and his Uncle Clark. Besides, he's a Superman fan. I wanted to add more interactions and celebrations of the kids after their selection to the Quidditch team, but I will left it for the next tryout, football. Also, Harry eating alone is something I wanted because having a lot of friends is too tiresome. So sometimes he wants some peace. Feast for a friend. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Millie woke up Tuesday morning an hour early than she often woke up. She groggily stood from her bed, shook her head awake, and began to change from her sleepwear to the mandatory sports robes the school demanded. She finished changing and simply made a simple braid. She ran the hall towards the Slytherin common room, in which Harry was already waiting on one of the couches wearing his tight black sports suit. Good morning, Millie. Ready to exercise? Harry said, jumping from the couch and walking towards the girl who was beginning to turn some shades of red. Why, yes, she said. Great. Let's begin with some warm-up. It's very important to always warm up before and after doing exercise, or else you can get a cramp, Harry explained as he stepped back. First, let's do some circles with the arms. Shoulders should move and begin to warm up, first to the front, then backwards. Harry showed Millie how to do it. Ready? Yes, she replied. Great, 15. Harry began counting while doing the warm-up exercise. 14, 12, 11, 7, 6, 5, 1. Now backwards, Harry said as he changed the direction of his arms, with Millie following his instructions. After 5 or so minutes of doing warm-ups, the Slytherin students began their morning jogging towards the Black Lake. Harry was used to run every morning, but jogging alongside Millie was a welcome change. He could actually enjoy the scenery and focus on other things instead of simply run. They also took breaks every few minutes so that Millie could get her air back. Harry didn't want to push her too much on the first day, so the rest of the hike was walking towards the lake instead of the jog they had been doing. Let's do some push-ups, Harry said as he began to demonstrate the exercise to Millie. You have to extend your legs and fold your arms like this, Harry said, beginning to do some push-ups. Millie, with some uncomfortable look, proceeded to imitate what Harry was doing. Unlike him, she didn't have strength on her arms. Her arms shook with tiredness. It's all right, Millie, we'll do it slowly, Harry explained as both kids began to lower their bodies and lift it up. That's right, you'll do it fine, Harry explained, but after 5 push-ups, Millie simply quit, completely tired. I'm sorry, Harry, it's too difficult, she said in a whimper. Hey, it's all right, Millie, the most difficult step is to begin, Harry explained. Let's shake our arms and do 5 more, please, Harry said, smiling at Millie, who smiled him back. The pair began to do another set of push-ups, then rested, and Harry convinced Millie of doing 2 more sets. They laid on the ground for a couple of minutes, long enough for Millie to get her breath back, when Harry said, Now it's time to do abs exercises, Harry said. How is that done? Millie asked. It's easy. You just lay on the ground, Harry began to say. I like the sound of that, Millie joked, still laying on the ground. And you have to stand up, but only the upper part of your body, Harry explained as best as he could to the pureblood girl. All right, she said. Hold my legs onto the ground so that they don't move, and I can make the exercise better. Harry explained, and Millie did as he told her. She pinned his feet onto the ground, and he began to do the exercise. 1, 2, 3 inch. Harry began counting, and Millie began to feel that her cheeks started to turn red as the boy did his exercise, and every time he flexed his body, his face approached to her own. The 12-year-old girl was red as a tomato when Harry reached the number 50. Done. Now it's your turn, Harry says as he stands up. Millie could tell that even though his body was sweating, he wasn't out of breath. She nodded and laid on the ground once again. She felt Harry holding her feet onto the ground. Ready when you are. Start slowly, Harry said, and Millie nodded again. 1, she said as she pulled herself up. This is much difficult than it looks, Millie thought to herself, feeling her chubby stomach contract while her back began to make the effort of pulling herself up. She rested when she went down, and she pulled herself up too. Millie counted as her face touched her knees, and she could see Harry's face and lips too close to her, just as she had seen before. 3, Millie counted. I can't keep doing this, she thought to herself. Come on, Millie, just a more, Harry said as if he had read her mind and knew the internal struggle she had. Fine, she said with too much effort. Millie didn't know from where she had found the strength to do the final 2 repetitions, but she collapsed on the ground completely exhausted. Harry gave her a metal bottle with water and a weird cereal bar that he said it was called an energy bar. Ready to do 5 more? Harry asked her. His energy didn't diminish, but hers were to the floor. She felt exhausted but still nodded. They did end up doing another set of push-ups and abs, and she felt completely tired. She wanted to shower and rest. So Harry ended the exercises, and the pair slowly walked back to the castle. Millie felt completely exhausted, but she knew this was for the best to quiet those mockeries she had received most of her life. They finally arrived at the castle for what felt like hours, and for once Millie was grateful that their common room was in the dungeons. She wouldn't have dared to climb all those stairs if she were on Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Thank you, Harry, for doing this, Millie thanked him. No problemo, Millie, Harry said as the pair separated to their respective dorm rooms to grab their shower stuff. Millie was on her trunk, picking up a pair of clean underwear and a white blouse, so to not being almost nude underneath her bathrobe when she returned to the dorm room. She was lost on her thoughts, remembering how close Harry and hers faces were too close when she heard a rustling sound and the blonde Ice Queen of Slytherin waking up. Good morning, Millie, Daphne said. Good morning, Daphne. How did you sleep? Millie asked. She knew the Ice Queen was, for other people outside their circle of friends, too snobby, but she was like a teddy bear once you knew her well. I was sleeping fine. I was curious. Why did you woke up early? I seem to recall this past days you wake up after almost everyone left. Did you want to exercise with Harry? Daphne asked, already having deducing the girls' morning activities given yesterday's conversation. Why, yes, Millie said. Did something happen? Daphne asked. What do you mean by that? Millie nervously asked. Well, it's no secret that you seem to have a crush on that boy. I don't blame you, he's cute and well-mannered, unlike many of the older years, so either you pushed yourself too much or something happened? Daphne asked. She wasn't the gossiping type, but she still cared for her friends. And nothing happened, Millie said, her blush returning, but Daphne only arched her brow. It's true, you just exercised, Millie replied. All right, I won't push it, Daphne said as she began to grab her shower stuff. Monday was pretty bland. During breakfast, Millie took his advices to heart and was following his strict diet. Padma was a great potioner as always, which Harry was glad to have. Professor Snape was strict as always, but during one potion accident, a cauldron made a small explosion, startling everyone. During the small chaos, Harry managed to see a glimpse of something silver underneath his professor's robes. He might be hallucinating. Lunch was great, but a nagging feeling crept on Harry's head. He looked at his invisible Potter ring, but felt nothing. The ring didn't warn him about a danger on his food or his beverage. So he tried to clear his mind and begun to feel the energies around him. There's definitely a dark presence around here, but I can't know for sure, Harry thought to himself. But his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a familiar voice. What has you so focused, Hars? Nymphy said as she sat next to her younger cousin. Nothing, I was just lost in thought, Harry responded. You? The Sherlock wannabe? She teased. It's just I feel something evil. I don't know, I might be wrong, Harry said. This castle is old, too old. I don't doubt there's evil in this walls, she commented. True, Harry said, continue eating. Tuesday was transfiguration classes was over, They had learned how to make a haystack into a needle and vice versa. Harry partnered up with Susan during the class, so he got the opportunity to talk and see his cousin in action. It was a pretty basic action, so both cousins aced the transfiguration quite quickly. After class, and just as every Slytherin and Gryffindor student exited the classroom, Harry went to Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Wayne, what can I do to help you?" The professor asked with a smug look. Both knew that they had to be teacher-student in the school hours, but Harry wanted to call her Grandma Minnie and hug her. "I was wondering, Professor, is it possible to transform an inanimate object into their living version?" He asked. "Is this for a weird experiment of yours? Or is it purely theoretical?" She asked. Harry wanted to laugh since he remembered a few years ago in which he tried to slide from the tallest tower of the Wayne Manor to the grass by making an ice slide, just like Iceman did on the X-Men comic books, only for him to slip off and fall hard on the ground, breaking his ankle. If it weren't for Grandma Minnie, he would have spent 3 weeks on a cast. "I'll be honest, it's for an experiment," Harry said truthfully. Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. "You'll never stop, right?" she asked on her stern voice. "Nope, I'm always trying to push things forward, no matter how many injuries I can take," he responded. "You're making my hair even grayer, fine. What do you want to do?" she asked. "I just want to turn Lego animals into real animals," Harry explained. "What are you trying to feed Harry?" she asked. "It's for Copper and Hedwig. They like mice, but they haven't been able to hunt any of that, especially since they could be confused with a pet rat of some student," Harry explained. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, but then nodded. "Fine. It's a simple 2-part spell. First, you have to use Engorgio on the desired object to transform it into the real form. Then you have to use Mutare Formamto while waving the wand from north to south, then west to east. It's very important, the wand waving, or else it won't work," she explained. "Thanks, Grandma Minnie." "Sorry, Professor McGonagall," Harry said as he walked towards his backpack. "Harry, wait. I wanted to ask you, how are you handling the school and your classes?" she asked. "It's pretty good, actually. I was impressed of getting magical and gnomage classes. I didn't know it was possible for that to be taught at Hogwarts," Harry responded. "Well, the wizarding world can often surprise, just like the Muggle world," she smiled at him. "That is true, Professor," Harry responded. "In your house, the Slytherins are threatening you well?" she asked. "Yeah. I mean, my year mates are pretty good, and the older years are simply too indifferent towards me, so I haven't been bullied after the Flynn incident," Harry explained. "Yes, those boys have always been trouble. I told the headmaster to push for their expulsion, but he said it was too drastic," she replied, angry. "It's okay, Grandma Minnie, I'm fine," Harry said as he embraced his grandmother and professor. "I know, my boy, but still I was worried about you," she said. "I know, Grandma, I know," he said while still hugging her. That same evening, Harry went to the Slytherin chamber with his familiars Copper and Hedwig and a small bag of the Lego minifigs he brought to the school. He saw that the 2 animals and the giant snake looked at him with curiosity. "All right, I only have 5 rat figs and 3 pig ones, so this should be worthy for this week at least. I'll order more using my own money, all right?" Harry said to his companions. I think the Potters would have never guessed the trust fund they set would go into Lego figures to feed a basilisk. Harry mused to himself at that idea. "All right, just like Grandma Minnie said," Harry said, placing 2 rat figures on the onyx floor. "Engorgio," Harry pointed his wand to the figures, and these ones grew in size to at least 10 inches. "So far, so good," he thought. He pointed his wand once again and said, "Mutare Formamto." At this, the brown plastic Lego figures slowly began to transform into a living version of their form. Once it was finished, the rats weren't conscious of the place they had been transmutated into as Hedwig, and Copper quickly snatched them from the floor and proceeded to eat them. "That was quick. Did you at least enjoy it?" Harry looked at their familiars with incredulity. Hedwig hooted at him in happiness, and Copper only nodded as her mouth was still swallowing the rat. "All right, Basil. Are you ready for your meal?" Harry asked. "Yes, Master Harry. I'm ready for a meal that doesn't involve rats," Basil said. "Very well." Harry placed 2 of the pigs' figures on the ground and repeated the enchantment. And just like the rats, the transfigured pigs were swallowed whole by the very hungry basilisk. "Sorry, Master. It had been too long since I've eaten anything other than a rat," Basil said as he finished his meal. "That's all right. I wanted to treat you right, to treat you like Salazar treated you," Harry said, patting the basilisk's head. Harry spent other 20 minutes with his pets on the chamber before he went to the dungeons to sleep. The rest of the week flew by very quickly with Harry continuing his training with Millie. He meditated on the chamber as he fed his pets. He spent some time with his cousins and ate with his friends in other houses. Then Sunday came after, and Harry walked with Daphne, Blaise, and Millie towards the Quidditch field where the football tryouts were going to be held. "Are you sure this is a proper exercise, Harry?" Millie asked. "Yes, Millie. Football is a great team sport. It requires stamina and concentration as well as team effort. I'm pretty sure you'll be on the team. Besides, it's not as dangerous as Quidditch." Harry joked. "All right," Millie said. "You better cheer for us, Wayne," Daphne said. "Of course I will," Harry said. He still remembered how in the party last Sunday, he was congratulated by making into the team. "All right, Slytherins, we only have 5 positions for the Slytherin football team. If your first year and your skills are good, you might get a position in the main team. If not, but you still have talent, you'll be on the reserve team. It doesn't matter what position you play, all of you will assist to the trainings. I want my team to be as sharp as it can be. Did you understood?" The captain said, a tall, dark-skinned 5th year that Harry recognized as Rafilda Hopkirk, one of Terrence's many friends. Or was she one of his many girlfriends? It didn't matter as he went to the benches near on the sides of the field. He amused himself as he saw the enormous Quidditch field had white chalk lines drawn in the grass. He saw that the size of the field was smaller than the professional football ones the stadiums had. Maybe that's why it's a smaller team, Harry concluded. Rafilda began the drillings, tossing the ball to everyone. The exercises were simple. It was simple shooting to the goal, passing the ball to the teammate with the foot or with the head. Harry smiled as his friend seemed to get a handle on the exercises pretty great. After almost an hour, Rafilda gathered all the sweating Slytherins in a circle. "All right, listen up. Giovanni, you'll be on the main team, Greengrass. You'll be on the reserve, Bulstrode, main team." Rafilda continued naming the other members, but Harry only cared for his friends. He rushed to them and hugged Millie and Blaise. He had to grab Daphne for her to join the hug. "Come on, I really need a shower," Blaise said. "Me too. All this sweat is improper for a nobleman's daughter." Daphne tried to use her blood status as to deem the sport as beneath her, but Harry knew that she enjoyed it. The group was leaving the field when a small group of Ravenclaws walked to them. Harry saw Rachel and Hermione, and the latter giving him a small smile, making him stop. He simply looked at the bushy brunette and realized that he had forgotten about talking to her, especially since her birthday was coming up. "Harry, come on!" Blaise yelled, and Harry only managed to wave Hermione before rushing out for his friends. He didn't notice that she let out a small sigh. Monday afternoon saw Harry looking for Hermione all through the castle. He finally found her on the only place she felt safe, the library. "I know we haven't spent too much time together, and I wanted to apologize," Harry said as he sat in front of her. "Harry, it's fine. I knew we wouldn't be too close when we were sorted into different houses. It's fine," Hermione said, but her body language was completely distraught. He knew why. He had declared his friendship to her, and besides the meals or the classes they shared, they hadn't been able to spend time alone, and Harry felt like that was a mistake. He had to mend the situation with Rachel as well now that he thought about it. "No, it's not fine. You're my friend, and it's almost your birthday. So I wanted to show you something cool, something no one in the school, no one in the world have," Harry said, smiling at his friend. "Harry, it's truly fine. You don't have to compensate anything, but I have to be honest, that knowledge proposal sounds tempting." Hermione piqued with interest at the mention of new knowledge. Harry laughed as he knew that she would want to see his secret knowledge. The pair walked off together towards the deserted girls' bathroom. "Harry, why are you taking me here?" she asked. "Before we enter, I need you to completely trust in me. What I'm about to show you must remain a secret that no one, and I truly mean no one, must know about, all right? No student nor professor must know of my secret, all right?" Harry said to his friend, who looked at him with worry. She had always knew of trusting authority, but perhaps what Harry wanted to show her was too private to divulge to everyone, so she nodded. "All right, I swear I won't reveal whatever secret you have hiding," she replied. "Excellent," Harry said, imitating Mr. Burns' hand gestures and voice. The pair entered the bathroom, and Hermione was assaulted with the musky smell of a dirty bathroom that hadn't been used or cleaned in a long time. "I know, it smells terrible, but Myrtle hasn't let me clean it properly," Harry responded, laughing at the time in which the ghost girl yelled at him for 10 minutes straight for trying to use a peppermint-scented soap to wash the floors of the bathroom. "You have spoken with her?" "I've heard stories from the elder Ravenclaws, but I've never met her," Hermione said. "She's nice, though a little shy and bipolar." "I'm not surprised given the way she was killed," Harry responded. "You know she was killed? What happened?" Hermione asked. "A bad person used a good soul to do his bidding," Harry said as he hissed at the faucet. Hermione saw that the marble-stone lavatory began to move, and one of the walls lifted up, and an entrance to a dark tunnel was revealed. "Where are we going?" Hermione asked him, To the Chamber of Secrets, Harry replied. Chapter and notes. So, what did you think? Next chapter will be focused on Gotham City and the Wayne family. Also, does anyone know how to post a picture in the FIC? I've been trying, but I just can't, and I have a cover for the FIC. Speeding bullets. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Where are we going? Hermione asked him. To the Chamber of Secrets, Harry replied. The Chamber of Secrets? But that was supposed to be a myth, Hermione said, looking at the dark tunnel. Well, you're looking at the entrance of said myth, Harry explained. But isn't there supposed to be a monster guarding it? He is no monster. He's a guardian, Harry said. He was about to hiss for stairs, but Hermione stopped him. Wait, are you sure about this? She asked. Of course, I've been doing it for days, Harry explained. You have gone down there? She asked him, too shocked to comprehend. Hermione, it's fine, really. Where's your sense of adventure? Harry teased her. I think I left it at home, she replied. Nonsense, come on, he said as he hissed something Hermione didn't understand, but she knew it was Parcel. After all, the boy in front of her had a pet snake, and just as Harry finished speaking the snake language, stairs appeared in the dark tunnel, as well as some light torches. Hermione looked dubious but followed the boy. The stairs stopped on a series of tunnels, but what impressed her was that the cement of the tunnel gave way to rock. They were on a cave now. It's okay. You should have seen how it looked before I cleaned it up, Harry said with a smile. You cleaned this up? Hermione asked with incredulity. Yes, Basil wasn't exactly a very clean snake, so I had to take out the leftovers of his food and shed skin, Harry explained. Leftovers? Hermione asked as she grew more and more concerned about following Harry. Yeah, he is carnivorous, so he left some bones on the ground. It was disgusting, Harry replied as they reached a vault door with snakes on it. Hermione was astonished by the intricate snake carvings. Welcome to Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber, commonly known as the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said as he hissed at the door, which began to open. Hermione looked at the onyx floor in amazement. Everything on this chamber screamed Slytherin, from the snake bust to the Salazar Slytherin's face engraved on the wall. Okay, now what I'm about to do might seem weird, and it might seem terrifying, but trust me, nothing in this chamber will harm you, all right? Harry said as he stepped forwards towards the wall and began hissing. Hermione held her scream as a hole opened on the wall, and from it a 50-foot basilisk appeared and began to slither towards the two of them. Hermione, meet Basil, Hogwarts' eldest guardian. Harry smirked and only managed to catch Hermione, who fainted just as the introduction was made. Hermione? He asked the bushy-haired girl now resting in his arms. Sorry to frighten your friend, Basil apologized. It wasn't your fault, Basil. I think I should have warned her, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head. Gotham City. Stephanie Brown rushed towards her next class on the next building. She deeply regretted not choosing to enroll into Harvard or Stanford University like Cass and Tim had done, but she liked her city and it was close to home. Besides, the city wouldn't remain safe if the bat worked alone. She finally arrived at Mrs. Newton's class, which was one of the most boring classes she took. It was French literature, but the teacher made everyone fall asleep in class. Just 2 more years of this, and I'll be free, she told herself. The fact that she was one of the smartest in the family made her realize that her studies were necessary if she wanted to go to the CERN, and although many of her friends questioned her about choosing French instead of physics, didn't bother her, because she knew her plan very well. The 2 hours of the class finally ended, and she walked to the cafeteria, where the sound of a motorcycle caught her attention. Kid, do you need a lift? A familiar voice yelled at her, making her stop on her tracks and almost letting her books fall. The blonde student rushed to hug her older brother Jason, whose appearance had changed since the last time they had seen each other. He was beefier. His hair was dark red with a white streak on it, and his face had matured. His clothes had changed as well. He wore a more tactical gray pants with boots and a brown biker leather jacket with the red helmet he had used laying on the seat. Nice to see you too, Steph, Jason said to the smaller blonde who was hugging him. It really is nice to see you, Jay, she replied. They walked to the cafeteria, where they took a table near a window. So tell me what I've missed, Jason said as they had finally gotten their food. Well, Tim went to Harvard, Cass is in Stanford. Dick is living with Corey and Barbara. If he's screwing both of them, that's something I don't know nor care. Harry went to the boarding school in Scotland, and Damien and Helena are attending Gotham Academy, she explained. And the adults? Jason asked. Grandpa Alfred is awesome as always. Selena and Talia are good mothers to their kids, and they are working now while Selena prefers to relax at home. She's working on the Gotham Museum. She's helping with the Mesopotamian and Persian exhibits, Steph said. And Bruce? Jason asked with a tone Stephanie couldn't pinpoint exactly if it was curiosity or indifference. B-Man is fine, I think. He's traveling a lot between here, London, and Greece, Stephanie said. What business does he has in Greece? Jason asked. Oh, you don't know? Stephanie said with a mischievous look. Sorry, I'm not very fond of social media. Are you going to tell me? He asked. Why telling when I can show it? Stephanie said as she played with her cell phone. Then she showed him the intended picture of Bruce with a very beautiful woman with tan skin and dark, alluring eyes that were hidden behind some stylized glasses and a fashionable burgundy dress. Who's that? Another beautiful socialite? Or is this time a model? It wouldn't be the first, Jason said a little bitter. No, she's neither of them. She's a curator working on the Gotham Museum. He met her a few days ago, Stephanie said with a smirk that Jason couldn't understand why. And what's weird about it? After Selena and Talia is a good thing Dad isn't going to lower himself with some dumb bimbos, Jason replied. Oh my God, are you that dense? Stephanie said, look at the picture. Jason still didn't understand what was so special of the woman until it finally clicked him. He looked in surprise at his sister, who was nodding with a smug smile. Steph, just to be clear, Bruce Wayne, our adopted father, is dating the Wonder Woman? He said with a shock in his voice. Hermione opened her eyes and saw that she was on a small office with several bookshelves and the colors green and silver adorning the walls, and the portrait of a bald, bearded man. Where am I? Hermione asked. In Salazar Slytherin's personal library. Harry said, arriving with 2 glasses of water, offering one to his friend. But I saw a basilisk, she said. Yes, that was Basil. He's the guardian, and he isn't a bad guy. He is simply scary for his looks, but it's not his fault, Harry said as he sat on the couch next to her. I'm sorry, it just took me by surprise, Hermione said, and I'm sorry to keep you in the dark. But this, Harry said standing up and walking to the bookshelves, this is why I wanted to bring you here, Harry said. Books, she said. Come on, Hermione. You can geek out. Harry smirked, and the girl quickly rushed to the books and began reading title after the ancient books. Can I take the books out? Hermione asked. No can do, amiga. The books have an enchantment that if you take them from the chamber, they disappear and reappear in their shelf. I already did the experiment, Harry replied. Well then, I guess I have to accompany you here to read all of these books, Hermione replied. That's kind of the purpose, Harry said, smirking. If you don't mind, I'd like to begin reading, Hermione said. Sure, I'll be in the potions lab. 2 doors from the left if you need me. By the way, happy birthday, Hermione, Harry said, leaving the room, and Hermione blushed at that. This was certainly a very special birthday present. This is so cool, Hermione said, sitting on the couch with the book, Charms and Protections. The week flew by quite quickly. Harry did manage to talk with Rachel even more by taking the time to meditate every night before curfew. At this point, none of the Hogwarts students or professors were surprised by the antics of the American Slytherin. Classes were going fantastic, except Dada, with Professor Quirrell, whose stuttering was worsening. But Professor Remus was excellent at making history come to life, especially when he did presentations or transfigurations of the first cavemen and ancient civilizations. Harry, thanks in no small part to Padma, had been improving in potions. He was proud of that. On the other hand, on September 19th, Hermione officially celebrated her 12th birthday in the company of her fellow Ravenclaw classmates and friends of other houses. She loved receiving many gifts from all of her friends. She received mostly books from Neville, Daphne, Millie, and the Ravenclaw, but other presents were a perfume from the Patil twins, a very stylish sweater from Lavender, a set of earrings from Susan and Draco. Rachel gave her a bracelet with a raven on it, and Harry gave her a box of chocolates. Of course, the real gift, she had already received it. All in all, the first month of Hogwarts school was great, but coming October, the training for Quidditch began. Terrence was a great team captain, always making great flying formations and passes. After training, many of the elder years said that they liked Terrence as a captain instead of Marcus, who had tried to force himself into the team only to be kicked out of the field before he could said otherwise. Harry knew that the Flint brothers would try to blame him for that, but so far neither of them had tried to bully him. Millie was loving the progress on her morning training, and she often wrote back home to inform them about her advances and weight loss. One day, 2 weeks before the Quidditch opening match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Harry was having breakfast at Ravenclaw table, surrounded by his friends, when the owls began to enter the Great Hall. Harry looked that Hedwig was carrying a big package and left it. It had the shape of a broom, so it was pretty obvious what was inside the brown paper. He read the note first. To my son Harry, hope you like it and find it useful. Your grandma and uncle told me about the regular broom you're using, so I got you this. Fly up, and away. Your father. Harry smirked at the note and began tearing the paper, revealing a beautiful mahogany broom with dark accents and the best of all, Superman's logo on the tip of the broom with the golden engrave of the broom's name. Speeding Bullet. Can't believe it. Ron Weasley from the Gryffindor table yelled. You got one of the best brooms in the market, he said, rushing to appreciate the broom. That fast? Harry asked. Let me put it this way, Wayne. You know the Nimbus and the Firebolt, right? He asked. Yes, so? Harry said, this one right here is the best American broom ever made. Man, you won't have any competition in any tournament or game. The redhead said, trying to touch the broom, but not daring completely. Harry turned to his friends. Do you want me to test it? He asked as he took off running to the main entrance, followed by all the first years and Quidditch enthusiasts. He had tested the school's old brooms. He had tested the school's new brooms, but mounting the Speeding Bullet was something else. He took off at an amazing speed that he had never felt before. Finally, his biggest fantasy of becoming Superman was here, and he was flying as fast as the Man of Steel did. He couldn't wait for the games to begin and show his broom to everyone. Chapter and notes. By the way, the name of the broom and the chapter comes from the comic Superman. Speeding Bullets, in which Kal-El is adopted by Thomas and Martha Wayne, and he becomes a Batman-inspired version of Superman. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Today was the opening match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and even though Harry felt more than ready to meet up the challenge, he still felt with a small hole in his heart. It was going to be his first sports event on Hogwarts, and he kind of expected for his family to assist. They always went to everyone's events. Dick's gymnastics, Stephanie's art expositions, Cass martial arts tournaments, Tim's debate events. But since most of them were muggles, it would be impossible for them to assist. The whole school was divided in two colors, green and red. Many Hufflepuff were supporting the Lions, while many Ravenclaw supported Slytherin, although Neville, Draco, and Susan supported Slytherin for Harry's sake. Harry was having his breakfast with Vincent, Gregory, and Tracy, and he could see the nervousness on his friends' faces. If you're that nervous, don't eat too much, or you'll end up throwing up on the field, Terrence said to his youngest recruits. Can you give us an advice? Gregory asked. Yeah, don't get hit. The bludger will move faster than in training and can change directions just as easily. Be aware of your surroundings. The grass is enchanted, but the hit is still strong enough to gain a concussion or a broken bone. Terrence warned them before he walked to the other teammates. Well, that wasn't a motivational speech, Rachel said as she, Millie, Padma, Daphne, and Hermione arrived at the table. Hey girls, want some breakfast? Harry asked them, pointing at the nutritious breakfast they had in front of them. Sure, I could eat some, Millie said. She was still following Harry's diet and knew well to eat a good portion instead of stuffing her plate. Nervous? Hermione asked the Slytherin players. A little, not because of the game, but because I need to prove that Slytherin girls are as good, if not better, than the boys, Tracy said with a proud smile. I wish I could be that confident. My stomach is driving me crazy, Gregory said, completely nervous as he hadn't touched his breakfast. I'm sure you'll do fine. It's nothing you haven't played or practiced before, Padma told him while holding his hand in a gentle grip. One thing is playing and practice, and another thing is an official game, Gregory replied, looking down. Well then, Padma kissed his cheek for good luck, she said to him, and the boy beamed up with a newfound confidence. Looks like he is ready to take over the world, Harry whispered to Rachel and Hermione, who were seated next to him. The group continued to eat together when the Weasley twins arrived. Hello, Harry and fellow Slytherins and Ravenclaws in this table. We come to tell you if you want to enter the betting pool on today's game. Only 5 galleons fee. Harry hated when they talked like that. It gave him headaches. Why those twins couldn't be like Padma and Parvati. What's the bet about? Harry asked. Who wins today? What's the final score? Who's going to crash and burn? Who's going to get a concussion? So, want to place a bet? Finally, the twins stopped talking in synchrony, which Harry was thankful for. I want to place a bet, Rachel spoke, making everyone surprised. That's the spirit, Miss Roth. In what category would you like to place a bet? The twins said. In that Harry gets the golden snitch in the 10 minutes he plays. She replied, oh, I like that bet, especially since Harry is not the main seeker. The twins grinned as they took the 5 galleons Rachel took from her purse. Ratch, are you sure? Harry asked her. Yes, I'm confident in your abilities, she dryly replied. Excellent, then you have a bet, Miss Roth. Odds are 20 to 1 since many don't think Harry will even play today. The twins finished the transaction and left the group alone so they could continue expanding the betting pool to other students. What don't I know? Harry asked her, but she simply smirked and drank from her carrot juice. Harry was on the changing rooms, his teammates getting ready themselves. This morning nervousness had already subsided, so he tied his shoes and grabbed his speeding bullet as he stepped out towards the Quidditch field. He was focused on the game until he heard a voice. "Where do you think you're going, young man?" A deep voice took him out of his focus, and he turned around to see his father, his two adoptive mothers, an unknown gorgeous woman, and all of his siblings with Helena running to hug her brother. "Helena!" He yelled as he hugged his sister, who rushed as well to hug him, and latter was embraced by the entire entourage of people. "How are you all here?" Harry asked. Then everyone showed their wrists with a strange copper bracelet. "You have to thank your Aunt Narcissa for allowing us to see all of this," Selena said as she combed Harry's slightly longer hair. "That's right. She developed a 24-hour magical bracelet for Muggle parents to attend their children's events or speak with the professors," Bruce added. "You look nice and green, young man," Talia said, admiring Harry's equipment. "Nice broom. Are you going to sweep the floor with the competence?" Dick asked with a big grin. "Leave him alone, Grayson," Damien said as he approached his brother. "How you been, Harry?" Damien asked. "I'm fine. Rachel is fine as well, which I knew you were going to ask me about." Harry smiled smugly at his brother, who blushed at the mention of the purple-eyed girl. "Don't tease him. He misses his girlfriend," Helena said, showing her tongue at Damien, who blushed even further. "Speaking of girlfriends, Dad told us that you're a playboy," Cassandra added. "What?" "Of course not," Harry defended himself. "Who knows, Harry? According to your letters, you spent too much time surrounded by girls. Some of them sent Dad a proposal for your hand. Who knows, maybe you'll end up with a harem at the end of the year," Stephanie said, teasing her younger brother. "Girls, leave him alone. He is 11. He hasn't reached puberty. And how did you know about the letters?" Tim interjected. "I'm on an internship on Wayne Enterprises. You wouldn't know because you never answer my texts," Stephanie replied, angry. "I have homework," Tim defended himself. "Yes, studying Bernie or Juby's anatomy." Cass snickered, which made Tim red with fury. They were going to get into an argument until Bruce separated them and spoke. "We will be watching alongside the Slytherin group. Good luck, Harry," Bruce said. "Good luck, Harry," Selena said, kissing the boy's hair in a motherly way. Everyone wished him good luck, and Dick showed off a shirt that said Team Harry in a green and silver diamond-shaped shield. Harry laughed at that. The game began, and Harry, alongside Gregory and Vincent, watched from the replacement seats how the brooms fly high above their heads. Harry kept an eye out, completely focused on Tracy, who definitely proved that she had been the best choice for keeper. Since almost all of the shots the Gryffindor team did, only 2 had entered, leaving the scores 30-20 in Slytherin's favor. Harry noted that it was true that under Terrance's guidance, the Slytherins were playing better than the horror histories he heard about from the elder teammates, and how Marcus chose violence in all of their tactics. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin seats, the Waynes had been greeted by Harry's friends in the Slytherin house, with Tim, Cass, and Stephanie talking nicely to Nymphadora, who had brought Draco along from the Hufflepuff house. The blonde boy talked with the youngest Waynes while the parents watched the game. Sirius had also come to watch the game with his wife, the head of D'Amelia Amelia Bones, and their 5 children, who were very excited to attend a Quidditch game in Hogwarts. Helena was talking with the twins Reggie and Jimmy while waving banners with HW written on it. "I couldn't stay away from watching my godson play his first game," Sirius confessed to Bruce as they sat next to each other. "Is it because of the game or the fact that he reminds you of someone else?" Bruce asked him. "Okay, that reason as well, but you have to say that it's an incredible coincidence that he plays in the exact same position as you know who," Sirius said. "I'm not surprised at all. He is still his son. We'll see if he has that skill if he plays in this game. I don't understand this game very much, but the guy playing on Harry's place looks pretty good," Bruce said, pointing at Terrance, who moved occasionally all over the field area. "Still, let's hope the kid plays," Sirius said. Meanwhile, Hermione approached the unknown woman of the group, a tall, tan-skinned woman with deep black eyes and a kind smile. "I'm sorry, but you seem so familiar. Have I seen you before?" Hermione asked. "Well, I'm the curator of the Louvre Museum. Diana, Prince at your service." Diana extended her hand to the girl, whose eyes grew bigger. "I knew I recognized you. My parents and I went to the Louvre last year. Your work is admirable." Hermione said, "Would it be fine if I hug you?" She asked the woman, who responded kindly as she extended her arms open, and the bushy-haired brunette hugged her. "Looks like they made quick friends," Amelia said to Bruce. "I'm not surprised. Diana has that ability of making friends wherever she goes," Bruce added. "Still, she's quite a wonderful catch, am I right, Bruce?" Sirius grinned before receiving a glare from Bruce's part. The game was going fantastic, the scores now being 50-50, and Harry couldn't be more excited. He could see his teammates moving fast and coordinated, and he could see that the captain and keeper of Gryffindor, Oliver Wood, was a strong opponent. Then the breaking of a broom was heard, followed by a crash. Harry and everyone in the field saw how Slytherin's captain Terrence Higgs laid on the ground. And Terrence Higgs crashes on the ground after a bludger broke his broom. Madame Hooch stops the game, and Madame Pomfrey runs towards the fallen seeker as well as Beater George, or is it Fred Weasley, who was the one who knocked the bludger on Higgs' direction. Lee Jordan of Gryffindor narrated. Harry could see that Terrence was with his eyes closed, and his forehead was bleeding. Madame Pomfrey conjured a stretcher and levitated Terrence's unconscious body into it. Madame Hooch was arguing and hand-gesturing while Madame Pomfrey argued back. Looks like Slytherin's captain will be undisposed for the rest of the game. It falls on second-in-command Gendell Yaxley if Slytherin forfeits the game, or will they use their replacement seeker? First-year Muggle-born Harry Wayne. Gendell Yaxley was walking furiously towards Harry. The 5th-year-old boy was a pureblood, just like Marcus and Terrence, with the same attitude like the former, so Harry wasn't surprised when the teen yelled, "Wayne, you'll enter in Terrence's place." He then grabbed the boy's uniform and growled at him. "If you make us lose this game, you'll be expelled from the team. You wanted a shot? This is it," Gendell said before tossing him towards his broom. Harry was nervous. The game was literally in his hands. If he failed at catching the snitch, not only he would be expelled from the team, he would also be seen as a failure by all of the Slytherin house. He rode into the air and took a look around and saw his family on sit and waving banners at him. They were supporting him. A big smile crept on his face, and he knew he had nothing to fear. Madame Hooch restarted the game, and quickly the players flew around as fast as they could with Harry looking for the golden snitch. He saw a redhead fly towards him. "Harry, I wanted to apologize. It wasn't my intention to hurt Terrence. I didn't saw him." Fred, or was it Georgia, apologized to Harry. "It should be Terrence who should be receiving the apology, not me," Harry said with his eyes still on the sky. "I know, but you're the only Slytherin who would hear my apology. I'll check on Terrence after the game," the redhead beater said as he flew away. Harry was glad that it had been an accident. He didn't want to think badly about the Gryffindor team. As Harry searched the skies, he could see that his teammates, under Yaxley's influence and orders, were playing too rough on the Gryffindors. In one moment, Yaxley and another chaser made that one of the Gryffindor chasers crashed on the ground, stopping the game from Madame Pomfrey to take the injured girl to the hospital wing as well. "That was dirty," Harry yelled at Yaxley. "We win by making the necessary sacrifices," the older teen replied, which Harry glared at him, a glare that Bruce knew very well. When the game was restarted once again, Harry finally saw it. He knew exactly that golden glint. He rode fast and saw that Dean Thomas, Gryffindor Seeker, had saw it as well. So Harry rode his speeding bullet as fast as he could. He was on pursuit of the elusive snitch. He could feel that Dean Thomas was closing in on him. Harry needed to catch the snitch so that Slytherin won. He hated that his teammates were playing dirty, especially since the other team seemed nice enough. Harry he needed to catch that snitch. He had to prove that he wasn't a replacement. He was the seeker. He was the team's seeker. He respected Terrence, but he would graduate from Hogwarts in a few years, and Harry needed to prove he was a great choice. He closed his eyes and began to stretch his fingertips as far as he could. The air was the only thing that stopped him. So he pressed firmly on the broom, who accelerated even more. At that moment, nothing existed. It was only him, his broom, and the snitch, who was almost in his grip, and then just like that, he snatched it from the air. Harry couldn't believe it. He slowed down and showed his hand open. "Harry, Wayne, just catch the snitch. Slytherin wins," Lee Jordan exclaimed as Madame Hooch whistled. Harry was excited. The emerald green side was rousing in applauses. Harry saw a small group in Hufflepuff and Gryffindor clapping at his victory, but he stopped when he saw a bushy-haired girl clapping and cheering at him in the green stands next to his family and friends. He flew his speeding bullet towards her. He remembered the many games of baseball and football he saw with his family. Almost every time someone made a touchdown or catch a ball that could have made a home run, the players often gave the ball to someone in the stands. So Harry didn't doubt who should get the winning snitch. He remained motionless in the middle of the air in front of her, their eyes meeting. He smirked and she returned the smile at him. Then he kissed the snitch and gently threw it to her. Hermione catch it with her hands and blushed many shades of crimson. Rachel, Cass and Stephanie began giggling beside Hermione, who was still dumbstruck, while Helena began to sing an annoying song about her brother, and Hermione sat under a tree. He didn't realize that 3 Slytherin girls looked deflated by that action. Harry's teammates applauded him while he held his hand in celebration. He had made it. He had proven himself. The Waynes sat on the Slytherin table. They ate in celebration for Harry's winning catch alongside the Ravenclaw's girls, who were joined by Draco, Neville, Susan, Sue, Padma, Cho, Cedric, Hannah, and the other Slytherins. Their meal was interrupted by the Weasley twins, who approached smugly at Rachel. "The game is over and you have a bet to pay." "What bet?" Damien asked Rachel, who was sit at his left and had been catching up all the meal. "A bet I made that Harry would catch the snitch at his 10th minute play." Rachel said yes, and he didn't catch it. "It was minute 12, so you have to pay," the twins said with an amused grin. "You are the ones who have to pay, since in reality, Harry did catch the snitch as he played his 10th minute on the field," Rachel said with a smirk. "No, as we just said, it was minute 12, the twins said. "He played 8 minutes, and then the clock was stopped. Then when the game was resumed, he instantly saw the snitch and pursue it. He caught it after 1 minute and 47 seconds. That in total is 9 minutes with 47 seconds. Rachel replied, making the twins' grins fall from their faces. "Fine. Here's your 5 galleons, one of the twins said. Actually, the odds were 20-1 against Harry, so Rachel should be paid off 100 galleons. Hermione said, "Can you believe it, Fred? We just lost the game and a fortune, George." The twins pay with tears, but then they cheer up, saying, "Let's go. There's more people who owe us money. Have a nice night," they cheerfully said as they left. They continued their meal, and Professor Dumbledore went to speak with Sirius. "Sirius, I wish we could speak in my office, if you please," the headmaster said with a grandfatherly tone. "I'm sorry, headmaster, but once we finish the meal, we must depart. If you want to talk, we can arrange an appointment. That way I wouldn't leave my family alone," Sirius said. It had been 10 years since he was almost unjust imprisoned for something he didn't commit, and he was still mad at the headmaster. So he wasn't going to give the man the satisfaction to interrupt his dinner with his family just to hear his ramblings. "Very well, Sirius. I'll send you an owl later, Mr. Wayne. Nice to meet you." The headmaster then spoke to the Wayne patriarch. "Headmaster Dumbledore, nice to meet you," Bruce said as he stood up and shook the elder man's hand. He wasn't as angry as Sirius, but he was still a little disappointed that the man didn't try to help Sirius, even though he met Black for almost all of his life. "I wanted to congratulate you on raising such a fine young man. He is one of the best students I've ever seen," Dumbledore said. "Oh, thank you very much for your compliments. But Harry wasn't entirely raised by myself. I have to thank Selena and Talia, who had been close friends to me in mother roles for Harry and the rest of my children," Bruce said, praising the 2 women. "Still, you have made a wonderful job at it. I expect that Harry will have a bright future ahead of him," the headmaster said. "Yes, I'm pretty sure of that," Bruce added. The headmaster nodded and left. As the dinner was drawing to a close and the curfew was going to be placed, the Waynes lead all of the children towards the dormitories where they said their respective goodbyes. "We're going to take Grandma Minnie's flood chimney to return to London," Selena said as she once again tried to comb Harry's hair. "Where is her, by the way?" "I didn't saw her on the game, nor at dinner," Harry asked. "She went with Alfred on a date in London. She was going to come back later," Talia said. While giving the boy a kiss on the hair. "Please call more often. Hedwig gets too tired from flying across the ocean," she added. "I will, Mom. I love you guys so much and can't wait for Christmas to arrive to see you more often," Harry said with some tears in his eyes. "It's okay, little buddy. We'll see each other soon," Dick said. "And don't forget to make your costume for Halloween," Jason added, remembering how much Harry and Helena enjoyed going trick or treating on the back of his bike. "Of course I won't. This year I'll be Superman," he said as he puffed his chest and placed his hands on his hips, looking solemn at the infinite. Bruce rolled his eyes while Cass, Tim, and Stephanie chuckled at his back. They left the boy enter his common room, and the family was escorted by one of the prefects to the office of Professor McGonagall for them to use the flood chimney. Harry entered his dorm room where Blaise, Vincent, and Gregory were waiting for him. "Dude, that was so wicked," Blaise said as he moved his hands in the way Harry's broom moved. "Yeah, we didn't play, but it was still awesome seeing Tracy and you being out there giving it all," Vincent said. "Yeah, don't know if I could have handled it if it weren't for Padma's kiss," Gregory said, smiling proudly. "Yeah, I'm so jealous of you, Gregory. You already have a cute girlfriend," Blaise said. "She's not my girlfriend. She just kissed me," Gregory defended himself. "But you like that she did that," Harry teased his friend. "I can smell a betrothal coming up," Vincent added. "You guys are the worst. I'll go to sleep," Gregory said as he threw them a pillow and laid on his bed to sleep, But if the boy was honest with himself, he did enjoy being kissed by the exotic twin. He slept that night with a big grin on his lips. Chapter end notes. So I know that in the original books and films, Quirrell curses Harry's broom so that the boy falls to his possibly death. But here he doesn't know Harry Wayne is actually Harry Potter, so he has no purpose to try to kill a boy in a Quidditch game. Also, the copper bracelets Narcissa made are going to play a big part in future chapters. Also, I'm still debating if Selena/Snape should be a couple. I'll figure it out later. Good thing is that she can now enter Hogwarts, so a meeting could be arranged. Young Snakes. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After the first Quidditch game nervousness subsided, Harry felt better with himself. Especially since that same Sunday Terrence had praised him on his accomplishment and told him that he would be the main seeker in their next game, which made him both nervous but good about himself. It was Monday once again, and Harry and Millie reached the lake faster than they did before. Millie was getting better since they had started their exercises. Still, they took a deserved rest, and Harry could tell that Millie had something on her mind. "Everything good, Millie?" he asked her as he was making skipping stones on the lake. "I don't know," Millie said in shyness. "Well, if there's something you want to talk about, I'm here for you," he said. "Do you think I'm pretty?" She asked him, which certainly wasn't what he expected to be asked, but he still was caught off guard. He turned around and walked to her. "Millie, I've told you. You're very pretty on the inside and even on the outside. Why are you doubting from yourself again?" he asked her. Because you like Hermione," she said, looking at the rocks on the shore of the lake. Then Harry paced the clues together. How had he been so blind? He walked to her, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said to her, "Millie, I don't like Hermione more than I like you. She's my friend just as much as you are," he said to the shy girl. "But you didn't give the snitch to Daphne or me. You gave it to her," she replied, confused. "Yes, but it was only meant as a friendship gesture. I've told you before that we're too young to think on relationships. I don't want to get ahead of myself and ruin the relationships I have with all of you," he said, smiling at her. "All right," she replied. Then she added, "Can you kiss me?" in a faint whisper that was barely audible. "What?" Harry asked her. "Can you kiss me?" she said with a stronger resolution. "Millie, are you sure?" he asked. "Yes, even if you don't choose me to be in a relationship with later in life. I want my first kiss to be with you," she said. Harry wanted to say no, mainly because as an 11-year-old, he hadn't thought of giving his first kiss. But Millie's hopeful eyes made him change his mind. It wouldn't be a great sacrifice, and he could help someone he cared about. "All right, Millie, I'll do it," he said, closing the distance between the two of them. She instinctively closed her eyes and closed her lips in expectation. This was it. He was going to give his first kiss to Millicent Bulstrode, a wonderful girl he considered a great friend, and he thought she was gorgeous. So he stopped thinking and pushed his lips into her waiting lips for a full-blown kiss. He hugged the girl so that their kiss could last a little longer, and he felt how Millie held him as if her life depended on that. Their lips moved, trying to find their perfect position, as if two animals were fighting for dominance. And Harry felt as a surge of electricity moved through his body. After what seemed an eternity, the pair split up, Millie sporting a deep blush while Harry was panting. He had to admit that kissing her had been a great experience. "Harry, that was so good," Millie said between pants. "Yes, it was, Millie," he responded. "Can we do it again?" she asked. "Only if we run every day to the lake. No more jogging, deal?" he said, stretching his hand. She took it, but then she pulled him down for another mighty kiss. "Deal," she responded with a smirk. On the Tuesday on Halloween week, Harry was eating breakfast with Millie, who had been sporting a big smile after their morning exercises. Harry, meanwhile, was reading the Daily Planet, hoping to find a good story of Superman. But as he unfolded the newspaper that Hedwig brought, he saw the front page news with a photography of Superman, Flash, Martian Manhunter, and Batman, with 5 defeated metahumans with poker card outfits and a guy with a yellow and blue outfit with a big T in it. Viva Las Vegas. Justice League stops Royal Flush Gang from blowing up Las Vegas Strip. Wow! Can't believe they defeated 5 superpowered metahumans, Harry thought to himself as he read the morning copy of the Daily Planet, in which it related how the Royal Flush Gang had worked alongside the Trickster to try to blow up the city, only to be stopped by the Justice League. It also said that Green Lantern ended up hurt after one explosion exploded early. As he ate, Harry noticed that Pansy was distracted and her eyes were puffy. She had been crying. He quietly slipped a note asking her to meet him in the self-studies room 2 in the library in 15 minutes. She looked at him in confusion, but nodded. He excused himself to Millie, Blaze, and Daphne, who were eating with him, and decided to go to the bathroom before going to the library as he had requested. Harry waited in the library in his favorite table of the self-studies room, one that had the entrance in plain view, but also near a window in case he needed to make a quick escape. Many times he wondered why his father thought him to always check for the best spots in the room, but he never gave much of a thought about it. He saw Pansy coming to him. She looked nervous but still sat on the chair in front of him. The dark-haired Slytherin looked down. "Hey, Pansy, is something wrong?" Harry decided to go straight to the point. He didn't know the girl very much, but her demeanor and attitude towards him changed. And like a good mystery, he was going to solve it. "Nothing is wrong, Wayne. Don't know what you're talking about," Pansy replied. Harry looked at her directly into her eyes. The girl looked at him surprised, but as Harry kept staring at her, she replied, "Well, I thought we were friends, but no, we can't even acknowledge the other's presence. You even stopped calling me Harry. I want to know, have I done something wrong?" Harry asked her, and then she began sobbing. He thanked that at this hour, many students were still eating or just waking up. She continued her sobbing, and he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder in a calming manner as he gave her a tissue from his utility belt. "We can't be friends anymore," she said after her tears were wiped out. That shocked him. "What? Why?" Harry asked. "That's what I asked my father. He apparently doesn't want me near mudbloods, as he said," she said in truth. "But why?" Harry asked her. He honestly was so confused. "Because I told him that I didn't want to be on a betrothal contract with Yaxley, who is a pure blood like us, but he's older, uglier, and he is too blockhead to even be considered smart, and rude as well. I wrote him that I wanted to be on a betrothal with you. But he apparently insulted your father, and I've been writing to him almost every day for him to reconsider it, but he keeps telling me no. And last Friday, he sent me a letter telling me that I should stop trying to be friends with a mudblood or I would be expelled from the Parkinson house," she said, crying once again. Harry didn't know what to do, mainly because he didn't understand those house rules. "Would that be bad?" he asked her. "Yes, it would be bad. I'd be houseless. That means that I wouldn't be able to say my own last name. I would lose any family magic. I wouldn't be able to find my own house and lose all of my inheritance. Only because I'd rather marry a well-mannered mudblood than a pompous pure-blood git," she said with her tears flowing away, giving path for angriness. "I'm sorry, Pansy. I didn't know your situation was that bad. Well, I don't want you to be a houseless, so I'll keep my interactions with you at minimum. Sorry, Pansy. I think I'll go now," Harry said as he was about to stand up, but Pansy grabbed his hand. "Screw him," she said before dragging him down for the 12-year-old girl to kiss him with eagerness, desperation, yearning. Harry didn't know what she was feeling, but he was taken by surprise. He didn't expect it being kissed. Had his feet as seeker ignited something in the Slytherin girls? Or was this because they didn't want to lose him to the Ravenclaw Hermione? Either way, he let himself be kissed by her. Pansy wasn't as sweet as Millie, but she was passionate, but Harry could tell that this was her first kiss. While he himself hadn't had much prior experience, he had to thank for the 2 sessions with Millie that he knew how to kiss the girl who had him by the collar of his shirt. And unlike with Millie, he didn't feel electricity through his body. He felt something else, something he couldn't place his finger on it. After a few moments, Pansy let him go. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't want to kiss you since I knew how loaded you were, but given that Millie confessed," she said before Harry interrupted. "Millie said she and I were kissing?" he asked. "Yeah. She told Daphne, who was her confidant, but they thought that Tracy and I were asleep, so I don't doubt that those two won't be looking for you to kiss them," Pansy replied with a smirk. "Well, I won't say that it's not what I wanted, but honestly, I'm so confused. I do think that all of the girls in this school are pretty, but I haven't reached puberty that, according to what my brother Dick said, it's when you start to notice girls, so I haven't really thought about kissing all of you," Harry confessed. "So you want to kiss all of the girls in the school?" Pansy said with a smug expression, but before he could answer, his wristwatch beeped, signaling that they had to go to class. The whole day, Harry was distracted. He knew that girls develop faster than boys, but if Millie had talked, he knew he was in trouble. Because right now, at least 4 girls knew that he had kissed her, but what if she tells someone else? Harry was worried about what Hermione would think of him if he had kissed 2 girls in 2 days. He would need to talk to her. Arkham Asylum, Gotham City. Bruce Wayne walked through the halls of Arkham Asylum. He was taunted by the inmates like Laszlo Valentine, a.k.a. Professor PYG, Oswald Cobblepot, a.k.a. the Penguin, and Jonathan Crane, a.k.a. the Scarecrow. He ignored them all and continued his trek towards the youngest inmate of the asylum. He stood in front of the reinforced glass door with a plaque that read Jane did. "Hey, AC." He saw the teen girl, no more older than 18 years old, sat on the floor, looking at the blank walls of her cell with her back turned to him. Her deep black hair was combed to perfection, and her prison garment was a little loose on her extremely slim figure. He had barely knocked on the crystal when her voice resonated. "Good morning, Mr. Wayne. Or should I say Batman?" she asked. Chapter and notes. So what did you think of Harry's first kiss was with Millie? Did you expected it? Don't worry, Hermione or Ginny. Fans, this FIC isn't over yet. We have a long way to go, haha. Harry Wayne, Troll Slayer. Chapter summary. Halloween Day. Who knows what will happen in Harry's life this day? Harry woke up with a smile on his face. It was finally Halloween. He changed into his sports suit and went to meet with Millie. His relationship with her was still purely kissing at the lake, and she had promised to not reveal their deal with anyone else after he confronted her for telling Daphne and been eavesdropped by Tracy and Pansy. He didn't want weird rumors spreading around him, and it was a bad thing that he hadn't gotten the chance to talk to Hermione about it. He still couldn't figure it out, but he felt like her opinion mattered the most to him. After his morning shower, Harry went to his trunk and took out his Halloween costume. He changed inside his bed after closing the curtain so that he could have privacy. Not that any of his dorm mates would wake up that early, but still one should be careful. He put the dark blue with silver accents pants, the dark blue long sleeve shirt with the red with goldenness symbol on his chest, the red Wayne Enterprises gliding cape with the goldenness on the middle of the cape. He looked himself in the reflection of the glass, neatly combed his hair, and made a curl on his forehead. He smiled proudly as he placed his knuckles on his hip and puffed his chest. "What are you wearing?" The groggy voice ablaze made him turn over. The dark-skinned boy had his eyes halfway open, and the pillow marks combined with the dry drool on his cheeks showed that the boy was sound asleep when a noise Harry had made woke him up. This is my Halloween costume. Today I'll be Superman," he said, almost yelling, but he realized that he might have woke up Gregory and Vincent. But apparently the larger boys kept snoring. "Nice, okay." And at that Blaze's head fell once again on his pillow. Harry only chuckled at his friend's sleepiness. He grabbed Copper, who quickly slithered around his arm, and he quietly stepped outside to the common room, in which he saw that Daphne and Millie were already on their uniforms. He got confused. "Why aren't you in costume?" Harry asked them. "Why are you in one?" Daphne replied to him. "Because it's Halloween," Harry said while posing as Superman once again. "Sorry, Harry. We don't celebrate Halloween in the same way Muggles do," Millie said. "Oh, that's a shame. So that means you don't want the candies Hedwig my owl is bringing tonight?" Harry said with a smirk on his lips. "Candies?" Both girls asked. "Yes, candies. My brother and I always bought many different candies and gave them to the classmates. I was planning to doing that today with the 4 houses, but if the other kids think it's a bad idea," he trailed off a sentence. No, it's all right. I wouldn't mind eating candies on Halloween," Millie said. "Yes, I suppose that it would be nice, though they say that the feast will have many desserts. But I appreciate the treat," Daphne said. For some reason, Harry believed that she was excited about Halloween just as much as him. Harry, Daphne, and Millie walked towards the Great Hall, in which some students, purebloods mainly, stared at the boy in the blue suit in disbelief, but none made a comment. They joined Susan, Neville, and Draco, who were already eating in the Gryffindor table. "Hey guys," Harry said to his cousins and his friend. "Hi, Harry, Millie, and Daphne," Susan said, excited. "What's with the upbeat attitude, Bones?" Daphne asked. "Today is the day in which Harry Potter defeated Voldemort. That makes me so happy, but at the same time sad, because he could have been here, eating with us, but now he is lost." Susan's happy mood quickly changed as she realized that the boy who lived was now the boy who is lost. But he has always been lost since that night. "Why is today special?" Harry asked. "Because I think he could make an apparition today," she said. "Really? Why?" Harry asked. "I don't know, just a hunch," Susan said. "And what do you base that?" Daphne asked. "Well, in Harry Potter, Troll Slayer, there's an attack during the Halloween feast on Harry's first year in Hogwarts. The ghosts get restless and they create mayhem, and then Harry Potter steps in and freezes all of the ghosts with a Petrificus Totalis," Susan said. "But I thought that spell only could be used on a physical body, not on an incorporeal being," Harry asked. "Don't ask those questions, or Susan will get into defensive," Draco said, whispering into his cousin's ear. "Duly noted." Harry smiked as he saw his snow-white owl fly towards him. "Hey, Hedwig, did you have a nice flight?" Harry asked his owl, who began munching on the bacon that was on his plate. "At least let me read the news before you steal from me," Harry said, only to receive a hoot from the owl. "God of War stopped by Lois Lane." What a lazy title. Come on, Annie Lois. You're better than this, Harry thought to himself as he saw that Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, and Hawkgirl were on top of the defeated god. Way to go, Justice League. Harry smirked as he continued to read the article, and how the god of war tried to bring an army of the undead into making a siege on the White House in Washington, D.C. Lord Sirius Black walked through the many aisles and halls of the Hogwarts castle. His goal was clear. He greeted Mr. Filch, who mumbled something he didn't understand, but he still walked towards the entrance of the office guarded by a griffin. He had hoped to see Harry or his nephew or niece, but they must have been in classes, so he wasn't going to interrupt them. "Hey man, do you remember me?" he said to the stone griffin. "It's just like the old days, right? Would you please open up for me? What was the password?" "Oh, right. Licorice wand," Sirius said, and the stone moved to reveal the stairs to the headmaster's office. Sirius quietly walked upstairs. He didn't want to be there, but he had to hear his version of the story and perhaps get an apology. 10 years later, but an apology nonetheless. He knocked on the door, and after a few seconds the door opened by itself. He saw the many bookshelves, trinkets, and paintings on display. He saw Fawkes. The phoenix sat on its perch. "Hey buddy, remember me?" he said to the bird, only to be met with a peck in his hand. "I guess that's a yes," Sirius said, sucking on his bleeding finger. "I apologize for Fawkes. He has been irritated at this stage of his age. Give him a few weeks, and he'll be all right," Professor Dumbledore said. "Albus," Sirius said, his tone and posture completely changed. "Sirius, please take a seat. Chocolate kiss?" Albus offered. "Yes, please. I'm surprised you change candies. You almost all the time at lemon drops," Sirius said while unwrapping the aluminum foil of the chocolate. "That was only because you're friends and you almost all the time got into trouble. I needed to teach you a lesson somehow. That's why I placed those sour candies for you. Though with the years I got used to the taste, thanks to a young American boy. I changed them," Dumbledore said. "Of course Harry would make you change. I enjoy these candies as well," Sirius said. "I've never asked you. How do you know this American family?" Albus asked, very intrigued. "The boy's father is a distant cousin on part of a squib of the Black family. My mother never wanted me to have any connection to that side of the family, but when the war started I reached out to him for his support. Then when James and Lily went into hiding I told them to go with my cousin in America. No Death Eater would try to look in the Muggle world less in another continent. They would be in good hands since my cousin had already a big family and a young toddler of Harry's age. But then tragedy struck, and we lost Lily and James, and Harry went MIA," Sirius said. "But the people who helped you in the trial, they said that they had taken the boy with a friend of them. They didn't tell you who had it?" Dumbledore asked. "No, I honestly don't know where Harry Potter is," Sirius said. "Very well, that's all about that topic. Now, I wanted to apologize for not believing you all those years ago," Dumbledore said. "So after 10 years, I'll finally get my apology. Great, because I've been waiting to hear why you betrayed me. Why you were so keen in leaving me imprisoned in Azkaban?" Sirius yelled. "Sirius, I did not betray you. I did what I thought was right." Dumbledore calmly said, "You thought it was right to leave me to rot?" Sirius asked, offended. "No, that's not what I meant," Dumbledore said. "Then what?" "I thought we were on the same side, Albus," Sirius exclaimed. "Yes, but when Fudge issued your arrest, way before you had even committed the crime, I knew it was a matter of time that they sent you to Azkaban, and they placed Harry into the hands of one of the many pure-blooded families that supported Voldemort. I wanted to take Harry away to protect him, to nurture him and train him," Dumbledore said. "And just for a second you didn't think that if you had used your political power, I could have been exonerated, I could have been a free man, and I could have raised Harry. He would have been just fine living with me," Sirius said. "But Sirius, I don't think you would have been a good father figure for Harry," Dumbledore blurted out, which made Sirius look hurt. "I'm leaving," Sirius said, standing from his seat. "Sirius, please," Dumbledore pleaded. "I'm leaving. I made a promise to my children that I would take them to trick or treat tonight. Good day, Albus." He almost spat the last line. This conversation wasn't exactly what he was hoping for, and now he felt even worse than during his trial in which the man he trusted almost left him to rot in jail alongside his crazy cousin. Why was it so hard for Dumbledore to trust him with important matters? In the orbital space surrounding the Earth's atmosphere, the 3 watchtowers circled the world. In the main one, the teleporting equipment glowed, and from the 2 black circles on the floor appeared Batman with his guest Ace. "Good morning, Batman. Martian Manhunter is waiting for you," one of the many employees in the watchtower said to the Dark Knight. "Thank you, Julius. Come on, Ace," he said to the teen girl who was impressed with the scenery and the many technologies on the space station. "Wow," was what she could say, especially when she looked through the window and saw planet Earth. The pair continued walking with some of the other heroes intrigued at Why Was Batman with one of the supervillains that tried to blow up Las Vegas. Finally, they arrived at a room the doors slide open, and Ace saw that it was an empty space with 3 chairs, and the Green Martian with the dark blue suit and blue cape was sit in one of those chairs. "Good morning, Ace. Batman has told me about you. I'm Martian Manhunter, but you can call me John Johns," the Martian said as he stood up and extended his hand, which she with a little doubt took and shook it. "I guess nice to meet you," she said. "Please have a seat," John said, and she took the seat in front of him with Batman grabbing the other chair. "Batman has informed me that you have a very strong mind," he began to say. "I knew it. You only care for making a weapon out of me." She quickly yelled at them, but the Martian gently calmed her. "We don't want to make you a weapon. We know that your childhood was taken by the people in Cadmus. We want you to help you control your powers," John said. "Why? I was your enemy. Me and my friends almost destroyed Vegas," she said as she took her seat back. "Yes, but Batman and me think that if you continue to stress yourself using your powers, you could end up doing a permanent damage to your brain that could result in a vegetative state or worse, a brain aneurysm," John explained. "We want to help you, Ace," Batman said. "Only if you want our help," John said. Ace hugged her knees. "Fine. I accept your help," she replied. "Hogwarts, Charms class. Good day, class. Today we'll be seeing the levitation spell, also known as the Leviosa spell. Given that this is a somewhat complicated spell in both intonation and wand movement, I asked for 2 of my best students to help me with this. Hermione Granger and Rachel Roth. They'll be helping those who have doubts or troubles with it. So don't be afraid to ask for their help if you need it," Professor Flitwick said. The small professor explained quite easily the movements the kids were supposed to follow and the way they had to do it. Harry was seated between Seamus Flanagan from Gryffindor and his cousin Susan Bones. They had been talking as she explained to him how to do the movement. He was still struggling to send the magic down his wand. It wasn't that his wand didn't accept him. Quite the contrary, it felt natural to him to use it. But he was so used to his natural wandless magic that it was something he had to work more. Susan was the first one to make her feather float, followed by Neville, who had less complications. After a few tries, Harry managed to make his float. Seamus saw that Harry had managed and began enchanting, but his movements and wording was off. Harry gently stopped the other boy from enchanting. "Here, try relaxing more your wrist and open your mouth a little more during the Leviosa," Harry said, explaining to the boy. "Thanks, mate," Seamus said, and followed his advice. After a few moments, Seamus' feather was floating as well. Harry was proud he had helped the Gryffindor boy. Then he heard a scolding. "Stop, stop, stop. You're going to take someone's eye out. Besides, you're saying it wrong. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar," Hermione said with an exasperated tone to Ron Weasley, who apparently was having trouble with making his feather float. Harry was impressed as she made Ron's feather float after a single try. His friend was a great charm caster. The rest of the class passed without much fuss, and when the time had come, Harry walked with Hermione to her common room. After all, the Superman-dressed boy wanted to fly down from the Ravenclaw Tower to the dungeons and experiment. He hadn't consulted with anybody, because they would tell him he was insane for trying that. But he knew that only the brave persevere. The pair was walking when they heard the yapping of the red-haired Weasley. "It's Leviosa, and not Leviosar. Gosh, she's a nightmare. No wonder she doesn't have friends." Harry heard, but most importantly, Hermione heard as well Ron's voice making fun of her. Harry got angry, but he saw how Hermione swallowed her tears in pride and pushed with her shoulder at Ron. "I think she heard you," said Dean, ashamed on his friend's behavior. "Yes, we heard you. Maybe if you took your head out of your ass, Ronald Weasley. And if you tried to learn something instead of just insulting someone who tried to help you, then you'd be a better person, instead of a freaking nagging one. Maybe with the venom in your voice, you could have been sorted in Slytherin," Harry said, thinking it was enough for the red-haired jerk to understood. He didn't know where this anger had come from. He wasn't as hot-headed like Jason, but still Hermione had been a great friend since the beginning. She didn't deserve to be insulted. And this jerk had stepped on the line. Harry saw, by his peripheral vision, that Ron was trying to reach his wand. "I'll show you a real snake, you venomous viper," Ron said. But before he could do whatever spell he had in mind, Harry's fist connected with Ron's nose, making him bleed. "What the?" Ron said before receiving another fist on his stomach. Finnegan and Thomas were amazed but didn't interfere in the fight. "Apologize to Hermione and to me," Harry spat, kneeling over the red-haired boy. "No," Ron said. Harry raised his fist, but then a shout coming from the castle stopped him. "Mr. Wayne! Mr. Weasley! Stop at this instant!" Professor McGonagall said as she hurried towards the pair of first years. You should be ashamed of your actions, fighting in public grounds. I'm disappointed in you." Professor McGonagall said all the way to her office with the boys on toll. When they arrived, the kids just stood there, and Minerva McGonagall massaged the temples of her forehead. "Well, what happened?" the professor asked. "He attacked me without a reason. He's an evil snake," Ron accused. "Immediately, he lies," Harry yelled back. "I saw you hit first, Mr. Wayne, so I suppose you have a very good reason, or else you could face expulsion," Professor McGonagall said with a severity in her voice. She knew her boy. He never attacked unless he had a reason, so she was giving him the benefit of the doubt for that. "He made Hermione cry," Harry said. His green and blue eyes looked directly onto the professor's eyes. She could see that the boy was speaking honestly. "Care to explain?" she asked to both boys, hoping and wanting to know more about the reason of the struggle. "Hermione helped Professor Flitwick since 1. He is her head house. 2. She's pretty advanced on her studies, and 3. The Ravenclaws had class just an hour prior, so he asked her to stay and help. Hermione was doing that during the Wingardium Leviosa spell when she reached Mr. Weasley, who didn't appreciate her help, and then he mocked her and made her cry. I got angry because it's not the first time he has said something against her," Harry said. It was obvious that for his stature and build he could easily beat anyone who dared to insult her, but he kind of had to contain his martial training. After all, his father taught him better. Professor McGonagall thinned her lips before proceeding. Over the course of the year, she had seen Mr. Weasley being lazy and obnoxious, so she wasn't surprised that he had lashed out to someone who tried to teach him something. 15 points from Gryffindor for making a fellow student cry, and 20 points from Slytherin for physical violence toward a fellow student. "You'll serve detention for a week as well with me. Now leave," Professor McGonagall said, but added, "Mr. Wayne, can I have a word with you?" she asked, changing her tone of voice, but still being in her professor mode. "Harry, I know you were doing what you felt was right, but it was brash and very stupid. It reminded me of how your father behaved when he came to this school. I see where your loyalties are, and you're as much of a son of James as a son of Bruce, Harry, but next time try not to resort into violence," Professor McGonagall said. "I will, Grandma Minnie," he said, hugging the elderly woman. "Now go," she said to the boy, who smiled at her. After Harry had left, Minerva had to think what were the actions about both boys. She'll have to send an owl to Arthur and Molly Weasley about the fight, and she would have to call Bruce about that. Harry walked alone through the halls. The feast was about to begin, and that kid Ron practically sprinted towards the Great Hall. Harry was worried about Hermione. She was a sensitive girl and his friend, so he needed to console her on her time of distress. He asked Marietta Edgecombe, who was walking through the halls. The second-year Ravenclaw girl blushed since she thought the boy was handsome. She often did that with other kids in the school. "Yes, she was crying, and I saw her left for the bathrooms," Marietta told him in a shrug. She didn't care enough to ask what was wrong. "Thanks," Harry said, continuing his way to see if Hermione was all right. He almost arrived at the girls' bathrooms when he heard a voice yelling, "Stop crying. You're better than this." The voice sounded familiar, but due to the echo in the bathroom, he couldn't be sure. He stood in the door frame and saw the least person he expected to be, consoling Hermione. He decided to pass unnoticed by the girls and hide on a cubicle. This was their moment. He wouldn't interrupt it. Besides, Pansy was scary sometimes, and if he interrupted during this moment, she would hate him and yelled at him and probably curse him. So he would only step in to give them tissues when the situation demanded. "You're the smartest and most talented witch in our year. Are you seriously crying because a lazy red-haired bloke insulted you? Be smarter, Granger. I've seen you over 2 months, and you have friends. You have Wayne and Draco and Greengrass and Bones and the Patils and Chong and Roth and Bulstrode and Abbott and Brown and Lee and Longbottom. So why are you making a big deal of it?" Pansy scolded at Hermione. It's just that it made me remember that before I came to this school, before I met Harry, who introduced me to all of you, I had nobody," Hermione said between sobs. "I was the buck-teethed, bushy-haired, know-it-all girl who nobody wanted to play with nor befriend, nor share a meal. Nobody wanted me. They mocked me, called me names." She began sobbing strongly, to the point in which her words were cut off. Pansy was conflicted. She wasn't supposed to like people like her, but there she was, a girl her age, crying and searching for comfort. So she did what she did best, sent the pure blood traditions down the toilet, and she hugged the girl as she let her cry in her shoulder. "Screw Weasley, and screw all those muggles who insulted you. You might be a muggle-born witch, but you have the smarts of a pure blood. Don't let people like them drag you down," Pansy said to Hermione. Hermione was impressed. She had always thought that Pansy was the type of pure-blood girl who looked down at muggles and muggleborns like her. Yet here she was trying to comfort her and giving a shoulder to cry on. She felt connected to the Slytherin girl, and for a moment, a simple moment, she let her worries wash away. But then it came the thunders, the lightning, and worst of all, the troll. The girls screamed in complete fear as the 10-foot-tall troll was looking at them. According to the monstrous book of monsters, the trolls were violent towards humans. Their thick skin made them invulnerable to most of the magical attacks, but most importantly, their brute force was almost unmatched. Harry saw how the troll walked menacingly towards the girls, his friends. Harry was scared. No, he was terrified. He had only seen pictures of Killer Croc and Bane in the newspapers, but those two were small compared to the mountain troll that was in front of him. The grayish beast was smashing the bathroom stalls with his club, swinging it around like a drunk baseball player, trying to hit the girls who were cornered in the bathroom. Harry wanted to help, but at the same time, he wanted to flee, but seeing Hermione and Pansy in danger made Harry remember that his father always taught him that what was everything, the will to act. The will to act is everything. Harry felt full of determination and willpower as he rushed to distract the troll. He threw rocks and parts of the doors the troll had destroyed. Hermione, Pansy, run. I'll distract him, Harry said to the girls, who moved from their position to another one. When he finally got the troll's attention, he began his assault. He began throwing lighting and flames to the troll. He knew they wouldn't be of use against the beast, but it was just phase 1 of his 3-phase plan. Phase 2 was when he took his grappling gun from his utility belt and shoot it to the troll's legs, wrapping them, but the troll only tumbled a little. And finally, step 3 was when Harry, with his right hand holding the grappling hook and his left hand freezing the floor in front of the troll who had stopped walking to the boy. Harry then began to pull the line towards him so that the troll could properly fall. There he was, the American Muggle-born Slytherin, completely dressed as Superman on a strength contest against a mountain troll. His arms were growing tired, but his will wasn't decreasing. "Hera, give me strength!" Harry screamed at the top of his lungs as a last resort. He remembered seeing Wonder Woman invoking the power of the goddess many times during the Justice League battles, and as if the goddess herself had listened to his prayers, Harry felt a surge of strength and was able to make the troll slip on the ice and fall onto his back. Before the troll could rose to his feet, Harry threw a gas pellet onto the troll's face, knocking him out. Harry ran towards Hermione and Pansy, who were curled up on a corner hugging each other. Harry gently placed his arms around them, hugging them tightly. "It's all right, girls, it's all right," Harry said. He could hear Hermione and Pansy's sobs. "I was scared," Hermione replied. "I was terrified," Pansy said almost immediately. Harry smirked, but still he was glad they were safe. "I know, so did I, but you were in danger and I couldn't let that stop me," Harry said, and he placed a kiss at the top of each girl's head before hugging them once again. He would never let anyone hurt his friends, whether it be bullies or trolls. He would be there for them. He pulled a small box of tissues from one of the many compartments from his utility belt and gave it to them. "Do you have any bruises or cuts?" Harry asked them. The girls checked, and neither had anything hurt. "No, thank you for coming to our rescue," Hermione said, cleaning the tears from her cheeks. "I was worried about you," Harry said. "You were?" Hermione asked. "Of course I was. That Weasley is a jerk. I wanted to come after you, but I got in trouble," Harry said, laughing. "What did you do?" Hermione asked, not entirely scolding him, but also with intrigue. "I punched him and demanded an apology," Harry said. "Harry," she said. "Well done, Harry," Pansy said with a smile on her lips. Of course, she would be glad he hit Weasley. The red hair almost all the time accused them of mischief. "Thank you for taking my side, Pansy. He deserved that," Harry said. "Yes, Hermione. I've been here hearing you cry because of that git, so let Harry punch him again if the situation demands it," Pansy said. "I don't know about that, but I know that I feel like a damsel of a fairy tale with a knight in shining armor defending my honor and saving me. Saving us from a beast," Hermione said, smiling, hearing what Harry had done. And with what Pansy said earlier, she realized that Ron didn't know her at all, because as long as she had Harry as a friend, she wouldn't be alone. "Then let's properly thank this knight," Pansy said as she grabbed Harry and planted a kiss on his lips, making Hermione's eye go completely wide. "Now it's your turn, Hermione," Pansy said with a smirk. "I don't know," Hermione said. "It's okay, Hermione. You don't have to do it," Harry said. "No, a princess should be thankful. Come on, Granger. Kiss him already," Pansy said, but Hermione was still dubious. "Oh, for Merlin's beard," she said, exasperated. "Fine," Hermione said, and she as well gave a peck on Harry's lips. It had been less than a second, but Hermione felt how her cheeks became red in an instant as she had felt Harry's soft lips. She had liked it and wanted to repeat it, but then they heard steps coming to their direction. What in the bloody hell is happening here? Professor McGonagall said as she entered the bathroom, followed by Professor Snape, Quirrell, and Vector. Harry killed a troll, Pansy quickly said. Pansy, Hermione and Harry said as the trio walked towards the professors. Is this true, Mr. Wayne? Professor Snape asked the boy in the blue costume. Yes, Professor. Pansy and Hermione were in danger. I had to help them, Harry said, looking down. It had been the exact same behavior Grandma Minnie had warned him about, and not too long after he had fought a troll. As he looked down, he had managed to get a glimpse of Professor Snape's injury on his leg. It was dangerous, Mr. Wayne, Professor Snape said. I know, Professor, but I had to do something, Harry said. And W what? K kind of P spells D did Y-U-S said? Professor Quirrell said, which Harry hated, because if the man was barely comprehensible on a daily basis, his stuttering worsened during stress. I didn't use any spell. I used some of my natural magic to invoke some fire and lighting to distract the troll. Then I used my grappling gun to tie its feet, and with some ice I made him trip. I sent a gas pellet to his face, and he was knocked out cold, Harry said. Impressive, Snape said. Yes, very impressive, Mr. Wayne. Now go along, kids. Let's take them to their rooms before the beast wakes up, Professor McGonagall said. Very impressive, Snape said again as he saw the type of cable that had been tied on the troll's feet and the ice that was on the floor. As they were escorted to their rooms, Harry felt proud for today's events. He had accomplished another spell, he had defended a friend, he had stopped a troll, and he had been kissed by Hermione. All in all, it had been a great day. Hogwarts PDA meeting. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Man, what happened to you this afternoon? Blaise asked as Harry entered the boys' dorm room. The dark-skinned boy looked worried, as well as Vincent and Gregory. Well, I fought Weasley and then a troll, Harry said with a smirk. Please elaborate on that, Blaise said with a surprise in his eyes. First, please let me ask you, how did a troll enter the school? Harry asked. We don't know that, Vincent said. Yeah, Professor Quirrell entered the Great Hall during the Halloween feast. He was so afraid, and his stuttering even worsened. We didn't understand half of what he was saying, but we understood troll and dungeons, Gregory explained. And then? Harry asked. We were ordered by Professor Dumbledore to return to our dorm rooms, Vincent said, but then thanks to Blaise's quick thinking, Gregory added. I said that our dorm rooms and the ones in Hufflepuff were in the dungeons, so it would be in the direct path of the troll, Blaise added. And we were sent to remain in the Great Hall where Professors Lupin, Sprout, Babylon, and Trelawney remained guarding the entrance, Vincent added. Why wasn't Professor Snape with you? Harry asked. We don't know. He ran immediately, probably to hunt the troll. He and other professors left the Great Hall as well, Blaise added. Sounds like you had an interesting evening. Harry said. No more than yours, Blaise said. Yeah, tell us, why did you fight Weasley, and how did you manage to defeat the troll? Gregory said. Well, it all started when I was walking with Hermione towards her next class. Harry began retelling the story of today's events. As he was telling them how it happened, the boys' expressions were from shock to surprise to horror as they got into the part of the troll in the lavatory. And how did you manage to defeat him? That's what I'm still trying to figuring out, Blaise said. Well, just promise me that what I'm going to tell you remains a secret between the four of us, Harry said. Of course, I'm not a snitch, Gregory said. Neither am I, Vincent said. Nor I, Blaise added. Great. Then Harry made a small ice ball that then transformed into a fireball, and finally, it became a series of lightnings in the palm of his hands to the amazement of the boys. You seriously did all of that to defeat the troll? Blaise asked. Yes. Wandless magic. Gregory asked. Yes. Impressive, Vincent said. Man, you're probably one of the strongest magic users in Slytherin, if not in the entire school, Blaise said. Why? Harry asked. Because wandless magic is a proof of a strong magical core. If you can do magic without the need of a wand, then the world is yours, Blaise explained. Well, I don't want the world, I just want to learn new things, Harry said. Are you sure you wouldn't be more comfortable in Ravenclaw? Vincent joked, making the boys laugh. On the other side of the hall, in the girls' dorm room, Pansy was telling them how Harry had heroically saved Hermione and her from the monstrous beast. The other three Slytherin girls were fascinated by the retelling of the events. Just a question. Why did you stay with Hermione as she was crying? Daphne inquired. It wasn't a secret that the Parkinson family was a pure-blood family, with a complete disregard of the half-blood families or muggle-born ones. Well, I don't know, she looked miserable that I pitted her. I simply asked what was wrong, and I don't know, I guess she needed someone to talk to. I don't know why she was alone, but at that moment, I knew she needed someone, Pansy explained. You did well, Pansy, Daphne said, giving the girl a small smile. Yes, Pansy. Hermione is a great girl, but a sensible one. Millie added, perhaps tomorrow you can join her for breakfast. Tracy said, why would I do that? Pansy asked, almost offended. Because without a doubt Hermione will see you as a friend. Tell you what, we all four will join her for breakfast, Daphne said, to which Millie and Tracy nodded in agreement. Fine, Pansy said, but deep down she knew she wanted to see if the bushy brunette was fine. Hermione was still shocked from today's events. If it weren't for Cho's tea, Sue's hug, and Rachel's support, she would have never fallen asleep. And even then her dreams were plagued by nightmares with the troll who, in her dreams, ate Pansy and her while killing Harry. She remained in a fetal position the rest of the night, hugging her pillow and letting a small sob and small tears that fall onto her pillow. Next morning, Hermione stood from her bed with heavy bags under her eyes. She was tired and sleepless. She sat on the Ravenclaw table, but then she felt a small tap on her shoulder. As she turned around, she saw Pansy, Daphne, Millie, and Tracy standing in front of her. Good morning, Hermione, Pansy said. We were wondering if you wanted to eat with us at the Slytherin table, Pansy offered. Why? Hermione asked. Well, given what we went through yesterday, I believe that you need a friend, Pansy asked. But I thought that you didn't like me, Hermione said. That isn't that far from the truth, but still I want to make amends. So, would you like to come? Pansy asked. Sure, can my friends come as well? Hermione asked. Sure. Millie was the one who responded. As the now big group of Ravenclaw and Slytherin girls approached the Slytherin table, Pansy changed her tone and yelled at Gregory, Vincent, and Blaise, who just happened to take a seat. Guys will need some space. This needs to be a girls-only section. She ordered the boys. Where will we be eating? Blaise asked, almost offended. Don't know, I think Harry is eating with his cousin in Hufflepuff. Go bother him, Pansy said, and the boys rolled their eyes and moved to the Hufflepuff side. That was kind of rude, Rachel said. No, it wasn't. I've known them since we were children. They know that when I tell them that I need space, it's because I really need space, Pansy said, taking a seat and prompting Hermione to sit by her side. Now, why don't you tell us why you didn't sleep last night? It was Daphne the one who asked. Why do you think I didn't slept? Hermione asked in the defensive. You have bags under your eyes, Pansy said. Was this about the troll? Millie asked. Did you have a nightmare? Rachel asked her, to which Hermione nodded as a small sob was heard. Hermione felt a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Hermione. I had a nightmare as well, Pansy said, smiling at Hermione. You did? And how did you manage to sleep? Mine was too terrifying, Hermione said. I remembered what happened in real life, and then the troll simply puffed out of my dream, Pansy said. Really? Hermione said. Yes, Hermione. Bad dreams are always defeated by good events, Pansy said. Thank you, Hermione said, smiling at the other girl. On the other side of the Great Hall, Harry was eating his breakfast with Draco, Cedric, and Justin in the Hufflepuff table just as Blaise, Gregory, and Vincent arrived, explaining that Pansy had kicked them out for a safe space for the girls. No student really knew what happened to the troll, with many of them speculating that the professors had found him and simply vanished it out of the castle, with others saying that Hagrid fought the troll, given their similar sizes, with Hagrid being the victor. Then, as every morning the owls began flying, and Harry saw how Hedwig stopped in front of him with 3 letters attached to her leg. He saw his name and the names of his cousins on the other letters. Then another owl, this one having an earth-brown color, stopped in front of him and gave him a red envelope. He hadn't noticed that this said owl had made a stop in the Gryffindor table before going to where Harry was. What's this? Harry asked as he gave the brown owl a piece of bacon. It's a howler. It's usually used to express anger in your own voice towards someone, Draco said. Why would someone send me a howler? As Harry asked, the angry voice of a woman was heard through the Great Hall. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Everyone in the Great Hall turned to see the youngest of the Weasleys looked scared as the letter turned into an origami version of a moving mouth. How dare you fight in school? And before you say otherwise, Percy told me the reason of the fight, and that you made a girl cry, and that because of you, she was in danger of a troll. I expect a better behavior from now on, or I'll withdraw you from school, and you'll help me with the chores in the burrow. Apologize to the girl now. The mouth then destroyed itself in a fit of anger, leaving the red-haired boy looking like he wanted to piss his pants. On the Hufflepuff table, Harry gulped as if the son of that woman had been scolded that bad. What could be possibly await him? But charging ahead, he picked the letter, and just as he broke the seal, the same origami mouth appeared. But this one didn't have sharp teeth like the one Ron got, but it were regular teeth and a more rounded lips. Harry Wayne. The same voice of Ron's howler resounded on the Great Hall, but in a calmer tone. I'm sorry that your friends were hurt by my son's laziness and his nasty remarks. I must tell you that we try to impart good values in our household, so don't blame the Weasley family for Ron's actions. Fred and George's letters claim that Hermione and you are fine students and great friends, even if you're in different houses. I hope this doesn't repeat in the future. I'll make sure of that. With love and respect, Molly Weasley. The howler ended, and it folded once again to its regular form instead of destroying itself. Well, that wasn't that bad, Harry said to his friends and cousins. Just then the youngest Weasley snapped out of his shock and walked to the Slytherin table. Hermione, Ron said to the bushy-haired girl. Yes, Ron? She asked. I'm sorry for what I said and for making you cry. I'm really sorry. You were trying to help me with my spelling and I snapped at you. It was unfair. I'm sorry, he said. It's okay, Ron. Honestly, I'm glad about that happening, because thanks to my new friend Pansy, I realized that I have a lot of friends, and that what happened in the past with the bullies in my school stays in the past. Hermione said. She then extended her hand, and Ron shook it. All right, Ron said before leaving. Well, I'm glad his mother smacked some sense into him. Daphne said she sounded so mad. Rachel said. Well, that's because my parents call Mrs. Weasley Howler Weasley because she has a strong temperament and a loud mouth. Pansy replied. Still, it was frightening hearing her berate her son. Sue said. I believe that if the Howlers allowed it, she would send a hand to smack Ron in the head. Daphne said with a dry joke that made the girls laugh. Maybe the night had been horrible, but the morning was better for Hermione. She had many friends that liked her for who she was and a boy she was interested in. Bruce Wayne had been working late last night, or well, what he called his job, as he was dressed as the Caped Crusader and moved from rooftop to rooftop under the night sky of Gotham City. He was following a lead about a weapons deal that Oswald Cobblepot / the Penguin and Roman Siones / Black Mask were doing tonight. He had arrived at Gotham City's harbor when he felt the swooping of a bird perched next to him. He turned around and saw a dark brown barn owl sitting next to him. The owl looked at him in confusion, as if she wasn't sure he was the letter's addressee. I suppose you have a letter for me, Batman said to the owl. The owl still looked at him in confusion, and he lifted his mask only a little so that the owl could get a glimpse of his identity. The owl hooted in confirmation and gave a Hogwarts letter to the man in the gray and black suit. He took a piece of a protein bar from his utility belt that the owl munched down, and then it flew away. Let's see what the school has to say about Harry, he said, opening the letter. From the personal files of Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Mr. Wayne, it is my duty to inform you that tonight, October 31st, your son Harry Wayne was found fighting with another student on Hogwarts grounds. He was punished and will be serving a week's worth of detention with me. On another unrelated note, your son, after his scolding on my part, saved 2 fellow year mates from the attack of a mountain troll in the lavatories. Given that these events transpired almost at the same time, Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to invite you tomorrow morning, Sunday, November 2nd, to Hogwarts Castle for a meeting regarding your son's behavior and accomplishments. P.S. Bruce, I want you to know that Harry is fine. The reason he fought was because he needed to protect a friend of his from someone who made nasty remarks. Harry is a fine boy, just a little temperamental. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Then I shall travel to Hogwarts after I deal with this psychos, he said to no one in particular. So, we're going to see Harry again? Helena said, excited as she was jumping on her seat. She, her mom, her Aunt Talia, her brother Damien, and her dad were on board of the Wayne Enterprises private jet with the Heathrow Airport as their final destination. Yes, little kiddo, you'll see your brother while I talk with his professors, all right? He said to his daughter as he kept working on his laptop. Yes, Daddy, the 9-year-old replied. She liked the castle in which her brother studied. It was a shame that the first time they visited she wasn't able to see it better. Damien, on the other hand, was reading one of his many murder mystery books while Selena and Talia talked about their work. The rest of the trip was fine and quiet, just as the trip towards the 12 Grimmauld Place Black House. Bruce knocked on the door and Creature answered. Mr. Wayne, friends of Master Sirius. Creature welcomes you to the Black House, Creature said with a raspy voice. My favorite Americans have arrived, Sirius said as he walked downstairs. Uncle Sirius, Helena said, hugging the man. Where's everybody? She immediately asked. They must be in the living room, But weren't you going to go with your father to visit Harry at school? Sirius asked. How did you know that? Helena said, astonished. I'm a psychic. And your father told me over the phone, he replied with a smirk. Yes, I'll be going, but I want to greet my cousins as well, she said, taking off running with Damien. Thanks for lending us your flute chimney, Bruce said. It's no bother, though it's not entirely free, Sirius said as he turned to look at Selena. My now redhead wife told me that she wants to talk with, and I quote, the greatest cat burglar in the world to check on security measures, end quote, Sirius said. Well, I wanted to visit Harry as well, but I'm sure I could take my skills to good use, Selena said. Great, she's in her office in the 5th floor, Sirius said to the blonde woman. Tell Harry that I love him and that he shouldn't fight in school, she said to Bruce, who smirked. And Talia, Narcissa wants for a mother to check on her new school subjects proposals for next year's school year, Sirius said to the tan-skinned woman. I'm flattered, but I'm not a member of the board, nor a witch, she replied. Which makes you perfect. You're not biased to anything. And you being a muggle will help her to provide the POV she wants, Sirius said. All right, I'll help her. Thanks, Sirius, she replied. Tell Harry that I love him as well, and that I hope he had knocked the teeth out of the boy who insulted his friend, she said to Bruce. I will, don't worry about it, he said to her. Why didn't you bring your newest gal? Sirius asked. Why did you want to get rid of them, so that I could see my son alone? Bruce asked. I asked first, Sirius said with a smirk. She has work in the Louvre, there's a new exposition gala in a couple of weeks, and she wants everything to be perfect, Bruce replied. That sounds nice. Now, I want you to remember our plan. I need you to meet Dumbledore alone, because I want to see how much he trusts people, especially since I told him that you were my cousin and that you wanted to help us during the Voldemort War, Sirius explained. I took precautions on what I'm going to show him. Don't worry about it, Bruce said with a smirk. Then the chimney fired up, and both men heard a piss sound. Bruce, Sirius, are you there? Minerva's voice. Yes, we're here, Minerva, Bruce said. Good. Are you ready for the meeting? She asked. Yes. Let me bring Damien and Helena. They want to see their brother, Bruce said as he left for a second, and then he returned with his children to see that Minerva was standing in the living room with Sirius. Bruce, Damien, and Helena, please put this on your wrists, she said, giving them the bracelets they had worn during Harry's first Quidditch game. Now, I'll pass first. Remember to say, clearly, Hogwarts Castle, Professor McGonagall office that way. You won't appear on a different location, she instructed, and then she stepped through the flute chimney and disappeared in a flash of green flames. Let's go, kids, Bruce said as he was the one to follow next. Inside Narcissa's office in 12 Grimmauld Place. Please take a seat, Talia, the black and blonde-haired woman, as she was writing with a ballpoint pen on a white sheet of paper. Talia could see that she was somewhat uncomfortable writing with that muggle device. Is something wrong? Talia asked. No, I'm just trying to get used to writing with this. We want to change the use of quills and parchment to pens and paper, at least in the muggle classes, so that the kids will have options and expend their abilities, Narcissa said with a smirk, clearly proud of the progress she had been making in the school system. That's nice. So, what did you want to talk about? She asked her. Yes, actually I wanted to offer you a position in the Board of Governors, Narcissa said, surprising Talia. What? Why? I mean, I'm honored, but I'm no magical like you, Talia replied. I know, but you fulfill a very basic requirement, Narcissa said. And what is said requirement? Talia asked. Your mother of one of the students. And before you said that Selena is also mother of Harry, I want to point out that you accepted Bruce's son. Even though you had no role in his life, you accepted him and nurtured him like a true mother does. Narcissa said. Well, I think I can't argue against said argument, Talia said, joking. Thinking about it, she did become Harry's mother when she stepped through the Wayne Manor doors. She loved that kid just as much as she loved Damien or even Helena, who called her Annie Talia. She smiled, remembering those kids that loved her as well. I'll do it. I'll be in the Board of Governors, Talia replied with a smile. Mr. Wayne, nice to see you again, Dumbledore said to the parent of the boy from Slytherin. Bruce had stepped into the headmaster's office after being led to by Minerva, and he saw Hermione's parents, they as well wearing a bracelet as he did, and a man and a woman wearing robes. Obviously, they were magical as they lacked the bracelet, and their superiority looks made the rich boy from Gotham to know that these people were bigoted purebloods, just like Sirius had told him. Nice to see you as well, Principal Dumbledore. I mean Headmaster Dumbledore, Dr. and Dr. Granger, and I'm sorry we haven't been formally introduced. I'm Bruce Wayne, Harry's father. Bruce greeted everyone in the office and held his hand to shake for the magical couple, only for them to look at him with disdain. Except for the woman who looked at him with interest. It was clear to him that this woman found him attractive, and she wasn't bad looking either, if he was honest with himself, though he wouldn't do anything due to his commitment with Diana. Mr. Wayne, these are Astris and Perma Parkinson, the parents of a fellow housemate of your son. Dumbledore informed as he saw that the Parkinsons rudely ignored the man's introduction. Why are we here, Albus? Astris asked, obviously impatient. Well, if you read the letters Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick sent, you'll know that there was a troll attack in the school, and your children were in grave danger. Dumbledore began explaining. Is this like a PDA meeting? Emma Granger asked. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the term Mrs. Granger, Albus replied. A PDA meeting is a parent-teacher is basically what we are doing right now, a professor informing the parents about their children's activities, Emma said in a know-it-all tone. Oh, I see. Well, yes, this small meeting is just like that, because I wanted to ensure yourselves that such a dangerous event won't be repeating and that your children's safety is a priority, as well as to clear whatever doubt you have in the school program and in your children's school performance, Dumbledore said in a grandfatherly tone. Just be honest with us. How much in danger were our children's were? Dan Granger asked. Honestly, a mountain troll is very dangerous and deadly. According to our expected magical beast, Professor Kettleburn, he said that this troll was an adult, standing at 6 feet, and weighing 1,283 pounds. Dumbledore answered, making the parents shocked. And how can you expect us to think that our children will be safe in a place where a troll just casually strolled in? Perma asked with an incredulity. We just fortified the wards protecting the castle. Only creatures belonging to a class or pets can enter the castle, Dumbledore calmly said. Still, I hope you have stronger countermeasures, Bruce said. Maybe it's because you're a muggle, but a ward is impenetrable. Nothing can pass through if you don't want it to pass, Astris said with a disdain in his voice. Well, I might be a no-mage, but I still know a security, and I want to ensure my son's and his friends' complete security, he said, almost ignoring the man's disdain. Please remain civil, Professor Dumbledore. How is my Hermione doing? Emma Granger asked, interrupting the parents. Oh, your daughter is going magnificent. Professor Flitwick is fascinated with your daughter's yearning for knowledge. If she continues that path, she'll be prefect by her 4th year and best girl by 6th. Dumbledore said to the parents of the girl, whom beamed happily as they heard that. And Pansy, Perma asked, your daughter has a true gift in Latin and history. According to Professor Lupin, she remembers many details of the magical and muggle history. I wouldn't be surprised if she turns out to be a historian or a professor in her adult years, Dumbledore said, only for Astris to sneer at the headmaster. And about Harry, I would like to speak about that in private. So if you don't have anything else to ask, I would like to speak with Mr. Wayne in private, Dumbledore said, dismissing the other parents. Not at all. Have a nice day, Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Wayne. The Grangers said their goodbyes while the Parkinson simply stood up and left. Apparently, they didn't want to be in that office for much longer. Dumbledore grabbed one of his chocolate candies and unwrapped it and placed the chocolate delicacy on his lips to gently and softly eat it. Sorry, where are my manners? Do you want one? Dumbledore offered. Sure, this tastes very good, Bruce said as he unwrapped one and ate it as well. He saw how Dumbledore reclined on his chair and looked at him, not entirely serious, but neither relaxed. First, I wanted to ask you, I've seen sometimes that your son has been carrying a snake with him, Dumbledore began saying. Copper, yes, she's a cottonmouth snake. What about her? Bruce interrupted. Well, I was wondering if your son is a speaker, Dumbledore said. And what? I mean, yes, he can speak many languages, but I don't understand your question. Bruce said, a speaker is how we refer to the Parseltongue speakers. People who can speak with snakes. Dumbledore said, ah yes, Harry can speak with snakes. I've been told that many of you in magical Britain think of it as the mark of an evil wizard, but I've been said otherwise by Harry's professors, especially Mrs. Yadav, his Parcel teacher from India, who told us the wonders of the language and the spells he could learn, Bruce said proudly. So Harry has been taught by different professors before coming to Hogwarts. Dumbledore acknowledged. Yes, Professor Dumbledore, since I'm not magical, I wanted to ensure that my son could reach his full potential in his abilities, Bruce responded. So that explains the wandless magic he did almost at the beginning of the school year and how he defeated the troll, Dumbledore said. Yes, actually I wanted to ask about that. How did my son ended up facing against a troll? And don't tell me that the wards will prevent a future incident. I want to know how it entered. Bruce inquired. Well, I believe that someone let him in, who I don't know. If it were a prank, my money would be in the Weasley twins, but they're too smart to know that you should never mess with a troll and that said creature would be dangerous for them, or for the other students, so I discarded them just as easily, Dumbledore said. Then a professor perhaps, Bruce said. Why would one of my professors endanger the lives of the students? Dumbledore said. I don't know, perhaps you should ask them. Bruce said. Now getting back to the topic of my son, how is he doing? Bruce asked. He is doing fine, excellent, I would say. At first he was struggling with potions, but now he has been improving. His homework and classwork is outstanding. And I have found him in several occasions playing the violin, which I have to be honest, he is very talented at that. Dumbledore said, yes, everyone in the family play an instrument. It's a great way to deal with stress and to relax. Harry chose violin due to Sherlock Holmes. Bruce said, I've read those novels, very good character. Dumbledore said, he almost never had the chance to read Muggle literature, but in some occasions a book would fall into his hands and he would devour it, learning new things of the Muggle world. You said family, and I've seen Harry referring to Susan Bones and Draco Black as cousins. I'm curious, how are you related to them? You said yourself that you're a Muggle, Dumbledore inquired. Well, I do am a Muggle, but one of my ancestors was a squib descendant from the Black family. He was cast out and lived in America as a Muggle. I grew up ignoring all of that until I met Sirius Black, who explained everything to me. And as an orphan, to learn that you have a family member alive is everything, Bruce said. Are you an orphan, Mr. Wayne? Dumbledore asked. Yes. I saw my parents get killed in front of me, Bruce said, which made Dumbledore's expression to be of shock. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Wayne, but given the outstanding boy you have raised, I see that you have done a magnificent job, Dumbledore complimented. I wasn't alone. My other children, the mothers of two of my other children, my butler and the family here in Britain have helped raise Harry, and that he never feels like he is alone and unloved, Bruce explained. Does Harry's mom lives? Dumbledore asked. This man is intriguing, he thought to himself. And why do I have the feeling that he is hiding something? Dumbledore thought. No, she passed on Harry's birth, Bruce said. At that, Dumbledore, given that Mr. Wayne had told something sad and stressful, the headmaster tried to prove on the man's mind, but he only saw a brick wall and the song Frère Jacques playing on the background. How can you be? I distinctly saw. Dumbledore began speaking confused. Sorry, but my mind is off limits. Whoever tries to prove without my permission a mental image of a brick wall will be conjured up to block my real thoughts. A trick I picked up from some Tibetan monks. Bruce smirked. It's something I always have in my mind as a defense mechanism. You wouldn't believe how many times I've been exposed to mind readers, mind control, psychics, hypnotism, nano control, and sound control. Bruce explained. I didn't imagine that Muggle business was that competitive. Dumbledore said, oh yes, it's very competitive. Some of my main competitors even hired assassins or mercenaries to try to take me down. But be honest with me, Headmaster. What were you trying to find as you tried to prove in my head? Bruce asked. It's just that I have a theory that your son might be Harry Potter, a long-lost boy who defeated an evil Dark Lord, Dumbledore said. Well, if you're so sure, you could be just have asked. Bruce said. He exhaled and closed his eyes. Go ahead, I just took down my barrier, Bruce said. Bruce once again felt a pang in his head. This time he relaxed and let the headmaster to delve into his memories. Obviously, the headmaster wanted to find out his son's real identity, just like he had said, but he wouldn't find any of that. Dumbledore found himself in a completely dark alley, street lamps barely illuminating the darkness of said alley. Trash cans were dented, rusty, and old, with many garbage bags scattered on the street floor. Dumbledore then saw a couple of 30-something neatly dressed man and woman walking through the alley with a boy no older than 9. They were eating popcorns and were smiling. Dumbledore recognized the blue eyes of the boy and the similarity with Harry, that this was Mr. Wayne as he was a child. Dumbledore kept looking at the couple that he failed to see that another figure walked in front of the couple. The voices were muffled, but it was obvious by the man's action and him pointing a weapon to the couple that they were getting mugged. The father of Mr. Wayne began struggling with the man until a loud bang and a flash of light resounded on the alley's walls. Then the father fell on the ground unmoving. The criminal pointed his gun to the mother and began shouting. Then another bang and a flash of light resounded once again, and the woman fell as well. The boy stood there completely shocked and alone. Dumbledore was shocked as well. He had suffered in his life, having fought Gellert and losing his sister, but this was too much for a child to endure. As Dumbledore looked down at the boy, he failed to notice that a bat flew above the alley. I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne, I didn't mean to prove on that memory. Dumbledore apologized to the man. It's all right, Headmaster. You can try again to find what you're looking for. Mr. Wayne said, closing his eyes once again. Dumbledore decided to prove once more he didn't want it to cause a strain in himself nor in the man, so he quickly searched for Harry's berth. He saw a hospital bed, too much white and pale green painting in the walls for his taste, but he saw Mr. Wayne holding hands with a blonde woman with a green and blue eye who was in labor, the doctor between her legs catching the boy as he was born. Mr. Wayne kissed the woman's forehead and went to cut the umbilical cord. He showed the woman the baby boy in his hands, but then the woman began closing her eyes, and the doctors took baby Harry away and made Mr. Wayne step to the aisle. Dumbledore saw how Mr. Wayne sat on a bench and moved his feet rapidly in nervousness. Then a doctor stepped out and began saying something to him. Mr. Wayne then let out a scream of pain and began sobbing and crying. Dumbledore pulled out of the man's mind. "I'm sorry for your loss and for making you relive those moments." Dumbledore said, "It's all right, Professor. I hope you had gotten what you looked for." Bruce said, "Yes. I'm sorry I doubted you. Was she magical?" Dumbledore asked. "Who, my wife?" Bruce asked, and Dumbledore nodded. "No, she wasn't magical either. Her name was Silver. She died of an aneurysm." Bruce said, looking sad. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne. You can go," Dumbledore said, dismissing the man. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. If you want to know more, just ask. I won't lie," Bruce said with a smirk as he left the office. As the door closed, Dumbledore hit his desk. "Damn it. Who is Harry Potter?" He thought to himself. "Mr. Wayne, can we talk?" Emma Granger said, after the man stepped out of the headmaster's office. "Sure, what happened?" Bruce asked Hermione's mother. She looked concerned, but not entirely in distress. "Well, Hermione wrote after the incident, and she told me that she and the Parkinson girl had kissed Harry as a reward for saving them from the troll. I just wanted to tell you that my daughter is very important to us, and that I won't tolerate if your son starts to exhibit the playboy behavior his father is known for," Emma said to a nodding Bruce. "I understand. I'll talk with Harry about this. Don't worry. I'm sure Harry wouldn't take advantage of your daughter and discard her. He is better than me. I made sure of that," Bruce said. "Thank you for understanding, Mr. Wayne," Emma Granger said. "No problem. Actually, I wanted to look for Harry. He might be with your daughter. Should we find them?" Bruce said. "Yes, my husband already got a head start looking for her. So let's find them," Emma said while linking her arm with Bruce's elbow. She might have just scolded the man for his history, but she still was starstruck with meeting one of the richest and most handsome men in the world. Bruce looked for Harry. He was talking with Emma, so he was completely unaware of the love looks the elder schoolgirls were sending him and the sneering he could receive from the boys who were with those girls. And he had been having a great conversation with Emma, but he still needed to send a message. "Sirius, I think Dumbledore got more than what he bargained for. I'll have to thank John and Ace for modifying some of my memories," he texted Sirius. Emma asked a red-haired teen with a prefect badge about Harry and Hermione, and the teen told them that he had seen them in the main grounds. The pair continued their trek and saw Harry, Hermione, Emma's husband, Harry's siblings, and a big group of their friends talking and laughing together. The multicolored combination proved that Harry was great at making friends. Bruce did notice that 3 girls were sit closer to the boy than the rest. Then as they walked to the group, Bruce saw how Astris arrived, and he was furious. He grabbed his daughter, one of the 3 that were leaning on Harry, and began yelling at her. "How dare you mix with mudbloods and blood traitors?" Astris yelled at his daughter. "What's wrong with being friends with them? Harry is a great kid, Hermione as well, so don't tell me with who can I or can't being friends with," Pansy yelled back. "You dumb kid. You'll taint your purity by just being close to them," Astris said. His wife Perma had finally reached them, but she hasn't said anything. "You want purity? That's been long lost. I already kissed him." Pansy smirked at her parents. Her mother looked shocked while her father looked like he had been spat straight in the face. "You what?" Astris said with pure rage in his voice. "I kissed him, and he kissed me back. And you know what? I liked it," Pansy said to her father, who turned completely red. The man raised his hand to slap her, but that was enough for Bruce, who stopped the man's hand. "Don't even think about it," Bruce said with a voice that sent chills to every criminal in Gotham, and with the strongest of his bat glare. He pushed the man with enough force to make him step back several steps. "You filthy mudblood. You dare to place your hand in a pure blood like me?" Astris said as he put his hand inside his robe. It didn't need a genius to figure out what the man wanted to reach and do. Bruce saw how the other man began to take his wand out to point at him, and how the Grangers shielded the kids, and how Asterisk tried to curse him only for Bruce to be faster, and picking up one of the pins he had in the inside of his jacket and threw it to the other man's wand hand. Asterisk yelped in pain as the pin stabbed his right hand, making him drop his wand. "You bastard!" Asterisk screamed as he saw how the silver and gold pin had pierced his flesh and how blood poured out of the wound. "I believe this is yours," Bruce said as he picked the man's wand. "Bastard, you filthy mud blood," Asterisk said. Bruce simply exhaled, and with his thumb, he simply snapped the wand in half to the shock of everyone. "Why?" the man yelled. "Because you don't deserve power," Bruce said. Finally, two professors arrived. Apparently, many students had watched the confrontation. "Mr. Wayne, why did you snap Mr. Parkinson's wand?" Professor Babbling asked. The man yelled at his daughter. "He tried to slap her, and I stopped him. Then he tried to curse me, and I launched my pen into his hand. Then I snapped the wand with my thumb," Bruce explained. "Mr. Parkinson, I don't care how old and ancient your house is, but Hogwarts is a school, and we don't take kindly to a parent to try to hit their children in school property. You're a visitor from Merlin's Beard. I'm afraid I'll have to inform this to the headmaster and the Aurors," Professor Babbling said with exasperation. "You'll pay for this, Wayne," Asterisk said with a murderous stare. "I've heard that before. Get in line," Bruce said as the professors took the man out. "Dad, that was awesome," Harry said. "Yes, Daddy, you were like a ninja," Helena said. "I'm glad you found it amusing, but Harry, I believe there's someone who needs a hug," Bruce said, pointing at Pansy, who was on the verge of tears. Harry quickly ran to her and hugged her. The girl collapsed as she began to cry. Hermione saw her friend's distress and run as well, and hugged her exactly like she had done not too long ago.